Chapter 971. Roll up your sleeves and work hard after lunch. Zhu Ping'an was summoned by Prince Yu to his study. In the study, Zhu Ping'an encountered a young eunuch who had come from the Western Garden to convey the Emperor Jiajing's imperial decree, instructing Zhu Ping'an and Gong to proceed to the Wuyi Hall in the Western Garden to compose a Qingci. The emperor intended to hold a natural fast on the following day to pray for the welfare of the people of Datong, Xuanzhou, and all subjects of the Ming dynasty. The natural fast is a ritual among the Six Fasts of Lingbao, specifically designed to pray for the well-being of the populace. Today, in addition to the officials from Datong and Xuanzhou encroaching upon the farmland, the emperor received petitions regarding drought and locust plagues from these regions. Empathizing with the suffering of the common people, the emperor resolved to host this natural fast, particularly for the residents of Datong and Xuanzhou. Upon arriving at the study, Zhu Ping'an met with Prince Yu and Gong, who had arrived earlier, along with the eunuch bearing the decree. After entering, Zhu Ping'an respectfully greeted them with a bow. Zihu, no need for such formalities. Now that everyone is present, Xiao Zhang, please proceed with the proclamation. Prince Yu nodded and smiled at the eunuch, indicating he could deliver the decree. The eunuch then bowed to Prince Yu, straightened his posture, and faced Zhu Ping'an and Gong as he began to read the imperial edict. It is often heard that when a wise emperor reigns, harmony prevails, and the elements are in balance, ensuring peace and prosperity for the people. Today, I, in reverence to heaven and earth, find myself in a position above the nobles. Yet, I am unable to illuminate the realm adequately, and my virtue falls short of stabilizing the populace. Natural disasters have persisted, compounded by the encroachment of officials upon the farmland in Datong and Xuanzhou, bringing hardship upon the people. I feel deeply ashamed, thus. I shall host a natural fast to pray for the welfare of the common people. I hereby command Qian Danyang, the reader of the Jingwang's residence, Su Pu, the lecturer, Gong, and Zhu Ping'an, both readers of the Prince Yu's residence, along with others from the Hanlin Academy, to immediately enter the Wuyi Hall to present the Qingci. This time, 11 individuals were summoned to present the Qingci at the Wuyi Hall. The Prince Yu's residence had 2 slots, the Jingwang's residence had 2, the Hanlin Academy had 4, and the remaining 3 slots were allocated to the Ministry of Rites. Naturally, the principal contributors to the Qingci would be the esteemed officials such as Yen Song and Su Jie, while Zhu Ping'an and his companions were considered supplementary. I, Gong, accept the decree. Gong knelt expressionlessly to receive the edict. I, Zhu Ping'an, accept the decree. Zhu Ping'an accepted the edict with a face full of reverence, though inwardly he harbored grievances against the emperor, pondering that rather than hosting a natural fast, it would be more prudent to focus on beneficial policies for the people or to alleviate the burdensome taxes imposed on the residents of Datong and Xuanzhou. After receiving the imperial decree, Gong and Zhu Ping'an bid farewell to Prince Yu and followed the eunuch to the Wuyi Hall. Upon returning to the Wuyi Hall after more than a month, Zhu Ping'an was greeted by the sound of scratching pens as he entered. The hall was bustling with activity, with everyone rolling up their sleeves and diligently working on the Qingci, fully engrossed in the creative process. The young eunuch guided Zhu Ping'an and Gong into a chamber deep within the Wuyi Hall. This room resembled a classroom, furnished with 3 rows of desks, each containing 5 tables, totaling 15 sets of desks and chairs. Within this space, Zhu Ping'an encountered several familiar faces, including Li Chunfang, Yuan Wei, Guo Pe, and his esteemed companions, Su Qing and Zihu. Upon spotting Gong and Zhu Ping'an, Li Chunfang rose and greeted them with a warm smile. Greetings, Brother Zisher, Master Li. Gong and Zhu Ping'an returned the greeting with pleasant smiles. Brother Su Qing. Yuan Wei approached with enthusiasm, deliberately overlooking Zhu Ping'an beside Gong, revealing a hint of pettiness. Observing this, Zhu Ping'an couldn't suppress a slight smirk at the display. After exchanging pleasantries, the group immersed themselves in the urgent preparations for the Qingci. As the ritual ceremony was set for the following day, the Qingci needed to be presented before Emperor Jiajing retired for the night, whereupon the emperor would select the finest works to be burned as offerings to heaven. That evening, each person was expected to contribute at least 1 piece of Qingci. What a tedious endeavor. After taking his seat, Zhu Ping'an tugged at the corners of his mouth, silently lamenting the situation. Including the esteemed officials like Yen Song and Su Jie, there were at least 50 individuals present in the Wuyi Hall, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were the elite of the Ming dynasty. They ought to be engaged in governance, offering counsel for the betterment of the realm, Yet here, they were laboring over Qingci. The efforts of the entire evening would culminate in nothing but ashes on the morrow. What a monumental waste. Oh, Emperor Jiajing, such an astute ruler of this era. How did he become ensnared in the pursuit of alchemy and the Tao? If he were not so obsessed with his intellect and capabilities, he could undoubtedly have been a revitalizing force for the dynasty, rather than leaving behind a tangled legacy. In his mind, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but unleash a torrent of criticism directed at Emperor Jiajing. What are you mumbling about, Zihu? Yuan Wei, sharp-eyed, caught sight of Zhu Ping'an's smirk and inquired aloud. Oh, Master Yuan, I was just saying, let us roll up our sleeves and give it our all. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an turned to Yuan Wei, his smile radiant, and promptly rolled up his sleeves, adopting an enthusiastic demeanor as if ready to undertake a grand endeavor. This lad is indeed cunning. Just moments ago, his lips had clearly expressed discontent, yet now he portrayed an image of spirited determination. Yuan Wei, witnessing Zhu Ping'an's exuberant smile, felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Huh, let us roll up our sleeves and give it our all. Well said. The youth are brimming with vigor, Li Chunfang remarked with a chuckle, giving Zhu Ping'an a nod of approval, before following suit and rolling up his own sleeves. The young eunuch, serving tea in the room, quietly took note of this phrase, pondering that when the emperor inquired about the progress of the Qingci, he could relay Zhu Ping'an's words, which radiated enthusiasm and would surely please his majesty. Though lamentation was in order, the Qingci still had to be composed. While the Qingci may hold little value for the common folk, it was still significant for oneself. A well-crafted Qingci could attract the attention of Emperor Jiajing, paving the way for promotions and rewards, a true path to success. Through this verdant avenue of eloquence, one ascends the path to greatness. The higher one climbs, the greater one's energy becomes. With amplified energy, the capacity to serve the people of the Ming dynasty expands significantly. After rolling up his sleeves, Zhu Ping'an unfurled a sheet of rice paper, dipped his brush in ink, and earnestly began to compose the verses of Qingci. Chapter 972. A request for your Qingci. The Qingci, a poetic form that encompasses memorials, proclamations, and blessings, demands both meticulous structure and ornate language. Most crucially, it must also satisfy the discerning tastes of Emperor Jiajing, rendering the task exceedingly challenging. Zhu Ping'an, after long contemplation, found himself unable to produce a satisfactory piece of Qingci. The others present shared his plight, pouring their hearts into crafting their lines, yet ultimately feeling dissatisfied. However, Yuan Wei was a different story. Living up to his reputation as the future chancellor of Qingci, he remained calm and composed amidst the flurry of creative frustration surrounding him. With a grace that resembled flowing water, he completed a piece of Qingci with remarkable ease. I humbly request that the eunuch present this for the emperor's review, he declared, strutting past Zhu Ping'an with an air of superiority. Casting a glance at Zhu Ping'an's blank sheet of rice paper, he could not suppress a derisive laugh. With a flourish, he handed his completed work to a waiting eunuch for delivery to Emperor Jiajing. Teacher, I have finished. May I submit it early? In Zhu Ping'an's eyes, Yuan Wei embodied the arrogant high achiever who submits his exam paper ahead of time, looking down upon the rest of the class. How childish, Zhu Ping'an mused, a wry smile tugging at his lips. Yuan Wei misinterpreted Zhu Ping'an's expression as one of bitter resignation, believing it to stem from his own perceived superiority. Encouraged by this misunderstanding, Yuan Wei's inspiration surged anew, and his brush danced across the paper as if guided by divine intervention. Within a mere tea break, he produced yet another piece of Qingci. He then repeated his earlier display of triumph, strutting past Zhu Ping'an's desk once more, casting another disdainful glance at the still blank rice paper. This time, his scoff resonated more loudly within the silent room, drawing the attention of all present. Everyone was aware of Yuan Wei's proud and self-assured nature, and his actions came as no surprise. Curious glances turned towards him, eager to see how the situation would unfold and how Zhu Ping'an might respond. Yet, to their disappointment, Zhu Ping'an remained unfazed, his expression unchanged, as if he were oblivious to Yuan Wei's taunts. In Yuan Wei's eyes, Zhu Ping'an's indifference suggested embarrassment, as if he could not bear to react. With 2 completed pieces of Qingci to his name, the champion scholar still faced a blank sheet. Was he not ashamed? Ah, Lu Gong, I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that I would compose another piece so swiftly, and I must trouble you once more to make a trip. Yuan Wei deliberately positioned himself before Zhu Ping'an's desk, clasping the Qingci in his hands and tapping it lightly before bowing to Lu Gonggong, who had just returned. Not at all, not at all. This labor is a pleasure that I would gladly embrace in abundance, Lu Gonggong replied with a smile. Indeed, the more Qingci presented by those in the room, the better he could perform his duties. Just previously, Lu Gonggong had delivered Yuan Wei's Qingci to the palace where Emperor Jiajing practiced, and fortuitously, he was summoned by the emperor. After perusing Yuan Wei's composition, the emperor nodded approvingly, remarking that it was well-structured and quite commendable, before inquiring about the progress of the Qingci for the Wuyi Hall. Lu Gonggong reported truthfully, even relaying Zhu Ping'an's exhortation to roll up his sleeves and work hard, which brought great delight to the emperor. This was the first time today that the emperor had smiled, saying, "You, young man, are quite impressive. Henceforth, apply yourself diligently to your tasks." Due to the emperor's joyful countenance, Lu Gonggong also received praise from Huang Jin, filling him with immeasurable joy. Huang Jin, the foremost eunuch in the palace wielding considerable power, had acknowledged Lu Gonggong, promising a bright future ahead. After handing the Qingci to Lu Gonggong, Yuan Wei passed by Zhu Ping'an's side, returning to his position. As he walked by, he feigned surprise, glancing at the blank rice paper on Zhu Ping'an's desk, and exclaimed, "Oh? Why has Lord Zhu not yet put pen to paper?" After all this contemplation, should not Lord Zhu's Qingci be a tempestuous outpouring, stirring the winds and weeping ghosts? Yuan Wei's words dripped with sarcasm, unmistakable to all present. Indeed, the pen should stir storms, and the poetry should move the spirits. Yuan Wei's tongue is quite sharp, remarked several in the room, unable to suppress their laughter. The atmosphere thickened with intrigue, the gaze of the assembly converging upon Zhu Ping'an, eager to witness his reaction to this provocation. "Are you still feeling spirited?" Zhu Ping'an, upon hearing Yuan Wei's taunting words, glanced up at him, noting the exaggerated surprise and the particularly vexing expression on Yuan Wei's face, which ignited a desire within Zhu Ping'an to retaliate. Their eyes locked, a palpable tension filled the air. Precisely, this is what makes it entertaining, the spectators observed, their excitement evident as their faces flushed. Having sat for so long, pondering the Qingci, their minds nearly exhausted, this unfolding spectacle was a welcome diversion, a chance for amusement and appreciation. After a moment of silent exchange, Zhu Ping'an's lips curled into a wholesome smile. Suddenly, a bold and amusing inspiration struck him. "Ah, since you are so overflowing with literary brilliance, how about I borrow that famous Qingci of yours from 10 years hence?" The notion felt akin to using Yuan Wei's own hand to slap his face. With this thought, Zhu Ping'an's smile grew even more endearing. Yuan Wei had gained the emperor's favor through his Qingci, ascending to a position of prominence within the cabinet. Regardless of Yuan Wei's character, his talent and achievements in poetry are undeniably remarkable. As the saying goes, old ginger is spicier, indicating that with age comes greater literary prowess, as experience enriches one's craft. In 10 years, Yuan Wei's poetic skills will undoubtedly surpass those of his current self. Furthermore, a decade is a considerable span, and the renowned poem he will compose then is certain to rival his earlier piece, The Luo River's Black Tortoise. At present, it is unlikely that Yuan Wei has even contemplated this famous work, alleviating any concerns of plagiarism. Thus, with a sincere smile gracing his lips, Zhu Ping'an raised his gaze to Yuan Wei and humbly replied, "Haha, my lord Yuan is jesting. I, Ping'an, am but a simpleton, after much contemplation. I have only managed to draft a humble piece, hardly worthy of being compared to your masterful verses that stir the winds and weep with the spirits." Chapter 973. A humble work, a humble work? Yuan Wei chuckled, genuinely amused. "With your prodigious talent, Zhu, what you term a humble piece must surely be a magnificent masterpiece." He fixed his gaze on Zhu Ping'an, a playful smile dancing on his lips as he offered insincere praise. Then, shifting his tone to one that brooked no refusal, he continued, "It is far better to share joy than to revel alone. Do not be so stingy, my dear Zhu. This grand masterpiece must be presented for our delight." To Yuan Wei, this represented an opportune moment for Zhu Ping'an to embarrass himself. He believed that Zhu's claim of a humble work was merely a pretext. In reality, Zhu had not conceived anything at all. In previous instances, Zhu Ping'an had meticulously prepared his submissions, showcasing commendable quality with apparent ease. However, this time, The emperor's sudden request for him to present poetry in the Hall of No Leisure left Zhu unprepared, revealing the inadequacy of his poetic skills. Despite having written 2 pieces, he had not even crafted a single word for this occasion. Had Zhu Ping'an been adequately prepared, his characteristic audacity would have compelled him to eagerly seek praise from the emperor, hoping to curry favor. In the past, Zhu had employed underhanded tactics, scheming, preparing in advance, and opportunistically seizing opportunities to overshadow Yuan Wei, robbing him of numerous rightful chances. Within a year, Zhu Ping'an had ascended from a lowly 6th-rank Hanlin Academy editor to the esteemed 5th-rank lecturer, a position of considerable influence. Those opportunities for advancement were rightfully Yuan Wei's. They had all been usurped by Zhu Ping'an. Now that fate had presented Yuan Wei with a chance, he was determined to seize it. Ensuring that Zhu Ping'an would face embarrassment, it was essential for Zhu, for all to comprehend, and for the emperor to recognize that Zhu Ping'an's poetry still paled in comparison to that of Yuan Wei. In this fleeting moment, Yuan Wei's mind was a tumult of thoughts. Zhu Ping'an was surely oblivious to the inner workings of Yuan Wei's heart. Yet from the teasing smile and words of Yuan Wei, Zhu Ping'an managed to glean a rough understanding. Huh, you wish to make a fool of yourself? Apologies. But this time I shall disappoint you. I intend to use your esteemed verses to slap your face and make a name for myself. How reminiscent this feels of the modern phrase, living in your house, spending your money, sleeping with your wife, and raising your child. This humble piece of work may well tarnish the eyes of the audience. Zhu Ping'an resolved to employ Yuan Wei's renowned verses from a decade hence, but feigned hesitation, pretending to decline in a game of capture and release. Seeing Zhu Ping'an's reluctance, the spark of excitement in Yuan Wei's eyes flared brightly. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an had not uttered a single word of refusal. Zhu Ping'an's reticence only solidified Yuan Wei's previous conclusion. The more you wish to evade, Zhu Ping'an, the more I shall thwart your desires. I, Yuan Wei, vow to ensure you are made a fool of. Lord Zhu, your humility suggests that we are unworthy of appreciating your grand masterpiece, is it not? Yuan Wei, with a facade of mirth, fixed his gaze upon Zhu Ping'an, his lips curling into a heart-stirring argument, while his eyelids danced with excitement. Old Yuan, you truly are not a skilled actor. Your inner turmoil is plainly written across your face. Zhu Ping'an silently tugged at the corners of his mouth. Lord Zhu? Yuan Wei, with a smirk, pressed on. Oh, how could that be? If so, then I shall disgrace myself. Zhu Ping'an sighed in resignation, shaking his head before responding with a sense of helplessness. At last success. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an's reluctant acquiescence, Yuan Wei's face beamed with joy, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. It is better to share joy than to relish in solitude. Zhu Ping'an's folly is best appreciated with an audience. Thus, with a grin, Yuan Wei invited those within the room. Lord Zhu is about to unveil his grand masterpiece. Why not join me in anticipation? Many who had gathered to witness the spectacle readily agreed to Yuan Wei's invitation. Soon, a throng encircled Zhu Ping'an and Yuan Wei, akin to spectators at a zoo observing 2 gorillas vying for dominance. Witnessing this, Yuan Wei felt a swell of pride. The more people, the better. The ensuing revelation of Zhu Ping'an's true literary prowess would be all the more entertaining. Your humble piece has garnered such attention from esteemed guests. I am overwhelmed. Zhu Ping'an remarked with a wry smile, bowing to the crowd. Lord Zhu, no need for further words. Please proceed, Yuan Wei urged, barely able to contain his eagerness to behold Zhu Ping'an's magnum opus. At this juncture, you still wish to delay? Yuan Wei's eyes sparkled with intensity, as if ignited by flames, seemingly penetrating Zhu Ping'an's ruse. With a playful interruption, he urged Zhu Ping'an to hasten his writing, granting him no opportunity to stall for time. Then I shall disgrace myself, Zhu Ping'an conceded. Zhu Ping'an lifted his gaze to Yuan Wei, offering a wry smile and a nod. He then grasped a brush in his right hand, while his left hand held the sleeve of his right arm. Dipping the brush into the ink, he set it to paper. The moment the brush made contact, Zhu Ping'an underwent a remarkable transformation, akin to a towering mountain piercing the clouds, inspiring an involuntary sense of awe among the onlookers. Yuan Wei, closest to Zhu Ping'an, felt this sensation most intensely. What on earth is happening? A wave of inexplicable agitation and unease washed over Yuan Wei. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, soothing his restless heart. It must have been the heat that led to this illusion. Zhu Ping'an had barely written a word all morning, and now, forced to lift his brush. It would be a wonder if he did not embarrass himself. Once calmed, Yuan Wei, with a sense of anticipation, fixated his gaze on the tip of Zhu Ping'an's brush. In a swift and fluid motion, Zhu Ping'an's brush danced across the paper, creating the first line of his poem with remarkable ease. The imperial vision spans 40,000 miles. It declared, instantly radiating an overwhelming aura that left the crowd breathless. The mocking expression on Yuan Wei's face vanished without him even realizing it. Before the spectators could regain their composure, Zhu Ping'an continued, his brush moving with an unceasing rhythm. Words flowing like dragons and phoenixes upon the paper. The imperial vision spans 40,000 miles, from ancient times to the present. Never has a dynasty unified such vast lands. In harmony with the boundless celestial authority, the emperor's lifespan is 45. From this day forth, there remain 9,955 years, destined for eternal longevity. With the ink still wet, Zhu Ping'an completed his composition effortlessly, pouring forth over 100 characters without a moment's pause. At some point, Yuan Wei's mouth hung open in astonishment, gasping as if his throat had been seized. As Zhu Ping'an finished, the room fell into an eerie silence, as if a powerful sorcerer had cast a spell of stillness, leaving only the sound of heavy breaths. The onlookers, discerning individuals, recognized the value of Zhu Ping'an's creation. This poem, with its over 200 eloquent words, sparkled like stars in the galaxy. The opening lines alone established its invincibility. The first line extolled the virtues of the Jiajing emperor, proclaiming the vastness of his dominion, unprecedented throughout history, truly befitting of celestial grandeur. The second line deftly stroked the emperor's desires, acknowledging his pursuit of immortality. Zhu Ping'an remarked that the emperor, at 45, had a remaining lifespan of 9,955 years, perfectly aligning with eternal longevity. The notions of boundless celestial authority and everlasting life were precisely what the Jiajing emperor sought. Furthermore, the poem composed by Zhu Ping'an is imbued with profound praise for the Jiajing emperor, depicting him as a ruler who, despite managing the vastness of his empire, possesses a deep affection for his subjects akin to that of a parent. The text eloquently describes the emperor's dedication to the welfare of every inch of his realm, portraying him as a tireless sovereign who, with a lifespan extending to a millennium, devotes every moment to serving his people. Admittedly, Zhu Ping'an's words may be seen as flattery, yet none among the assembly could afford to dismiss his efforts, for who among them had not engaged in similar homage when composing verses for the emperor? In contrast, Zhu Ping'an's rendition is regarded as both subtle and refined. The act of penning such verses is universally acknowledged as a form of flattery, contingent upon the skill with which it is executed. It must be said, Zhu Ping'an's flattery is indeed remarkable, resonating deeply with the heart of the Jiajing emperor. After reading the poem, a collective thought emerged among the audience. With this composition, the emperor's favored verses were likely to multiply. Ziho, truly a prodigious talent, remarked Li Chunfeng, breaking the silence of the room and prompting a wave of commentary from the others. Meanwhile, Yuan Wei's expression darkened. Despite his aversion to this scoundrel, he could not help but admire the poetic brilliance of Zhu Ping'an's work. How infuriating! The scoundrel's composition struck a chord within him, exacerbating Yuan Wei's discontent. As the tea time waned, tranquility returned to the room as everyone immersed themselves once more in the creative sea of poetry. Fueled by determination, Yuan Wei vowed to craft a piece that would surpass Zhu Ping'an's. Yet, until the moon perched atop the willow branches, he struggled to conceive a poem that satisfied him, ultimately yielding only 2 compositions. After completing his poem, Zhu Ping'an refrained from further writing, feigning deep contemplation while his mind wandered to other matters. When the hour of the rat arrived, the poems submitted finally met the requirements of the ritual. As it was late, the assembly decided to rest in the Wuyi Hall. Zhu Ping'an spent the night in a modest chamber of the hall, where darkness enveloped him. The narrow bed creaked with every movement, and the incessant buzzing of diligent mosquitoes filled the air. Lying on the unforgiving bed, clutching a cold, odoriferous quilt, he found himself yearning for the comfort of the grand bed in the Jingxiang garden and the fragrant presence of Li Shu. Tossing and turning, sleep eluded him for a long while before he finally drifted into a restless slumber. At the break of dawn, Zhu Ping'an awoke early, donned his garments, and stepped outside to wash up. The lowly quarters proved uncomfortable for rest, and the washing facilities were inconvenient, necessitating a trip to the public latrine and bathhouse, an endeavor that, if one rose late, could result in a long wait. Upon returning from his ablutions and having partaken of a modest breakfast, several young attendants arrived bearing the Jiajing Emperor's decree, bestowing upon Zhu Ping'an a fragrant leaf crown, an embroidered apricot yellow Taoist robe adorned with 8 trigrams, and a pair of azure silk shoes. The fragrant leaf crown, crafted by the emperor's own hands, is a rare honor, with no more than 5 bestowed upon courtiers each year. Only by offering exquisite verses did the Emperor Jiajing express immense satisfaction, thereby bestowing upon him the fragrant leaf crown, an honor seldom granted. Receiving the fragrant leaf crown is indeed a rare distinction. While the other officials in the hall also received rewards, such as Yuan Wei, who was given a set of apricot yellow robes embroidered with the 8 trigrams. These accolades were rather standard, lacking the significance and value of the crown personally crafted by the emperor. Observing Zhu Ping'an being awarded the fragrant leaf crown, Yuan Wei's eyes reddened, resembling a rabbit afflicted with conjunctivitis. However, Zhu Ping'an was not the sole recipient of this honor that day. His mentor, Su Jie, was also granted a fragrant leaf crown, along with a set of apricot yellow robes embroidered with the 8 trigrams and a pair of azure silk shoes. Furthermore, Su Jie received a special gift from the emperor, a celestial elixir. Upon hearing that Su Jie not only received the fragrant leaf crown, but also an additional gift of the emperor's personally concocted elixir, Yuan Wei's spirits lifted slightly. Albeit for a simple reason, Zhu Ping'an's prominence was somewhat overshadowed. Yet, witnessing Zhu Ping'an remain unfazed, Yuan Wei's mood soured once more. As long as it did not pertain to royal secrets, news within the palace spread swiftly. The verses composed by Su Jie soon reached the desks of many. A scholar is originally a man of great virtue, proclaiming long live the emperor with resounding cheers. A horizontal stroke traverses the universe, while 2 vertical strokes soar to uphold the state. Promotions, wealth, and titles are established. Principles, regulations, and imperial designs are set forth. The sovereign enjoys endless blessings as the moon shines upon the 5 lakes. Initially, the crowd regarded Su Jie's verses as rather unremarkable, an entirely ordinary composition, even bearing a hint of a doggerel tone. They could not comprehend how Lord Su could produce such a mundane piece, nor why the emperor would favor it so. However, as they studied the verses, the hidden brilliance gradually revealed itself. This was a clever composition that ingeniously dismantled the characters for Jiajing, praising each stroke in sequence with seamless eloquence. Recognizing this intricacy, the crowd revisited Su Jie's verses, and they marveled at his artistry, realizing he had indeed flattered the emperor to perfection, leaving them in awe. It was no wonder the emperor had rewarded him with both the fragrant leaf crown and the elixir. Experience trumps youth. Witnessing his mentor Su Jie's masterful flattery, Zhu Ping'an could not help but smile subtly. As the day progressed, shortly after the morning meal, during the auspicious time favored by Taoist traditions, Emperor Jiajing commenced a ritual to pray for the welfare of the people. Soon, the entire western garden was enveloped in the fragrant smoke of incense. Zhu Ping'an and the other officials summoned to present verses remained at the ritual altar to inscribe their compositions. The intricate and solemn rituals, involving the burning of incense, the crafting of talismans, the invocation of thoughts, the recitation of incantations, and a series of tedious yet grand ceremonies, continued until noon. After the conclusion of the ritual ceremony, Zhu Ping'an, much like during the previous occasion of transcribing the Qingci on the altar, descended gracefully from the platform, his sleeves concealing 13 brushes imbued with gold powder. This act was not born out of avarice. Rather, it was a deliberate choice to prevent the unscrupulous Tao Zhongwen from profiting unduly. Following the ceremony, all the gold powder, which served as ink, was to be surrendered entirely to that old charlatan. Tao Zhongwen's insatiable greed was notorious. During the previous Longgu incident, he had shamelessly extorted over 200,000 taels of silver from the Jiajing emperor under the pretense of conducting a ritual at Wudong Mountain. He frequently incited the emperor to host various ceremonies, each time reaping substantial rewards. Zhu Ping'an harbored not a shred of fondness for this old trickster, who, despite his seemingly ethereal demeanor, was a scourge to the nation, rivaling the corruption of the most avaricious officials. The expenses for alchemical pursuits and Taoist practices were exorbitant, with the costs of setting up altars and rituals often surpassing several thousand to tens of thousands of taels, funds that ought to be derived from the populace for the benefit of the populace, now squandered recklessly. The leftover gold powder from these rituals was too valuable to forego. It would be foolish to allow this old rogue to benefit from it. Ha ha ha, Lord Zhu, even in this sweltering summer, you still feel cold in your ears. Look at how you're covering them. Came a mocking voice from behind as Zhu Ping'an returned to the Wuyi Hall. Turning around, he beheld Yuan Wei, whose face was twisted with envy and scorn. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an glance back, Yuan Wei pointed at his ears, his expression a chaotic blend of jealousy and ridicule. Zhu Ping'an wore the fragrant leaf crown bestowed upon him by the Jiajing Emperor that morning. This crown was most fitting for Taoist ceremonies, such as the one just completed. Had he not donned it during the ritual, it would have constituted a grave political misstep, a point demonstrated years ago by the esteemed elder Xia Yan. At that time, Xia Yan was the chief minister, while Yin Song was merely a subordinate. Both had received the fragrant leaf crown from the emperor. Xia Yan opposed the emperor's superstitious practices, thus he never wore the crown. In stark contrast, Yin Song not only wore the crown during rituals, but also ensured to don it meticulously clean, adorned with a light veil to protect it from dust and damage during every audience with the emperor. Consequently, the Jiajing emperor showered praise upon Yin Song, while distancing himself from Xia Yan, who ultimately met a tragic fate, executed for his perceived disloyalty. Whereas Yin Song ascended to the highest echelons of power. Therefore, it was imperative for Zhu Ping'an to wear the fragrant leaf crown. However, due to its green hue, which symbolized infidelity and was shunned by men, he had fashioned a black veil for it by hand prior to the ritual. However, due to Zhu Ping'an's lack of skill, the cap he crafted was oversized. Before the ceremonial rites, he had deliberately tucked the excess fabric into the crown. Unexpectedly, during the kneeling and rising movements of the ceremony, the rear half of the gauze fell away. The gauze was quite thin, and since the front half remained intact, Zhu Ping'an was oblivious to the fact that the back half had slipped down, covering most of his ear like an ear warmer. Consequently, Yuan Wei mockingly commented on Zhu Ping'an's cold ears and ridiculed him for wearing the fragrant leaf crown, insinuating that Zhu Ping'an was akin to a monkey wearing a crown. Upon hearing Yuan Wei's taunts, Zhu Ping'an finally realized that the back half of his cap had indeed fallen and concealed his ear. Amusingly, in the midst of summer, he found himself with cold ears. Zhu de Run, indeed, was a subject of mockery. Yuan Wei, with a smirk, shook his head, relishing the opportunity to deride Zhu Ping'an, who had received the fragrant leaf crown as a reward from Emperor Jiajing, a source of envy and resentment for him. Now, seizing the moment, he was eager to unleash his sarcasm. "Are you out of your mind? Have I wronged you in any way?" Zhu Ping'an thought, grappling with a myriad of thoughts on whether to respond to Yuan Wei's increasingly sarcastic remarks. At that moment, the other courtiers returning to the Wuyi Hall had begun to gather, casting glances in their direction. "What's the matter, Zhu de Run? It seems your ears are truly cold." "Hee. Coincidentally, I know a physician by the surname Li who specializes in such ailments." Observing the onlookers, Yuan Wei took the opportunity to further insult Zhu Ping'an by recommending a physician, subtly implying that Zhu Ping'an was unwell. "Ah, Yuan de Run, my ears are not cold. Perhaps it is your envy that has flared?" Zhu Ping'an retorted, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he inclined his head toward Yuan Wei. His calm response caught Yuan Wei off guard, leaving him speechless, his face flushing crimson, akin to a liver, as the embarrassment washed over him. The scene was quite comical. Just moments before, Yuan Wei had animatedly berated Zhu Ping'an, yet a single, understated retort from Zhu Ping'an had rendered him utterly defeated. It was as if a robust man had unleashed a flurry of empty threats, only to be subdued by a mere finger. In that instant, Yuan Wei's mind went blank, his face aflame with embarrassment as he stood frozen, wishing for a hole to hide in. "Ah, my ears are not cold. It is your envy that burns." Yuan Wei had become a quintessential example of a bully turned victim, and the crowd could not help but chuckle at his plight. "Since you know physicianly, I shall refrain from recommending another for you, and I sincerely wish you a speedy recovery." Zhu Ping'an offered a slight bow, shrugged his shoulders, added his light-hearted comment, and then gracefully turned to leave, leaving Yuan Wei standing there, the center of attention for all. Chapter 976, Encountering Conflict Around Noon. After partaking in a vegetarian meal at the palace, Zhu Ping'an and Gao Gong returned to the Prince of Yu's residence from the Western Garden. Ziho, tell me. In the face of calamities and disasters, what good is it to set up altars and perform rituals? On their way back, Gong, with his hands clasped behind his back, let out a cold laugh and spoke to Zhu Ping'an, his expression radiating arrogance and indignation. Zhu Ping'an found himself at a loss for words in response to Gong's inquiry. The topic he raised was fundamentally a political misstep. One must understand that Emperor Jiajing was wholeheartedly devoted to the pursuit of immortality, inherently revering Taoism, and rituals were an indispensable aspect of this belief. Thus, within this grand context, any doubts or criticisms of these rituals were tantamount to political blunders. The former chief minister, Yang Tingyi, faced Emperor Jiajing's wrath and was dismissed for questioning the rituals, a lesson underscored by the fates of figures like Xia Yan. Do not speak ill of the rituals. Master Su Jie had reminded him more than once. However, given Gong's temperament, Zhu Ping'an knew that if he were to insincerely praise the rituals to avoid a political error, he would inevitably face Gong's scorn, jeopardizing the fragile friendship they had painstakingly established. How to respond? This was indeed a dilemma. Just as Zhu Ping'an's mind was ensnared in this quandary, his peripheral vision caught the surrounding environment, and a smile crept upon his lips. Indeed, those who left an indelible mark on history were never simple, and Gong, the cunning old fox, was no exception. Zhu Ping'an silently chastised him. Subsequently, Zhu Ping'an donned an expression of indignation, chuckled lightly, and shook his head. Though his voice was subdued, it carried a passionate fervor. In the presence of Brother Suqing, I shall refrain from veiled remarks. In my humble opinion, any rituals performed to appease the gods in times of calamity should be approached with utmost caution and skepticism. While these rituals may be intended for supplication, during times of natural disasters, the foremost consideration should be disaster relief, not the performance of rituals that merely squander human and material resources. Natural calamities demand aid and recovery, while human-made disasters necessitate strict governance and political cleansing. Zhu Ping'an felt emboldened to voice such sentiments, having just noticed the empty surroundings of the square they occupied. With no one around, he could speak freely without fear of being overheard. Gong's earlier outburst was undoubtedly influenced by this awareness. After all, with his intelligence and over a decade of experience in the political arena, he would certainly recognize the impropriety of criticizing the rituals. Thus, Zhu Ping'an could not help but mentally label Gong as the cunning old fox. Your words ring true. Tao Zhongwen, that old Taoist, has conducted countless rituals. If they were truly effective, our Ming dynasty would have long enjoyed bountiful harvests and peace across the seas. How could we then be beset by such calamities? Gong nodded in agreement, proceeding to express his vehement discontent regarding the rituals and Tao Zhongwen, his grievances far from trivial. As they traversed the square, the crowd gradually thickened. Gong, without leaving a trace, deftly shifted the topic of conversation, engaging Zhu Ping'an in a discourse on the profound meanings of the classics. Zhu Ping'an appeared oblivious to the changing environment, seemingly captivated by the subject matter introduced by Gong, and they continued their discussion on the interpretations of the classics. In this manner, they unwittingly arrived at the residence of Prince Yu. Upon entering the estate, the two navigated the familiar path towards Chang'an Hall, the office of Prince Yu. As they approached the intersection between the central courtyard and the western courtyard, they noticed a throng of individuals ahead, a mix of men and women, predominantly women, who were in disarray. Intermittent shouts of reprimand, debate, and quarrels filled the air, punctuated by the sounds of a girl's distressed sobs. What could be amiss? Zhu Ping'an lifted his gaze and recognized a familiar figure among the crowd. It was Manager Liu, positioned centrally as a mediator. However, the furrowed brow and hand pressed against his forehead suggested that his role as arbiter was proving to be quite challenging. As they drew closer, the scene became clearer. In the center lay a silk cloth, around which two maidens were embroiled in a heated dispute. Both were of tender years. One appeared to be around 17 or 18, possessing a classic oval face, exquisite features, and an aura of youthful purity. The other was noticeably younger, approximately 15, yet surprisingly mature in form, with a charming allure that persisted even in her anger. Despite her youthful countenance, she radiated a captivating charm, even when her expression was one of indignation. The two maidens presented themselves as aggrieved parties. Surrounding them were more than 10 young girls, divided into two factions, one supporting the innocent maiden, the other rallying behind the alluring one, creating a palpable tension between the sides. Manager Lu stood between the two disputants, flanked by two young attendants. You speak falsely. This silk cloth was clearly entrusted to me. You have stolen it. The pure-hearted maiden exclaimed vehemently, her shoulders trembling with indignation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, which she stubbornly withheld from flowing in front of the gathering. You are the one who speaks untruths. This silk cloth was given to me. You have pilfered it and now cast blame, retorted the alluring maiden, her cheeks puffed up in frustration, resembling a hamster with cheeks stuffed with food. Her small hand pointed accusingly at the pure-hearted maiden, her anger causing her to tremble, while large tears cascaded down her charming face. Her pouting lips seemingly capable of holding a small silver bottle. I believe him, Emperor. It must be you, Feng'er, who has taken it. Just admit your mistake. We will intercede on your behalf with the manager, one of the onlookers chimed in. We are aware of your background. Your father is a fallen mason. Your family has suffered calamity, and you fled to the capital in search of refuge. When you arrived, your father struggled to make a living, and your mother fell ill, leading your father to sell you to our household. You pilfered the silk, surely for the sake of your family. You might as well admit it. For we all entered the manor together, and we shall intercede on your behalf. In light of your filial piety, the steward may show leniency towards you. Indeed, dear Feng, we are all of the same cohort. It is not worth jeopardizing our sisterly bond over a piece of silk. Have you forgotten how Sister Emperor tended to you? When you were unable to attend dinner after sweeping the courtyard, who brought you your meal? When you shattered the glass lamp, who pleaded for you before the matron? Even if your family is in dire straits, stealing is not the answer. The handmaidens behind the innocent maid could no longer suppress their indignation and stepped forward to defend her, pointing accusatory fingers at the alluring maiden. You speak falsely. I did not break the glass lamp. The enchanting maiden's cheeks flushed with rage, wishing to retaliate against the maid who accused her. Sister Feng'er brought more food for Sister Emperor. Sweeping the courtyard should have been Sister Emperor's responsibility. Last time, when my hairpin fell, Feng'er did not pick it up, but returned it to me. Sister Feng'er is not a thief. The maidens beside the charming one were equally unwilling to remain silent, rising to her defense and countering the innocent maid's faction. Meanwhile, Steward Lu felt as though he were surrounded by a cacophony of quacking ducks, his head throbbing with the noise. Steward Lu, pray, arbitrate for us. The innocent maid's companions clamored around him, seeking his judgment. Indeed, Steward Lu, you are the fairest among us. Please render us justice. The handmaidens accompanying the alluring maiden also encircled him, incessantly pleading for his intervention. As the clamor grew louder, Steward Lu felt as though he had plunged into a veritable duck pond, his ears assaulted from all directions by the cacophony. Unable to bear it any longer, he shouted at both factions, Enough! Silence! How can I adjudicate fairly amidst this uproar? I shall allow you to speak only when I call upon you. Once he commanded their attention, the maidens quieted down. Steward Lu then appraised the innocent maid and the alluring maiden. Both appeared as victims, one with reddened eyes, stubborn tears glistening in the corners, the other with puffed cheeks, large tears cascading down her face. In this era, resolving disputes hinges upon the five senses, listening to words, observing expressions, discerning emotions, and closely watching the eyes. Steward Lu, though inexperienced, followed this ancient method of adjudication. However, upon examining the countenance, demeanor, and expressions of both maidens, he found them equally indignant, rendering it impossible to determine the truth. As for their character, he had yet to ascertain it. For both the innocent maid and the alluring maiden, along with the surrounding handmaidens, had only recently been admitted into the manor at the beginning of the month. After the prince's generous gifts were received, the manor had flourished, prompting the recruitment of a new batch of handmaidens to enrich the household. They had only just entered the residence a few days ago, and Manager Lu was entirely unaware of their character, rendering him incapable of discerning who among them was a thief or a liar. With no means to judge their integrity and both parties having witnesses, they found themselves in a predicament. In this quandary, Manager Lu shifted his focus to the tangible evidence, a piece of silk adorned with a pink peach blossom pattern. Oh, was this not the very silk bestowed upon the newly arrived maidservants just 2 days prior? A glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as he recalled that this silk was part of a unified gift for the new maidservants. Although the silks were all pink, they featured various floral patterns, including peach blossoms, plum blossoms, and begonia blossoms, among others. Each maid had registered upon selecting their piece. If he could retrieve the list of recipients from that day, they could discover who had claimed the silk with the peach blossom design. This case could be resolved. With this thought, a smile finally graced Manager Lu's face as he turned to his assistant, Fakushin, and instructed, Fakushin, please fetch the list of gifts from the accounts room and find out which of the two claimed the silk with the peach blossom pattern. Upon hearing this, the two maidservants lifted their heads to look at Manager Lu, hesitating to speak. What is it? Manager Lu raised an eyebrow and inquired. Sister Imoer and Sister Fenger both adore peach blossoms, so they both chose the silk with that pattern. We went to collect it together. There must be no mistake. The two maidservants chimed in unison. What? They both received the same pattern? Manager Lu was taken aback. If they had both claimed the same floral design, then consulting the gift list would be of no use. Thus, he found himself ensnared in yet another dilemma. At this moment of uncertainty, Zhu Ping'an and Gao Gong happened to pass by. Lord Gao, Lord Zhu, Manager Lu promptly turned to bow to the two. Long life to you, Lord Gao. And Lord Zhu, he greeted. The maidservants present, witnessing Manager Lu's deference, followed suit and bowed respectfully to both Gao Gong and Zhu Ping'an. Gao Gong, ever haughty, regarded even his colleagues from the Yu Wang residence with disdain, let alone a mere manager and maidservants. He dismissed the trivial squabble over silk with a haughty air, striding past without so much as a nod. Good day, Manager Lu. Zhu Ping'an offered a slight smile, saluting Lu and nodding to the maidservants present. In the crowd, the innocent maidservants bowed without daring to glance sideways. This seemingly simple yet earnest young lord was quite amiable. Despite not being handsome, he radiated a sunny disposition. Unlike the lofty Lord Gao, who carried an air of arrogance, as if they were mere refuse by the roadside, the alluring maidservant, emboldened by Zhu Ping'an's greeting, dared to glance at him, her thoughts reflecting her admiration. The other maidservants echoed similar sentiments towards both Zhu Ping'an and Gao Gong. As they walked, Zhu Ping'an had already gleaned a general understanding of the dispute over the silk between the innocent and alluring maidservants. Understanding the predicament of Manager Lu, Zhu Ping'an was fully aware and found it not difficult to resolve. He was inclined to offer a word of advice to Manager Lu. However, at that moment, Gao Gong had already stepped forward. Zhu Ping'an could only smile gently at Manager Lu before taking a couple of steps to catch up with Gao Gong. Su Qing. Lord Zhu. Just as Zhu Ping'an was about to take another step forward, a magnetic and charming voice called out from behind. Upon hearing the voice, Zhu Ping'an immediately recognized its owner, Zhang Jiajing. Indeed, turning around, he saw Zhang Jiajing striding towards him, impeccably dressed in a pristine official robe, devoid of any creases, as if it were freshly tailored. Even before he arrived, a fragrant breeze wafted towards them. The graceful gentleman, like a jade tree standing tall in the wind, evoked a flurry of poetic imagery among the maidens present. What a handsome lord! The maidens, at an age ripe with youthful infatuation, couldn't help but whisper excitedly upon catching sight of Zhang Jiajing. The pure maidens still performed their curtsies with unwavering gaze, while the more enchanting ones stole a glance at Zhang Jiajing, their eyes widening slightly. Indeed, he was far more handsome than the amiable, sunny young man from earlier, as if he had walked straight out of a painting. Ah, Uncle Da, what wind has brought you here? Upon hearing Zhang Jiajing's voice, Gao Gong turned with a smile, beckoning Zhu Ping'an to step forward and greet him. Lord Zhang. Zhu Ping'an smiled and cupped his hands in respect. I have the honor of meeting you, Lord Zhang. Manager Lu greeted with a bow. Zhang Jiajing responded with a smile and a nod to Manager Lu, then returned the gesture to Gao Gong and Zhu Ping'an. From his sleeve, he produced a weathered tome, waving it in front of Gao Gong with a smile. The ancient texts His Highness entrusted me to correct have finally been completed, and I am here to report back to His Highness. Is it truly the chronicles of Qingci by the southern Liang's Zonglian? Gao Gong, brimming with excitement, inquired eagerly, his face reflecting sheer delight. Indeed, it is Zonglian's chronicles of Qingci, albeit a fragmentary version, Zhang Jiajing replied with a smile. Excellent. Gao Gong rubbed his hands together in excitement, having long admired this particular work. At this moment, Zhang Jiajing seemed to finally notice Manager Lu and the subtly confrontational maidens. His gaze swept across the crowd, and when it landed on the pure maiden and the enchanting maiden, a slight ripple of intrigue stirred within his otherwise serene eyes. Since when did the Wang residents welcome such two extraordinary maidens? One, like an orchid in a secluded valley, the other, akin to a droplet of peony. Zhang Jiajing did not deny his inherent appreciation for beauty. However, as a man of great ambition, he had always maintained self-control over such interests. In public, he was a paragon of virtue, while in the privacy of his home, he indulged these inclinations more freely. Regarding the two maidens of the Duke of Yu's residence, he merely found himself drawn to their allure, akin to the way flowers in a garden attract the gaze of passers-by. What has come over them? Zhang Jiajing discreetly withdrew his gaze and casually inquired. Lu, the manager, took a step forward, prepared to discuss the general situation, but was preempted by Gong. The dispute over silk was merely a trivial matter, unworthy of mention. His Royal Highness, the Prince of Yu, is currently resting. Come, Uncle Da. Let us proceed to my office and converse about the Qingci Sui Shiji. Gong dismissively shook his head, stepped closer, and placed his arm around Zhang Jiajing's shoulder, inviting him to explore the book he had long been interested in, eager to delve into its contents without delay. Brother Suqing, take it easy. I will accompany you. Zhang Jiajing remarked with a wry smile as he was nudged forward, his steps slightly unsteady. Haha, please, Uncle Da, Gong responded, finally releasing Zhang Jiajing with a smile and gesturing for him to proceed. Zhang Jiajing reciprocated the gesture, and the two walked side by side. Observing their camaraderie, Zhu Ping'an followed suit with a bittersweet smile, feeling somewhat overlooked. Zhang Xia, Li Kaifeng, which of you has pilfered the silk? Speak truthfully to me, and I shall consider your honesty in my judgment. Should you remain obstinate, I will uncover the truth. Lu's voice echoed from behind, as Zhu Ping'an trailed after Gong and Zhang Jiajing. Initially, Zhu Ping'an paid little heed to the remark. However, as he advanced a few steps, he abruptly halted, as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Who? The name Lu had just uttered resonated in his mind. Li Kaifeng? Lu had indeed called out the name of Li Kaifeng. To his astonishment, it turned out that one of the maids was Li Kaifeng. Recalling the earlier altercation between the maids, he had vaguely heard mentions of a mason and fleeing to the capital. It was undeniable. It must be Li Kaifeng. Calculating the timeline, it coincided with the period when Li Kaifeng had just entered the Prince of Yu's residence. The serene lake of Zhu Ping'an's heart was suddenly stirred into tumultuous waves, crashing relentlessly. Li Kaifeng, he whispered, the name sending a tremor through his features. Who exactly was Li Kaifeng? She was to become the Empress Dowager Cixing, the imperial consort of Emperor Longqing, who ascended the throne as the Prince of Yu, and the mother of Emperor Wanli. According to historical accounts and unofficial records, Empress Li, originally named Li Kaifeng, was of Han descent. Her father, Li Wei, was a humble mason, and their family lived in modesty. Especially after their village suffered from pestilence and drought, the Li family faced dire straits. In a desperate bid for survival, her father led Li Kaifeng and the family to flee to the capital. However, upon their arrival, the impoverished Li family struggled immensely to make ends meet, as misfortune seemed to compound upon them. The hardships in the capital were already considerable, and Li Caifeng's mother, worn out by years of toil, fell gravely ill, leaving Li's father in dire straits. After liquidating their meager possessions, he could only afford a scant amount for her medical expenses, an utterly insufficient sum for her treatment. In desperation, Li's father learned of the recruitment of servants by the Duke's manor. With no other options available, he reluctantly sold his daughter, Li Kaifeng, into servitude at the Duke's residence. It must be said that this decision to place Li Kaifeng in the Duke's household was the most prudent choice made by the Mason Li Wei throughout his lifetime. Without exception, this singular act not only paved the way for his future wealth and glory, but also led to the rise of a formidable empress and a powerful emperor. Upon entering the Duke's manor, Li Kaifeng quickly distinguished herself, first serving as a maid to the Duchess, and then swiftly rising to become a personal attendant. Her beauty soon caught the eye of the Duke, who took her into his chambers. By the third year, she bore the future Emperor Wanli, Zhu, and was elevated from maid to a concubine. In the fifth year, she gave birth to the Prince of Lu, and rapidly ascended to the status of a side consort. When the Duke ascended the throne, Li Kaifeng was honored with the title of noble consort, second only to Empress Chun. The Emperor Longqing passed away 6 years into his reign, leaving Li Kaifeng at the tender age of 28, a time when her beauty shone brightest. She supported her 10-year-old son, Zhu, as he ascended to the throne, appointed Feng Bao as the Grand Minister in the inner court, and promoted Zhang Jiajing to the position of Chief Minister, initiating the Wanli reforms that revitalized the ailing Ming dynasty, securing her place as one of history's renowned empresses. Of course, historical accounts often dwell on the intimate tales between Empress Li Kaifeng and Zhang Jiajing. Considering the timeline, Li Kaifeng entered the duke's manor at the age of 15, which aligns perfectly with her historical counterpart. Who could have anticipated that the newly arrived empress would find herself confronting such dire predicaments? The accusation of stealing silk fabric is a grave charge for a maidservant of the duke's household, one that bears an unbearable weight. A timely opportunity amidst adversity indeed. It seems I must assist Manager Li in resolving this case. Zhu Ping'an suppressed his excitement, took several deep breaths to calm the tumult within, and composed his expression to return to his usual demeanor. He turned, smiling, and approached Manager Li. "Manager Lu, what has transpired?" Zhu Ping'an inquired, stepping closer with an affected curiosity. "Young Master Zhu," Manager Lu greeted with a bow, a look of shame etched upon his face. "Alas, I have poorly managed matters, and never anticipated such an incident would occur, causing you to witness this embarrassment." He then recounted the events leading to the current predicament. The events began 2 days ago, when the estate distributed a piece of silk to each newly arrived maid. Zhang Xie and Li Kaifeng, along with the other newly appointed maids, collected their allocated silk from the storeroom. Both Zhang Xie and Li Kaifeng received silk adorned with peach blossom patterns, while the other maids received silk of various other designs. The 6 maids, including Zhang Xie and Li Kaifeng, shared a room, with their silk securely locked in a shared cabinet. This cabinet had 2 keys, one held by Zhang Xie and the other by Li Kaifeng. At noon today, the clothing department measured the maids for new garments, and they agreed to use their awarded silk for additional outfits. However, upon opening the cabinet to retrieve the silk, they discovered that only one piece of the peach blossom silk remained. The other had mysteriously vanished. The lock was intact, and there were no signs of forced entry, leading to the only conclusion that one of them had used their key to open the cabinet and take the missing silk. Both Zhang Xie and Li Kaifeng claimed that the remaining piece belonged to them, accusing each other of using the key to steal the other's silk. With both parties firmly entrenched in their positions, the argument escalated, garnering several witnesses to testify on their behalf. Ultimately, the matter was brought before Manager Lu, resulting in the current scene. Alas, both women possessed silk of the same design, and with only 2 keys, both of which they held. It was evident that one of them had to be the culprit. However, inquiries made to the gatekeepers revealed that neither had been seen leaving the premises with the silk. Manager Lu furrowed his brow, his expression one of despair. At that moment, a woman's voice was heard from the west courtyard gate, followed by the swift approach of an elderly matron. Upon seeing Zhu Ping'an, the matron bowed and offered her apologies. Zhu Ping'an smiled and gestured dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. "I have just conducted a thorough search of their belongings as per your instructions, Manager Lu, but unfortunately, the missing silk was not found," the matron whispered as she approached Lu. The failure to uncover the stolen item only deepened Manager Lu's furrowed brow. The case seemed increasingly insurmountable. Master Zhu, a subordinate passing by, greeted Zhu Ping'an as he departed for the estate's exit. "Manager Lu, this case needs to be resolved swiftly. The constant influx of people here could lead to undesirable attention," Zhu Ping'an advised after the official had left. "Young Master Zhu, I too wish for a swift resolution. But how can this case be concluded?" Manager Lu lamented, her face contorted in frustration. Both women had received silk of the same pattern, and with only 2 keys held by them, the paths to resolution seemed entirely obstructed. In Manager Lu's eyes, this silk case appeared to be an unsolvable enigma, destined to become a headless mystery. To speak candidly, the maidens present shared the same sentiment as Steward Lu, believing that this would devolve into yet another perplexing case. However, it was not insurmountable. Zhu Ping'an slightly tugged at the corners of his lips, revealing a confident smile, and softly addressed Steward Lu. "What? Not difficult?" The esteemed Zhu states it is not difficult. Upon hearing this, Steward Lu's mouth fell open in astonishment, followed by a surge of joy as he looked towards Zhu Ping'an. "Young Master Zhu is indeed remarkable. While we have been racking our brains all afternoon without a glimmer of hope, the young master has devised a solution merely by listening to my words. It is no wonder he has ascended to the rank of a 5th-grade official at such a tender age." In that moment, Zhu Ping'an's stature soared in Steward Lu's eyes. The maidens present also gazed curiously at Zhu Ping'an, reflecting on their own misjudgments. Indeed, one should not judge by appearances, This seemingly simple young master exhibited unexpected prowess. In their eyes, Zhu Ping'an transformed into a figure reminiscent of Zhuge Liang, the sage strategist. "I humbly request your guidance, young Master Zhu," Steward Lu eagerly implored, bowing slightly. "Haha, since the problem cannot be resolved directly, why not consider an alternative approach? Eliminate the one posing the questions, and the problem shall cease to exist." Zhu Ping'an replied with a narrowed-eyed smile. "Huh." Steward Lu, filled with anticipation, found himself momentarily stunned by Zhu Ping'an's suggestion. Eliminate the questioner. The maidens were taken aback, trembling like startled rabbits as they glanced at Zhu Ping'an. "Haha, I was merely jesting," Zhu Ping'an chuckled lightly. Steward Lu, caught between laughter and exasperation, looked at him incredulously. "Very well, let us return to the matter at hand." Zhu Ping'an smiled gently, his arms crossed as he surveyed the gathering. His gaze lingered on the pure-hearted maiden Zhang Xie and the alluring maiden Li Kaifeng before he continued. "Since you all claim this silk cloth as your own, with witnesses to attest to your ownership and no one having seen you steal it, we must also consider the possibility that a third party could have seized your keys while you were distracted, thereby accessing the cabinet and absconding with the silk. In the absence of evidence, I propose this. Steward Lu, please have someone cut the silk cloth in half. Each of you shall receive one portion. Does this seem acceptable? Is that truly permissible?" Steward Lu paused, a sense of disappointment washing over him. He had anticipated a revelation of enlightenment from Zhu Ping'an, only to find the solution a rather simplistic compromise. The disparity was disheartening, yet after some contemplation, Steward Lu nodded. "Indeed, this is a feasible approach. In a situation devoid of options, it serves as an effective means of resolution. Indeed, to preserve peace." The more Steward Lu pondered this solution, the more viable it appeared. Consequently, he instructed someone to cut the silk cloth in two, distributing one half to Zhang Xie and the other half to Li Kaifeng. Thus, the matter was resolved. Zhang Xie and Li Kaifeng departed with their respective portions of the silk, while the other maidens exchanged eye rolls on their way back. They had initially thought they were in the presence of a sage, only to realize that they had merely encountered a fool. The matter has finally come to a close, thanks to Lord Zhu. After the maidens departed, Steward Lu expressed his gratitude to Zhu Ping'an. "Come to a close?" Zhu Ping'an could not help but chuckle. "What do you mean?" Steward Lu was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Zhu's demeanor. "You separate them, assign them to different tasks, and then have someone discreetly observe them. The one who appears distressed or angry is the owner of the silk, while the one who seems pleased should be apprehended," Zhu Ping'an said, patting Steward Lu on the shoulder before turning to leave, shrouded in modesty. At these words, Steward Lu felt a jolt of enlightenment. He spun around. Yet all he caught was the distant silhouette of Zhu Ping'an, majestic and inscrutable under the light. In the royal prince's residence, within the firewood courtyard, two young maidens were chopping wood. One was a plump little girl, while the other was a strikingly alluring young maiden. The plump girl chopped the wood with a steady rhythm, neatly cleaving the logs beneath her feet. In stark contrast, the alluring maiden attacked the wood with ferocity, as if the log were her sworn enemy. The sound of her blows echoed violently, sending splinters flying, and one could sense her rage radiating like an inferno. "Humph! What a ridiculous lord! Have you lost your wits from reading too much? I wager even a pig would outsmart you. Since you all claim this silk belongs to you, let us divide it, one half for each of you. Does that satisfy you?" She spat, her contempt palpable. "You foolish swine, take this." As she chopped, her lips curled in a scornful pout, mercilessly berating a certain official, Zhu Ping'an, with every swing of her axe. "Fenger, do calm down," implored the plump girl, who had retreated far enough to avoid being accidentally harmed by her friend's fervent chopping. Indeed, the alluring maiden was none other than Li Kaifeng. Upon entering the western courtyard, they were assigned tasks. Li Kaifeng and her plump companion, Zhu Mani, were sent to the firewood yard, while Zhang Xie and another girl were tasked with washing clothes in the laundry courtyard. The other maidens had their own duties, fetching water, sweeping the yard, and dusting the furniture, common chores since their arrival. Thus no one suspected any ulterior motives behind this assignment. "How can you expect me to calm down? That silk was mine. Yet that foolish official arbitrarily awarded half of it to someone else. I had intended to bring the silk home to my mother for medicine. This is infuriating." Li Kaifeng fumed, striking the log with renewed vigor, envisioning it as the foolish official, Zhu Ping'an, with each powerful blow. "Sister Pangya, how can there be such foolish officials in this world? Their brains have been muddled by their studies, rendering them more obtuse than the pigs we once raised at home. Humph. If I were in a position of power, I would demonstrate that even decisions made with my backside would surpass his judgment. Exhausted, Li Kaifeng gasped for breath while supporting her waist, continuing to silently berate Zhu Ping'an. At that moment, her disdain for him was palpable, and her resentment was beyond measure. Giggle, Sister Feng. How could you possibly make decisions with your backside? Wouldn't that just give him an advantage? Upon hearing Li Caifeng's remark, Panya couldn't help but stifle a laugh, her small hands covering her mouth. Pa. Who would let him see that, Sister Panya? I was merely speaking metaphorically. Li Kaifeng, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, sprang up, her cheeks flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Okay, I understand, Panya chuckled uncontrollably. Humph, I am not the same. My current foe is that foolish pig. There is no one more foolish than him. TSK. When one cannot resolve an issue, they target the one who raises the question. What kind of person is that? How can he be so wicked? He is worse than the foolish characters depicted by storytellers. Both dim-witted and malevolent, yet he believes himself to be clever. If such a person can hold office, it spells disaster for the common folk. Li Kaifeng puffed her cheeks, once again launching a tirade against Zhu Ping'an. To her, he epitomized foolishness and malice. Sister, he was joking, Panya reminded her. He is nothing but a joke. Li Kaifeng retorted angrily. Look at how he resolves cases. Without discernment, unable to distinguish between thief and victim, splitting everything in half, believing himself to be fair and just. That such a foolish and wicked pig could hold office is a grand farce. With that, Li Kaifeng bent down to place a log on the chopping block, raising her axe high and bringing it down with force. As she did, her pouting lips provided an accompanying sound effect. Take that, foolish official. Seeing this, Panya swiftly dodged to the side. With a resounding thud, the log split in two, the axe's momentum driving it deep into the block. Having applied too much force, the axe became lodged. Li Kaifeng, exerting all her strength and stepping on the block, struggled to pull the axe free. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by several young girls rushing in. Fenger, the thief has been caught. Sister Feng, congratulations. Your suspicions were correct. Zhang Xie is the thief and has been apprehended. The girls chattered excitedly as they entered the courtyard. What is happening? Li Kaifeng, still on the chopping block, looked bewildered at her companions. It was that little Zhu, with his cleverness, that revealed Zhang Xie's true colors in an instant. Indeed, Master Zhu is truly a reincarnation of Zhuge Liang, so remarkably astute. I have often heard tales of Zhuge Liang's exceptional wisdom and prowess in adjudication, as well as the sagacity of Judge Bao. It always left me with a sense of regret. However, that sentiment has vanished, for I have personally witnessed and experienced a moment of divine judgment. Master Zhu is truly extraordinary. One wonders how his mind operates, for he is undeniably clever. No wonder he is the youngest top scholar of our Ming dynasty. If only I possessed even a fraction of his brilliance, I would awaken each night with laughter. The young maidens chattered excitedly, their words overflowing with praise for Zhu Ping'an. Zhu Ping'an, a master strategist? A living Zhuge Liang? Even compared to Judge Bao, if one were as clever as he, one would wake up laughing in their sleep? Listening to their animated chatter, Li Kaifeng could hardly believe her ears. Her face contorted in disbelief, her mouth agape in astonishment, as if she had been struck by lightning. That foolish pig. He is deemed a master strategist? A living Zhuge Liang, a divine adjudicator? What nonsense. They claim he is the youngest top scholar of the Ming dynasty, but I would assert he is perhaps the most foolish scholar instead. Have you all been infected by his stupidity? Or has he bestowed upon you some grand favor that compels you to sing his praises so insincerely? Li Caifeng's disdain and skepticism towards Zhu Ping'an were evident upon her face, making it difficult for her companions to overlook. Fenger, you ungrateful girl. Why do you display such a countenance whenever Master Zhu is mentioned? They remarked. If it weren't for Master Zhu, we would be in quite a predicament. Thus, you must express your gratitude to him properly. As her friends engaged in this spirited discourse, Li Caifeng's rebellious spirit only intensified, her expression of disdain becoming ever more pronounced. Express gratitude? Properly. At this, her exasperation reached new heights, and she mimicked Zhu Ping'an's voice sarcastically. Since you all claim this piece of silk belongs to you, let us divide it in two, each of you taking half. Is that satisfactory? That foolish pig's judgment warrants my gratitude? Are you still my dear friends? "Oh dear Feng, I believe you are the real fool," remarked one slightly older maid, Chui'er, as she playfully poked Li Caifeng's forehead, both annoyed and amused. "Chui'er, how can you call me a fool for the sake of an outsider?" Li Caifeng pouted, feeling wronged. "Outsider? He is your benefactor," Chui'er retorted, rolling her eyes in exasperation. "That foolish pig is my benefactor? Huh?" Li Caifeng scoffed, her disdain evident. "You silly girl, do you think Master Zhu adjudicates in such a manner?" Chui'er could not help but roll her eyes again. "Sister Chui'er, you aren't running a fever, are you?" Li Caifeng reached out her tiny hand to touch Chui'er's forehead, then shook her head in surprise. No fever. Why are you talking nonsense? Isn't it obvious how he solved the case? We all witnessed it. He simply tore my silk cloth in half right before our eyes. What is there to doubt? You silly girl, young Master Zhu did that on purpose, Chui'er retorted, swatting away Li Caifeng's chubby little hand in annoyance. Li Caifeng blinked, her expression a mix of confusion and disbelief. "Look at Feng. She was just as perplexed as we were when we heard it, giggling away. Indeed, if we could all guess how young Master Zhu would resolve the case, then the top scholar would lose his value." The other little girls, observing Li Caifeng's expression, couldn't help but stifle their giggles. Li Caifeng's bewildered face had become even more pronounced, practically begging to be turned into an emoji. "Enough, my foolish sister. You have no idea. Young Master Zhu was intentionally orchestrating everything. After we left, he instructed Steward Liu to separate you and Zhang Xia, assigning you to different tasks, and then had someone discreetly observe. The one who was upset was the owner of the silk cloth, while the thief was undoubtedly delighted. Just think about it. The owner suddenly lost half a bolt of silk. How could they be happy? And the thief, brazenly gaining half a bolt, would certainly rejoice. You threw a fit in the woodshed, nearly setting it ablaze, while Zhang Xia was happily humming away while washing clothes. Hence, Steward Liu had to control Zhang Xia, and upon questioning, she confessed to stealing the silk cloth. Chui'er recounted the entire sequence of events to Li Caifeng. Li Caifeng was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape like a round eggplant. She never imagined that the seemingly simple-minded young Master Zhu could devise such a brilliant method to resolve the case. No evidence, no witnesses, yet the truth was undeniable. How could she, the rightful owner, appear more like a thief? At that moment, she thought the thief's cap would surely be placed upon her head. The most optimistic outcome she could envision would be that it would turn into an unsolvable case. Yet, even in that scenario, everyone would still regard her as the thief. Wearing the thief's hat, how could she ever navigate life within the Duke's residence? Her father had worked so hard to secure her position there. What would happen to her mother's illness if she were cast out? And her younger brother was still so small, she couldn't bear to imagine it. However, to her astonishment, young Master Zhu had devised such a genius plan to exonerate her. Reflecting on her earlier harsh words towards him, calling him a foolish pig and wishing to chop him up, she realized she was, in fact, the greatest fool of all, ungrateful and resentful, repaying kindness with malice, forgetting favors, and harboring grievances. Shame and self-reproach washed over Li Caifeng, her little face flushed crimson, feeling as though it could bleed. In that moment, she even felt a deep desire to atone for her previous misjudgments. The effect of her earlier complaints about Zhu Ping'an was now magnified 1,000-fold in gratitude. In the past, Li Caifeng viewed Zhu Ping'an as exceedingly foolish. At this moment, she perceives him as possessing a brilliance 1,000-fold greater. Previously, he was in the depths of despair, but now, Zhu Ping'an stands tall and resplendent. After concealing his accomplishments and reputation at the western courtyard gate, he returned to his office to diligently attend to his duties. Though the Prince Yu's residence was modest, it resembled a miniature kingdom, bustling with various matters that provided ample opportunity for personal growth. During his time at the Prince Yu's residence, Zhu Ping'an's political acumen had significantly improved. As he was immersed in his official duties, a knock echoed through the room. Without lifting his gaze, he invited the visitor to enter. The door creaked open, ushering in the delightful aroma of steamed buns. Zhu Ping'an instinctively twitched his nose and looked up to find the future Empress Li before him, her cheeks flushed, head bowed, exuding an air of uncertainty. Her delicate hands cradled 2 large meat buns wrapped in oiled paper, and she opened her mouth twice, seemingly at a loss for words, her red lips parting and closing like a fish caught on land. "My lord, this is for you." Li Caifeng summoned her courage to speak, albeit hesitantly. Upon uttering the word "my lord," her ears turned crimson, and she ultimately sealed her lips, hastily thrusting the buns into Zhu Ping'an's hands. "Thank you for restoring my honor." After delivering the buns, Li Kaifeng turned and fled, her nerves seemingly dissipated, her speech noticeably more fluid, though she nearly collided with the door in her haste. Holding the steaming buns in his hands, Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but smirk. The future empress's gift was indeed unique. However, it was quite fragrant. "Very well. I shall graciously accept this token of gratitude. These must be the most valuable buns in the world," he thought, taking a bite of one. He found it delightfully soft and savory, well executed. He mused, had it not been for him, Zhu Ping'an, the one enjoying these buns today would likely have been Zhang Jiajing. Reflecting on this, he considered that after the fasting ceremony today, Gong would return to the Prince Yu's residence from the Western Garden. On his way, he would pass through the square and engage in fervent discussions about the fasting ceremony with his fellow enthusiasts. After leaving the square, they would continue their discourse on classical texts, their leisurely pace significantly slowing down. Had Zhu Ping'an not existed, no one would have been there to share in Gong's fervor or discuss classical literature, resulting in Gong saving at least 10 minutes on his journey. He would arrive at the Prince Yu's residence earlier, while Zhang Jiajing would still arrive at the designated time, encountering the scene of maidservants quarreling over silk. However, he would not meet Gong, and thus the latter would not engage Zhang Jiajing in conversation about ancient texts. Consequently, Zhang Jiajing would intervene in the dispute among the maidservants, and with his intelligence, though his solution might differ from Zhu Ping'an's, he would undoubtedly uncover the true thief and restore Li Caifeng's honor. Zhang Jiajing, being remarkably handsome, would have helped her navigate such a significant crisis in her life. It was inevitable that Li Kaifeng would harbor special feelings for Zhang Jiajing. Therefore, the rumors of Zhang Jiajing's relationship with Empress Li, suggesting he had shared her bed, might indeed hold some truth. However, from this day forth, everything has changed. At this pivotal moment in history, the protagonist has become me, Zhu Ping'an. Of course, Zhu Ping'an possesses a certain self-awareness. Given his appearance, it is evident that Empress Li could harbor no romantic feelings for him, only gratitude. This realization is something Zhu Ping'an acknowledges, and perhaps it is for the best. In chapter 982, the reunion at Su's residence, Zhu Ping'an had just finished a meat bun sent by the future Empress Li when a gentle patter of rain began to fall outside. Soon, the eastern wind rose, sweeping the raindrops against the window panes, and the rain intensified, swirling like smoke, a chaotic downpour enveloping the world. Amidst the heavy rain, Zhu Ping'an received an invitation, delivered to the Duke of Yu's residence by a messenger from Master Su Jie. The auspicious day had arrived, a celebration of Su Jie's wife's 50th birthday, inviting his students to the residence for longevity noodles. Naturally, one must attend such a significant occasion. After perusing the invitation, Zhu Ping'an respectfully tucked it into his sleeve and addressed the messenger, requesting him to relay to Master Su that he would attend promptly after his duties. Hoping that Su would not consider his presence a burden, the messenger assured him he would convey the message and then took his leave, as he needed to deliver invitations to others, such as Zhang Jiajing at the Hanlin Academy. As Zhu Ping'an concluded his duties, the rain outside showed no signs of abating, drenching the world in a relentless downpour. Clad in a raincoat and accompanied by Lu Dedeo, he rode to Master Su Jie's residence. "Ha, Zhu. You've arrived a bit late today." Su Fan, the eldest son of the Su family, greeted him at the entrance with a hearty laugh. "Zhongfang, Yang Jixing, and Shuda, Zhang Jiajing, have already arrived. Indeed, I am late. I shall certainly pour myself 3 cups as punishment later," Zhu Ping'an replied with a smile. "Very well, you said it, and I shall hold you to your word," Su Fan chuckled, giving Zhu Ping'an a playful shove towards the courtyard. "My father has asked me to welcome guests, so I shan't accompany you further. You are familiar with the house." After ushering Zhu Ping'an into the courtyard, Su Fan turned to Lu Dedeo, saying, "Dedeo, there are refreshments prepared in the guest quarters. You may join as well." The banquet was arranged specifically for attendants like Lu Dedeo. "Thank you, young master." Lu Dedeo, who had visited the Su residence several times and was acquainted with Su Fan, graciously expressed his gratitude, handing over his horse to a servant before entering the Su residence. Upon entering the banquet hall, Zhu Ping'an realized he had indeed arrived late, as many guests, including Yang Jixing and Zhang Jiajing, were already present. The birthday banquet was arranged according to ancient customs, employing a separate dining system. In the center stood 2 tables and chairs for Master Su and his wife, flanked by 15 tables on either side, most of which were already occupied. Zihu, over here. Right here. As Zhu Ping'an entered the venue, he immediately heard two familiar calls. Raising his head, he spotted Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen waving at him. They were seated in the back, partially obscured by a pillar, which prevented Zhu Ping'an from noticing them at first. It was only when they stood up to beckon him that he finally saw them. The pair had saved a seat for Zhu Ping'an directly in front of them. Ziwei. Wenshang, Zhu Ping'an said with a smile as he approached and plopped down into the seat they had reserved. Why didn't you call me to come along? Didn't we hear that you were summoned by the emperor to the Western Garden for the ritual? We thought you would return with your teacher today. Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen explained with laughter. Otherwise, we would have gone to the Prince of Yu's residence to find you. All right, I forgive you. Zhu Ping'an chuckled in response. Ziho, hold on. You've forgiven us, but we haven't forgiven you yet. Since you returned from the Western Garden so early, why didn't you stop by to see us? Zhang Siwei tapped on Zhu Ping'an's table, adopting an accusatory tone. My head hurts a bit, Zhu Ping'an replied, rubbing his forehead with a pained expression. What's wrong, Ziho? Wang Shizhen asked with concern. What happened at noon? I seem to have lost my composure. My mind is blank, and I'm experiencing a slight headache, Zhu Ping'an said with an innocent look. Uffed. Ziho, your excuse is rather flimsy. Wang Shizhen couldn't help but laugh. Zhang Siwei looked at Zhu Ping'an in disbelief, torn between amusement and exasperation. Fine, I admit my fault. I'll drink 3 cups as penance later, Zhu Ping'an said with a playful grin. Well, your intention is what matters. With your drinking capacity, 3 cups will likely require Wensheng and me to carry you home. Zhang Siwei rolled his eyes, not optimistic about Zhu Ping'an's tolerance. Indeed, Ziho, your drinking prowess is now well known. If you truly wish to make amends, how about writing 2 couplets for Wensheng and me? Wang Shizhen suggested. Splendid idea. Wensheng, your suggestion is excellent. We've heard about the couplets you composed during the ritual today. The couplets you write for us must surpass those written for the Emperor Jiajing. Zhang Siwei wholeheartedly endorsed Wang Shizhen's proposal, insisting that Zhu Ping'an's couplets should exceed those he had penned for the emperor. At your command. Zhu Ping'an replied with a smile, confident in his abilities honed over centuries of literary tradition. Meanwhile, in the front row, Zhang Jiajing was engaged in conversation with Yang Jixing. Both were from the same cohort of scholars and sat closely together. At that moment, they were deep in conversation. However, while Zhang Jiajing was all smiles, Yang Jixing maintained a notably indifferent demeanor, neither warm nor cold, seemingly disinterested in Zhang Jiajing's banter. I have heard that you, esteemed brother Nian, have studied musical theory with the minister of the Nanjing Board of Civil Affairs, Han Banqi, and have mastered its essence, even crafting the 12 pitches yourself, producing harmonious melodies when played. Today marks the birthday of your esteemed mother. I wonder if Jiajing has had the fortune to hear your celestial performance. Zhang Jiajing leaned slightly forward, smiling as he spoke to Yang Jixing. Unfortunately, I am observing a fast and cannot partake in entertainment, Yang Jixing replied coolly, firmly declining the invitation. Oh, it seems that Zhu Zheng has no fortune to hear. Zhang Jiajing was not the least bit surprised by Yang Jixing's rejection. He understood that after yesterday's visit, Yang felt disillusioned, perceiving him as a timid, cowardly soul, merely surviving rather than thriving, and thus, it was only natural for Yang to mock him. Moreover, in the realm of music and melody, there exists a lesser path. The talents of a national instrument should not be squandered on trivial matters, for it would tarnish the esteemed name and essence of the national treasure. Brother Shuda ought to cherish himself for the country and avoid the calamity of this trivial path. Yang Jixing's words dripped with sarcasm, and after speaking, he nonchalantly lifted his teacup to drink, disregarding Zhang Jiajing entirely, serving tea to a departing guest. The mockery and aloofness were so palpable that Zhang Jiajing found himself momentarily at a loss for words, the atmosphere growing somewhat awkward. However, deep down, Zhang Jiajing felt a sense of relief. Yang Jixing was far too perilous, and he was eager to delineate boundaries with him. Shortly after Zhu Ping'an's arrival, Su Jie, accompanied by his wife, took their seats at the head of the table, and the birthday banquet commenced in earnest. Exquisite wines and delicacies were gradually laid out before the guests, naturally accompanied by the traditional longevity, peaches and noodles. As toasts were exchanged, a joyous atmosphere enveloped the gathering. Su Jie raised 3 cups in a toast, scattering a sprinkle of good fortune, after which the students began to offer their congratulations and gifts to the matron. However, on the matter of gifts, Su Jie, acting on behalf of his wife, graciously declined all offerings, gesturing for a table to be placed in the center of the banquet where the 4 treasures of the study were presented. The meaning was unmistakable. One by one, the students stepped forward to recite poetry in celebration, showcasing their talents, transforming the banquet into a literary gala. Among those present, not a single individual lacked expertise in the art of poetry, and exquisite verses flowed, echoing praises throughout the hall. The poem penned by Zhang Jiajing stirred the first peak of excitement at the banquet. To the matron, the East Sea casts its fortunes without regard for years. In the realm of longevity, 3,000 paths appear. May we together craft blessings on Mount Song, as the northern dipper and southern ladle stand shoulder to shoulder. Zhang Jiajing's poem exuded a celestial charm and conveyed auspicious sentiments, indirectly lauding Su Jie and his wife for their harmonious companionship, earning unanimous acclaim from the guests. Even the typically reserved Mrs. Su smiled and acknowledged it with a nod of approval. Following this, the attendees took turns to present their verses. And when it was Zhu Ping'an's turn, Su Dashao Su Fan interjected. Zihu, if you can compose a truly remarkable birthday poem, I shall absolve you of the 3 penalty cups for your tardiness today. However, should you fail to do so, those 3 penalty cups may very well double to 6. I know your capacity for liquor is not the best, so I devised this plan to lend you a hand. What do you say? Quite the brotherly gesture. Wouldn't you agree? Su Dashao appeared unexpectedly, patting Zhu Ping'an on the shoulder, winking at him with a mischievous grin. Indeed, you are quite the brother. Zhu Ping'an replied with a slight smirk, a reluctant admission escaping his lips. In such a setting, there was no way to refuse. Why be polite? We are all good brothers. Oh, and I mustn't appear to be overly supportive of you. That would not be beneficial for either of us. Let us allow you a moment to savor a cup of tea. Come, Zihu, hasten to write. Su Dashao chuckled heartily, refusing to entertain any objections as he thrust a brush into Zhu Ping'an's hands. He then poured himself a cup of tea, gulping it down with abandon. His expression apologetic, yet his smile as bright as a blooming flower. Ah, my apologies, Zihu. I accidentally drank half a cup in one go, he exclaimed, while Zhu Ping'an's lips twitched in response. Observing this, Su Fan's smile grew even more radiant. Zhu Ping'an was acutely aware of his own tolerance for alcohol. Should he truly consume 6 cups, he would find himself reclining on the way home. Thus, he had no choice but to embark on crafting an extraordinary birthday poem. While composing a birthday poem was not inherently difficult, penning one that would evoke admiration was indeed a formidable challenge. Moreover, with Zhang Jiajing's preceding poem as a benchmark, the task became even more daunting. Therefore, recognizing the conventional path to be fraught with obstacles, Zhu Ping'an resolved to tread an unconventional route. With determination, he grasped the brush and cleared his thoughts, beginning to conceive his work. Almost simultaneously, a birthday poem by Zheng Banqiao, one of the 8 eccentrics of Yangzhou from the Qing dynasty, surged to the forefront of Zhu Ping'an's mind. How serendipitous! An idea sparked within him. Excellent, I shall employ this. With a sense of purpose, Zhu Ping'an dipped the brush in ink and inscribed the title A Birthday Tribute to the Teacher's Mother. Without hesitation, he continued, swiftly writing the 2 characters, Naihi. The moment these characters emerged, a wave of astonishment rippled through the onlookers, who exchanged incredulous glances. Naihi, meaning what to do, is not a term imbued with positivity, festivity, or blessings. Rather, it conveys a sense of helplessness and despair. How could such a word find its place in a birthday poem? Surely, the top scholar was not deliberately attempting to provoke Su Dashao, was he? One would hope not. Despite Su Dashao's somewhat unreasonable insistence, it seemed rather petty of the scholar to react in such a manner over a few cups of wine. Moreover, what an occasion this was. Engaging in such childish antics at a gathering meant for celebration appeared utterly absurd. We are well aware of the affection Su Shi has shown Zhu Ping'an, providing him with care and support in the court, which often incited envy among their peers. Yet, how did Zhu Ping'an choose to reciprocate this kindness? By sulking and inscribing the inauspicious term Naihi at his teacher's mother's birthday banquet? It seemed as though Zhu Ping'an's conscience had been compromised. Among the gathered students, many wore expressions of anger, casting blame upon Zhu Ping'an. Zhang Jiajing, too, was taken aback. Though his astonishment diverged from that of the others, it was tinged with curiosity. He could hardly fathom that Zhu Ping'an would sulk. Rather, he was intrigued to discover how Zhu Ping'an would craft a commendable birthday poem starting with such a word. Cough, cough, Zihu Su Fan. who had been sipping tea and timing the event, found himself startled, causing tea to spew forth in surprise at the sight of Zhu Ping'an's writing. Zhang Siwei, standing behind Zhu Ping'an, momentarily froze before shaking his head and chuckling. Ziu, you've done it again. Cough, cough. Ziu, how did you manage to slip up? Wang Shizhen, concerned yet flustered, observed the helplessness encapsulated in the two words penned by Zhu Ping'an. He felt a surge of empathy for Zhu and discreetly approached, tugging at the hem of Zhu's garment, attempting to lighten the atmosphere with a jest and provide an excuse for him. However, Wang was not adept at deception, and fabricating an alibi for Zhu left him blushing uncontrollably. A slip of the hand? How audacious of you to say that. Why don't you try slipping your hand as well? A mere slip could at most produce a single stroke, yet you managed to conjure two words? The onlookers, upon hearing Wang's excuse for Zhu, were left speechless. Zhu Ping'an turned back and discreetly winked at Wang Shizhen, who was momentarily taken aback, only to be struck with sudden realization. He shook his head in exasperation, thinking, Ziu, this fellow is at it again, trying to show off. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, Zhu Ping'an, resolute, dipped his brush into the ink and continued to inscribe the word Naiha. What? He wrote Naiha once more. What is Zhu Ping'an up to? Has he lost his mind? The spectators were aghast, their eyes bulging in disbelief. Those with weaker hearts clutched their chests in shock. Ziu, what is your intention? Su Fan stared blankly at Zhu Ping'an, his expression one of utter bewilderment. Initially surprised, he was now utterly astonished. Wang Shizhen, having regained his composure, stood behind Zhu Ping'an alongside Zhang Siwei, watching the spectacle unfold with a sense of amusement. What occasion is this? It is the birthday banquet of the matriarch. Everyone is composing poetry to celebrate, yet here you are, writing two instances of Naiha. This is simply absurd. A temper tantrum should have its limits. Such behavior is utterly outrageous. The assembled disciples were indignant, expressing their disdain through glances and sighs directed at Zhu Ping'an. However, what transpired next incited even greater outrage. With tempers flaring, for Zhu Ping'an continued, inscribing three more characters, Nai Ruo He. Thus, the first line of Zhu Ping'an's poem, He Shi Mu Shou, had been composed, Naiha Naiha Neruo. The crowd was on the brink of eruption. Zhu Ping'an had gone too far. Was this truly a birthday poem? It proclaimed He Shi Mu Shou, yet contained nothing but the words Naiha Naiha Neruo, brimming with negativity, despondency, and disillusionment. What sort of birthday poem is this? An uproar ensued. Madame Su cast a glance at Su Jie, who smiled gently, placing his hand over hers and giving it a reassuring pat. Zihu, what sort of birthday poem is this? Su Fan exclaimed, nearly losing grip of the cup in his hand. A birthday poem, Zhu Ping'an replied earnestly. A birthday poem? Nonsense. Naiha Naiha Neruo. What kind of birthday wishes are these? The tone is unmistakably that of a curse. The crowd rallied in support of Su Fan's indignation. Nevertheless, the murmurs of discontent and outrage did not deter Zhu Ping'an's creativity. Amidst the collective ire, he maintained an astonishingly steady hand, lifted his brush anew, and inscribed yet another pair of characters. Indeed, it was once again Naiha. Madness. Zhu Ping'an must be out of his mind. This madman. Is he intent on ruining his mentor's birthday celebration? At this moment, the crowd could hardly contain their urge to submerge Zhu Ping'an's head into the inkstone. Another lamentation arose, leaving Su Fan utterly flustered. Zhang Jiajing, his right hand stroking his chin, furrowed his brow tightly, his gaze fixated on Zhu Ping'an without blinking. Amidst the waves of indignation and criticism, Zhu Ping'an maintained a serene smile, his right hand gripping the brush as he resumed his writing, skillfully completing the second line with a fluidity reminiscent of clouds and flowing water. Alas, the rain poured heavily today. Although he refrained from writing another lament, the crowd's disapproval and outrage towards Zhu Ping'an showed no signs of abating. Even without penning another lament, the line, alas, today the rain pours heavily, remained steeped in negativity, despair, and disappointment. This was a birthday poem, yet the first line echoed lamentations, and the second line continued this thread of gloom, rendering the poem half-finished and entirely disconnected from the celebration. Oh, what manner of person is this? How can he still smile? His mentor has treated him with profound kindness, and this is how he repays that debt? If I were in his shoes, I would have long since hanged myself in remorse. The crowd shook their heads, sighed deeply, and the urge to dunk Zhu Ping'an's head into the inkstone intensified. After completing the second line, Zhu Ping'an once again dipped his brush into the ink. And without a moment's pause, he executed the strokes with the grace of a dragon riding the winds and a phoenix soaring through the heavens. Effortlessly crafting the third line, the pouring rain celebrates the longevity of the matriarch. Upon the emergence of this line, a soft murmur of astonishment rippled through the hall. This. It seems to carry some significance. The crowd, witnessing Zhu Ping'an's third line, couldn't help but express their surprise in hushed tones. With this line, the birthday poem began to take on a semblance of meaning, diminishing the negativity of the first two lines. Although it paled in comparison to the poems composed by others, it finally resembled a birthday poem. The crowd's indignation waned slightly, and as they regarded Zhu Ping'an, they felt a sense of witnessing a wayward son returning to the fold. Though this prodigal son remained unaccomplished and disheveled, at least he seemed willing to reform. Before the crowd's astonishment could fade, Zhu Ping'an once more dipped his brush and, with a flourish befitting a dragon soaring and a phoenix spreading its wings, he completed the final line of the poem in one breath, concluding with a delicate pause before abruptly lifting the brush, reminiscent of a dragon's tail sweeping and a phoenix taking flight. Thus, the entire poem sprang to life upon the paper. A birthday ode for the matriarch. Alas, alas, what can one do? Alas, today the rain pours heavily. The pouring rain celebrates the matriarch's longevity. May her years surpass even the torrential rain. As Zhu Ping'an withdrew his brush, the hall fell into a profound silence, so quiet that the sound of a pin dropping could be distinctly heard. This serene atmosphere lingered for a full 2 seconds, after which the hall erupted like boiling water, bustling with excitement. Wonderful. This truly captures the essence. A splendid poem. Who knew a birthday poem could be crafted in such a manner? The top scholar is indeed a top scholar. His command of language is truly exceptional. This poem indeed unfolds with intricate twists and turns, stirring the soul. Particularly the final line that serves as a crowning touch, elevating the entire composition to a realm of transcendence. It is a rare gem of a birthday tribute. I always believed that the esteemed mentor would bestow great favor upon the top scholar, and how could the scholar, in turn, behave foolishly at the birthday banquet of his esteemed mother? The scholar exhibits remarkable talent and audacity, infusing humor and wit into his celebratory poem to enliven the atmosphere. Once the guests regained their composure, they could not help but applaud in admiration. As disciples of Master Su, they initially expressed outrage at the audacity of the younger disciple, Zhu Ping'an, for penning such verses at the birthday feast, suspecting he was merely throwing a tantrum. However, with the misunderstanding now clarified, and recognizing the humor and brilliance of Zhu Ping'an's poem, which was indeed a rare and splendid birthday tribute, the guests generously offered their accolades. Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen were particularly amused. The previously oppressive atmosphere in the room was instantly dispelled, giving way to a lively ambience that reached the pinnacle of the banquet. Both expected and unexpected, Zhang Jiajing gazed at Zhu Ping'an's birthday poem with a complex expression. And after a moment of silence, he joined the others in applause. Zihu, you truly have a knack for this. Su Fan approached Zhu Ping'an with a smile, giving him a hearty pat on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Did you know? You just startled me. I was wondering how I would plead your case if my mother became upset. Thank you for your concern, esteemed brother." Zhu Ping'an clasped his hands in gratitude towards Su Fan and then pointed at the teacup in Su Fan's hand, chuckling. "Has esteemed brother finished your tea? I wonder if I will still be penalized for my tardiness regarding the 3 cups of wine. You are quite fortunate, aren't you?" Su Fan shook the cup in his hand, revealing half a cup of tea swirling within. Thank you, esteemed brother." Zhu Ping'an responded with a smile and a bow of thanks. "Oh, you mischievous student, truly a little trickster." Throughout the event, people found it impossible to forget his poem. Mrs. Su, covering her lips with a handkerchief, leaned towards Su Jie, whispering with a smile. Su Jie smiled in response, remaining silent. After Zhu Ping'an recited his birthday poem, Zhang Siwei, Wang Shizhen, and others took turns presenting their own verses in tribute to the esteemed mother. Although their poems did not evoke as much enthusiasm as Zhu Ping'an's, they nonetheless garnered hearty applause. Following the poetic tributes, Su Jie, accompanied by his wife, raised a toast to express gratitude to the assembled disciples, after which Mrs. Su returned to the back courtyard to host the female guests. As it was her birthday, the female relatives and friends were of primary importance, and naturally, Mrs. Su had to attend to them. During the banquet, Su Jian moved from table to table, inquiring about the well-being of his disciples and offering words of encouragement. The atmosphere of the birthday feast was one of joy and camaraderie, with cups clinking and laughter resonating throughout. Aware of Zhu Ping'an's limited capacity for alcohol, Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen took care to shield him from excessive drinking. Nevertheless, despite their efforts, Zhu Ping'an soon found himself overwhelmed, feeling a slight dizziness creeping in. Zhu Ping'an possesses a keen self-awareness. When he senses that he can no longer withstand the effects of alcohol, his head clouded, he rises to apologize to the newcomers, candidly confessing his incapacity to drink and expressing his gratitude with a cup of tea in place of wine. To his surprise, the visitor also opts for tea instead of alcohol. Really? Zhu Ping'an, though somewhat dazed, perked up at the mention of also, realizing that perhaps there was another soul at the banquet whose tolerance for liquor mirrored his own. He felt a sense of camaraderie. Indeed, just moments ago, Zhong Fong had displayed the same inclination. The visitor nodded in affirmation. Zhong Fong, you mean Brother Yang Jixing? Zhu Ping'an paused, perplexed, casting a questioning glance at his interlocutor. Surely, you jest. Brother Yang's reputation for his exceptional drinking capabilities is well known. While he may not boast of being impervious to intoxication, consuming 3 jin of liquor is certainly within his means. Not only does Zhong Fong substitute tea for wine, but he also adheres strictly to a vegetarian diet, being quite selective, even avoiding vegetarian dishes that contain scallions or ginger. Isn't that peculiar? He was once a man who relished meat. The visitor continued to chatter away, offering a relentless stream of commentary about Yang Jixing until he departed. Brother must be observing a fast, Zhu Ping'an mused, shaking his head. Today must be a special occasion for him, perhaps a day of ancestral worship, which explains his abstinence. Indeed, Brother Yang refrains from both alcohol and meat. We inquired, and he mentioned he has significant matters to attend to in 2 days, necessitating a 3-day fast. Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen remarked upon returning after a round of toasting. National affairs entwined with rituals and military matters, Zhu Ping'an pondered, his mind still foggy. The birthday feast concluded just before the curfew, and in a half-drunken stupor, Zhu Ping'an, still reeling, departed alongside Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Linghua Marquis' residence, they found Lu Dedeo waiting by a cart. Ah, Dedeo, we were just contemplating how to escort Zihu home. Yet here you are, with a carriage at the ready, Zhang Siwei greeted with a smile. Not I. But young Master Su arranged for it. Lu Dedeo scratched his head with a grin. How thoughtful of Su Laoda. I shall extend my gratitude to him another day. Zhu Ping'an replied, swaying slightly. Dedeo, you haven't overindulged, have you? Wang Shizhen inquired. Not at all. I only consumed meat today and abstained from any alcohol. The young mistress has instructed me not to drink while accompanying the young master, Lu Dedeo affirmed with a vigorous shake of his head. With Zihu entrusted to you, we can rest assured. Wang Shizhen and Zhang Siwei nodded in agreement, smiling. Today, I owe you both a debt of gratitude for shielding me from excessive drinking. Without your aid, I would surely have succumbed, Zhu Ping'an said lightly as he climbed into the carriage, clasping his hands in thanks to Zhang Siwei and Wang Shizhen. There's no need for such formality. Return home and rest, they urged him. Dedeo, we leave Zihu in your capable hands, so take care on the road. Rest assured. Lu Dedeo replied, clasping his fists in salute to the departing duo before driving the cart toward the Linghua Marquis' residence. As night descended, the rhythmic clatter of hooves echoed upon the cobbled path, akin to a lullaby. The carriage swayed gently, reminiscent of a cradle from childhood, and before long, Zhu Ping'an succumbed to slumber within. He remained blissfully unaware until they reached the residence of the Marquis of Linghua. Upon receiving the news, Li Shu hurriedly emerged with Huar and others. The sight of Zhu Ping'an peacefully dozing against the carriage wall rendered her anxious, prompting her to direct Huar and the others to prepare. Huar, go to the bathroom and ensure hot water is ready. Chinner, hurry to the kitchen and have them brew a bowl of hangover remedy. Zhuer, ask Mama Lu to bring the soft sedan chair. Have we arrived? Zhu Ping'an stirred awake, roused by the commotion outside. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with the sight of a visibly worried Li Shu. Shaking his head slightly, he forced a smile to reassure her. It's nothing. I merely rested my eyes for a moment. I didn't drink excessively today. Ziwei and Wensheng helped shield me from too much wine. In an effort to demonstrate his sobriety, Zhu Ping'an grasped the carriage yoke and attempted to step down. However, he overestimated himself. The slight intoxication rendered his steps unsteady, and he stumbled as he descended. Still trying to show off, Li Shu scolded playfully, rushing forward to steady him. Hee, Zhu Ping'an blushed, while Huar and Qingci stifled laughter behind their hands. With an arm draped over Li Shu's shoulder, he returned to the Jingxiang garden, inhaling the delicate fragrance of orchids that wafted from her. His heart fluttered, and his hand, no longer compliant, began to wander. As the ancients say, wine stirs desire. Indeed. It is no lie. Touch me again, and I shall sever your pig's trotters. Li Shu shot him a sultry glance, half shy and half annoyed, her tone teasing. Cough. I must have had too much to drink. My hands have a mind of their own. Zhu Ping'an chuckled, reluctantly withdrawing his roving hand. Believe that if you can. Li Shu retorted, her cheeks flushed, rolling her eyes dramatically, while wisps of hair caressed her cheeks, adding to her allure. Like a pig, heavy and odorous. And you've made me reek of liquor. No, I must take another bath. Qingci, come rub my shoulders. They ache terribly. Upon arriving at the Jingxiang garden, Li Shu guided Zhu Ping'an into the bathroom, pouting as she complained, and called for Qingci to massage her shoulders. Yet, her complaints bore no real bitterness, sounding more like playful coaxing. Miss, since you are to bathe anyway, why not share the bath with the young master? Qingci suggested softly while massaging Li Shu's shoulders. Indeed. Miss, the other maidens chimed in cheerfully. Together? Preposterous. Be careful with your skin, Li Shu retorted, momentarily pausing to contemplate, her face turning crimson as she flashed her little tiger teeth at Qingci and the others. Laughter erupted within the room, filling it with joy. Chapter 986. Men, miss. The young master insists on bathing alone and requires no assistance, said the blushing maid Huar, emerging from the bathroom with a small basket. Her head bowed like a timid quail as she reported back to Li Shu. Good intentions often go unappreciated. Even with a beautiful lady to attend to his bath, he turned it down. How ungrateful. Let us disregard him. You and Qingci shall assist me with my bath, allowing him to wallow in his remorse. Li Shu rolled her inky black eyes towards the bathroom, huffed softly in playful annoyance, yet her cherry lips bore a smile as she gently turned to Ware. My lady is truly the beauty. I am merely a plain little maid, Ware replied, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Before she could finish her sentence, a loud, regretful exclamation erupted from the bathroom, reverberating through the air like a pig being slaughtered. The sound of lingered for several seconds, filled with profound regret. Li Shu, Ware, and Qingci were startled by this unexpected outburst. Had the young master regretted his decision so swiftly? Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's lament, Ware's ears perked up like a rabbit's, her face flushing a deep crimson as she instinctively turned towards the bathroom, murmuring to herself. Qingci, overhearing Ware's whisper, rolled her eyes in exasperation and gently nudged Ware, uncertainly asking, did you perhaps make the bathwater too hot? Did the young master burn himself upon entering? Impossible. I tested the water after preparing it. The temperature was just right, not scalding at all. Ware shook her head vigorously. What could have caused such a commotion then? Did he slip on the wet floor? Or perhaps he drank too much and lost his balance, tumbling into the tub? Let us go see what transpired. As Ware and Qingci conversed softly, Li Shu had already sprung to her feet, hastening towards the bathroom, while anxiously beckoning Qingci and Ware to follow. If Zhu Gij had truly slipped or choked on water, she might not have the strength to assist him alone. Oh right, Ware and Qingci quickly realized, hastening to catch up with Li Shu. Just as they had taken a few steps, they spotted Zhu Ping'an barreling towards them, clad in a bathrobe, his hair dripping, and barefoot, noisily thumping against the wooden floor. He stumbled slightly, as if inebriated, rushing towards them like a gust of wind. Li Shu, Ware, and Qingci were again taken aback. His frantic demeanor indicated urgency. The manner in which his bathrobe was wrapped suggested he wore little beneath it, akin to a poorly secured garment. While his critical areas were covered, one shoulder was exposed, revealing a substantial portion of his chest. His left leg was shielded, yet his right leg was partially bared, the dark hair dancing joyfully in the breeze, reminiscent of seaweed swaying with the tide. With a countenance full of regret, Zhu Ping'an appeared as though he had missed a golden opportunity or committed some grievous error. Has he truly come to regret his decision? Qingci could scarcely believe her eyes. Her astonished lips formed a small circle as she murmured with uncertainty. Yet, the son-in-law was not that kind of person. The young lady had allowed the foolish Ware to attend to him during his baths numerous times, only to be rejected each time. Just last time, when the young lady had her monthly visit, or was even sent to warm the bed for him. But upon discovering the person in the bed was not the young lady, he promptly turned to the adjacent room to sleep. Such instances had occurred far too often, and he had consistently refused her. But how could this be explained now? The son-in-law had run out barefoot, lamenting as if he had missed a treasure or committed an egregious error. Was it possible that he had indulged in too much wine, leading him to act inappropriately? Or had the alcohol revealed his true nature? At that moment, Qingci's mind was awash with tumultuous thoughts. Beside her, the anxious maid resembled a startled rabbit, her heart racing, palms sweating nervously as she instinctively twisted the hem of her dress. What should she do? Why was the son-in-law in such a hurry? If he summoned her to attend to his bath, how would she respond? Leading the group, Li Shu gasped in disbelief at Zhu Ping'an's frantic demeanor. This was the first time she had shown such surprise today. Her previously tense expression had now darkened, and her anger brewed visibly, poised to erupt into chaos. Oh, a man? Li Shu shot a glance at Zhu Ping'an and scoffed, a storm brewing around her. However, just as she had finished scoffing, she froze. The nervous little maid was also struck dumb, as was Qingci, whose mind had been racing with thoughts. The other maids in the room were equally stunned. Zhu Ping'an, like a gust of wind, rushed past them, lamenting and shouting as he dashed away, wrapped in a bathrobe, his legs spindly, heading straight for the door. What is happening? Wasn't he looking for war? What could possibly be going on? Had the wine from the banquet finally taken effect? Qingci and the others stood in shock, their minds blank and unable to comprehend the situation. Hey, Brother Zhu, where are you going? Li Shu, disregarding her earlier disdain for men, anxiously lifted her skirts and hurried after him, desperately calling out to his retreating figure. In the blink of an eye, Zhu Ping'an had dashed outside into the courtyard. Oh, I'm not drinking or eating meat. This is a fast. How foolish of me not to realize, he lamented to himself as he sprinted away. Brother Zhu, what are you saying? What do you mean you didn't think of it? Why are you dressed like that? Li Shu asked, her face a picture of concern. She had never witnessed such a disheveled Zhu Ping'an before. I'm going to find Brother Yang, Zhu Ping'an replied, glancing back briefly before accelerating even faster, as if his backside were on fire, quickly nearing the exit of the courtyard. Are you really going out dressed like that? Moreover, there is a curfew in place. Where do you intend to find Brother Yang? Li Shu exclaimed as she caught up with Zhu Ping'an, stamping her small foot in annoyance. Ah! The sound of Li Shu's voice was like a spell that halted the frantically running Zhu Ping'an in his tracks, followed by an even more regretful exclamation that echoed through the heavens. The dogs of the Linghuai Marquis' residence and the neighboring Wei Duke's manor were startled into barking. Chapter 987. Night affairs. The silvery moonlight poured through the gauzy window, and the once cacophonous cries of cicadas had ceased, leaving the world in a profound stillness. The moonlight intertwined with the silence, weaving an ethereal dream net that enveloped all living things, lulling them into slumber. Yet, some remained awake. In the master bedroom of Jingxiang Garden, Zhu Ping'an tossed and turned, flipping over repeatedly in a restless manner, unable to find peace. He glanced out the window, noting the deepening night, and turned once more, pondering the reason for such a lengthy night. Brother Zhu, just sleep a little. We can rise early tomorrow, Li Shu murmured, feigning sleep beside him. Unable to contain her concern any longer, she tenderly wrapped her arms around Zhu Ping'an, drawing his head to her bosom, offering him the softness of her embrace to find rest. This is far more comfortable than a pillow. You can sleep now, Brother Zhu. Forgive my disturbance. Zhu Ping'an softly apologized, attempting to rise from her embrace to allow her a peaceful sleep. You have not disturbed me. You have caused me distress, Li Shu replied, clutching him tighter, her voice a gentle whisper. But I worry that I am causing you discomfort, Zhu Ping'an said urgently, feeling guilty that his head rested upon her softness. It is you who neglects your rest and does not cherish your own well-being, which pains my heart, Li Shu countered, shaking her head and holding him closer. Her heartbeat steady and soothing. Listen to my heartbeat. Thump, thump, thump. The rhythm of her heartbeat resembled a lullaby. Sleep now, Brother Zhu, she coaxed, her voice as sweet as flowing spring water. Zhu Ping'an nodded gently, wrapping his arms around Li Shu, like a little piglet nestled into her warmth. Finding a more comfortable position, caressing her, and listening to her tranquil heartbeat before quietly closing his eyes. Your breathing tickles, she giggled after a few moments. Then I shall get up, he suggested. Not at all, she insisted, as the night deepened, dreamy and surreal. Suddenly, A rhythmic knocking resounded as the night watchman passed by outside, striking the wooden board to announce the hour of the tiger, which faintly echoed into the Linghua Marquis's residence. In ancient times, the night watchman would strike a board to mark the passing hours. At this hour, it was approximately 3 o'clock. Upon hearing the distant sound, Zhu Ping'an opened his eyes, rose quietly from the bed, and gently tucked the blanket around Li Shu before placing a soft kiss on her forehead. He then gathered his clothes and stealthily exited the bedroom. Stepping out of the courtyard, Zhu Ping'an made his way directly to the front yard stable. He had initially assumed that Lu Dedeo would still be asleep at this hour. He planned to lead the horse back, inform the guard on duty at the front yard to let Lu Dedeo know that he wouldn't need to escort him today once he awoke. However, to his surprise, as soon as he arrived at the stable, he encountered Lu Dedeo. "Brother Dedeo, why are you up so early?" Zhu Ping'an inquired, astonished. "Haha, good morning, young master. The young mistress sent word last evening, instructing me to rise early and await your arrival." Lu Dedeo chuckled, scratching his head. "Ah, very well then," Zhu Ping'an replied. The thought of Li Shu made his heart swell with warmth as he glanced towards the direction of Jingxiang Garden. Since it was still early and the curfew had not yet ended, Zhu Ping'an and Lu Dedeo led the horse and waited in front of the gate of the Linghua Marquis's residence until the sound of the curfew bell gradually chimed, signaling its end. The moment he heard the bell, Zhu Ping'an mounted his horse and spurred it towards Yang Jixing's residence, with Lu Dedeo galloping closely behind. Halfway through their journey, Zhu Ping'an suddenly recalled that he had yet to request leave from the Prince of Yu's estate. The two locations were not on the way, so he instructed Lu Dedeo to divert to the Prince of Yu's residence and inform the guard, General Wu Wanfeng, that he had business this morning and requested Wu Wanfeng to help him relay a message to the prince. "Understood, young master. I will inform General Wu and then wait outside the residence of Lord Yang for you," Lu Dedeo replied, turning his horse around and hastening towards the Prince of Yu's estate. Zhu Ping'an continued on his way to Yang Jixing's residence. Fortunately, it was still early and the streets were nearly deserted, allowing for a smooth journey. Additionally, his horse today was exceptionally spirited, galloping swiftly, and within less than 20 minutes, Zhu Ping'an arrived at Yang Jixing's abode. Yang Jixing's residence was situated in a dilapidated alley, where the air carried an unpleasant mustiness. The courtyard was rented out, and Yang Jixing occupied the smallest and least desirable unit within the alley, a simple, standalone courtyard comprising only a main room, a side room, a kitchen, and a toilet. Reminiscent of a rural homestead, as unadorned as could be. It was rather unimaginable for a high-ranking official, an undersecretary of the Ministry of War, to reside in such humble quarters. The walls of the small courtyard were peeling, yet the area outside was well kept. A simple plaque hung in the courtyard, inscribed with Yang residence, the handwriting evidently belonging to Yang Jixing himself, exuding a robust spirit of integrity and righteousness. Through the crack of the door, Zhu Ping'an discerned a faint glow of an oil lamp within. It seemed his senior brother had not yet departed. Sighing in relief, Zhu Ping'an was thankful that he had not missed the opportunity. He dismounted and approached the door, gently grasping the knocker and tapping lightly on the entrance of the Yang residence. There seemed to be movement inside, yet no one came to answer the door. Zhu Ping'an knocked again, softly. After a moment, footsteps approached. "Who is it?" An older man's voice called from behind the door. "Good day, esteemed elder. I am Zhu Ping'an, a junior disciple of the esteemed Master Yang Jixing of your honorable house. I have come to visit my senior brother on a matter of importance." Zhu Ping'an responded with a respectful gesture, catching a glimpse of a middle-aged servant's face through the crack of the door. "My master's junior? Why such an early visit?" The old man behind the door, somewhat wary, did not open it, but instructed Zhu Ping'an to wait outside while he announced his presence to the main hall. "Thank you for your trouble, esteemed elder." Zhu Ping'an expressed his gratitude with a bow. Soon after, he heard the sound of footsteps retreating, followed by the distant voice of the elder making the announcement. After a while, rapid footsteps approached, and with a creak, the door swung open. Yang Jixing emerged with a smile, welcoming him warmly. "Good morning, senior brother. I apologize for my abrupt visit. I hope you can forgive me." Zhu Ping'an greeted him with a smile and a bow. "Ah, why the formalities, you? It is rare to have a guest who does not mind my humble abode. Please, come in," Yang Jixing replied, returning the gesture and gently patting Zhu Ping'an's shoulder as he invited him inside. Upon entering the courtyard, after a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yang Jixing led Zhu Ping'an into the main hall. The setting was quite simple, furnished only with a table and chairs. It appeared Yang Jixing had just been having his breakfast, the remnants of a modest meal, a bowl of thin porridge, a plate of pickled radish, and a few coarse steamed buns still adorned the table. It was hard to believe this was the breakfast of a fifth-rank official, as even the common folk in the capital enjoyed a more lavish morning repast. Zhu Ping'an understood that Yang Jixing devoted his meager salary to support the academy he established in the exiled region of Didao, providing meals for local students. Besides the spare utensils, there were 2 sets of used tableware, one belonging to Yang Jixing and the other likely belonging to Madame Yang, who had probably retreated to the bedroom upon hearing of the visitor, adhering to the customs of feudal society where male guests necessitated the retreat of women to avoid impropriety. Zihu, having arrived so early, you must not have had breakfast yet? If you do not mind, would you care to join me for a meal? Yang Jixing invited. Though I must warn you, my breakfast is rather simple, and I fear it may not suit your palate. Indeed, you are quite correct, senior brother. I have not yet had breakfast, Zhu Ping'an replied with a light laugh, unpretentious and sincere. Since you have extended such kindness, I shall not be polite. He took a seat without hesitation, helping himself to a bowl of porridge with the spare utensils, and added, "What simplicity is this? I hail from the countryside, and during my childhood, there were times when our harvests were poor, leaving our bellies unfilled. I have grown accustomed to such fare." Zhu Ping'an's natural demeanor brought an even more genuine smile to Yang Jixing's face. "Ah, this radish is delightful, perfectly complementing the porridge. One might say it is a match made in heaven. You truly have good fortune, senior brother." Zhu Ping'an delicately lifted a piece of pickled radish to his lips, savoring its crisp texture and delightful crunch, the harmonious blend of sourness and sweetness, accompanied by a fragrant undertone. Each bite was a true indulgence, and after taking a sip of congee, he couldn't help but sing its praises. His words were not mere flattery. The radish was genuinely delectable, distinct from his grandmother's pickling, yet equally enjoyable. "Ah, this radish was personally pickled by your sister-in-law. It pairs splendidly with congee. I cannot do without it daily. I shall ask her to prepare a jar for you," Yang Jixing said with a smile, promising Zhu Ping'an a jar to take home. "Thank you, senior brother." Zhu Ping'an expressed his gratitude profusely. "It is merely pickled radish, hardly worth such formality," Yang Jixing replied. "Oh, by the way, I wonder what brings you to inquire so early, my dear brother?" Yang Jixing chuckled, steering the conversation toward the matter at hand. "Even if you do not ask, I must speak," Zhu Ping'an replied earnestly, setting down his bowl and chopsticks. "Oh, what insights does Zihu have?" "I am all ears," Yang Jixing responded, also placing his utensils aside. "Are you, dear brother, intending to impeach the esteemed Yinsong?" Zhu Ping'an inquired softly, his voice barely above a whisper, yet to Yang Jixing it resonated like a thunderclap. "Zihu, from whom did you hear this?" Yang Jixing's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that the news had leaked? This was unexpected. He had maintained strict confidentiality. He had only confided in 3 trusted individuals, including Zhang Jiajing, although Uncle Da and the others had not signed. Their integrity assured him that they would never divulge such information. Otherwise, he would not have shared it with them. How, then, did Zihu come to know? If the information had indeed spread, it posed a significant dilemma. His intention was to catch Yinsong off guard, but if Zihu was aware, then surely Yinsong was as well, thus thwarting his plan for surprise. Given the gravity of the situation, Yang Jixing could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. Initially, Zhu Ping'an had been uncertain, but now he was resolute. Zhu Ping'an exhaled softly. "Senior brother, there is no need for alarm. No one disclosed this to me. I arrived at this conclusion independently. During the matron's birthday banquet yesterday, you observed a fast, abstaining from wine and meat. I later overheard your remarks regarding Uncle Da's prudence, coupled with Wen Sheng and Ziwei's comments about your significant undertaking the day after tomorrow, which compelled you to fast. I overindulged at the banquet. My head clouded with wine, and at the time, I thought little of it. However, upon returning home, and in a moment of clarity while soaking in a bath, I recalled your actions at the banquet and was suddenly struck with cold sweats. Had it not been for the curfew, I would have visited you last night. I know that there are no significant matters occurring in your household recently. Reflecting on how you fasted for 3 days prior to your impeachment of Qiu Wan last year, it becomes evident. In previous instances of impeachment, you did not prepare so rigorously. Only when confronting someone as powerful as Qiu Wan did you undertake such a solemn fast. As a testament to your resolve, this narrows the possibilities considerably, and coupled with my understanding of your feelings towards Yinsong's actions, I felt compelled to speculate thus. Before his senior brother had uttered a word, Ping'an had already been speculating. However, the truth is now confirmed. With an ability to discern the subtle from the evident, one cannot help but admire Zhu. Yang Jixing, upon hearing this, breathed a sigh of relief, filled with deep respect for Zhu Ping'an's keen perception. Senior brother, I have come today specifically for this matter. Zhu Ping'an raised his gaze towards Yang Jixing, his expression grave and earnest. May I inquire about your insights, Zhu? Yang Jixing rose from his seat, hands clasped in respect. The mere speculation that he might be impeaching Yin Song prompted Zhu Ping'an to rush to his doorstep immediately after the curfew, a testament to his heartfelt intentions, which deeply moved Yang Jixing. In contrast to others like Zhang Jiujing, who sought to protect themselves and feigned ignorance, Yang Jixing could not help but feel a sense of lamentation. Ping'an urges you to think carefully, senior brother. I hope you will remain vigilant. Immortal achievements must ultimately be pursued through governance. Zhu Ping'an stood and bowed deeply, his words earnest. He understood that Yang Jixing's impeachment would lead to 3 years of imprisonment, a torment beyond human endurance, and an irrevocable separation from the world. He recalled the days of his arrival in the capital for the imperial examination, when he found no lodging at the inn, and Yang Jixing's warm invitation echoed in his ears. Hey, young man on horseback, if you don't mind, you may stay with me. Such a warm-hearted, loyal patriot, filled with courage, should not meet such a tragic fate. Hence, Zhu Ping'an urged Yang Jixing to deliberate carefully and remain vigilant. The enduring legacy must ultimately be accomplished through governance. Chapter 989. Seeking a compromise. Sheng, my abilities are mediocre, not suited for great governance or the stabilization of a nation. I can only engage in tasks within my capacity. Such monumental endeavors should be undertaken by you, Zhu. Yang Jixing, after hearing Zhu Ping'an's counsel, chuckled heartily, his demeanor bright and sunny despite the dawn yet to break. What do you mean, senior brother? During your demotion to Didao, you established schools, dredged rivers, developed coal mines, and invited your wife to impart weaving skills, transforming Didao from a backward place into one rich in culture and learning, earning the affection of the local populace who revered you as Father Yang. When you departed, over 1,000 people from various tribes sent you off beyond 100 miles. Your talent for governance reveals the entirety through mere glimpses. If you consider yourself mediocre, then I am but a piece of decayed wood. Zhu Ping'an, unable to hold back, once again implored him, citing Yang Jixing's accomplishments during his exile as a compelling example. Zhu, I am self-aware, my contributions in Didao are insignificant. Moreover, Didao, being a small place, proved to be a considerable challenge for me, making the notion of governing and benefiting the world seem far-fetched. Yang Jixing shook his head with a smile, his gaze resolute and unmoved. Even as Yang Jixing remained steadfast, Zhu Ping'an did not relent. He was acutely aware of the dire consequences that would follow Yang Jixing's impeachment and could not bear to watch such a loyal minister descend into tragedy. Brother, Yin Song is the current prime minister, standing second only to the emperor, possessing a position of immense prominence and unparalleled power. With numerous followers spanning the court and the realm, mutually supporting one another and enjoying the emperor's deep trust. This indeed reflects the prevailing trends of our times. It is unwise to challenge his authority. Brother, the tide of the world is vast and unstoppable. Those who align themselves with it shall prosper, while those who oppose it shall perish. I sincerely urge you to consider this carefully. Zhu Ping'an once more implored, this time invoking the words of Sun Yat-sen, hoping to sway Yang Jixing. Ah, what a magnificent assertion about the currents of the world. Truly, it befits you, Zhu. Such insight reflects the wisdom necessary for governing a nation and ensuring its stability. I find myself humbled in your presence. With individuals like you in the Ming dynasty, I find solace. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's discourse on the state of the world, Yang Jixing could not contain his admiration, exclaiming, "Oh, with young men of such vision and capability in the Ming, hope and future are assured." Thus, Yang Jixing's resolve intensified. Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. No, brother. You seem to have missed the crux of the matter. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an was utterly flabbergasted. After a brief pause, he inhaled deeply, preparing for another attempt at persuasion. However, before he could voice his thoughts, Yang Jixing interrupted him, speaking with fervor. I understand your intentions. However, what merit does Yin Song possess to represent the trends of the world? I would argue he embodies a false semblance of power. In my view, integrity in public service, promoting the common good, restoring order, and benefiting all are the true currents of our time. To punish the treacherous Yin Song is the true path forward. Zhu Ping'an gazed at Yang Jixing, who stood resolute like a towering mountain, unyielding amidst the winds of adversity. To act resolutely in the face of the impossible. How courageous and fearless. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an had to concede this truth. The sea may dry, stones may erode, the heavens may collapse, and the earth may split. Yet Yang Jixing's determination to impeach Yin Song would remain unaltered. No matter how eloquently he argued or how passionately he spoke, he could not sway Yang Jixing's resolve. Indeed, if Yang Jixing could be persuaded, then he would no longer be the fierce and righteous man he is. In Yang Jixing's worldview, everything can be measured by right and wrong. Integrity is right, corruption is wrong. Appointing the worthy and empathizing with the populace is right, while harming the loyal and oppressing the common people is wrong. Right is good, wrong is bad, and bad must be corrected. If you do not correct it, then I shall assist you in rectifying it, regardless of who you are. Clearly, in Yang Jixing's eyes, Yin Song's corruption, treachery, negligence, and indifference to turmoil in Beijing are wrong and must be rectified. If you refuse to amend, then I will help you do so, knowing it is futile, yet proceeding regardless. Alas, Zhu Ping'an could not refrain from sighing. Zihu, a man of great stature, why adopt such a demeanor of a timid girl? Yang Jixing's determination to impeach the traitorous Yin has not arisen from a momentary impulse. He has labored for 2 years in preparation for this. This petition aims to restore clarity to our Ming dynasty. With a radiant smile, Yang Jixing fervently encouraged Zhu Ping'an. In response, Zhu Ping'an managed to smile while silently lamenting within. Brother, if I were not from the modern era, hundreds of years ahead, and if I were unaware of history, I too could wear a sunny disposition, filled with fervor. Fear not, Ziyu. Regardless of how thick the dark clouds may be, obscuring the sun, it shall rise as usual. Upon witnessing this, Yang Jixing could not help but chuckle, patting Zhu Ping'an on the shoulder and reassuring him in a hearty voice. The dark clouds are but temporary. Even if the rain persists for months, it will eventually disperse, and the sun will rise again. Yang Jixing held this belief firmly. Indeed, the clouds shall part. Zhu Ping'an, inspired by Yang Jixing's spirit, felt a surge of motivation. Since persuading Yang Jixing to abandon his impeachment efforts was futile, he contemplated a different approach. If one cannot alter the course of impeachment, then one must change its trajectory. Historically, Yang Jixing's impeachment of Yin Song proved to be quite effective. It is said that when Yin Song received Yang Jixing's memorial of impeachment, he was greatly alarmed, as the memorial struck at his vulnerabilities, instilling in him a sense of impending doom. However, upon seeing the emperor's inquiry regarding the 2 princes at the end of the memorial, and with the reminder from his son Yin Shifan, Yin Song suddenly saw the light. Bursting into laughter, his cold sweat dissipating, and his worries alleviated. Subsequently, Yin Song hastened to the Western Garden to plead for forgiveness, ostensibly to atone, but in reality, he aimed to use the emperor's inquiry regarding the 2 princes to frame Yang Jixing. The Jiajing emperor was already infuriated by the mention of this inquiry in Yang Jixing's memorial, as it transgressed 2 of his taboos, the first being that 2 dragons must not meet. Both he and his son are dragons, and their meeting would surely bring harm. How dare Yang Jixing suggest he consult his son? The second taboo prohibited ministers from getting too close to the princes. The founding edict forbade the princes from interfering in state affairs without the emperor's permission and strictly guarded against ministers associating with them. Now, Yang Jixing's words implied a private communication with the emperor's sons, which was intolerable. Coupled with Yin Song's slander, the Jiajing emperor's fury escalated, leading to a decree that imprisoned Yang Jixing, ultimately resulting in his execution. Thus, the direct cause of Yang Jixing's impeachment failure lay in those 4 words. Inquire about the 2 princes, since persuading Yang Jixing to abandon his impeachment was impossible. The focus must shift to refining his memorial, removing the potential hazard of the inquiry regarding the princes. In Chapter 990, Request for the Execution of the Treasonous Minister, Sheng recently composed an essay in the 8-legged format. If Zihu has the leisure, perhaps he could assist Sheng in refining it. During breakfast, as Zhu Ping'an pondered how to present the memorial, Yang Jixing produced a folded piece of Xian paper from his robe, declaring it to be his 8-legged essay, seeking Zhu Ping'an's help in refining it. Eight-legged essay. Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, and then his heart raced. This so-called eight-legged piece must indeed be Yang Jixing's memorial. As expected, when Zhu Ping'an took the essay from Yang Jixing and opened it, he found the title as he had anticipated, Request for the Execution of the Treasonous Minister. The 5 bold characters at the beginning stood out like a resolute spine, strikingly powerful. Zhu Ping'an lifted his gaze to Yang Jixing, who smiled gently, encouraging him to read on. Thus, Zhu Ping'an perused the main text and continued onward. The Minister of War, the Deputy Secretary of the Department of Civil Service, and the esteemed official Yang Jixing respectfully petition, in gratitude for the divine favor, sacrificing oneself to repay. I implore your majesty to decree the early execution of treacherous and cunning ministers who monopolize power and corrupt the court. In order to cleanse the governance and eliminate border troubles, I, the former Deputy Secretary of the Department of War, previously advised against the horse market. But my words were untimely, my text contained errors, and I faced imprisonment due to the wrath of the emperor, leading to my fingers being crushed and my bones shattered, as they wished to put me to death. Fortunately, by the grace of your majesty, I was lightly punished and exiled. Within 2 years, I was restored to my current position. The fact that I, a loyal yet wrongly accused minister, survived the emperor's wrath is a great fortune. And to be promoted so swiftly is a testament to your majesty's benevolence. Thus, the years past are akin to your majesty's rebirth, and all positions henceforth are bestowed by your majesty. Receiving such a profound grace, I am determined to repay the nation in any beneficial endeavor, even at the cost of my life, and I am ever anxious to find ways to repay such kindness, yet I have not urgently sought the execution of treacherous ministers. Moreover, I serve in the military, tasked with eradicating traitors, yet the traitors are not solely external. Anyone who harms the state's people is deemed a traitor. This was Zhu Ping'an's first encounter with the original text of Yang Jixing's memorial for the execution of treacherous ministers. Zhu Ping'an had not previously read the original memorial. He was only familiar with its general meaning and certain key points. He read with great diligence, weighing each word and scrutinizing the memorial for any other taboos beyond the sensitive topic of the 2 kings. In the subsequent section, Yang Jixing delved into the crux of the matter, vehemently criticizing Yin Song's transgressions. He noted that Su Xueshe, Shun Lian, and Wang Zhongmao had only impeached Yin Song for minor offenses of corruption, failing to address his greater crimes of usurpation. Although this section carried Yang's personal sentiments, it was not without merit. Zhu Ping'an continued reading until he reached the main argument. Yang Jixing, with heartfelt sincerity, meticulously exposed the 10 grave crimes and 5 treacherous acts of Yin Song in over 3,000 words. As Zhu Ping'an read, he summarized Yang Jixing's revelations regarding Yin Song's 10 major crimes. 1. The first major crime, our founding emperor, having witnessed the perils of ministerial usurpation, abolished the position of chancellor and established cabinet ministers for council. However, the treacherous minister Yin Song, wielding the emperor's authority, encroached upon the affairs of all departments, positioning himself as if he were the chancellor. Although he lacked the title, he seized the power, creating a vast influence. Officials would often express gratitude to Yin Song before acknowledging the emperor, as they understood that their authority derived from him, fostering a climate of fear and flattery towards Yin Song, thus undermining the ancestral laws. 2. The second major crime. Whenever your majesty appointed an individual, Yin Song would boast that this person was recommended by his own endorsement. When one was dismissed, he would claim it was due to their lack of loyalty to him. When one was pardoned, he would assert that it was his endorsement that saved them. And when one was punished, he would declare that the individual had offended him. Thus he retaliated through his endorsement list. Yin Song consistently leveraged the emperor's favor and wrath, leading the courtiers to feel more indebted to him than to the emperor, and to fear him more than they feared the emperor's punishments. With the power of commendation and punishment resting with Yin Song, how could his ambitions not grow bolder? 3. The third major crime. Whenever your majesty enacted benevolent policies, Yin Song would claim they originated from his council, thereby usurping and obliterating the accomplishments of your majesty. The 4 great crimes. The treacherous Seng Zong usurped imperial power, entrusting significant authority to his son, Yin Shifan, thus giving rise to rumors of a great and minor chancellor in the capital. The 5 great crimes. Seng Zong misappropriated public resources for personal gain, lavishly rewarding his relatives and cronies with promotions and titles, while usurping the military achievements of the court. The sixth great crime. Shangzong openly accepted bribes, employing treacherous ministers such as Zhao Dang and Gao Buotai, thereby harming the realm. The seventh great crime. When foreign invaders attacked, Shangzong, fearing battle, compromised national military strategies. The eighth great crime. Shangzong monopolized political power, adhering to the principle that those who comply with him prosper, while those who oppose him perish. The ninth great crime. The promotion of civil and military officials was determined by the amount of bribes, leading to rampant corruption and a significant loss of public trust. The 10th great crime. Since Shangzong assumed control, bribery has flourished in both court and society, leading to a deterioration of official conduct, where officials engaged in opportunistic behavior, corrupting public morals and creating a toxic atmosphere. After meticulously studying the 10 great crimes, Zhu Ping'an discovered that the sixth crime cited examples of Zhao Dang and Gao Buotai, whom he had previously impeached, as instances of Shangzong's acceptance of bribes. This perhaps illustrates the ripple effect of his actions. Although the 10 great crimes may be somewhat exaggerated, they are grounded in truth. Yang Jixing unmasked the entirety of Shangzong's disgraceful conduct, particularly in the first 3 crimes, which were egregious to the point of shaking the very foundations of history. It is no wonder that upon reading Yang Jixing's memorial, Shangzong broke into a cold sweat. However, after perusing the 10 great crimes, Zhu Ping'an felt a subtle unease, sensing that Yang's impeachment of Shangzong might inadvertently implicate the emperor as well. In Yang's memorial, Shangzong appeared as a quintessential power-hungry minister, somewhat reminiscent of Cao Cao, who wielded the emperor's authority to command the feudal lords. Historically, it has always been the case that foolish monarchs produce treacherous ministers, and treachery flourishes only under the reign of weak sovereigns. How could a wise ruler be so easily deceived by his subordinates? And how could a strong monarch allow his ministers to overstep their bounds? Nonetheless, it is also possible that he was overthinking or misinterpreting the situation, given that he was aware of how Yang Jixing had incurred the emperor's wrath due to this very memorial. Chapter 991. The Jiajing Emperor is an accomplice to crime. Given the grievous nature of Shangzong's 10 transgressions, why had the emperor not noticed? Yang Jixing further elucidated. Shang's 10 crimes are manifest to all. How could the emperor, with his keen intellect, remain oblivious? It is because the emperor's sincerity towards his ministers is profound, while Shangzong's treachery is insidious, deceiving the emperor's honest heart. It is no wonder he fell prey to such schemes without realizing it. Yang then proceeded to expose Shangzong's 5 great acts of treachery. Zhu Ping'an carefully reviewed these revelations. The first great act of treachery. The emperor's intentions are best discerned by those closest to him. Shangzong sought to utilize these courtiers to gauge the emperor's will. Thus, he first endeavored to cultivate relationships through lavish gifts, ensuring he was well informed of every nuance of the emperor's actions and words. Whether through laughter or jest, all activities of the emperor were reported to Shangzong, who rewarded such information with substantial rewards. Whatever the emperor cherished or despised, Shangzong was always forewarned, enabling him to skillfully flatter and win the emperor's favor. The emperor discerned that what Song had articulated and executed was in complete accord with the divine will, as there were indeed individuals who had conveyed this to him beforehand. Thus, it is evident that the emperor's closest aides have been transformed into spies for the treacherous Song. This is the first act of treachery. To put it succinctly, Your Majesty, the eunuchs surrounding you have all been turned into agents of the villainous Song. The second act of treachery, Your Majesty, the tongue Qingci, which serves as your voice, has been commandeered by Zhao Wenhua, the adopted son of the scoundrel Song, rendering it a mere obstruction, stifling the voices of the realm. Previously, the memorial by the censor Wang Zhongmao, which condemned Song, was held up for 5 days by Zhao Wenhua, granting Song ample time to conceal and obliterate the evidence of his crimes. The third act of treachery, Your Majesty, even your enforcers, the guards, have been infiltrated by the nefarious Song. His son, Yin Shifan, has been making connections with the officials of the guards, all of whom are entangled with Song. The fourth act of treachery, Your Majesty, the officials who serve as your informants have all been ensnared by Song, becoming his subservients. Those who do not comply have been banished to Nanjing. The fifth act of treachery, Your Majesty. A significant portion of the officials across various departments are secret confidants of the villain Song. In summation, These 5 acts of treachery illustrate that your majesty's aides, voice, informants, enforcers, and officials have all fallen under the control of Song. After perusing these 10 heinous acts and 5 treacheries, Zhu Ping'an felt an intense indignation. Indeed, Song's transgressions are unforgivable. In contemporary terms, Song is akin to the foremost tiger in need of stringent punishment. Yan Shifan epitomizes the notion of my father is Song. Alas, this is an ancient era. It must be acknowledged that what Brother Yang has articulated regarding the 10 crimes and 5 treacheries does indeed strike at the heart of Song's misdeeds. Presently, the court of the Ming dynasty has devolved into a marketplace of power and monetary transactions, shrouded in political darkness, and Song must bear at least half the blame. As for the other half, Zhu Ping'an believes it rests upon the shoulders of Emperor Jiajing. Zhu Ping'an read with utmost seriousness. While Yang Jixing observed every nuance of Zhu Ping'an's expressions, Zhu Ping'an's furrowed brow, contemplative demeanor, and indignant reactions were all noted by Yang Jixing. In that moment, Yang Jixing could not help but recall the previous night when he was turned away by Zhang Juzhing. What a disparity! Yang Jixing felt a profound sense of lamentation. After reviewing the 10 crimes and 5 treacheries twice, Zhu Ping'an concluded that while there might be some exaggeration and areas worth scrutinizing in the rhetoric, there were no fatal flaws. Thus, he continued to read further. Indeed, the 10 crimes of Song are sustained by these 5 treacheries. To unravel the 5 treacheries is to unveil the 10 crimes. Alas, while it is not surprising that the ministers acquiesced to Song's substantial power, it is lamentable that grand scholar Su Jie, bearing the heavy expectations of the realm and the emperor's favor, does not take a firm stand to eliminate this scourge. Instead, he fears Song's cunning and the malice that could befall him, opting to endure a sullen existence, adhering solely to Song's dictates, too afraid to assert righteousness. Though he may be coerced by Song's accumulated might, he cannot be absolved in the eyes of the emperor. As the second in command, Su Jie's trepidation of Song's authority is perhaps understandable, for the emperor is astute and decisive, fully aware of every hidden malice. Yet, Su Jie has consistently chosen to tolerate Song's blatant evils, seemingly oblivious to the fact that a nation plagued by a villain is akin to a field infested with weeds or a city harboring tigers. Each day in power is a day of harm. Why does the emperor not endure the sacrifice of one treacherous minister in order to spare the suffering of millions? As doubts about the emperor's judgment arose, there emerged a discontent within the hearts of some, fearing that further indulgence towards the treacherous minister might lead to a calamity reminiscent of past prime ministers. Yang Jixing articulated that the 10 grave offenses of Yen Song remained unpunished solely due to his cunning manipulations. Should one uncover Yen Song's deceit, his transgressions would be indisputable. Furthermore, Yang criticized the mentor Su Jie for his timidity in the face of Yen Song, claiming that Su's subservience to him betrayed the emperor's benevolence. Yang implored the emperor, whose wisdom is renowned, to recognize that it was his leniency towards Yen Song that obscured the latter's sins, consequently allowing the minister to wreak havoc upon the populace. Upon reflecting on this passage, Zhu Ping'an silently marked its significance in his mind. Although not as severe as the inquiries posed to the 2 kings, this was undoubtedly a substantial cause for the emperor's ire. Yang's critique of Su Jie was devoid of fault. It served as a protective measure for the latter. With this distinction, Yen Song would be less inclined to perceive Yang's impeachment as a mere suggestion from Su Jie. Zhu Ping'an was convinced that Su Jie, upon learning of Yang's critique, would not harbor resentment, but rather feel pleased, as it delineated the boundaries between himself and Yang. However, Su's remarks regarding the emperor posed a considerable risk. Yang's assertion that the emperor tolerated Yen Song's egregious misdeeds could be interpreted as implicating the emperor in complicity, an unthinkable accusation that positioned the sovereign as an adversary. This was akin to provoking a formidable foe during a confrontation, inadvertently attracting the attention of an even greater threat, thus escalating the challenge from formidable to insurmountable. The emperor, already known for his sensitivity and penchant for grudges, would not take such provocations lightly. Zhu Ping'an resolved that this matter required careful consideration. He intended to advise his senior brother to retain only the critiques of Su Jie and to expunge any references to the emperor, particularly those suggesting his complicity in Yen Song's misdeeds. In the heart of Yang's memorial lay the crux of the matter. He beseeched the emperor to heed his counsel, to discern Yan's treachery, and to recognize that the courtier's fear of Yan was evident. The emperor could summon the two kings to confront Yan's malevolence directly or consult the cabinet ministers, urging them to disregard Yan's threats. Should the accusations hold weight, the punishment could range from severe penalties for usurpation of power to a mere retirement from public service. With the internal traitor removed, the court could be cleansed of corruption. This particular assertion by Yang was the catalyst for his tragic fate, as the mention of the two kings transgressed a significant taboo of the emperor, leading to Yang's failed impeachment of Yan Song and ultimately resulting in his own imprisonment and execution. Zhu Ping'an examined the document meticulously. After thoroughly studying the memorial from his senior brother Yang, the dawn had already begun to break over the eastern horizon. "Brother," Zhu Ping'an addressed him, pausing momentarily to consider how to articulate his proposal. "Zihu, is there anything between us that warrants hesitation in expression? If you have any insights, please speak candidly." Sheng is all ears. Upon hearing this, Yang Jixing could not help but smile slightly, gesturing for him to continue. "As my brother has indicated, I shall speak plainly." After reviewing the document, Zhu Ping'an had two simplistic observations he wished to discuss with his senior brother. Nodding in acknowledgement, Zhu Ping'an spread the memorial across the dining table. Pointing to the relevant paragraph of his first suggestion, he spoke slowly. "Firstly, in this section, you state that the emperor has consistently tolerated the notorious actions of Yan Song. And subsequently, you imply that he is merely seeking to preserve the dignity of the officials by allowing such indulgence. This may inadvertently suggest that the emperor is shielding Yan Song from accountability. Should the emperor read this memorial, he might take offense. In my humble opinion, it would be wise to remove any references regarding the emperor's indulgence in this context." Yang Jixing, upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's first point, shook his head with a smile. "Ziyu, you are overly concerned. This passage does not reproach the emperor. Rather, it serves as a reminder for him not to bestow further leniency upon the traitor Yan Song. This villain is akin to a weed in a field, a tiger in the city. While he remains in power, he poses a continual threat. As long as he is not eradicated, countless citizens will suffer from his malice. Brother, while that may be true, the reading still evokes a sense of reproach towards the emperor for offering protection. If the emperor perceives it in this light, it could hinder your memorial's purpose." Zhu Ping'an gently reminded, "I understand your perspective, but to refrain from speaking out of fear of offending would be unwise. My position today, in part, is due to the emperor's benevolence. To candidly remind the emperor is to repay his favor and fulfill my duty as a loyal subject." Yang Jixing, resolute in his stance, chose not to adopt Zhu Ping'an's suggestion. Sighing inwardly, Zhu Ping'an acknowledged that Yang Jixing's reasoning was not without merit, as it is indeed the duty of a minister to offer unreserved counsel. Throughout history, figures such as Wei Zheng from the Tang dynasty have become renowned for their boldness in speaking truth to power, setting a precedent for future generations of officials. No one is flawless, including the emperor. Should a minister remain silent out of fear of retribution when the emperor errs? Would such behavior befit a loyal servant? Moreover, Yang Jixing is a figure of great renown. Aside from this matter, the issues concerning the two kings are far more critical and deserve attention. Setting aside that point, I implore you to consider the second matter. Zhu Ping'an weighed his options, deciding to focus on the more pressing issue regarding the two kings. "Zihu, please proceed." Yang Jixing noted Zhu Ping'an's serious demeanor, sitting upright, and inviting him to continue with his second point. The second point pertains to the emperor's inquiry regarding the two kings, compelling them to present the transgressions of Yan Song. Zhu Ping'an indicated the specific sentence within the memorial, looking earnestly at Yang Jixing as he spoke with gravity. As soon as Zhu Ping'an's words fell, a sound of a cup being overturned echoed from the inner bedroom, accompanied by a faint gasp. Who could it be? Were there others present? Startled by the noise from within, Zhu Ping'an turned to peer into the room. "Oh, worry not. It is merely my son, Qingci." Yang Jixing smiled gently and explained. It turned out to be the second son of Brother Yang. Zhu Ping'an sighed in relief upon hearing this. Brother Yang had two sons, the elder, Yang Yingwei, and the younger, Yang Qingci. Historical records indicate that Brother Yang, after failing to impeach Yan Song, was imprisoned and, aware of his impending demise, penned two wills in his cell, one titled A Fool's Advice to his virtuous wife, Zhang Zhen, addressed to his spouse, and the other A Father's Counsel to Yingwei and Qingci, directed at his sons. "What has happened, Qingci?" After elucidating the situation to Zhu Ping'an, Yang Jixing called out to the interior. "I beg for my father's punishment. I poured a cup of tea, not realizing it was too hot, and accidentally knocked it over. Came the explanation from a boy of about 10 years old. Great matters of the world are often determined by minutiae. How many times have I told you this? For this transgression, you shall transcribe the analects 10 times. Do you have any objections? Yang Jiajing stated, shaking his head slightly and addressing the inner room with authority. I have no objections, replied Yang Yingji, accepting his punishment. Brother, is it not excessive to impose a 10-fold transcription of the analects for such a minor mishap? Zhu Ping'an gently interjected. The analects contain 20 chapters, totaling 900 words. Thus, transcribing it 10 times amounts to nearly 160,000 words. Unlike modern pens, writing with a brush entails a considerable investment of time. 10 times is not too much. First, transcribing the analects cultivates one's character, and second, it deepens Yingji's comprehension. However, since you, Zihu, have spoken up, let it be reduced to 5 times. Yang Jiajing explained with a slight smile, acknowledging Zhu Ping'an's counsel. Thank you, father, and thank you, brother Zhu, for your kindness. However, a man's word is his bond. I have already promised to transcribe it 10 times and cannot go back on my word. Please, father, allow me to fulfill my commitment, declared Yang Yingji resolutely, despite his tender age, displaying commendable principles. Very well, my son indeed lives up to being Yang Jiajing's offspring. Yang Jiajing expressed his admiration for Yingji's determination, wearing a proud smile. Zhu Ping'an felt a pang of shame. I am humbled, he said, bowing slightly, deeply impressed by the family values upheld by Yang Jiajing. In matters of conduct, sincerity must come first. This minor incident revealed a glimpse into the Yang family's esteemed ethos. Chapter 993. Zihu's reasoning. Zihu, you speak too harshly. By the way, regarding your earlier point about the emperor possibly inquiring from the 2 kings to present an indictment against Song, is there any issue with that? Yang Jiajing smiled and shook his head, then returned to the main topic, steering the conversation back to the memorial. Not merely an issue, it is a significant problem. Brother, are you aware of the adage regarding the 2 dragons not meeting? Zhu Ping'an looked up at Yang Jiajing and inquired softly. It is but the sorcery of the demonic, a ploy to confound the masses. Yang Jiajing scoffed at this adage. Demonic path? This label fits Tao Zhongwen rather well, Zhu Ping'an inwardly concurred. The saying about the 2 dragons not meeting also drew Zhu Ping'an's disdain, deeming it a quintessential example of feudal superstition. However, his elder brother, we may be enlightened. Yet it proves futile. Emperor Jiajing places his faith in Tao Zhongwen, and he believes in the adage concerning the 2 dragons not meeting. Ascending the throne at the tender age of 14, the emperor toiled for over a decade without yielding any fruit until he finally welcomed his firstborn at the age of 26. The emperor was so overjoyed that he neglected his alchemical pursuits, frequently visiting the inner palace to cradle his son, lavishing affection upon him, as if he were plucking stars and the moon from the heavens. With the child's full moon approaching, Jiajing prepared to name him as crown prince, with all ceremonies meticulously arranged. Yet, tragically, the day before the crowning, his son passed away. At this juncture, the imperial sorcerer Tao Zhongwen proposed the adage of the 2 dragons not meeting, asserting that the prince's demise stemmed from this very principle. Your Majesty, you are the true dragon, and the crown prince is the latent dragon. These 2 dragons are in opposition, for one mountain cannot harbor 2 dragons. Thus, Your Majesty, you must not meet with your son, especially the crown prince, lest your true dragons might inadvertently harm the latent dragon. Initially, Emperor Jiajing harbored skepticism towards this doctrine. How could it be that previous emperors had met their sons and crown princes without incident, yet he was now bound by such a restriction? Nevertheless, being a man of cultivation who was inherently superstitious, and with trust in the sorcerer Tao Zhongwen, he decided to adopt a mindset of cautious belief. He practiced the doctrine, albeit not with utmost rigidity, occasionally allowing himself to meet with them. However, as the untimely deaths of his subsequent sons and daughters unfolded, the emperor became a firm believer in this adage. Particularly poignant was the incident 2 years prior when he attended the ceremony for the second prince's academic lecture. After meeting with him, the prince fell gravely ill the very next day and departed from this world. This event further deepened the emperor's obsession with the adage. Last year, when his advisor Su Jie suggested the early establishment of a crown prince, he was dismissed coldly and reprimanded. Yet, brother, the emperor remained steadfast in his belief in this saying. Zhu Ping'an sighed and cautioned Yang Jixing. The emperor has been ensnared by the sorcerer's enchantments, Yang Jixing replied. Brother, whether by enchantment or other means, the fact remains that the emperor is utterly convinced of the adage concerning the two dragons not meeting. Last year, Su's suggestion of early crowning transgressed this taboo. And now your counsel to the emperor regarding the two princes and their grievances against Song. Does this not infringe upon the emperor's prohibition? Zhu Ping'an shook his head slowly, concern etched upon his face as he spoke. Yang Jixing merely smiled faintly in response. Observing this, Zhu Ping'an continued, moreover, the ancestral laws of our Ming dynasty dictate that vassal princes must not engage in governance without the emperor's consent. The current emperor is particularly vigilant against ministers interacting with the vassal princes. Your suggestion to the emperor regarding the two princes implies that you, brother, have been in private contact with them, thus violating the emperor's edict. Zihu, I am well aware of all that you have stated, Yang Jixing replied with a slight smile. Oh, brother, you are aware. How could you still commit such a transgression? This is a blatant act of defiance, brother. Have you perhaps taken leave of your senses? Zhu Ping'an stood frozen in bewilderment. Brother, knowing this, why would you still choose to act with such defiance? His emotions surged as he turned to Yang Jixing, his face a mask of confusion. Zihu, the treachery of Yan Zeng jeopardizes the nation, endangering the vast populace. The emperor is misled, ensnared by the deceit of Yan's 5 accomplices. What you mentioned earlier about the two dragons not meeting is pertinent. The emperor is blinded by the sorcery of these malevolent forces. Yet, what can be done when the emperor is deceived? The two princes, though young and wise, have not succumbed to Yan's treachery nor the sorcery of these evildoers. They possess the clarity to perceive the truth. Moreover, as princes, they stand above all others, unafraid of Yan's power, capable of revealing the truth that may awaken the emperor to the gravity of the situation, ensuring the punishment of Yan Zeng, and restoring the brilliance of our Ming dynasty. Yang Jixing rose, fervently articulating his thoughts. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an's expression mirrored sheer astonishment. His eyes and mouth formed perfect circles, standing as if struck by lightning, utterly dumbfounded. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an was profoundly shocked. He had never anticipated that Yang Jixing's inquiry regarding the two princes would unveil such implications. The emperor was deceived. While the young and astute princes were unscathed by Yan's machinations, capable of articulating the truth, was the underlying message not an insinuation that the emperor, in his advanced age, had become muddled and misled by Yan Zeng? Brother, are you jesting? Are you insinuating that the current emperor is a fool? In that moment, Zhu Ping'an found himself at a loss for words, gazing incredulously at Yang Jixing. Zihu, what troubles you? Yang Jixing inquired, slightly furrowing his brow. Taking a deep breath, Zhu Ping'an looked at Yang Jixing with utmost seriousness, his demeanor solemn as he stated, you must not speak of this to others. Should your words reach the ears of the Jiajing emperor, who is notoriously proud, he would undoubtedly be infuriated. Why? Yang Jixing asked. If your words were to be misinterpreted by those with ill intent, it could imply that the current emperor is indeed a fool, Zhu Ping'an sighed. Your reasoning is sound. Yang Jixing acknowledged, nodding slowly. Zhu Ping'an's heart soared with joy. He had anticipated a lengthy battle of persuasion to sway Yang Jixing's opinion. He was prepared for a protracted struggle, yet happiness arrived with astonishing swiftness. How fortunate to have Yang Jixing in the world. However, his elation was short-lived, dissipating within a mere second. Your reasoning is sound. Yang Jixing paused before continuing. If the emperor inquires why I mentioned the two princes, I shall simply state that they are unafraid of Yan Zeng and are capable of articulating the truth. Chapter 994. The wind rising. The dilapidated wooden door of Yang Jixing's residence creaked open, revealing Zhu Ping'an, whose pallid visage bespoke the frailty of one recently emerged from a grave illness. His form appeared emaciated, and his steps were unsteady, reminiscent of a delicate being caught in a tempest. As the dawn approached, the horizon blushed with the golden hues of the rising sun, casting forth beams akin to arrows piercing the earth. With each subsequent beam, a cascade of golden light enveloped the land. The sun ascended, heralding a new day, yet, rather than witnessing the promise of dawn and hope, Zhu Ping'an felt the curtain rise on a dark tragedy. Despite Yang Jixing's assurances of contemplation, Zhu Ping'an discerned the truth in the unwavering gaze of his companion. The promised deliberation was but a balm for his own distant heart. The edict he had drafted would remain unchanged. Zhu Ping'an had encountered defeat. Hailing from a modern era, armed with centuries of historical insight, he still faltered. This was Yang Jixing, a man who, fully aware of the futility of resistance, never recoiled from danger or adversity. For even a slight increase in the likelihood of successfully impeaching Yensong would compel Yang Jixing to disregard his own safety. He was the backbone of a nation, a valiant warrior, a man worthy of profound respect. Nevertheless, Zhu Ping'an cast a lingering glance behind him, noting the dimming flicker of a once bright flame within his dark, ink-like eyes. "My lord, are you well?" Lu Dedeo, stationed at the entrance, greeted Zhu Ping'an upon his emergence, yet received no response. Concerned, he called out more loudly, "I am well." "Merely the wind has risen," Zhu Ping'an replied dully, tightening his garments as he mounted his steed. "The wind has risen? But it seems calm," Lu Dedeo remarked, scratching his head in confusion as he surveyed the motionless leaves around them. "My friend, we must depart," Zhu Ping'an declared from atop his horse, flicking the reins to urge the animal forward. "Wait for me." Lu Dedeo swiftly mounted his steed, his sturdy legs gripping the horse's belly as he galloped to catch up. The sound of hooves echoed in the stillness, resonating like a clarion call. Under the sanguine glow of the sun, Zhu Ping'an and Lu Dedeo vanished around the corner of the alleyway. "Brother Jiaoshan, has Zhu Ping'an departed?" Once Zhu Ping'an's figure receded from view, a resonant male voice emanated from within Yang Jixing's abode, rich and magnetic, imbued with a sense of justice, suggesting its owner was around 40 years of age. How curious. Was it not expected that the household would be filled with Yang Jixing's wife and children? Why, then, did a man's voice resonate so? Perhaps it was Yang Jixing's son, mature beyond his years, though still young? Yet, moments ago, during a clumsy apology for spilling tea, the voice had been unmistakably youthful. However, Yang Jixing displayed no hint of surprise at the voice emanating from within. "Zihu has already departed." Yang Jixing slowly nodded, his gaze returning from the direction of the door, where he had been intently watching, maintaining a posture of bidding farewell to Zhu Ping'an. With a creak, a small door from within opened, revealing a man in his 40s. He was robust and dignified, with a standard square face and pronounced eyebrows that exuded a sense of steadfastness and integrity. His back was straight, resembling a towering pillar that pierced the heavens. Dressed in a fresh blue brocade robe, adorned with a jade pendant at his waist, he walked with a measured grace, the jade producing a pleasant sound with each step. "Brother Jiaoshan," the man said as he stepped out, slightly bowing to Yang Jixing with an apologetic expression. "I regret that my presence has sullied your honorable name." The man, surnamed Zhou and named Fangzhong, courtesy name Wenda, was a scholarly official known for his integrity. He had a long-standing friendship with Yang Jixing, who trusted him deeply. Apart from Yang Jixing, Zhou Fangzhong was one of the only two individuals in the capital to whom Yang Jixing disclosed news regarding the impeachment of Yensong. Last night, Zhou had been at Yang Jixing's residence, where they had discussed impeachment matters in the study until dawn, deliberating thoroughly. This morning, they continued their discussions regarding the memorial and impeachment. When Zhu Ping'an came to visit Yang Jixing, Zhou Fangzhong was still at the dining table, conversing with Yang about the impeachment. Upon hearing of Zhu Ping'an's arrival, Zhou discreetly retreated to the inner room. It was Zhou Fangzhong who had knocked over the teacup and gasped in surprise earlier, not Yang Jixing's second son, Yang Yingji. Zhou's remark about tarnishing Yang Jixing's honorable name referred to his retreat into the inner room, which forced Yang Jixing to deceive Zhu Ping'an. "Brother Wenda, your words are too grave. Please, take a seat. These are extraordinary times, and we must proceed with caution." "I believe that who would understand if you were to learn of this," Yang Jixing replied, bowing slightly in return to Zhou Fangzhong and shaking his head gently, speaking softly. After Zhou Fangzhong took his seat, Yang Jixing rose to fetch a teacup, pouring tea for him. "Thank you, Brother Jiaoshan," Zhou Fangzhong said gratefully as he accepted the cup. "What is your perspective on the suggestions presented by Zihu?" Yang Jixing inquired. "Earlier, when Zihu mentioned the two kings, you seemed somewhat agitated. In my view, Zhu Ping'an's two suggestions were indeed made with your best interests in mind. The first suggestion was for you to remove any references to His Majesty's leniency towards the traitor Yan, to avoid any implications of favoritism. While this may seem overly cautious, it truly reflects concern for your reputation. I also advise you to consider this matter carefully," Zhou Fangzhong replied, taking a sip of tea to soothe his throat before setting down the cup. "You mentioned it was overly cautious," Yang Jixing said, slowly shaking his head. "I suspected that would be your conclusion," Zhou Fangxing said with a wry smile. You understand me well, Brother Wenda, Yang Jixing said with a slight smile. As for the second suggestion, I believe Zhu Ping'an was also looking out for you. The taboo regarding the two dragons not meeting and the ancestral decree forbidding feudal lords from interfering in politics, as well as the need to prevent ministers from clandestinely communicating with feudal lords, are all facts that must be considered, Zhou Fangxing continued, pausing for a moment. However, what are your thoughts on this? Please, speak candidly, Brother Wenda, Yang Jixing prompted. This is merely my personal sentiment, Brother Jiaoshan. You may listen, but need not take it to heart. Zhou Fangxing raised his gaze towards Yang Jixing and spoke slowly. I believe Zhu Ping'an's suggestion for Brother Jiaoshan to dismiss or question the two kings, aside from the aforementioned taboos, likely harbors ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? Yang Jixing was momentarily taken aback. May I inquire, what position does Zhu Ping'an currently hold? Zhou Fangxing asked. He presently serves as a scholar in the house of Prince Yu, Yang Jixing replied, appearing contemplative. Brother Jiaoshan's inquiry regarding the two kings, from the standpoint of the house of Prince Yu, would likely be viewed unfavorably, Zhou Fangxing observed, fixing his gaze on Yang Jixing. This statement, if misinterpreted by those with ill intentions, could be construed as suggesting that Brother Jiaoshan's indictment of the traitor Yin was instigated by the two kings, particularly as King Jing enjoys a close rapport with Yin, while only Prince Yu is at odds with him. Recently, it was Prince Yu who bribed Yin Shifan to reclaim the tribute that had been withheld for years. Therefore, this statement could further be distorted to imply that Brother Jiaoshan's indictment was directed by Prince Yu. Zhu Ping'an perhaps fears that this remark may bring trouble to Prince Yu. It is understandable, after all. Zhu Ping'an, being part of the house of Prince Yu, is vested with responsibilities, and it is only natural for him to infuse personal interests into his recommendations. Moreover, from Fangxing's perspective, Zhu Ping'an's second suggestion indeed seems to be in Brother Jiaoshan's best interest, although it mirrors the first suggestion in its cautiousness to the point of self-sabotage. Fangxing still encourages Brother Jiaoshan to consider it thoughtfully. Following Zhu Ping'an's two suggestions, even if Brother Jiaoshan's indictment fails, he can still preserve his utility. As long as he remains, even if this attempt fails, we can continue our struggle against the traitor Yin in the future. After analyzing Zhu Ping'an's ulterior motives, Zhou Fangxing empathetically explained them and sincerely urged Yang Jixing to accept Zhu Ping'an's advice. Brother Wenda, you need not persuade me further. I, Yang Jixing, am not one to cherish my life overly. As long as the traitor Yin remains, the common people will suffer each day. My life pales in comparison to the lives of countless citizens. It is evident which holds greater weight. The traitor Yin wields immense power. His connections are deeply rooted, and he has corrupted the emperor's heart, making his removal exceedingly difficult. The essence of this indictment lies in its unexpectedness. It must be executed with utmost vigor and precision. If we hesitate or become overly cautious, we risk failure. Should this attempt fail, it would alert the traitor Yin and render future endeavors nearly impossible. At that point, what use would my life be, even if I were to preserve it? Yang Jixing firmly shook his head in refusal of Zhou Fangxing's suggestion, insisting upon his original course of action. Ah, Brother Jiaoshan, why do you not heed advice? Zhou Fangxing sighed. Brother Wenda, you have reiterated multiple times that if there are those in this world unafraid of the traitor Yin, it is only Prince Yu and King Jing. Should this proposal reach the heavens, and the emperor heeds my advice, summoning the two kings for questioning, then Prince Yu and King Jing will undoubtedly speak candidly about Yan's crimes. The words of Yu Wang and Jing Wang are worth more than 1,000,000 of our own. Upon hearing their candid remarks, His Majesty will undoubtedly discern the crimes of the nefarious Yin Song, leading to better days for the common people. Yang Jixing spoke slowly, his face reflecting hope. Zhou Fangxing was momentarily at a loss for words, his mouth opening and closing in silence. Subsequently, Yang Jixing and Zhou Fangxing engaged in further discussion regarding their memorial. After approximately 10 minutes, Zhou Fangxing rose to take his leave, addressing Yang Jixing as Brother Jiaoshan. Suddenly remembering that there was an urgent official document that required his attention, he added, "Official matters are pressing. Brother Wenda has already devoted an entire night and morning to assist me, and I cannot let him down." Yang Jixing, upon hearing of Zhou Fangxing's urgent business, did not insist on his company and, with a grateful demeanor, rose to see him off. "There is no need for you to escort me, for had it not been for today as official matters concerning the people along the Shandong River, I would have gladly spent more time deliberating with you. Zhou Fangzheng remarked with a hint of regret. Yang Jixing expressed his gratitude for Brother Wenda's earnest assistance, stating that the welfare of the riverine populace was paramount. And since Brother Wenda had already accompanied him in careful analysis throughout the night, their memorial was finalized. At the entrance, before parting ways, Zhou Fangzheng once again urged Yang Jixing to consider the two suggestions put forth by Zhu Ping'an, hoping he would deliberate thoroughly. Yang Jixing smiled in silence. Zhou Fangzheng sighed and shook his head, lamenting, Brother Jiaoshan, you have accomplished all the good in the world. Brother Wenda, you flatter me. This is merely my duty. Yang Jixing replied with a smile, watching as Zhou Fangzheng departed. Zhou Fangzheng left with a wry smile, disappearing at the end of the alley. As a bureaucrat, Zhou Fangzheng's office was located in the Eastern District, and upon exiting the alley, he should have turned right onto the main road and headed east. However, it appeared he had lost his way, as he turned onto the main road and proceeded westward instead, heading in the wrong direction entirely. He was unwittingly moving away from the Eastern District and towards the Western District. Yet, Zhou Fangzheng continued westward without looking back, quickening his pace as if pursued by a hound, the jade pendant at his waist clattering noisily with each hurried step, creating a cacophony that was quite unbearable. In ancient times, the wearing of jade was of great significance. The first line of Li Ji Yutsao states that a gentleman of old must adorn himself with jade, walking with measured grace, allowing the pendants to emit harmonious sounds. Zhou Fangzheng had always embodied this ideal, donning scholarly robes and walking with poise, earning him the reputation of possessing the demeanor of a gentleman. However, today was markedly different. He ran as if chased by dogs, a stark departure from his usual grace. What could have caused this? Was the urgency of official matters truly so pressing? Yet, he was heading in the wrong direction. Perhaps he was simply too anxious, so flustered that he lost his way. Thus, Zhou Fangzheng continued to sprint westward, not daring to glance back. After running 100 meters or so, he found himself out of breath, leaning against a tree by the roadside, gasping for air. At that moment, an empty sedan chair passed by the roadside. Zhou Fangzheng recognized the insignia on the chair, identifying it as belonging to Lu's Sedan Service, a rental establishment in the capital. He hastily waved to signal it to stop, declaring, I shall hire this chair. Very well, sir. Where shall I take you? The sedan bearer, eager for business, immediately halted, lowered the chair, and opened the curtain, inviting Zhou to sit inside. Take me to the Yen residence, and make haste. The quicker we arrive, the greater the reward for you. Zhou instructed promptly after settling into the chair. The Yen residence? Wait a moment. Zhou suddenly recalled that he had just informed Yang Jixing of his urgent business at the Department of Rivers concerning the livelihood of the people in Shandong. Why was he now headed to the Yen residence? Which Yen residence do you refer to? The bearer inquired. Which other in the capital could possibly bear that name? It is, of course, the residence of Minister Yen, Zhou retorted with a glare, then lowered the curtain. Upon hearing their patron was bound for the Yen residence, the two bearers fell silent, understanding its significance. Second only to the imperial palace, the Yen residents commanded great respect. They exerted their utmost effort, sprinting with the chair, balancing speed with stability to ensure a comfortable ride for their esteemed patron. The journey to the Yen residence left them utterly exhausted. Upon arriving at the entrance, Zhou disembarked after paying the fare, likely forgetting the promised reward. The bearers, naturally, dared not mention it. After stepping down, Zhou dashed towards the entrance, addressing the steward. Esteemed sir, I urgently seek an audience with Elder Yen and Minister Yen. I implore you to facilitate my request. The steward scrutinized Zhou, noting his lack of fan or significant offering, and smirked derisively, instructing his subordinates to dismiss Zhou. You have urgent business with the minister? Allow me to inform you that if everyone claiming urgency were permitted entry, our Yen residence would be overrun. Come now, escort this person away. Do you not recognize me? I visited just last month. Zhou exclaimed in frustration as he was pushed aside. Many have come to pay their respects to our master. Who do you think you are for me to remember you? The steward scoffed. I truly have urgent business with the minister, one that concerns the elder's very life. If delayed, I fear the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear, Zhou insisted, his voice rising with anxiety. Such audacity. My master is a figure of immense stature, one who does not require your intervention for his safety. Perhaps you should take a moment to reflect on your own worth, the steward retorted, barely able to contain his laughter at Zhou's plight. The mobile reading website of the Zhebi Chinese network Chapter 996. Informant. Do you believe this to be a mere story or a theatrical performance? One opens their mouth, proclaiming that a certain someone is in dire straits. And thus I have come to rescue you, followed by a torrent of nonsensical chatter. Do you think achieving success and fame is that simple? Huh. How naive you must be to aspire to wealth and promotion. I have encountered many with such foolish thoughts, seeking to deceive me. Begone. Do not linger at the door and cause an obstruction. The steward derided Zhu Ping'an with a series of jabs, waving his hand as if shooing away a dog. Forcing Zhu Ping'an outside. Zhu Ping'an, pushed to the point of embarrassment, felt his face flush. What do you mean? Be off with you. The steward, clearly annoyed, waved his hand again, and the attendant behind the door rolled up his sleeves, escorting Zhu Ping'an down the steps. However, Zhu Ping'an ultimately entered the Yin residence. Not due to his eloquence convincing the steward, but rather because he had extravagantly purchased a folding fan from the Cranier study. With the fan in hand, the treatment he received was indeed transformed. The steward at the grand entrance of the Yin residence appeared to change his demeanor, welcoming Zhu Ping'an with a beaming smile. Once inside the Yin residence, Zhu Ping'an was ushered into the waiting room to await an audience. He paced restlessly in the waiting area for about half an hour, until Yin Shifan finally arrived, waddling in with his belly protruding and a toothpick in hand, having taken his time. This bear paw is indeed delicious. But it does get stuck in one's teeth, he remarked, extracting the remnants of meat from his teeth before massaging his cheeks in complaint. Squinting his small eyes, he turned to his attendant and instructed, "Go tell old Zhang in the kitchen that the pair of bear paws sent from the north should be stewed even longer tomorrow. Make them more tender." "Certainly, my lord. I shall attend to it at once." The attendant nodded eagerly. "Off you go." Yin Shifan chuckled, casually flicking the toothpick away, clapping his hands before he entered the waiting room. "Your humble servant Zhu Ping'an pays his respects to the esteemed Lord Yin." As Zhu Ping'an reached the threshold, he had already hurried to the entrance, bowing deeply in a show of utmost respect. "Ah, is that not the esteemed Zhou, the official from the Department of Justice? Truly a rare visitor. What brings our Lord Zhou here today?" Yin Shifan squinted at Zhu Ping'an with a teasing glint in his eye. Faced with Yin Shifan's jest, Zhu Ping'an felt awkward and was at a loss for words. Just then, a sound erupted, followed by an indescribably foul odor that permeated the air. How offensive! Zhu Ping'an instinctively covered his nose. With only the two of them in the room, he realized the source of the offensive odor was not his own, but rather that of Yin Shifan. Ignoring it would not be feasible. The sound had been too loud, and he had covered his nose. Pretending not to notice was out of the question. However, would covering his nose lead Yin Shifan to think he was mocking him? Last month, he had finally managed to find a way into the Yin residence through sheer chance, and if such a trivial matter were to offend Yin Shifan, would he not be jeopardizing his chance at advancement? What to do? What to do? In a moment of urgency, Zhu Ping'an suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Transforming his hand from a covering gesture to a kneading one, he rubbed his nose and took a deep breath, feeling a slight irritation in his throat. However, he maintained a facade of enchantment. "Oh, what is this peculiar fragrance?" After navigating the crisis with such quick wit, Zhu Ping'an felt a swell of self-satisfaction. Yin Shifan, amused, cast a glance at Zhu Ping'an, recognizing the flattery behind his expression. The stark contrast between Zhu Ping'an's perfectly chiseled face and his obsequious demeanor sparked a mischievous delight in Yin Shifan, prompting him to feign a frown and adopt a mock-serious tone. "If flatulence is odorless, as Dr. Wang claims, does that imply that the person who passes gas has ailments within? Does that mean I am afflicted?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an's face turned a deep shade of crimson. Realizing he had inadvertently stepped on a sensitive topic, he hastily sought to amend his flattery. "Sir Yin, your words compel me to reconsider. Upon further reflection, it does indeed have a rather unpleasant scent." Yin Shifan erupted into laughter, thoroughly entertained by the exchange. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an comprehended that the remarks about the odor and ailments were merely jest aimed at him, leaving him blushing and quite embarrassed. "Oh, I was unaware of your visit today, Zhou Daren. What brings you here?" After the laughter subsided, Yin Shifan returned to the matter at hand, narrowing his eyes in inquiry. Regaining his composure from the embarrassment, Zhu Ping'an looked up earnestly at Yin Shifan and replied, "Esteemed sir, I have a matter of utmost importance to report to you and Elder Yin." "Of utmost importance, you say?" Yin Shifan chuckled at the notion. What could possibly warrant such gravity, especially to be reported to my father? Pray, enlighten me. There is a scheme afoot to impeach Elder Yin within these next couple of days, Zhou Fengjing stated deliberately, locking eyes with Yin Shifan. Another plot to impeach my father? Who dares? Yin Shifan laughed lightly, not taking the matter too seriously. In recent times, numerous officials had attempted to impeach the elder, with one such endeavor cropping up nearly every few days, all resulting in their own undoing, with not a single exception. Yang Jishing, Zhou Fengjing replied. Yang Jishing? Yin Shifan paused, his gaze shifting to Zhou Fengjing with skepticism. He seeks to impeach my father? Upon receiving this news, Yin Shifan felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Yang Jishing was a protege of the elder, having been notably promoted by him. Initially, when Yang Jishing attempted to impeach Qiu Wan, he was imprisoned and exiled to Didao. It was the elder who had advocated for Yang Jishing's reinstatement before orchestrating his rapid ascension through the ranks, from county magistrate to a position within the Ministry of War in Nanjing, and subsequently to the capital as a senior official in the military selection division. The elder had expressed intentions to cultivate Yang Jishing as a trusted confidant, despite Yin Shifan's reservations about him. However, the fact that Yang Jishing, having only been transferred to the capital for a mere 2 months, was now poised to impeach the elder was utterly astonishing to Yin Shifan. The position of senior official in the military selection division was one that countless individuals aspired to attain, and here was Yang Jishing, who had been earmarked for significant trust, directly threatening the elder with impeachment. Indeed, it is Yang Jishing, without a doubt. Yesterday evening, Yang Jishing invited me to his residence, claiming there was a remarkable document to share. To my surprise, it turned out to be a memorial to impeach the cabinet elder. I spent the entire night engaging in a pretense of politeness with him, seizing the opportunity to transcribe the memorial. I have just emerged from Yang Jishing's residence, Zhou Fengjing replied, seemingly eager for recognition. Upon hearing Zhou Fengjing's fervent assertion, Yin Shifan could not restrain himself from spitting on the ground, cursing Yang Jishing from a distance. That self-important fool, has he been kicked in the head by a donkey? This matter must be reported to the elder. With that, Yin Shifan turned and strode out, casting a glance back at Zhou Fengjing, saying, Lord Zhou, you should accompany me. Yes, Sir Yin, Zhou Fengjing replied respectfully, bowing deeply, his back arched like a cooked shrimp. Even though he faced only the back of Yin Shifan, his reverence was palpable, with Yin Shifan leading the way and Zhou Fengjing following closely. They soon arrived at the study of the Yin residence. Yin Song had just assisted Emperor Jiajing in successfully completing the prayer ceremony, which the emperor greatly appreciated. Out of consideration for Yin Song's advanced age, he generously granted him a day off to rest at home. At this moment, Yin Song was indeed within the study. As Zhou Fengjing approached the study door alongside Yin Shifan, his heart raced with excitement, fully aware that this was a pivotal opportunity for his ascent. He reminded himself repeatedly to seize this moment with utmost diligence. This was his second close encounter with Yin Song, yet it felt like the first, during his prior visit. Although Yin Song had received him, their exchange had been but a single sentence, hardly qualifying as a formal audience. This time was different. He approached with ambition and intent, determined to make a lasting impression before the esteemed elder. If he could capture Yin Song's attention, ascending to great heights would no longer be a mere dream. With such fervent anticipation, Zhou Fengjing gazed upon the slightly ajar study door, akin to a pilgrim seeking enlightenment. The door was partially concealed by a screen, obscuring the view within, yet faint voices reached Zhou Fengjing's ears. Father, I have come across a piece of news. It is said that the renowned Northern Song masterpiece, the Along the River during the Qingming festival, is currently treasured in the residence of the late Prime Minister Wang Ao. A voice from within resonated, prompting Zhou Fengjing's ears to perk up as he keenly caught the mention of father and Along the River during the Qingming festival. Who could this be? Was it the Minister of Personnel Zhao Wenhua or the Governor of Shuandayangshan? Zhou Fengjing was aware of the rumors surrounding Yin Song's numerous adopted sons, the most notable being Zhao Wenhua and Yang Shan, though Qiu Wan, the Marquis of Xianing, had already met his demise. Therefore, the most likely candidates within were Zhao Wenhua or Yang Shan. Moreover, the Along the River during the Qingming festival, was it not said to have been lost to time? To discover that it was secretly held by the late Prime Minister Wang Ao was unexpected. If I could obtain the painting and present it to the esteemed Elder Yin, would that not be a significant achievement? However, Zhou Fangzheng was well aware that such credit was merely a fleeting thought. Although Wang Xiang had passed away, the Wang family remained a prominent and affluent clan, possessing both wealth and power. How could a mere lowly official, devoid of influence and resources, dare to covet what was beyond reach? The sound of a knock on the door broke Zhou Fangzheng's reverie, interrupting the conversation within the study. "Who is it?" An aged, resonant voice inquired from within. "Father, it is I," replied Yin Shifan from outside the door. "Come in, my son from the east building." Yin Song's voice resonated from the study. Upon entering, Yin Shifan led Zhou Fangzheng into the room. "East building, weren't you supposed to be at the yamen? What brings you back?" Yin Song queried, noticing Yin Shifan's emergence from behind the screen. Only after asking did Yin Song realize another person accompanied his son. "And who might this be?" Yin Song, having forgotten Zhou Fangzheng, inquired. "Father, this is Zhou Fangzheng from the Department of Officials. I intended to go to the yamen, but I encountered Lord Zhou, who came to pay a visit. He shared some news that I felt necessary to relay to you," Yin Shifan explained, introducing Zhou Fangzheng in the process. "Your humble servant, Zhou Fangzheng, pays his respects to the esteemed elder," Zhou Fangzheng said, sweeping his robe aside and kneeling on the floor. Bowing deeply to Yin Song, the sound of his forehead striking the ground echoed in the room. "Oh, I recall now. I met you last month," Yin Song remarked, recognizing Zhou Fangzheng's respectful gesture, recalling that he had similarly bowed last time they encountered. "I am exceedingly honored," Zhou Fangzheng replied, still with his forehead against the ground, joy evident in his voice. "There is no need for such formality. Please rise and take a seat," Yin Song advised, nodding. "Thank you, esteemed elder." Zhou Fangzheng expressed gratefully as he rose from the floor, tears of appreciation welling in his eyes. After exchanging greetings with Yin Shifan, Zhao Wenhua cast a disdainful glance at Zhou Fangzheng, curling his lip in derision. "East building, what news did you mention earlier?" Yin Song inquired of Yin Shifan. "Father, someone has lodged a complaint against you. I learned of this from Lord Zhou and rushed here to inform you," Yin Shifan replied. "Another complaint against my adoptive father? How audacious!" Zhao Wenhua exclaimed, rising in indignation. "Wenhua, sit down. At your age, you should not be so impulsive," Yin Song admonished. Remaining composed upon hearing of the complaint against him, maintaining a calm demeanor as he glanced at the agitated Zhao Wenhua. Having been in power for many years, Yin Song had long lost count of how many complaints had been filed against him. Yet, he had weathered each one with equanimity. The notion of complaints had become second nature to him. "My son, am I not merely standing up for my adoptive father? For decades, he has labored tirelessly for our great Ming, waking early and retiring late, pouring his heart and soul into ensuring the prosperity we enjoy today. Without my adoptive father, where would they find their good fortune? Yet, rather than expressing gratitude, they repay kindness with malice and dare to lodge complaints against him," Zhao Wenhua declared, taking his seat with righteous indignation. Yin Song paid no heed to Zhao Wenhua's outburst, turning his gaze back to Yin Shifan and calmly inquiring, "Who is it this time?" "Yang Jixing," Yin Shifan replied. "Who?" Yin Song's expression shifted upon hearing the name Yang Jixing, prompting him to ask again. "Father, you have not misheard. It is indeed Yang Jixing, the assistant minister of the military selection department, whom you have promoted," Yin Shifan reiterated. This ingrate, Zhao Wenhua once again slammed the table, cursing Yang Jixing without restraint. Initially, when the man surnamed Yang attempted to impeach Qiu Luan unsuccessfully, he was banished to a desolate land. It was only through the kind words of my adoptive father before the emperor that he was reinstated and returned to the Central Plains. Subsequently, my adoptive father promoted him beyond the norm, elevating him from a mere county magistrate to the principal official of the Ministry of Revenue in Nanjing, then to the assistant minister of justice, and now to his current position. My adoptive father has treated him with immense favor, yet this treacherous ingrate shows no gratitude, instead repaying kindness with animosity. What a disgrace! Upon hearing that the accuser was Yang Jixing, Yin Song, who had become accustomed to such upheavals, changed his expression, filled only with astonishment, not fear. He had not anticipated that Yang Jixing would turn against him, nor had he expected that after recently reinstating him and appointing him to the military selection department in the capital, Yang would so soon seek to impeach him. "Yang Jixing, have I not treated you well? You dare to impeach me?" At this moment, Yin Song felt a profound sense of betrayal, akin to a heart yearning for the bright moon, only to find it illuminating a gutter. Surrounded by surprise and disappointment, he felt no apprehension. Having held power for over a decade, Yunsong had faced numerous impeachments from officials, including the recent one from Shunlian. Yet none had ever posed a genuine threat to him. He had deeply rooted himself in the political landscape for decades, gaining the emperor's trust, making him as solid as a rock. These impeachments were nothing but mere eggs against stone. Why should he worry? This oblivious ingrate, Yang Jiajing, need not concern my adoptive father. I shall handle this matter once his memorial reaches the Grand Council. Do not expect it to leave for 10 days or half a month. This time is ample. Zhao Wenhua chuckled coldly. Having secretly assisted Yunsong in managing impeachment memorials on numerous occasions. For instance, when Wang Zhongmao impeached Yunsong, Zhao Wenhua exploited his power as the Minister of State to suppress the memorial for a full fortnight, using that time to meticulously devise strategies to mitigate the repercussions, rendering Wang Zhongmao's efforts futile and even leading to Wang's dismissal, laden with accusations including framing other officials. Wasn't Wang Zhongmao's influence far superior to that of Yang Jiajing? If Wang could not succeed, how could Yang possibly stir any significant waves? Zhao Wenhua, though indignant about Yang Jiajing's impeachment of Yunsong, remained unconcerned. Viewing Yang as a foolhardy adversary, Yin Shifan, more dismissive than Zhao Wenhua, had only informed his father, Yunsong, of this news due to Yang Jiajing being a key focus of Yunsong's attention and favoritism, deeming it necessary for his father to be promptly informed. Thus, the atmosphere in the room was filled with surprise and outrage, yet devoid of any concern. You, an ant, shaking a great tree. You, an egg, colliding with a stone. What need have I, the tree and stone, for worry? However, the exception was Zhou Fangzheng, who stood apart from the rest. Zhou Fangzheng was acutely aware that this time Yang Jiajing's impeachment was far from ordinary. Otherwise, he would not have been so convinced that this was an opportunity for advancement. Esteemed elders, Master Yin, Master Zhao, regarding the impeachment of Yang, I have a piece of news to report. Zhou Fangzheng spoke softly from the corner of the study, his voice unassuming yet strikingly attention-grabbing. Yang the rebel. How quickly the language has changed. If Yang Jiajing were to hear that his intimate comrade, who had shared heartfelt conversations with him last night and this morning, had begun referring to him as Yang the rebel merely after a meal, one could only wonder what thoughts might occupy his mind. What news? Yin Shifan inquired. This time, Yang the rebel has declared that he wishes to issue a death impeachment, signing it in blood. Zhou Fangzheng replied slowly, lifting his gaze. Gasp. Zhao Wenhua reacted as if struck by a bolt, his ears ringing, involuntarily drawing in a sharp breath. Has Yang Jiajing lost his mind? This lunatic actually intends to issue a death impeachment. What did you say? Yang Jiajing wishes to issue a death impeachment against his adoptive father? Zhao Wenhua was momentarily stunned, his eyes fixed intently on Zhou Fangzheng as he repeated the question. Upon hearing that Yang Jiajing intended to utilize a death impeachment against him, Yunsong's complexion shifted dramatically, revealing a glimmer of fear. He too fixated his gaze upon Zhou Fangzheng. At that moment, the pressure in the room seemed to solidify. Zhou Fangzheng, under the penetrating stares of Zhao Wenhua and Yunsong, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. He instinctively retreated several steps until his back collided with the table behind him. After a brief, spasmodic gasp, he regained control of himself, bowing deeply like a shrimp as he responded. Indeed, Yang the rebel explicitly told me that he intends to issue a death impeachment against the esteemed elder, signing it in blood. Madness. Pure madness. Yang Jiajing has truly lost his wits. Is he courting death? Zhao Wenhua exclaimed, abruptly rising from his seat in a fit of hysteria. Yunsong's brows furrowed deeply, his already aged features appearing even more haggard. A death impeachment. Yang Jiajing seeks a death impeachment, even one signed in blood. In the Ming dynasty, impeachment was a common political maneuver for officials. It was as routine as eating and drinking. If one held an official position in the Ming court and had never impeached anyone, it would be deemed highly unusual, and one would be regarded with disdain, considered an outlier, utterly unsociable. Conversely, if one had never been impeached, they would be embarrassed to greet others upon leaving their home. The reasons for impeachment varied wildly, encompassing the absurd and the serious, the legitimate and the frivolous. One could impeach another for corruption, for negligence at work, even for passing gas during court sessions, or for failing to wash hands after using the restroom. You impeach me, I impeach you, while adhering to certain boundaries. It was akin to a sparring match, a contest of skill, where one must know when to hold back. However, a death impeachment is a different matter altogether. A death impeachment is a special case. It is not a mere sparring session, but rather a life-and-death duel, a decisive confrontation that separates life from death. A death impeachment. This represents a peculiar form of impeachment, one seldom employed by anyone. The one who dares to undertake such a perilous impeachment, resolutely betting their life, approaches the task with unwavering determination. When they present their case, it is a matter of life or death. Either the adversary perishes, or they themselves meet their demise. Throughout the entire history of the Ming dynasty, instances of such extreme impeachment are scant, yet when they do occur, they are indelibly etched into the annals of history. Moreover, this method of impeachment is exceedingly shocking and formal. It is a gamble with one's life, not a trivial jest. Consequently, it commands the heightened attention of all, including those in power, leading to numerous unexpected outcomes where the humble triumph over the powerful and the weak best the strong. Yang Jishing's blood-written impeachment is indeed the epitome of such extreme measures. Additionally, the Ming dynasty upheld an unwritten ironclad rule, a legacy from the great founding emperor. Whenever a case of extreme impeachment arises, the relevant authorities must act without delay, promptly submitting the impeachment memorial for imperial review, with violators facing charges of treason. Thus, upon learning that Yang Jishing would resort to such a drastic measure, Zhao Wenhua and Yin Song were understandably alarmed. Chapter 999. Laughter from Yang upon hearing the news that Yang Jishing would not hold back and was prepared to stake his life on this impeachment. Zhao Wenhua and Yin Song were greatly unsettled, and the atmosphere in the study grew increasingly oppressive. Just as the tension escalated, a sudden outburst of uncontrollable laughter resonated through the room. In the stifling atmosphere of the study, this laughter stood out like a crane among chickens, instantly drawing everyone's gaze. Then, within their line of sight appeared the rotund and jovial figure of Yen Shifan, grinning widely. East Tower? Yin Song turned to Yen Shifan, his brow furrowing slightly. Haha, father, I am laughing at that Yang Jishing. Yin Shifan replied nonchalantly. Yin Song was perplexed. Father, if it were anyone else impeaching you, I would certainly feel anxious, but in the case of Yang Jishing, I can only find it amusing. Yin Shifan said with a smile, displaying clear disdain when discussing Yang Jishing. What is it about Yang Jishing that is so amusing? Yin Song's brow knitted further. Zhao Wenhua and Zhou Fangzheng also turned their attention to Yin Shifan, puzzled as to why Yang Jishing's extreme impeachment would be a source of laughter. Father, others who attempt extreme impeachment could at least cause you some distress, but Yang Jishing is nothing but a farce. I wager you won't even meet him before he crashes into the wall at the crossroads, leaving him utterly ruined. Yin Shifan laughed in response. What leads you to such a conclusion? Yin Song inquired, bewildered. Indeed, East Tower, your reasoning eludes me as well. Zhao Wenhua could not help but ask. Haha, Yang Jishing is the most self-righteous fool I have ever encountered. He fancies himself a loyal minister, but in my eyes, he is nothing more than a traitor cloaked in patriotism. Yin Shifan scoffed, shaking his head in derision, displaying utter contempt for Yang Jishing. A traitor cloaked in patriotism? Zhao Wenhua was taken aback by this revelation. Even Zhou Fangzheng, who betrayed Yang Jishing, was taken aback. When Yin Shifan ridiculed Yang Jishing, Zhou Fangzheng could comprehend it. He shared the same sentiment. Yang Jishing, instead of embracing the extended hand of Yin Song, chose to self-destruct his own future by impeaching him, fully aware of the futility of his actions. What else could this be if not foolishness? However, to label Yang Jishing as a traitor in the name of patriotism was beyond Zhou Fangzheng's understanding. To speak candidly, Yang Jishing's impeachment of Yin Song stemmed from a genuine love for his country and its people, reflecting his patriotic spirit. How could such an act be twisted into treachery in the mouth of Yin Shifan? I have observed Yang Jishing for some time and have arrived at this conclusion. Yin Shifan wore a mocking expression. History is replete with such patriotic traitors. I have deduced a standard for identifying a patriotic traitor. They often excel in their studies during youth, are diligent in their pursuits, possess an innate sense of righteousness, and outwardly profess their patriotism, yet ultimately bring calamity upon their nation. Zhao Kuo from the Warring States period is a case in point. Was Zhao Kuo not patriotic? Indeed, he was, to the core. Surrounded by the Qin army and trapped in dire straits, he remained devoted to the state of Zhao, preferring death over surrender. Ultimately, he perished in battle, wrapped in the hides of his horse. However, his patriotism led to the annihilation of over 400,000 Zhao soldiers, all mercilessly slaughtered by Bai Qi, and the capital Handan was besieged for an entire year, edging towards national ruin. Such a figure as Zhao Kuo is unparalleled among traitors. How could he not be deemed a patriotic traitor? Yan Shifan snapped his fingers and spoke eloquently. After citing Zhao Kuo, he snapped his fingers again and continued. Closer to our time, we have Ma Ji of the Northern Song, also known as Zhao Yangtze. This man is another quintessential patriotic traitor. Ma Ji, a native of Yan during the late Northern Song, belonged to a prominent Liao family and was a resident of our Han Dynasty's 16 prefectures of Yanyan. At that time, these 16 prefectures were under Liao occupation, yet Ma Ji's heart remained with the Song. In the first year of the Zhenghe era, seizing the opportunity presented by the Song envoy Tong Guan's visit to Liao, Ma Ji secretly met with Tong Guan to propose a plan to reclaim the 16 prefectures, which involved fostering the Jurchen tribes oppressed by the Khitan nobility, thereby initiating the absurd policy of forming an alliance with Jin to destroy Liao. It is folly to not recognize one's own strength. To engage in distant alliances while attacking nearby foes requires formidable backing. Otherwise, it is akin to seeking a tiger's skin. Yet, such a ludicrous scheme was regarded by the Northern Song political sphere as a modern-day version of the Three Kingdoms Longzhong plan. And Ma Ji was rewarded with titles and promotions. During the Xuanhe years, Ma Ji made 7 trips to Jin, arranging attacks on Liao, thereby facilitating the ridiculous national policy of allying with Jin to annihilate Liao. What was the outcome of his patriotism? With Liao's fall, Jin soon set its sights on the Northern Song, tearing up the treaty mere months later and invading the Song, leading to its demise 2 years later. Ma Ji, the instigator of the alliance with Jin against Liao, was naturally executed by the Northern Song after Jin's invasion. After presenting these 2 examples, Zhao Wenhui nodded slightly, but then asked with curiosity, Brother Donglu, we are all aware of these 2 patriotic traitors, yet what of Yang Jixing? If we were to discuss patriotic traitors, surely Yang Jixing holds his ground equally. Let me present 2 examples. The first is Yang Jixing's renowned work, the memorial titled 10 Inadmissibles and 5 Fallacies, aimed at impeaching Qiu Wan. Haha, I believe both you, Father, and Mei Chun still have vivid memories of this memorial, remarked Yan Shifan with a smile. Yan Song and Zhao Wenhui nodded slightly, clearly recalling this memorial, for it was but a few springs and autumns ago. Indeed, this event transpired 2 years prior. When discussing this memorial, one cannot overlook the Gongshu incident. In June of the 29th year of the Jiajing era, the rebel leader Altan Khan led tens of thousands of barbarian cavalry to invade the borders of the Ming dynasty, starting from Datong. By August, they had dealt a significant blow to the Ming troops at the Gabiku, advancing swiftly to the outskirts of Beijing at Miyun on the same day, and then reaching Tongzhou the following day, splitting their forces to plunder Chongping. The cavalry pressed directly toward the capital, laying siege to the city. This marked the second time in the history of the Ming dynasty that the capital had been encircled. In an effort to lift the siege, His Majesty heeded Su Jie's advice, consenting to Altan Khan's demands for tribute, promising negotiations for tribute once the rebel forces retreated beyond the borders. In fact, Yen Song himself supported this course of action, having recognized that Altan Khan had no intention of capturing the capital. His aim was merely to secure tribute. A defeat at the borders could be concealed, but a defeat in the suburbs could not. Once the invaders were satiated, they would depart. And fortifying the city was indeed the best strategy. Su Jie's proposal aligned perfectly with Yen Song's perspective, thus he offered his support. Upon receiving a response from the court, Altan Khan swiftly withdrew his forces and, in December, sent envoys to request tribute. Under the counsel of Qiu Wan, His Majesty decided to open the border markets to facilitate tribute exchanges with the rebel leader. At this juncture, Yang Jixing, serving as the Assistant Minister of War, submitted a memorial in opposition, which is the aforementioned 10 Inadmissibles and 5 Fallacies. This memorial adorned Yang Jixing with a radiant image of someone undaunted by power, devoted to the nation. However, upon careful examination, it becomes evident that this is a quintessential example of a patriotic traitor's memorial, a classic case of self-proclaimed patriotism that ultimately brings calamity upon the nation and its people. As soon as Yen Shifan mentioned Yang Jixing's 10 Inadmissibles and 5 Fallacies, he could not help but laugh derisively. Oh, Zhao Wenhua leaned forward, ears perked, fully engaged, eager for Yan Shifan to continue. Yang Jixing's 10 inadmissibles and 5 fallacies, at first glance, appears quite reasonable, yet upon closer inspection, each point is more absurd than the last, revealing Yang Jixing as a foolish patriotic traitor. Allow me to cite a few examples. For instance, in his first inadmissible, Yang Jixing claims that mutual trade is synonymous with matrimonial alliances. Altan Khan, the rebel, tramples upon our emperor's tomb and slaughters our citizens. This is a profound enmity. How can we engage in trade with such a fool? He fails to grasp the very concepts of trade and matrimonial alliances, spewing nonsensical drivel. Matrimonial alliances strengthen relationships through kinship, while mutual trade is merely commerce founded upon political trust. Furthermore, in his second inadmissible, he questions how a grand nation like ours can engage in trade with a small tribe, implying that only those of equal status may conduct business. Nonsense. Does possessing wealth mean we cannot trade with those of lesser means? The tributary trade between our dynasty and the surrounding vassal states has persisted uninterrupted since the era of our founding emperor, with not a single Tartar excluded. Only a fool like Yang Jixing would entertain such misguided notions. As for his 9 prohibitions, or perhaps it was a misinterpretation of the circumstances, it is evident that he is utterly ignorant of trade. The concept of mutual markets does not equate to coercive transactions. The price of horses is intrinsically linked to their quality. If the horses are subpar, one can simply choose not to buy or negotiate a lower price. With the guidance of seasoned merchants, one would never witness inferior horses being sold at premium prices. His 10 prohibitions are laughable to the extreme. The notion that we would obtain tens of thousands of horses while sacrificing our own textile supplies is utterly preposterous. Has Yang Jixing ever ventured to Jiangnan? The output of textiles from just Songjiang alone could easily amount to tens of thousands daily, sufficient to exchange for all the horses from the rebel forces. The idea that we would be left without garments a decade hence is a demonstration of sheer ignorance. His courage is commendable, yet devoid of practical wisdom. He fails to grasp the intrinsic value of mutual markets. If a mere trade could resolve border issues, why would we not embrace it? His memorial is riddled with flaws, ultimately harming only himself. Yan Shifan scoffed at Yang Jixing's notorious memorial, shaking his head in derision as he offered his critique. Indeed, Brother Donglu speaks wisely. It appears that this Yang is, in truth, hollow. Zhao Wenhua, upon hearing Yan Shifan's commentary, nodded in agreement. Previously, he had not paid much attention, but now, reflecting on Yan Shifan's words, it seems clear that Yang Jixing's memorial is indeed exaggerated, with suggestions that are both extreme and unrealistic. Yan, with his profound insights, is undoubtedly correct. Yang Jixing is a man of empty reputation, excessively self-assured, convinced that he alone possesses the truth, utterly oblivious to his own shortcomings. In reality, he is the most mistaken of all. Zhou Fangzheng promptly praised Yan Shifan, trampling Yang Jixing into the dust. After Yan Shifan's remarks, Yan Song's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he lifted his teacup for a sip, moistening his throat. Yang Jixing also authored a memorial during his tenure as the magistrate of Zhuqing in Shandong, where he audaciously blamed the local governor, Zhang Danian, for a year of severe drought and failed harvests, attributing it to divine retribution for the governor's misrule. Such an absurdity is laughable. Yan Shifan continued to deride another of Yang Jixing's memorials, mocking his misuse of the theory of the interaction between heaven and humanity. This theory, originating from the Book of Documents, is an ancient Chinese philosophy that gradually evolved into a theological term within Confucianism by the Han Dynasty. It posits that heaven and humanity are interconnected, influencing one another. Heaven can intervene in human affairs, while humans can sense the will of heaven. The ancients believed that if a sovereign acted unjustly or contrary to the will of heaven, calamities would befall him as a form of divine reprimand. Conversely, if governance was harmonious, heaven would bestow blessings, such as auspicious creatures or bountiful harvests. In the 12th year of the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, a tribute envoy from the kingdom of Jela arrived at the Ming court bearing a rare creature. According to records, this extraordinary animal stood 9 feet tall at the front, 6 feet at the back, had a neck measuring over 16 feet, short horns, a tail like that of an ox, and a body resembling that of a deer. Upon its arrival, someone exclaimed, "Is this not the mythical Qilin?" The officials were overwhelmed with excitement. Shendu, a scholar from the Hanlin Academy, was inspired, and with a flourish of his brush, he composed the ode to the auspicious Qilin, stating that when a sovereign embodies benevolence and connects with both the ethereal and the corporeal, the Qilin appears. The Yongle emperor, upon reading the ode, was greatly pleased and commanded an artist to render this Qilin, titling the piece Ming artist's Qilin Ode by Shindu. If one were to view this painting in the museum, one might realize that the Qilin resembles a giraffe. In essence, the doctrine of celestial human resonance is primarily associated with emperors. Thus, Yin Shifan found great amusement in Yang Jixing's second memorial, mocking him for utilizing the celestial human resonance theory to impeach a provincial governor. East Tower. Speak not such nonsense. The emperor, the revered sovereign, is a dragon among men, and should not be used as an example. Yin Song cast a disapproving glance at Yin Shifan for using the Jiajing emperor as a reference while deriding Yang Jixing. What you say is indeed correct. I acknowledge my error, Yin Shifan replied with a chuckle, bowing ceremoniously toward the direction of the Western Garden. Satisfied, Yin Song nodded and then turned his gaze to Zhao Wenhua and Zhou Fangzheng, instructing, "You must remember, our present standing is entirely due to the emperor's grace. We must serve loyally in gratitude for his sustenance. Thank you, adoptive father, the minister, for your teachings. We shall forever keep them in mind." Zhao Wenhua and Zhou Fangzheng responded in unison. Thus, it can be said that there is no need for concern regarding Yang Jixing's impeachment efforts. Each time he attempts to accuse others, he finds himself embroiled in trouble due to his own reckless assertions. He accused Qiu Wan, only to be imprisoned himself. He targeted the provincial governor, and had it not been for my discreet support, he would have faced severe consequences. This time, he foolishly aims to impeach your esteemed father. Although I have not seen his memorial, I am confident he will once again dig his own grave with his words. After Yin Shifan rose, he continued to summarize with a smile, "This Yang Jixing is truly not a matter of concern." Following Yin Shifan's analysis, the oppressive atmosphere in the study dissipated considerably. Zhao Wenhua jested further, "Little Zhou, you mentioned that Zhongfang invited you to discuss the memorial against the old man last night, and you have been studying it since. How much do you recall about the content of his proposed impeachment?" Yin Song, taking a sip from his teacup, turned his attention to Zhou Fangzheng in the corner and inquired slowly. Upon Yin Song's question, both Yin Shifan and Zhao Wenhua also focused their gaze on Zhou Fangzheng. In response to the minister, Zhou Fangzheng began, reaching to loosen his belt. "Hey, what on earth are you doing? I asked you about the memorial's content. Speak properly. Why are you loosening your belt? Good heavens, you're not a woman. What is wrong with you?" Zhao Wenhua exclaimed in bewilderment, followed by a loud reprimand. "Zhou Fangzheng, you are being outrageous." Zhou Fangzheng faced the formidable figure for the first time. Already anxious as he was caught in a precarious situation, only to be startled into a daze by Zhao Wenhua's thunderous shout. His mind went blank, and the words he had meticulously prepared vanished in an instant, swallowed back in fear. His hands trembled, inadvertently yanking his belt loose, which he held aloft in the air. Within the confines of the study, with the door firmly shut, 3 men sat, one of whom was now swinging his belt in midair, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. Suddenly, a roll of paper slipped from Zhao Wenhua's grasp, landing on the floor with a soft thud, shattering the tension that had enveloped the room. "Oh, so you were retrieving something. Why didn't you say so sooner?" Realizing this, Zhao Wenhua understood that the unfastening of the belt was merely a prelude to retrieving the roll of paper hidden within. "Mei Si Yuan, you do have a flair for the dramatic," remarked Yin Song, casting a glance at Zhao Wenhua, his tone devoid of reproach. "You are correct, my foster father," Zhao Wenhua replied with a smile, feeling rather pleased despite the admonishment. To him, such a tone from Yin Song was akin to a commendation. After the tumultuous incident surrounding the 100 Flowers banquet, Zhao Wenhua had become exceedingly attuned to Yin Song's emotions. Since then, he had been diligently mending their relationship, and it appeared he had made significant strides. Their bond was seemingly restored to its former state. At that moment, Zhou Fangzheng finally regained his composure from Zhao Wenhua's loud rebuke. He bent down to retrieve the fallen paper and found his eloquence once more, ready to articulate the words that had been stifled by his earlier fright. In report to the esteemed elder, I engaged in a feigned dialogue with the traitor Yang Jixing last night, skillfully maneuvering my way through the encounter. Seizing an opportune moment, I meticulously transcribed his slanderous memorial against you, and concealed it on my person, solely to unveil the true nature of the vile traitor to you at this moment. With each utterance of traitor and feigned dialogue, Zhou Fangxing's loyalty was vividly apparent, resonating with conviction. His narrative painted him as a valiant undercover agent, risking life and limb to outwit the traitor, brimming with cunning wisdom, enduring humiliation, and overcoming insurmountable challenges to intercept the enemy's nefarious plot against his esteemed leader, ultimately returning to expose the traitor's repugnant intentions. All my efforts are for the sake of my esteemed leader. In that instant, Zhou Fangxing's image shone resplendently. Of course, had he properly fastened his belt, the impact would have been even more profound. Lord Zhou, quickly show me the transcription. I wish to see how Yang has defamed my foster father. Zhao Wenhua approached Zhou Fangxing, indignant on behalf of Yan Song. Having just listened to Yan Shifan's analysis, Zhao Wenhua had developed a measure of disdain for Yang Jixing, regarding him as a fool destined for his own demise. Zhao Wenhua believed he could easily identify several flaws in Yang Jixing's memorial, thereby seizing the opportunity to impress Yan Song and further solidify their relationship. Thus, driven by a desire to showcase his abilities, Zhao Wenhua eagerly sought the transcription from Zhou Fangxing. Zhao Wenhua, upon opening his mouth, found that Zhou Fangxing dared not refuse, and thus, with a bow in both hands, presented the manuscript of Yang Jixing's request to execute the treacherous ministers to Zhao Wenhua. He, you have performed admirably. Now it is my turn to shine, Zhao Wenhua remarked, a warm smile gracing his face as he patted Zhou Fangxing's shoulder in commendation. Well done, well done. You, Sir Zhou, possess great discernment. My adoptive father delights in nurturing loyal and discerning young men like yourself. Thank you for your kind words, Lord Zhao. I shall rely on your guidance in the future, Zhou Fangxing replied, overwhelmed with joy. Certainly. Zhao Wenhua nodded slightly, then shifted his gaze to the manuscript. Zhou Fangxing, understanding the moment, stood aside to avoid disrupting Zhao Wenhua's reading. Zhao Wenhua nodded in satisfaction, opened the manuscript, and immersed himself in its contents. With my keen insight, identifying a few flaws within will be a mere trifle. Such a display before my adoptive father will surely enhance my standing. As he read, he thought confidently. However, after only reading the opening lines, the smile on his face faded, replaced by a grave expression. The initial paragraph of Yang Jixing's memorial struck Zhao Wenhua like a heavy blow, akin to a lone wolf fearlessly confronting a fierce tiger. To express gratitude for the divine grace, I am willing to sacrifice myself to repay it, beseeching a royal decree to swiftly execute the treacherous and cunning ministers, to cleanse the court and eliminate border threats. For a solitary, upright offender to escape the hands of rebellious ministers is already a stroke of fortune, and now, with such rapid transitions, henceforth, every year will be regarded as a rebirth by the emperor. Every official position henceforth will be a gracious appointment by the emperor. As I am bestowed with such immense grace, I shall endeavor to repay the state in every possible way, even at the cost of my life, while day and night. I remain in fear of the path to repay such grace, yet have not hastened to request the execution of the treacherous ministers. The phrases sacrificing oneself to repay, upright offender, and even at the cost of my life combined to evoke a profound sense of righteousness and fearless self-sacrifice. This compelled Zhao Wenhua to adopt a serious demeanor. He discerned through the text that Yang Jixing was not merely speaking hollow words. He was indeed risking his life. As he continued to read, Zhao Wenhua's expression momentarily lightened, only to become even more solemn than before. Last year, the spring thunder remained silent for too long, which foretold of ministerial tyranny. No one is greater than Song in this tyranny. Last winter, there was a red omen, which foretold of treasonous ministers. To call someone treasonous is not merely to accuse them of rebellion. Anyone whose heart is not with the ruler and turns against him is deemed treasonous. Who among the ministers has betrayed the ruler more than Song? At first glance, Zhao Wenhua displayed a smile. Thinking this echoed what Brother Donglu had just mentioned about Yang Jixing's misuse of heavenly omens. This foolish fellow truly lacks memory. However, upon a second glance, Zhao Wenhua's demeanor shifted. This was no mere misuse of heavenly omens. He noted that at the beginning of this segment, Yang Jixing had added a transitional phrase. Thanks to the emperor's sincere reverence for heaven, which resonates with the divine, heaven fears that treacherous ministers may harm the emperor's reign, thus repeatedly manifesting disasters to provide warnings. This is indeed a celestial response. The calamities descending from above serve as a warning to the emperor. How detestable that this rebel has actually learned from past mistakes. Zhao Wenhua's expression grew increasingly grave. Chapter 1002. The panic of Zhao Wenhua. The more he delved into the matter, the more serious Zhao Wenhua's demeanor became. Upon reaching the third major offense, panic was evident upon his countenance. The loyal minister Song, due to the emperor's benevolent governance, insisted that the matters be conveyed to the people by his son, Shifan, stating that the emperor had never intended this and that it was his own counsel that led to its fruition. He feared that the world might not recognize that the authority emanated from himself. Now, he intended to publish the sacred edicts along with the memorials presented by Song in 10 volumes, titled Jiajing's Memorial Discussions, so that future generations would attribute all the emperor's virtuous actions to his directives, leaving the emperor seemingly powerless. If ministers are virtuous, should they not be regarded as loyal subjects? This obscures the merits of the emperor's governance. This constitutes the third major offense. The first two offenses were somewhat manageable, mere conjectures without substantial evidence. However, the third offense was anchored in undeniable proof. The Jiajing's memorial discussions, mentioned by Yang Jixing in the third major offense, indeed exists. And no one knows the true nature of this book better than Zhao Wenhua. The content of this book aligns precisely with Yang Jixing's memorial, primarily encompassing the sacred edicts and the memorials submitted by Song. The publication commenced last year, and to date, it has released 10 issues, totaling over 500 copies. The volume of Jiajing's memorial discussions is considerable. Yang Jixing must have certainly acquired at least one set, if not more. Moreover, Zhao Wenhua's disquiet stems not only from the existence of this book as evidence, but also from its deep connection to him, as he was instrumental in its promotion. The events unfolded last year. In that year, the Gongshu incident transpired. The rebel Nda invaded Datong, advancing to the outskirts of Beijing. Minister of War Ding Ruk sought counsel from his adoptive father, Yin Song, regarding the defense strategies. Yin Song remarked that while defeats at the border could be concealed, losses outside the capital could not be hidden. Nda, a mere plundering brigand, would eventually depart once satiated. Minister Ding Ruk understood this implicitly and sternly ordered the generals not to act recklessly or engage in battle outside the city, allowing Nda's forces to wreak havoc for 8 days until they withdrew after obtaining the emperor's promise of tribute. In the aftermath, public discontent surged, and the court erupted in indignation. Consequently, Ding Ruk was scapegoated by Yin Song, despite Ding Ruk bearing the brunt of the blame. Many in the court vociferously condemned Yin Song's incompetence, accusing him of sycophancy toward the emperor and speaking disrespectfully behind his back. Numerous officials submitted memorials to impeach Yin Song. Forced into a corner, Yin Song eventually submitted a request for leave to retire for a time. Zhao Wenhua and Yin Song shared a symbiotic relationship. As Yin Song faced adversity, those under his protection, including Zhao Wenhua, found their circumstances equally dire. In such turbulent times, Zhao Wenhua, determined to assist his adoptive father in regaining his reputation and trust, conceived a plan not only for Yin Song's benefit, but for his own as well. In Zhao Wenhua's view, the officials in the court and the ignorant scholars who berate his adoptive father, Yin Song, for incompetence, do so out of ignorance. Their criticisms are rooted in hearsay and miscommunication. They remain oblivious to the substantial contributions Yin Song has made for the sovereign and the nation. Yin Song has devoted himself tirelessly to assisting the current emperor, demonstrating unwavering dedication and an abundance of wise strategies, yielding remarkable results. Therefore, Zhao Wenhua advised Yin Song to select notable achievements from the memorials and confidential documents submitted to the emperor since he assumed control of state affairs. By publishing these commendable deeds, they would unveil the truth to fellow officials and scholars, allowing them to recognize Yin Song's accomplishments and the many good deeds he has performed behind the scenes, which remain unknown to them. This would, in turn, silence the naysayers who claim Yin Song is merely a sycophant to the emperor. The so-called memorials and confidential documents are a unique form of correspondence utilized by cabinet ministers. They serve as informal documents, apart from the formal petitions, through which cabinet members often present personal recommendations regarding matters of state for the emperor's consideration. Upon hearing Zhao Wenhua's suggestion, Yin Song expressed his approval and praised him profusely, readily agreeing to the proposal. He personally named the publication Jiajing Shuyi and entrusted Zhao Wenhua with the selection and printing of its contents. Zhao Wenhua swiftly published Jiajing Shui, distributing copies to all officials above the rank of Longguan in the capital, as well as several dozen copies for circulation in the Taishua. In no time, Jiajing Shui became a sought-after book in the capital, a significant event that led to officials who had not received a copy fervently requesting it. Officials from various departments and localities also came seeking the book, and unable to refuse the enthusiastic demand. Yan Song instructed Zhao Wenhua to print an additional 100 copies to distribute among his colleagues. The book proved to be immensely impactful, greatly enhancing Yan Song's reputation and stabilizing the court. For this, Yan Song lauded Zhao Wenhua on numerous occasions, and Zhao Wenhua took great pride in this accomplishment, considering it a pinnacle of his life's work. However, he never anticipated that Jiajing Shui would later be implicated by Yang Jixing as part of the third major crime, serving as crucial evidence against him. Now, as Zhao Wenhua reflected calmly on the matter, a cold sweat broke out on his brow, and he was compelled to acknowledge that this compilation indeed bore the weight of significant merit, potentially inviting the emperor's ire. Regret washed over him, and he lamented his choices. As he continued reading about the four major crimes, the cold sweat intensified upon his forehead and back. In the fourth crime, Yang Jixing explicitly named Zhao Wenhua in connection with the emperor's orders regarding the ballot, suggesting collusion with Yan Song's son, Shi Fan, and implicating them in corrupt practices. It was noted that Shi Fan conspired with Zhao Wenhua and others to form a faction, thereby disrupting governance and fostering corruption. The repeated handling of the ballots raised concerns about the potential leakage of confidential information. Thus, before the imperial edict was issued, the entire court had already sensed the impending matters. In this fourth great offense, Yang Jixing highlighted the mishaps involving censor Kai Pu and the garrison commander Su Shi, as well as the censure against the adoptive father Yan Song by Shun Lian. He asserted that these two incidents were handled in accordance with the East Building's directives, and that the cabinet ministers, including Li Ben, made no alterations to the text, thereby demonstrating that Yan Song's son had overstepped his bounds, allowing his adoptive father to dominate the court with his authority. These events are indeed factual. As we delve into the fifth great offense, it is revealed that Yan Song permitted his grandson, Yan Xiaozhong, to falsely claim military achievements in the two Guang regions, elevating him to a position of authority. Furthermore, he fabricated the account of a man from Qiangzhou who supposedly beheaded 7 enemies, submitting this false report in order to gain recognition, and subsequently appointed his other grandson, Yin Hu, to succeed him, who, in turn, claimed the same fabricated achievement, resulting in his promotion to 1,000 households within the Imperial Guard, currently overseeing affairs. Records from the Martial Selection Bureau, designated as document number 19, can corroborate this. Both Xiaozhong and Hu are mere offspring of the influential family, having been nurtured within its confines. It is inconceivable that such inexperienced youth could single-handedly slay 7 enemies and falsely claim military honors. How on earth did Yang Jixing uncover this? Furthermore, he is remarkably well-informed, articulating even the minutest details, backed by the evidence from document number 19. It dawns on me. Yang Jixing currently serves as the deputy of the Martial Selection Bureau, making it exceedingly simple for him to access and copy the Bureau's documents. This is dire. The issue of falsified military achievements had previously been raised by the deputy Xiao Zhoumian, but at that time, it was brushed aside with favoritism. Now, however, Yang Jixing has presented irrefutable evidence, leaving no room for evasion. As I continue to read, I discover that Yang Jixing has also brought to light the truth behind the Gingshu incident, exposing Ding Rukuei's refusal to engage in battle as a directive from his adoptive father Yan Song. He recounted how, upon facing execution, Ding Rukuei realized he had been misled by Yan Song, exclaiming, "Yan Song has deceived me." Upon reading this, Zhao Wenhua trembled as he held the memorial copy, swallowed hard, and turned to Yan Song, frantically exclaiming, "It's terrible, adoptive father, something has gone awry." Chapter 1003. Keen insight of Yan Shi Fan. What is so terrible? Mei Village, how old are you? And yet you exhibit such a lack of composure? As Suzy once said, a general should first cultivate a tranquil heart. When Mount Tai collapses before him, he must not change countenance. When a deer appears on his left, his gaze must not waver. Thus he may discern benefits and harms, and await the enemy. Look at yourself. You are in a state of utter panic. Yan Song cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Wenhua, calmly imparting wisdom. Yes, You are right, adoptive father. Zhao Wenhua nodded repeatedly, acknowledging his error. Now speak, what is amiss? Yin Song inquired with a slight nod. Adoptive father. You shall see for yourself the memorial by Yang Jixing, Zhao Wenhua responded, presenting the memorial copy with both hands. Yin Song extended his bony hand to receive the document and casually unfolded it, directing his gaze to the text. Initially, he appeared calm, but as he continued reading, his composure gradually dissipated. Witnessing Yang Jixing's righteous and fearless accusations, along with the evidence laid out on paper, even the esteemed Grand Secretary Yin Song felt a root of unease take hold within him. Nevertheless, being Yin Song, even in the throes of anxiety, he maintained a far greater semblance of calm than Zhao Wenhua. Father, let me see, he urged. The one-eyed, rotund figure of Yin Shifan approached with a calm demeanor and requested, "Oh, young Master Donglu, do take a look." Upon hearing this, Yin Song, as if handling a scalding hot potato, hastily passed the memorial draft in his hands to Yin Shifan. Yin Shifan accepted the document and opened it, scrutinizing it word by word. Both Zhao Wenhua and Yin Song watched Yin Shifan intently as he perused the memorial. After reading it from beginning to end, a serene smile emerged on Yin Shifan's face as he looked up at Yin Song and cheerfully remarked, "Hee, father, Yang Jixing has truly composed an excellent memorial." "Excellent," Zhao Wenhua exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. He skeptically rubbed his ears, wondering if he had misheard or if young Master Donglu had misspoken. How could young Master Donglu assert that Yang Jixing's memorial was excellent? After all, it aimed to impeach his adoptive father and was designed to bring about his downfall. Nearby, Zhou Fangzheng was taken aback, his mouth agape in astonishment. "Young Master Donglu, how can this possibly be considered an excellent memorial?" Yin Song, momentarily stunned by Yin Shifan's words, inquired with a furrowed brow. Father, you need not worry in the slightest about Yang Jixing's memorial. Rather, it presents a tremendous opportunity." Yin Shifan replied with a beaming smile, resembling a plump fox. Oh, upon hearing this, the wrinkles on Yin Song's face relaxed slightly. He held immense trust in his son, Yin Shifan's intellect. Since he had begun collaborating with him on state affairs, Yin Shifan had never disappointed him. Now that his son had reassured him, he felt a sense of relief. "Young Master Donglu, what have you discerned?" Zhao Wenhua asked, curiosity piqued. "Father, Brother Mei, allow me to explain why Yang Jixing's memorial is of no concern." First and foremost, after reading the entire memorial, I sense something that I wonder if you share. It seems to me that Yang Jixing's memorial does not merely impeach you, Father, it also implicates our sovereign. To accuse the reigning emperor in a memorial, do you think he can succeed? Yin Shifan smirked, a confident smile gracing his lips as he elaborated to Yin Song and Zhao Wenhua. Yin Song stroked his beard, realizing that his earlier concern had led him to overlook some crucial details. Now, reflecting on Yin Shifan's words, he began to ponder. He has also implicated the emperor? Zhao Wenhua was momentarily stunned. Indeed, Yin Shifan affirmed with a nod, spreading the memorial draft across the table before Yin Song and gesturing to a specific section. "Father, Brother Mei, please observe this part. As for the earthquakes and the eclipses of the sun and moon, the calamities should befall the treacherous Song. Yet, the emperor, oblivious to the divine warnings, is led astray by Song's deceit. Although the heavens signal their warnings, he remains unheeded, resulting in such a dire situation. Here, he pointed out that the mention of earthquakes and eclipses as disasters that ought to befall his father served as a divine warning to the emperor. He chuckled. Yet what followed was a scathing critique. He asserted that the emperor willingly endured his father's deceit, disregarded counsel, and that even heaven had issued warnings to him. Yet the emperor remained oblivious to the truths before him. Such obstinacy seemed a path to self-destruction. Yin Song, stroking his beard, nodded knowingly. He was well acquainted with the emperor's temperament and foresaw a furious reaction to those words. "Indeed, my friend from the East Building, this sentiment resonates profoundly," he remarked. Recognizing Yang Jixing's boldness in admonishing the emperor, a perilous venture indeed, Zhao Wenhua, listening to Yin Shifan's narration, nodded repeatedly, a look of uncontainable joy upon his face. In truth, this particular remark was relatively mild. It could be rationalized. Yet, my dear father, Brother Mei Cun, do observe this segment. Despite the emperor's intelligence and discernment, he has long tolerated the overt malevolence of Yin, as if he were incapable of recognizing or addressing it. This tolerance was merely an attempt to preserve the dignity of his ministers, allowing them to self-destruct. Yet, he failed to see that Yan's presence was akin to weeds among crops or tigers within a city. Every day he remained in power posed a threat. Why would the emperor not sever ties with such a treacherous minister for the sake of countless suffering souls? Furthermore, those who already harbored doubts about the emperor's judgment might develop intentions of rebellion. Should he continue to extend leniency, he risks repeating the fate of former chancellors. A calamity well known to all subjects. Yang Jixing, here, has quite openly directed his criticisms at the emperor, implying that he is but a protector of his father's wrongdoings. Yin Shifan smiled faintly, then pointed to a section of the memorial's latter half, emphasizing it with a mocking tone. At that moment, a smile crept across Yin Song's face. His gaze toward Yin Shifan filled with approval and satisfaction. Ah, indeed, brother from the East Building, your insight is as keen as ever. I find myself lacking in comparison. Zhao Wenhua laughed heartily, admiring Yin Shifan's unique perspective while mocking Yang Jixing from afar. Laughter echoed in the study, dissipating much of the previously tense atmosphere. In a corner, Zhou Fangzheng observed this scene, his mouth opening slightly as if to speak, but after a moment's contemplation, he opted to remain silent. Now was not the opportune moment. Chapter 1004. Terrified beyond measure. What I previously mentioned was merely the first point. Yang Jixing, while indicting your father, simultaneously condemned the emperor. This particular point, though serious, was not fatal. Beyond this, there existed a critical oversight in Yang Jixing's memorial. Yin Shifan's lips curled into a sinister smile, reminiscent of a cobra uncoiling its tongue. As he raised one finger, and then another, shaking them in the air with confidence. There is yet another critical oversight. Yang Jixing truly does not disappoint. Zhao Wenhua, upon hearing Yin Shifan mention this fatal flaw, could not help but break into laughter. Foster father, he began. I must utter an unpalatable truth. It is fortunate that Yang Jixing has not been swayed, for his petitions reveal a propensity for failure rather than success. Should he join our ranks, I would find no solace in slumber, perpetually anxious that one day he might impeach a political adversary, thus implicating my allies. After a hearty laugh, Zhao Wenhua deftly jested with Yin Song, further enlivening the atmosphere of the study. Yin Song, he chuckled. I beseech you to enlighten me. Where lies the fatal flaw in Yang's petition? Zhao Wenhua beseeched Yin Shifan with a respectful gesture. Right here. Yin Shifan replied with a slight smile, pointing at the manuscript of the petition. Zhao Wenhua followed the direction of Yin Shifan's hand, observing the segment that read, If I do not speak, who else would dare to do so? I implore your majesty to heed my words and recognize the treachery of Song, for the ministers fear his might and cherish his favor. Hence there is no need to inquire. Zhao Wenhua, having been steeped in courtly affairs for many years, was no simpleton. Upon Yin Shifan's prompt, he discerned the critical oversight and softly articulated the words, nearly uttering the subsequent phrase regarding Song's malice. Realizing the impropriety, he hastily silenced himself. Indeed, this is precisely the point, Yin Shifan affirmed with a nod, tracing the 4 characters on the manuscript, or asked the 2 princes. Do not underestimate the weight of these 4 characters. They could render Yang Jixing irreparably doomed. Yin Song, pouring himself a cup of hot tea, listened with a smile as Yin Shifan and Zhao Wenhua engaged in their discourse. I am eager to hear more, esteemed brother of the Eastern Tower, Zhao Wenhua requested, gesturing for Yin Shifan to continue, though he had already grasped the essence of the matter. I firmly believe that upon encountering the phrase, or asked the 2 princes, the emperor would be filled with righteous fury. Should the emperor be enraged, even 9 heads would not suffice for Yang Jixing. Firstly, our sovereign has always adhered to the curse that the 2 dragons must not meet. The emperor is the true dragon, while the 2 princes are concealed dragons. Their convergence would inevitably herald calamity. Given the emperor's aversion to the notion of the 2 princes meeting, Yang Jixing's suggestion that the emperor directly consult them is a blatant affront to this taboo, crossing a line with the sovereign. Yin Shifan, with a confident smile, gestured as if to behead. Secondly, the laws of the Ming dynasty clearly stipulate that princes are forbidden from engaging in governance without the emperor's explicit permission. Since the establishment of our dynasty, the founding emperor erected a stele in the palace declaring that the imperial harem and eunuchs must not interfere in state affairs. The current emperor's sensitivity and regard for this ancestral law surpass that of his predecessors, leading him to strictly prohibit ministers from clandestine meetings with princes. By directly suggesting that the two princes testify on his behalf, Yang Jixing is essentially proclaiming his disregard for ancestral law, implying that he has already conspired with the princes in secret, thereby provoking the emperor's wrath. This matter has undoubtedly crossed the sovereign's threshold of tolerance. How could the emperor possibly endure this? Should Yang Jixing attempt to argue that he had not conspired with the two princes in private, asserting that he only wrote this because the two princes fear not your esteemed self and can thus speak the truth impartially? Setting aside the fact that the princes would certainly not dare to say such a thing, the mere act of writing or requesting the princes as witnesses, despite not having communicated with them beforehand, would leave Yang Jixing unable to escape the grave charge of fraudulently transmitting a royal decree. This is an unforgivable crime, deserving of the harshest punishment, execution by hanging. With a confident smile adorning his face, Yan Shifan spoke eloquently, evoking a sense of dominion over the situation, as if Yang Jixing were destined to vanish into oblivion. Ha ha ha, Brother Donglu, your insights are truly profound. I, Wenhua, feel inadequate by comparison. With these 2 points, esteemed father, you can rest easy. Zhao Wenhua, adept in the art of flattery, skillfully praised Yan Shifan while subtly ingratiating himself with Yan Song. To underestimate one's opponent is to pave the way for one's own demise. Yan Song, placing his teacup down, gently waved his hand and remarked in a soft tone, how many throughout history have met with misfortune by underestimating their adversaries? The formidable Xiang Yu of the Western Chu disregarded the cunning of Liu Bang, the founding emperor of the Han, ultimately leading to his tragic end at Gaixia. Liu Bei, the illustrious emperor of Shu during the Three Kingdoms, sought vengeance for his brother and underestimated the young strategist Lu Xun of Eastern Wu, only to be vanquished by fire at Yiding in the late Western Jin and early Northern and Southern dynasties. The Emperor Fu Jian of former Qin led a massive army against Eastern Jin, boasting confidence and determination, only to be outmaneuvered by Xian, resulting in the infamous tale of grass and trees becoming soldiers. Such examples are abundant throughout history. Wenhua, you have grown too complacent. Indeed, esteemed father, your lesson is well taken. Zhao Wenhua nodded repeatedly, stepping forward to refill Yan Song's teacup, while Yang Jixing was already ensnared. The children would treat him as a lion would a rabbit, exerting immense pressure and leaving him no opportunity to breathe. Yan Song nodded in satisfaction, savoring a sip of tea while exclaiming, "This is excellent tea. Father, when Yang Jixing's memorial reaches the emperor, you need not mention the first point I just raised. The emperor will naturally take note of it. You should focus on emphasizing the second point to the emperor, and then leave the rest to him." Yan Shifan said with a gentle smile. Yan Song nodded and continued to enjoy his tea, while Zhao Wenhua beamed with delight, engaging in discussions with Yan Shifan regarding the charges to be levied against Yang Jixing. The study transformed into a celebratory atmosphere, filled with laughter and joy, banishing all remnants of tension. Yet, in the corner, Zhou Fangzheng's throat constricted, as if he held something profound within. Lord Zhou, do you have something to convey? Yan Shifan had long been aware of Zhou Fangzheng's presence in the corner. Esteemed Lord, the 2 critical oversights you mentioned earlier were brought to Yang Jixing's attention by Zhu Ping'an this morning during his visit, along with a suggestion for their deletion. Zhou Fangzheng raised his head and spoke softly. Though his voice was barely above a whisper, it struck the room like a thunderclap. What a shocking revelation. With a crash, Yan Song's teacup toppled over on the table, spilling onto his garments and rolling to the floor, leaving a wet mark on his attire and shattering into pieces, as if he had been utterly startled. What? Zhao Wenhua was taken aback, rising abruptly from his seat. His astonished exclamation was even more piercing than the sound of Yan Song's teacup shattering on the floor. For the first time, Yan Shifan, who had always exuded confidence and wore a smile that suggested he was in complete control, displayed a look of panic. Chapter 1005, The Unveiling of Truth. Your Highness, the term blood in a bag shot to the heavens refers to an anecdote about the Shang dynasty Emperor Wuyi, originating from Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian. During the late Shang dynasty, Emperor Wuyi ruled with cruelty and arrogance, inciting the wrath of heaven and the people. In his hubris, Wuyi sought to flaunt his authority by crafting deities from wood and clay, engaging them in mock battles. Additionally, he devised a game called Shooting to the Heavens, where individuals would fill a bag with blood and suspend it high, shooting arrows at it from below. resulting in a gruesome and foul spectacle. Yet, Emperor Wuyi laughed boisterously, proclaiming, "Today, I have pierced a hole in the heavens." Hence, this became known as blood in a bag shot to the heavens. As Zhou Fangzheng revealed to Yin Song and his son that Zhu Ping'an had visited Yang Jixing that morning, Zhu Ping'an was in the Duke's study, reading alongside him. The Duke's scholarly advisor was tasked with such duties. While reading, the Duke felt unfamiliar with the term blood in a bag shot to the heavens and inquired of Zhu Ping'an. With a remarkable memory, Zhu Ping'an succinctly explained the origin of the term. Just as he was nearing the conclusion of his explanation, for reasons unknown, he suddenly let out a loud sneeze. Fortunately, Zhu Ping'an, sensing the impending mishap, quickly lowered his head to cover it, thus sparing the Duke from any splatter. "My humble self has lost composure. I beseech your highness to punish me." Zhu Ping'an rubbed his nose, feeling quite embarrassed as he bowed in apology to the Duke. "Ah, it was merely a sneeze. You are being too hard on yourself, Ziho. I am not as tyrannical and unreasonable as Wuyi. Perhaps you did not rest well last night, or caught a chill. Do take care of your health. I cannot do without you." The Duke chuckled and shook his head, seemingly unconcerned, yet expressing concern for Zhu Ping'an's well-being. "Thank you for your concern, your highness," Zhu Ping'an replied gratefully, smiling slightly. "I am in good health. Now, shall we continue our reading?" Indeed, the Duke nodded, and the two resumed their studies. Within the Yin residence, despite Zhou Fangzheng having spoken for some time and Yin Song having changed into another set of garments, the tremors caused by Zhou Fangzheng's words continued to reverberate in the study, evolving from a tempest into a colossal tsunami. Zhu Ping'an, Zhao Wenhua stood frozen, his expression a mixture of complexity. "Are you saying that Zhu Ping'an has alerted Yang Jixing to these two fatal oversights and suggested that he eliminate them?" The one-eyed, portly figure advanced on Zhou Fangzheng like a bear robbed of its honey, seizing his collar with a bear-like paw, narrowing his eye menacingly and demanding answers. Spittle spraying onto Zhou Fangzheng's face. The intensity of Yin Shifan's presence was overwhelming, far surpassing that of Zhao Wenhua. With his collar grasped, Zhou Fangzheng was left dumbfounded, his mind blank, mouth opening and closing without uttering a single word. "Speak." Yin Shifan exerted more force, pulling Zhou Fangzheng closer, and impatiently cursed under his breath. Yes. Zhou Fangzheng, frightened, nodded repeatedly. "Ahem, Donglu. How can you speak like this? Be a bit more courteous to Lord Zhou." Yin Song shot a glare at Yin Shifan, then turned to Zhou Fangzheng with a pleasant demeanor, saying, "Hee, my dear Lord Zhou, pay no mind to him. Speak freely. Today, your warning to me has been a great kindness, and I shall not let you go unrewarded." "Hee, I was just being overly concerned. My apologies for offending you." Lord Zhou, upon hearing this, Yin Shifan forced a smile on his round face, released his grip on Zhou Fangzheng's collar, and even kindly helped him adjust his attire. "Thank you, Your Excellency. You flatter me, Lord Yin. Filial piety comes first in all matters. Your genuine concern for Your Excellency is not lost on me. Who says the heart of a small grass can repay the brilliance of spring? Your filial devotion, Lord Yin, is indeed worthy of emulation." Zhou Fangzheng hurriedly expressed his gratitude with a bow, skillfully showering Yin Shifan with compliments as if they were free. "Hee, I'm glad you understand, Lord Zhou." Yin Shifan smirked. "Now, Lord Zhou, please recount what you just said in further detail." Zhao Wenhua spoke slowly. "Yes, the events transpired this morning. Just as the curfew had lifted, I was at Yang Ni's residence, having breakfast while engaging in a feigned discussion about impeaching Your Excellency. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an came to knock on the door for a visit. I was cautious and discreetly informed Yang and I, who quickly hid in the inner room. Zhu Ping'an was dressed in. As the atmosphere eased, Zhou Fangzheng recounted the morning's events in great detail, meticulously describing Zhu Ping'an's attire and his remarks. When Zhu Ping'an pointed out the flaws in the memorial, suggesting to Yang and I that they be omitted, I heard him from the inner room. While I worried for Your Excellency, I accidentally knocked over my cup. Fortunately, Yang Ni's clever young son claimed he was thirsty and poured himself a cup of tea. But the tea was too hot, causing him to inadvertently spill it, thus covering up the incident. Zhou Fangzheng's memory was remarkable. He nearly replicated the dialogue and revealed everything. "How did Zhu Ping'an advise Yang Jixing?" Yin Shifan inquired with a narrowed eye. Zhu Ping'an's reasoning for urging Yang and I to delete the two flaws was almost identical to what you just mentioned, Lord Yin. Firstly, he suggested that Yang Ni's memorial implied the Emperor was shielding Your Excellency, and that the Emperor might take offense upon reading it. Secondly, Regarding the matter of the two kings, this was the crux of Zhu Ping'an's warning to Yang and I. He provided two reasons that were nearly the same as what you just articulated. Zhou Fangzheng recounted Zhu Ping'an's arguments for the deletion of the memorial's flaws in detail. How intriguing. Zhu Ping'an is indeed a clever man, yet also quite foolish, Yan Shifan remarked, closing his solitary eye after listening to Zhou Fangzheng's report, rubbing the back of his head like a weary bear, before breaking into a mocking smile. Indeed, Zhu Ping'an, in his ignorance of the times, has foolishly allied himself with Yang and I, demonstrating a reckless disregard for his own life. He is nothing but a simpleton. Zhou Fangzheng, bowing his head in agreement, echoed this sentiment. Yan Shifan cast a sidelong glance at him, a peculiar smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Zhou Fangzheng, feeling the weight of scrutiny, dared not speak further. With a somber countenance, Yan Song sat at the table, his emaciated fingers gently tapping upon its surface, a habitual gesture that accompanied his deep contemplation. The study was enveloped in an eerie silence, broken only by the sound of his fingers drumming against the wood. Chapter 1006. A twist of fate such as the nature of life as vicissitudes. Just when it seemed that a critical flaw in Yang Jishing's memorial had been grasped, leading to an assured victory, the tides turned unexpectedly. To his astonishment, Zhu Ping'an had already pointed out these two vulnerabilities to Yang Jishing that very morning, suggesting their removal. Without these fatal flaws, Yang Jishing's impeachment memorial would be far from ordinary, his words incisively articulated, encompassing both the general and the specific, supported by relevant evidence. Contrasting sharply with the previous vague accusations. If strictly scrutinized based on the memorial, it could swiftly become an ironclad case. What to do? What to do? Yan Song's fingers continued to tap against the table, his furrowed brow deepening, the creases on his forehead becoming more pronounced, resembling the gnarled bark of an ancient tree. Yan Shifan rubbed his temples and once again picked up the memorial draft, meticulously analyzing it word by word, a level of seriousness he hadn't displayed in some time. Zhao Wenhua stood frozen in place, the atmosphere in the study thick with tension. At that moment, a cough broke the stillness, drawing attention. Yan Song and the others turned to see Zhou Fangzheng hesitating, as if struggling to articulate something. "Oh, do enlighten us, Lord Zhou," Yan Song inquired, adopting the demeanor of a benevolent elder. Zhou Fangzheng, upon hearing this, quickly bowed deeply, responding, "You flatter me, esteemed lord. I lack the merit to offer counsel. However, esteemed lord, Sir Yan, and Sir Zhao, there is no need for concern." No need for concern? I would be keen to hear your insights, Lord Zhou. Yan Song replied, astonished and eager for clarification. Yan Shifan also looked on in surprise, noting Zhou Fangzheng's air of confidence, prompting him to squint his single eye in intrigue. Could it be that he had underestimated Zhou Fangzheng? There is truly no need for concern. What have you discovered? Please, do share, urged Zhao Wenhua, pressing for answers. In response to esteemed Lord, Sir Yan, and Sir Zhao, I assert that there is no cause for alarm because, although Zhu Ping'an pointed out these two critical flaws to Yang and I and suggested their removal, Yang and I did not heed his advice, Zhou Fangzheng explained, bowing his head once more. Did not heed. Upon hearing this, Yan Song's furrowed brow relaxed, the wrinkles on his forehead diminished by half, as if a decade had been lifted from his countenance. Upon hearing this, Yan Shifan squinted at Zhou Fangzheng, a smirk curling his lips as he let out a soft chuckle. Zhou Fangzheng, unable to meet Yan Shifan's piercing gaze, hastily lowered his head, feeling as though Yan's sharp eyes could penetrate the very depths of his thoughts. What? Not adopted? Zhao Wenhua exclaimed, a mix of surprise and delight flooding his features as he pressed for details. What happened? Please elaborate. Zhou Fangzheng recounted the scene as it had unfolded, naturally emphasizing his own role in the events. Yang and I had hesitated, ultimately choosing not to adopt Zhu Ping'an's suggestion, merely promising to consider it. After Zhu Ping'an departed, I emerged from the inner room, and Yang and I sought my opinion. In consideration of the minister, I certainly would not allow Yang and I to entertain Zhu Ping'an's proposition. Regarding the first flaw pointed out by Zhu Ping'an, understanding Yang Ni's mindset, I advised him that Zhu Ping'an's suggestion bore the semblance of overreaction. Upon hearing my counsel, Yang and I solidified his stance, rejecting Zhu Ping'an's initial recommendation. As for the second flaw identified by Zhu Ping'an, I informed Yang and I that the second suggestion revealed a degree of selfishness. Selfishness? Zhao Wenhua narrowed his eyes. Indeed, I deliberately asserted to Yang and I, Zhu Ping'an. As a scholar at the Prince of U.S. court, proposed his second suggestion with the prince's interests in mind, aiming to shield him from the repercussions of your memorial. The phrasing concerning the two princes could, in a certain light, imply that your memorial was instigated by them. Zhu Ping'an's suggestion to omit this line stemmed from a desire to prevent the prince from being ensnared by your words. Listening to my analysis, Yang and I reaffirmed his decision, opting not to adopt Zhu Ping'an's second suggestion either. I knew Yang and I well. He was as obstinate as a stone in a cesspool, both foul and unyielding. Once he resolved to maintain his position, not even 10 oxen could sway him. If he declared he would not alter his course, then assuredly, he would not. I would stake my life on it. Therefore, there was no need to fret over Yang Ni's memorial. Those two critical flaws would remain forever intact. Zhou Fangzheng lifted his head, responding with unwavering certainty. Ha ha ha, splendid. You have indeed rendered a great service, Zhou Daren. Zhao Wenhua, relieved by Zhou Fangzheng's assurance, erupted into laughter, clapping him on the shoulder with abundant praise. Indeed, Zhou Daren, you are quite remarkable. Yin Shifan's lips curled into a derisive smile, his eyes sparkling with insight. Zhou Fangzheng's little schemes were transparent to him, yet the outcome was favorable, and he saw no need to expose him. Zhou Daren, you have performed admirably. Should you encounter any insurmountable challenges in the future, invoke my name, and I shall intercede on your behalf. Yin Song remarked with evident satisfaction, nodding kindly at Zhou Fangzheng as a gesture of encouragement for his choices. Upon hearing Yin Song's promise, Zhou Fangzheng was overwhelmed with joy, as if struck by a grand fortune, tears of happiness nearly spilling forth. He hastily bent his knees, kneeling upon the ground, his hands pressed down, and repeatedly bowing his head with fervor. Thank you, Minister, for your exaltation. I am unworthy of such regard. I do not require the esteemed elder to act on my behalf. I merely wish to serve as a humble subordinate, offering my utmost diligence to his endeavors. Ha ha. Master Zhou, please rise quickly. With your assistance, I have gained a formidable ally. Yin Song chuckled as he spoke, rising from his seat and extending his hands in a gesture of support. Thank you, esteemed elder, thank you. Zhou Fangzheng trembled with excitement, declaring that from this day forth, he would heed only the elder's commands, ready to brave any peril at his bidding. Hee, congratulations to Master Zhou, congratulations indeed. My adoptive father delights in nurturing perceptive and prudent younger generations like you, Master Zhou. Zhao Wenhua stepped forward to assist Zhou Fangzheng to his feet. I hope to rely on your guidance in the future, Master Zhao, Zhou Fangzheng replied, bowing deeply with a sycophantic demeanor. Hee, well said, well said. Zhao Wenhua nodded at Zhou Fangzheng, his smile blooming like a flower. Chapter 1007. Zhu Ping'an must not be allowed to remain father. While one may dismiss the self-righteous fool Yang Jiajing, Zhu Ping'an is a different matter entirely. He is no simpleton like Yang, but rather a favored disciple of Su Jie, who enjoys the emperor's favor. In times of change, who can predict how far he might ascend? I reiterate, father, I understand your appreciation for talent and your desire to have Zhu Ping'an under your wing. However, with Yang Jiajing as a cautionary tale, and given Zhu Ping'an's evident hostility, I advise against nurturing such a potential threat. Zhu Ping'an must not be allowed to remain. Yin Shifan's solitary eye glinted like that of a venomous serpent, sharp and menacing, as he earnestly advised Yin Song. Such sentiments had been expressed by Yin Shifan before, and previously, Yin Song had dismissed them, yet this time felt different. Upon hearing Yin Shifan's counsel, Yin Song narrowed his eyes, gently tapping the table as he contemplated seriously. Adoptive father, Brother Dongluo's words ring true. Zhu Ping'an cannot be permitted to stay. As Yin Song pondered, Zhao Wenhua slowly interjected, pausing briefly before adding, at least he cannot remain in the capital. With Zhao Wenhua's words, Yin Song opened his eyes and nodded, acknowledging, indeed, Mei Village is correct. Zhu Ping'an must not remain in the capital. Young individuals must be tempered through trials to grasp the essence of wisdom. Yin Shifan cast a sidelong glance at Zhao Wenhua, but remained silent. Then turned his attention back to Zhou Fangzheng, calmly inquiring, did Zhu Ping'an co-sign Yang Jiajing's impeachment memorial? Yang did not propose Zhu Ping'an's co-signature, nor did Zhu Ping'an express a desire to do so. Zhou Fangzheng replied after a moment's thought, bowing respectfully. He shows some awareness of the situation, perhaps this time. He is fortunate. Yin Shifan smirked coldly at the remark. Allow Zhu Ping'an to rest for now. Donglu. You previously indicated that there was no cause for concern regarding the memorial, and, on the contrary, that it presented a significant opportunity. What is this grand opportunity you referred to? Yinsong lifted his gaze to Yin Shifan, softly inquiring. Father, had you not asked, I might have nearly forgotten. Yang Jixing's memorial is indeed a rare and fortuitous opportunity. We can utilize Yang Jixing's memorial to ensnare our adversaries entirely. Yin Shifan extended his hand, mimicking the act of casting a net, and chuckled in response. What do you mean by that? Yinsong inquired with keen interest. Father, Yang Jixing is a pupil of Su Jie. Regardless of whether Su Jie is aware or complicit, he cannot distance himself from this affair. If Yang Jixing were to admit that this memorial was instigated by Su Jie, then Yang Jixing's critical flaw would also implicate Su Jie. This time, we could certainly drag that old rascal Su Jie down with us, Yin Shifan expressed with a faint laugh. Yin Song pondered for a moment, ultimately shaking his head and dismissing Yin Shifan's suggestion. After I admonished Su Jie, he has shown remorse and compliance, frequently visiting to pay his respects. Moreover, he has betrothed his granddaughter to your son as a concubine and has exhibited unwavering loyalty in the court, which indicates that I have successfully tamed him. The value of having Su Jie as a defector from darkness to light cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, Yang Jixing's memorial states that the grand scholar Su Jie was specially promoted by His Majesty, but has consistently failed to uphold righteousness, which may be deemed treasonous. Thus, it is evident that Yang Jixing's memorial was not inspired by Su Jie, and there is no need to further entangle him. Your words hold great truth. Yin Shifan acknowledged with a subtle smile, refraining from pressing the issue, as he had anticipated Yin Song's perspective. Additionally, Su Jie's recent conduct had alleviated Yin Shifan's concerns. Notably, Su Jie's decision to ally their families through the betrothal of his granddaughter to Yin Shifan's son had significantly improved his standing in Yin Shifan's eyes. Besides, with Yin Shifan keeping a close watch, Su Jie would not be able to orchestrate anything untoward. However, apart from Su Jie, there may be numerous others outside who are at odds with you, old man. Perhaps many of them are allies of Yang Jixing, Yin Shifan remarked with a sly smile. Allies of Yang Jixing? Zhou Fangzheng was taken aback. He had not heard of any accomplices related to Yang Jixing's memorial. Whether or not they are Yang Jixing's allies will soon be determined, Zhao Wenhua commented, patting Zhou Fangzheng on the shoulder with an enigmatic smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Fangzheng contemplated, and cold sweat broke out as he discerned the implications of Yin Shifan and Zhao Wenhua's words. He silently congratulated himself for making the right choice today. Otherwise, he might have been ensnared by Yang Jixing. In truth, these individuals are mere accessories. The genuine once-in-a-lifetime opportunity lies within the phrase, or question the two kings. Yin Shifan beamed. Father, this truly represents an extraordinary opportunity. Among the two kings, King Jing and I share a close bond, while King Yu has always viewed us with disdain, resulting in a poor relationship. Should King Yu ascend to the throne, we would be left without allies. Yang Jixing's memorial is indeed a rare opportunity. The phrase or question the two kings is a masterstroke, capable of bringing both Yang Jixing and King Yu down. With these 4 words, we can implicate King Yu, asserting that he instigated Yang Jixing to submit this memorial as a means to undermine you, dear father, and usurp power. After all, within this memorial, the accusations against His Majesty are not merely a few sentences. Once the Prince of Yu falls, the Prince of Jing will become the unparalleled heir apparent. It must be said that Yin Shifan is a genius. Originally, Yang Jixing's death in denouncing Yin Song posed a dire political crisis for Yan's faction. However, under Yin Shifan's deft handling, this crisis dissipated like smoke. And he seized an extraordinary opportunity, not only to eliminate political adversaries, but also to topple the Prince of Yu and elevate the Prince of Jing. This is beyond mere transformation of decay into wonder. Brother Donglu, what a talent. Truly, a remarkable feat. This is indeed a case of achieving 3 objectives with a single arrow, eliminating Yang the traitor while simultaneously bringing down the Prince of Yu. Such a divine intervention is akin to finding a treasure without any toil. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wenhua pondered for a moment. Then his face lit up with uncontainable joy. Yin Shifan's plan was not only feasible, but exceptionally so, and he found himself in complete agreement with Yin Shifan's thoughts. Donglu, you truly are a remarkable steed in our family. Yin Song, hearing this, could not help but express his astonishment, slapping the table in approval of Yin Shifan's brilliance. Far away in the Prince of Yu's residence, Zhu Ping'an was unaware that his fate was currently on a roller coaster ride at the Yin residence. Of course, the Prince of Yu was oblivious to the enormous crisis approaching him. Both continued their studies in the study, and the prince cherished Zhu Ping'an's companionship. He found that with Zhu Ping'an's explanations, even the seemingly dull classics like the Analects and the Book of Changes became lively and engaging, leading to profound insights and greater understanding than before. It wasn't until the steward of the inner residence reported to the prince that he concluded his reading for the day. With Zhu Ping'an's presence, the study sessions felt far from tedious, and they had unknowingly approached noon. Let us conclude for today. You've worked hard, Ziho. After hearing the stewardess report, the prince's mind had already flown back to the inner chambers, rendering him unable to focus on a single word. He set down the scroll and said to Zhu Ping'an, "Your Highness speaks too highly of me. This is merely my duty. Moreover, Your Highness possesses keen insight and profound understanding. Whenever a question arises, it provokes deep thought. I always gain new insights from studying with Your Highness and benefit greatly." Zhu Ping'an responded with a courteous bow, subtly flattering the prince. "If we speak of gains, it is I who has benefited immensely. You have worked hard, Ziho. Do return and rest well. Today, I heard you sneeze several times." The prince couldn't help but chuckle, appreciating Zhu Ping'an's compliments. "I am humbled, and I thank Your Highness for your concern. I shall take my leave now." Zhu Ping'an smiled shyly, aware of the prince's worries for the inner residence, and he bowed to take his leave. After Zhu Ping'an departed, the prince hastened towards the inner chambers, where the inner residence firemen were once again on duty. Zhu Ping'an returned to his office, attended to 2 pending documents, and then, unable to suppress a sigh, took a seat, spreading out a sheet of rice paper. He picked up his brush and inscribed the weighty principles of righteousness, crafting a couplet with fervent eloquence, while also penning a horizontal scroll that extolled the resolute counsel of loyal ministers. "Alas, my esteemed senior," he murmured upon completion, crumpling the rice paper and casting it into the tea stove, reducing it to ashes. His senior, steadfast and honorable, offered unyielding advice, while Yen Song wallowed in corruption and deceit, poisoning the realm. The sovereign, shrewd yet arrogant, remained suspicious and dismissive of counsel. Thus, it seemed that only his senior would suffer the consequences. Gazing at the ashes produced from the rice paper, Zhu Ping'an slumped wearily in his chair, engulfed by a profound sense of loss. The meal before him was tasteless, and he found no appetite, neglecting lunch entirely. In a state of melancholy, he began to peruse the essentials of the Jingguan era, reminiscing about a time when discourse was open and counsel was humbly received. Unbeknownst to him, midday had slipped away, and he had leafed through 2 volumes of the essentials of the Jingguan era. A knock echoed through the room, pulling Zhu Ping'an from his reflections. "Come in," he called, setting down the book. With a creak, the door swung open. In that instant, a tantalizing aroma of meat wafted into the room, irresistibly infiltrating Zhu Ping'an's senses. Even in his disheartened state, the enticing scent stirred his appetite. "Little Zhu, it's me." A girl's voice chimed from the doorway, and a youthful maiden, strikingly beautiful and notably well-developed, squeezed her way in. Her voice, even when nervous, held a captivating allure. "Li Kaifeng." Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback. "What brought the future Empress Li here?" "I was helping in the communal kitchen, and noticing that you hadn't eaten lunch, I brought you a basket of dumplings." Li Kaifeng replied, her cheeks flushed, eyes cast down, speaking with a hint of nervousness. She revealed her small, chubby hands, grasping a basket that emitted a delightful aroma, undoubtedly filled with meat dumplings. "So, she specifically came to deliver dumplings since I didn't go to the kitchen? This future empress truly embodies gratitude." "Thank you, Miss Li." Zhu Ping'an smiled slightly, bowing in gratitude. "You're too kind, little Zhu. It's quite uncomfortable to be hungry. Please enjoy," Li Kaifeng replied with a bit more assurance. Placing the basket on Zhu Ping'an's desk, she then opened the container, revealing a plate with 4 steaming meat dumplings. "Just return the plate to the communal kitchen another day," she added, and like last time, after placing the dumplings down, she hurriedly picked up the basket and scurried out, head down, as if she were stealing away. With a thud, mirroring the previous encounter, she accidentally bumped into the doorframe on her way out. Zhu Ping'an watched her leave, her hand brushing against her forehead, and felt a moment of speechlessness. It was difficult to imagine that this clumsy and bashful girl, resembling a timid rabbit, would one day become the legendary Empress Li. Revered by all. After Li Kaifeng departed, the tantalizing aroma of meat buns wafted from the table, exerting a potent allure over Zhu Ping'an. His stomach audibly protested its emptiness. Very well, he decided. It was prudent to satiate his hunger before contemplating the historical account of his senior brother, seeking any potential avenues for resolution. Only with a full belly could he muster the strength for reflection. Zhu Ping'an picked up a meat bun and took a bite, savoring the delightful flavor. Indeed, this Empress Li was a master of bun making. The dough was perfectly elastic, the filling generous yet not greasy, yielding a soft texture and exquisite taste. He polished off 4 buns in one sitting, letting out a satisfied burp before pouring himself a cup of hot tea. Cradling the warm cup, he strolled to the door and casually locked it behind him. Returning to his seat, Zhu Ping'an unfurled a sheet of rice paper and began to recall the Ming history and unofficial accounts he had studied in modern times. He meticulously documented the relevant historical events concerning senior brother Yang's impeachment of Yen Song in chronological order, employing a numerical axis tree format. One event after another was analyzed, probing for any potential twists, negotiations, or opportunities for maneuvering. The impeachment, the emperor's fury, Yen Song's slander, the subsequent decree of imprisonment, the gift of snake gall from friends, the broken bowl, and the severed flesh sent to the Ministry of Justice for sentencing. After Yang's memorial against Zhang Jing and others, he appended Yang Jixing's name, which the emperor, in his haste, overlooked and carelessly approved for execution. Observing these historical notes, Zhu Ping'an fell into deep contemplation. After a prolonged period of reflection, his gaze fell upon the phrase 3 years of imprisonment, and his eyes brightened with realization. Indeed, while Emperor Jiajing's wrath was formidable, he had no intention of executing senior brother Yang. Had the emperor truly wished to have him killed, he would have issued the decree on the very day the Ministry of Justice rendered its verdict. Why then keep Yang imprisoned for 3 years? Although Emperor Jiajing was astute yet arrogant, suspicious and resistant to counsel, he still adhered to certain boundaries. Though Yang's memorial criticized the emperor, it paled in comparison to Hai Rui's subsequent memorial titled On Public Security, which audaciously lambasted Emperor Jiajing himself. Despite the severity of Hai Rui's accusations, the emperor refrained from ordering his execution. How then could he be inclined to execute senior brother Yang? This clearly indicated that the emperor harbored no intent to harm Yang. The crux of Yang's demise lay in Yen Song's subtle inclusion of Yang Jixing's name in the memorial against Zhang Jing and others. Yen Song understood the emperor well and seized the opportunity to implicate Yang during the trial of Zhang Jing. As anticipated by Yen Song, the emperor, in his cursory reading of the memorial, failed to notice the inconspicuous mention of Yang Jixing's name, hastily endorsing the execution. Therefore, if Zhu Ping'an could dismantle Yen Song's cunning scheme, there was still hope for senior brother Yang, albeit not without the specter of imprisonment. In dire straits, a glimmer of survival emerged, revitalizing Zhu Ping'an's spirit. Chapter 1009. The panic of Gong events unfolded with alarming rapidity. So swift that Zhu Ping'an scarcely had time to react before a tempest of chaos descended upon him. As the lingering aroma of steamed buns filled the room, Zhu Ping'an was abruptly interrupted by the sound of hurried footsteps outside, followed by a series of urgent knocks at the door. "Who is it?" he called out, hastily crumpling the analytical parchment on the table and tossing it into the wastebasket. At this moment, incinerating it in the stove would be too late. It would only complicate matters further. The charred scent would not dissipate in such a short span of time, and the visitor would undoubtedly detect it upon entering. Something that could have gone unnoticed would now draw attention. Thus, it was wiser to conceal it in the wastebasket for later disposal in the stove once the visitor had departed. "Zihu, it's me," came the voice of Gong from outside the room. "Oh, it's you, Brother Suqing. Please hold on. I shall be right there," Zhu Ping'an replied, loosening his belt, tugging at his hair, and rubbing his eyes as he staggered toward the door, feigning the appearance of someone just awakened from an afternoon nap. Upon opening the door, Gong's first words were, "Zihu, we are in grave trouble." "What sort of trouble?" Zhu Ping'an asked, momentarily taken aback. Observing Gong's pale complexion, rapid breaths, and serious demeanor, he instinctively thought of Yang Jixing's involvement. "Zihu, you were napping. Do wash your face and wake up. A significant matter has arisen. Yang Zhongfang has submitted a memorial to impeach Yen Song at noon, and the draft has already reached Xiyuan. It has leaked outside and is spreading like wildfire. Gao Gong's subsequent words confirmed Zhu Ping'an's suspicions. Yang Jiajing has impeached that elder? Zhu Ping'an exclaimed, feigning astonishment. Internally, however, he was somewhat surprised, as historical records indicated that Yang had fasted for 3 days before proceeding with the impeachment. Today was supposed to be the 3rd day. Accordingly, Yang was expected to act tomorrow. What could have prompted such an early action? Was it perhaps related to Zhu Ping'an's visit earlier that morning? Zhu Ping'an's conjectures were not far from the truth. Yang Jiajing's decision to impeach Yin Song ahead of the historical timeline was indeed influenced by Zhu Ping'an's earlier visit. Yang reasoned that if Zhu Ping'an could deduce his intentions through subtle hints, then others might also arrive at similar conclusions. Though he trusted Zhu Ping'an to keep the information confidential, he could not guarantee that others would do the same. If the news were to reach Yin Song, the consequences could be dire. With this in mind, to prevent any leaks, Yang Jiajing promptly submitted the memorial for the impeachment of Yin Song to the Qingci. Indeed, it has spread far and wide, and the draft has already leaked. How could it be false? Gao Gong declared, waving the memorial copy in his hand. His urgency and seriousness palpable. Why is Brother Suqing so anxious regarding Yang Jiajing's impeachment of that elder? Why the alarm over such a matter? Zhu Ping'an feigned confusion, embodying the reaction of an uninformed individual. Zihu, do wash your face and come to your senses. Accompany me to meet your mentor, Elder Su, Gao Gong urged, his anxiety evident as he pressed for haste. Zhu Ping'an responded, a look of bewilderment on his face. Zihu, if it were merely an ordinary memorial, I would not be so agitated. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Yang Zhongfang's memorial, which impeaches Yin Song, contains the phrase urging your majesty to heed my words, to scrutinize Song's treachery, or to summon the 2 princes, Yu and Jing. This statement is no trifling matter. It is akin to handing over a weapon to others. If this were to be seized upon, His Highness Prince Yu would inevitably be implicated. Among the 2 princes, Prince Jing has always maintained a close rapport with Yan's faction, whereas only Prince Yu has been at odds with them, making it all too easy for others to misconstrue that Prince Yu orchestrated Yang Zhongfang's impeachment of Yin Song. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. My greatest fear is that this statement may be further distorted and utilized by those with ulterior motives, maligning His Highness Prince Yu as attempting to usurp the throne under the guise of attacking Yin Song. Should this reach the Emperor's ears, it would spell grave danger for Prince Yu. Do you now comprehend my anxiety, Zihu? Gao Gong gazed at Zhu Ping'an, his tone urgent, his complexion pale, devoid of any color. In truth, Gao Gong's pallor was far improved compared to when he first received the news. Heaven knows, upon seeing that phrase in the memorial draft, he was utterly astounded and flustered, nearly losing his composure. Such words were included in the memorial? Zhu Ping'an's expression vividly reflected his shock and disbelief. Indeed, it is absolutely true. Gao Gong nodded affirmatively. Zhu Ping'an instinctively inhaled sharply, equally overwhelmed. If such a phrase truly exists in the memorial, then His Highness is indeed in peril. Indeed, the Yin faction is deeply entrenched within the court. Their influence pervasive and profound. They have long been at odds with His Highness, or else they would not have withheld his annual grants for so many years. Ziyu, do you not recall the last time you and Xuanfu bribed Yin Shifan to request the release of the annual grants? Yin Shifan had tested you both, mentioning he had heard that Prince Yu harbored discontent towards him and his son. Although you managed to deftly navigate that encounter, it clearly indicates their animosity toward Prince Yu. I suspect they will not let this opportunity slip by. Gao Gong nodded, filled with concern that Yin Song and his faction would seize upon the memorial to target Prince Yu. The power of the Yin faction is not something that the current Prince Yu can withstand, otherwise, his annual grants would not have been withheld by Yin Shifan for so long, necessitating gifts to secure them. A storm is approaching. But why must we visit Master Su? Zhu Ping'an sighed, then asked, puzzled, Zihu, are you genuinely unaware, or merely pretending? Yang Zhongfang is your fellow student, both of you being disciples of Elder Su. I suspect that Yang Zhongfang's memorial to impeach Yin Song is at Elder Su's behest. Is Elder Su preparing to confront the Yin faction head-on? I know Elder Su to be a cautious individual. If he dares to confront the Yin faction, he must possess a comprehensive strategy and meticulous planning. Previously, Elder Su may not have responded to us for reasons of confidentiality. Regardless, the appearance of that phrase in Yang Zhongfang's memorial has undeniably implicated us. In light of this, Elder Su ought to communicate with us, delineate our course of action, and allow us to prepare in advance. so we may either coordinate our efforts or avoid unwarranted misfortune. The memorial has now been submitted to the Western Garden, and there are no longer any concerns regarding confidentiality. We shall visit Elder Su to ascertain his thoughts, Gao Gong stated with an urgent tone. Chapter 1010. The bewildered Gao Gong actually believed it was Su Jie's instigation. Upon hearing Gao Gong's analysis, Zhu Ping and Qingci helped but twitch his facial muscles, wanting to inform Gao Gong that he was overthinking it. This was indeed not Su Shi's doing. And at this moment, Su Shi was likely even more perplexed than he was. Time waits for no one. Zihu, please make haste. Seeing Zhu Ping'an standing there in a daze, Gao Gong urged him on. Oh, very well. Zhu Ping'an replied, quickly washing his face and hands, straightening his attire before following Gao Gong out the door. Brother Suqing, should we first report to His Royal Highness? Once outside, Zhu Ping'an inquired. After all, it was working hours, and they ought to inform their superior of their visit to Su Shi. I have already reported to His Highness. He is anxiously awaiting our return with news from Su's residence, Gao Gong replied as they walked. For reasons of discretion, Gao Gong and Zhu Ping'an did not take the royal carriage, but instead rode directly via a shortcut to Su's residence. Gao Gong had learned that, like Yin Song, Su Jie was also enjoying a day off granted by the emperor and was resting at home. Gao Gong, feeling anxious, frequently kicked his horse's belly, urging it to quicken its pace, while Zhu Ping'an hurried to keep up with Gao Gong's swift movements. Upon arriving at Su's residence, Gao Gong presented the door plaque to the doorman, and by the time Zhu Ping'an dismounted, Gao Gong had already completed the necessary negotiations. Zhu Ping'an entrusted his horse to the doorman and quickly followed Gao Gong into Su's residence, heading towards the study to visit Su Jie. Su brother. Greetings, esteemed teacher. Upon entering the study, Gao Gong and Zhu Ping'an stepped forward to pay their respects to Su Jie. Suqing, Zihu, why engage in such formalities with me? Do not stand. Please take a seat, have some tea, and catch your breath. Look at you both, drenched in sweat, Su Jie said with a smile, shaking his head as he gestured for Gao Gong and Zhu Ping'an to sit, lifting the teapot to pour tea for them. Teacher, I can serve just fine. Zhu Ping'an stepped forward to take the teapot from Su Jie's hands. What? Am I so old that I cannot even lift a teapot? Su Jie jested, handing the teapot to Zhu Ping'an. A man at 40 is like a flower in full bloom. Esteemed teacher, you are in your prime. Age has little claim on you. Zhu Ping'an responded with a smile as he accepted the teapot. You young lad still liken yourself to a flower at 40? The moment has passed, Su Jie replied, unable to stifle his laughter as he reflected on his own age. 49 this year, soon to reach 50, a milestone indeed. Zhu Ping'an chuckled, pouring a cup of tea for Gao Gong first, then filling Su Jie's cup before finally pouring one for himself. Gao Gong observed Zhu Ping'an and Su Jie's light-hearted exchange, and couldn't help but glance at Zhu Ping'an again, surprised by the close camaraderie they shared. It was well known that Yang Jixing, Zhang Jujing, and Zhao Jingji were Su Jie's favored disciples, and while he had seen them at Su's residence, none seemed to share the same intimacy as Zhu Ping'an. Suqing, Zihu, what brings you here today? After the pleasantries, Su Jie inquired. Zhu Ping'an remained silent, turning to Gao Gong, signaling that this visit was primarily about him. Brother Su, we are here today concerning Yang Zhongfang's impeachment memorial, Gao Gong stated directly. Oh. Su Jie set down his teacup, adopting an attentive demeanor. You truly possess remarkable composure, Gao Gong observed, unable to suppress his admiration for Su Jie's calmness. While inwardly he grumbled. At such a critical moment, why feign ignorance? What exactly do you intend to achieve? Please, clarify your intentions. Forget it. If you choose to feign ignorance, I shall expose the truth. Gao Gong looked at Su Jie earnestly, stating, Brother Su, Yang Zhongfang is your student. The impeachment of Yin Song was instigated by you, wasn't it? Are you prepared to confront the Yin faction? I am well aware that you are meticulous in your planning. Brother Su, over the past year, you have even humiliated yourself to curry favor with Yin. This time, you must have seized upon Yin Song's misdeeds, confident of victory. However, Brother Su, our Duke's residence is weak. We cannot afford to be collateral damage. Regardless of your plans, please be candid regarding our Duke's involvement, so we may cooperate accordingly and avoid unnecessary repercussions. Coughing, Su Jie could not help but choke at Gao Gong's words, shaking his head with a wry smile. He retrieved a pristine copy of the memorial from his sleeve and placed it on the table, sincerely addressing Gao Gong. To be honest, Brother Suqing. I only learned of Yang's impeachment of Elder Yin this afternoon. Prior to that, I was unaware. I saw this memorial for the first time today. Frankly, had I orchestrated it, its contents would certainly not have appeared as they do now. How could I have devised a plan without being informed? Upon hearing this, Gong was utterly flabbergasted, rising from his seat in astonishment. He knew Su Jie well and understood that he would not lie at such a moment. Moreover, he had been observing Su Jie's demeanor, which conveyed sincerity. How can this be? Gong murmured, standing there in disbelief. Su Jie is completely oblivious. What should we do now? Gong had always believed that Su Jie had orchestrated Yang Jixing's impeachment of Yin Song, thinking that Su was prepared for a confrontation with the Yin faction. Knowing Su Jie's capabilities and character, he assumed that if Su dared to confront the Yin faction, he must have devised a meticulous plan. Although the memorial involved the Duke, Gong trusted that Su would ensure the Duke remained uninvolved. As for why Gong had such faith in Su Jie's ability to keep the Duke out of trouble, it was related to events that transpired 2 years prior. At that time, for reasons unknown, Emperor Jiajing summoned both Yin Song and Su Jie, asking them who among the Duke of Yu and the Duke of Jing should inherit his throne. A seasoned politician like Yin Song recognized the perilous waters of such discussions. After the emperor finished his inquiry, he hastily replied, "Your Majesty, I am occupied with state affairs and have never contemplated this matter. Moreover, I know nothing of either young lord's qualifications." However, at that moment, Su Jie was unaware of his own thoughts. Perhaps he was lost in contemplation. Perhaps he did not consider the implications, or perhaps he wished to distinguish himself from Yin Song. Regardless, once Yin Song finished speaking, Su Jie responded, "According to protocol, we should support His Highness, the Crown Prince Yu." The Emperor Jiajing made no immediate comment. After Su Jie had spoken, he dismissed the matter and returned to Su Manor as if nothing had occurred. Upon his arrival home, a colleague hurriedly pursued him, perplexed. "Su, have you had too much to drink today? How could you openly express your stance on the air? Prince Yu is older, yet His Majesty favors Prince Jing. Who can predict the future? If Prince Jing ascends, will you even be safe?" It was then that Su Jie, belatedly realizing the gravity of his words, broke into a cold sweat. After hearing the news, Prince Yu sent Gong to Su Manor to express his gratitude and support, assuring Su Jie that he would not forget him when he ascended the throne. Thus, this incident irrevocably linked Su Jie to the Prince Yu's faction, which explained Gong's unwavering trust in him. Chapter 11:11. Words unspoken. Only peace remains. It was precisely because of the bond between Su Jie and Prince Yu, and the faith in Su Jie's prudence and ability, that Gong was so bewildered and taken aback when Su Jie sincerely claimed ignorance and assured him that there were no ulterior motives. How could this be? The Yin faction would never let such an opportunity slip by. The thought of the imminent peril facing the Prince Yu's faction sent Gong into a frantic pace within Su Jie's study. The Prince Yu's faction was but a fragile sapling, ill-equipped to withstand the tempest unleashed by Yan's faction. Although Gong had been closely observing Su Jie's demeanor and discerned his sincerity, he could not help but cling to a thread of unrealistic hope. Slowly lifting his gaze to Su Jie, his lips trembled as he stammered, "Brother Su, you jest, do you not? One must have dreams. For what if they come to fruition?" Yet, in the next moment, Gong's fantasies were utterly shattered. After all, dreams are merely illusions. With a wry smile, Su Jie addressed Gong, unfurling a copy of the memorial from his sleeve and laying it upon the table. He pointed to a specific passage in the latter half, obliterating Gong's hopes. "Look here, Zhongfang has implicated even me. The grand academic Su Jie, favored by His Majesty, has been accused of failing to uphold righteousness. One cannot help but call this treason against the state. If I had instigated Zhongfang, would I be foolish enough to include myself in such a censure?" "Your words ring true," Gong acknowledged, having primarily focused on the concerns surrounding the two princes and neglected this particular detail. Now that Su Jie had highlighted it, Gong's flicker of hope was extinguished in an instant. A pall of despair enveloped him. The weight of his worries bore down heavily upon him. "What can be done now? I implore you, Brother Su, lend your assistance. Prince Yu is well aware of the situation and will certainly not forget your support." Gong bowed deeply to Su Jie. Observing Gong's respectful gesture, Zhu Ping'an, too, recognized the gravity of the situation and followed suit in bowing deeply. "Su Jie, Su Qing, and Ziho, what are you doing? Please, rise quickly." This matter concerns the imperial prince and the very foundation of the nation. How could I, Su Jie, remain uninvolved? Upon hearing this, Su Jie swiftly stepped forward, unceremoniously assisting Gong and Zhu Ping'an to their feet. In his heart, Su Jie understood the gravity of the situation. After the previous incident, he could no longer disentangle himself from the Prince Yu's residence, as they were allies on the same front. If the Prince Yu's residence were to fall, it would bring him nothing but harm. Setting aside the fact that the Prince Yu served as a hypothetical adversary for the Yin faction, drawing fire away from him, if the Prince Yu were to collapse, the position of heir apparent would inevitably fall to the Jingwang. Gong, having misaligned himself due to that incident, had deeply offended Jingwang. Once Jingwang ascended the throne and sought retribution against the Prince Yu's faction, Su Jie knew he would be held accountable. Su brother, you are truly benevolent, Gong remarked, deeply moved. This matter bears immense significance. It pertains to the state itself. I am merely fulfilling my duty as a minister. How can it be considered benevolence? Su Jie replied, shaking his head. To the Prince Yu's residence, Su brother embodies great righteousness. If we can weather this storm, you shall be their benefactor, Gong insisted. Su Jie, upon hearing this, could only shake his head and smile wryly. Su Qing, let us first deliberate on how to navigate this crisis. You are right, Su brother, Gong nodded in agreement. Having reached a consensus, they began to strategize. However, the atmosphere in the study soon grew somber. First, Yang Jixing's memorial had already been submitted to the Western Garden, explicitly naming the two princes in black and white. This could not be undone. Second, the emperor harbored a sensitive jealousy towards power, strictly forbidding princes from clandestine communication with ministers. The mention of the two princes could easily be construed as Prince Yu orchestrating Yang Jixing's indictment against Yin Song. Coupled with the remarks about the emperor contained within the memorial, it could be further misinterpreted as Prince Yu's attempt to leverage the indictment against his own father. Third, it was an undeniable fact that the Prince Yu's residence was at odds with the Yin faction. Fourth, would the Yin faction let such a rare opportunity slip away? They certainly would not. Gong resolutely shook his head, slamming his hand on the table in despair. Su Jie nodded in agreement. While Yin Song might hesitate, Yin Shifan would not. From his understanding of Yin Shifan, he was an astute individual who would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Yin Song had always relied heavily on Yin Shifan for matters requiring decisive judgment, which was evidenced by the common saying in the capital, the great chancellor and the little chancellor. Since the Yin faction would not squander this chance to attack the Prince Yu's residence, how should they respond? Ironically, one of the two surviving princes of the realm found himself fearing the wrath of a minister. In any other dynasty, such a ludicrous predicament would be unfathomable. Yet, the reality was such. The Emperor Jiajing would rather place his faith in Taoists and the peculiar adage of the two dragons not meeting than trust his own son, Prince Yu. Thus, should the Yin faction launch an assault, Prince Yu would be precariously balanced, ready to topple at any moment. As the situation escalated, they found themselves on the brink of disaster. What could be done? Gong and Su Jie, having emptied a pot of tea, exhausted their minds in contemplation, devising several strategies only to subsequently dismantle each one. In a moment of desperation, Su Jie suggested that perhaps they could persuade Elder Yin. At this critical juncture, despite their relentless efforts, Su Jie found himself bereft of viable ideas, ultimately exhaling a resigned sigh and proposing a solution that scarcely qualified as such. The emperor does not trust his son, yet Yin Song places his faith in his own offspring. Gong, moved by Su Jie's words, still held little hope. The emperor had no faith in Prince Yu, but Yin Song had unwavering belief in Yin Shifan, who intended to act against Prince Yu. Thus, how could Yin Song heed Su Jie's counsel? With no clear path forward, both men fell silent, once again grappling with their thoughts. As they pondered, it suddenly dawned on them that there was another individual present in the room, and they turned their gaze towards Zhu Ping'an. To their surprise, Zhu Ping'an did not appear as troubled as they did. His brow was not furrowed with despair, and though his expression was serious, it lacked signs of hopelessness. The timeless truth remains that in a collapsing nest, no egg remains intact. Without skin, what can the fur cling to? As a scholar of the Prince Yu's household, Zhu Ping'an understood that should Prince Yu fall, he could not escape unscathed. Zhu Ping'an's calm demeanor suggested a glimmer of insight, prompting Su Jie and Gong to exchange knowing looks, nearly in unison calling out, "Zihu, please share your thoughts." Zhu Ping'an, sensing the intensity of their scrutiny, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Alas, I possessed no grand strategies, merely some vague notions I wished to discuss with my esteemed teachers and brother Xuqing, he replied, scratching his head with a rueful smile. Having ideas is a good start. Please, Zihu, do share. Let us analyze them together, Gong urged, his face brightening with renewed hope at Zhu Ping'an's cautious response. He preferred genuine suggestions over grandiose claims. Indeed, it appears brother Xuqing is quite eager. Please, Zihu, do not hesitate, Su Jia encouraged with a gentle smile, well aware that when Zhu Ping'an claimed to have ideas, he often possessed genuine insights. Zhu Ping'an offered a respectful nod to Su Jia. In truth, it was through the analysis provided by you and brother Xuqing that I found inspiration. I pondered that if our perspective on this crisis seems insurmountable, why not consider an alternative viewpoint? He articulated thoughtfully. An alternative perspective? Gong was momentarily taken aback, as if a glimmer of understanding had flickered into his mind, only to vanish instantaneously, eluding his grasp. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, Su Jia appeared to be inspired, instinctively stroking his beard as he fell into deep contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, his eyes brightened, and he looked up at Zhu Ping'an, eagerly awaiting him to continue. Indeed, a shift in perspective was warranted. Zhu Ping'an nodded slowly, no longer withholding his thoughts, and proceeded, suggesting that they consider the current predicament from the standpoint of Yen Song and his son. If the father and son duo sought to ensnare the second prince or provoke the Yu Wang residents, what strategies would they employ to achieve their objective? How might they proceed to fulfill their ambitions? Knowing both the enemy and oneself ensures victory in every battle. This line of reasoning from Zihu was insightful. Gong's eyes sparkled at this notion. Zhu Ping'an was indeed correct. Since their own perspective yielded no solutions, why not analyze the situation through the lens of Yen Song and his son? Understanding both adversaries and allies is essential for triumph. Su Jia, absorbing Zhu Ping'an's line of thought, stroked his beard and nodded in agreement, his gaze toward Zhu Ping'an filled with admiration for his student, who consistently surprised him with unexpected insights. Zhu Ping'an, placing himself in the shoes of Yen Song and his son, mused that despite the formidable influence of the Yen faction, it would not be a simple task to embroil the Yu Wang in controversy. He raised his gaze to Su Jia and Gong, softly stating, Zihu, please continue. Gong shifted his chair a foot closer to Zhu Ping'an, leaning in with keen interest, urging him to elaborate. Su Jia mirrored this enthusiasm, encouraging Zhu Ping'an with his eyes to carry on. If Yen Song and his son were to attempt to embroil the Yu Wang, they would inevitably confront a pivotal issue. They must substantiate the claim that Brother Zhongfang's impeachment was orchestrated by the Yu Wang. Zhu Ping'an spoke quietly. Zihu's reasoning is sound. Gong acknowledged with a nod. Brother Xuqing and I are well aware that the Yu Wang has never had any dealings with Brother Zhongfang, nor has he ever employed messengers or letters to instruct him to impeach Yen Song. This allegation is entirely baseless. How could Yen Song and his son possibly provide proof? Could they fabricate a letter from the Yu Wang as physical evidence? Even if they sought to frame the Yu Wang, it is not something the Yen faction could accomplish alone. They would at the very least require Brother Zhongfang's cooperation. Zhu Ping'an continued. The most effective means for the Yen father and son to prove their case would be for Brother Zhongfang to admit that his impeachment of Yen Song was at the behest of the Yu Wang. However, although Brother Zhongfang's impeachment may have stemmed from impulse, he is an upright man who views Yen Song and his son as treacherous officials he wishes to eliminate. It is improbable that he would collaborate with them to implicate the Yu Wang. Yen Shifan is undoubtedly astute, but Brother Zhongfang is no fool. Even if Yen Shifan attempts to ensnare him through various means, Brother Zhongfang would not fall for it. Su Jia nodded vigorously. Having a profound understanding of Zhu Ping'an and an even deeper knowledge of Yang Jixing, a senior student, Yang Jixing was diligent and principled, fiercely loyal to the Ming dynasty, and would never conspire with Yen Song and his son to ensnare the Yu Wang. Moreover, although Yang Jixing possesses a forthright and somewhat stubborn disposition, he is by no means foolish. Otherwise, how could he have caught the eye of the esteemed? Despite Yen Shifan's cunning and intelligence, it would be utterly impossible to lure a confession from Yang Jixing. Gong similarly nodded in agreement, though after a moment of contemplation, he shook his head. He understood that while conventional methods would yield no results, unconventional ones might. Gao Gong was well aware that Yin Song and his son could not elicit Yang Jixing's acknowledgement of having been instigated by Prince Yu through legitimate channels. However, if they resorted to underhanded tactics, such as fabricating evidence, it was not beyond the realm of possibility. While it may be challenging to misrepresent the truth, creating false testimony would pose no significant obstacle for Yin Song and his son. What Brother Suqing suggested was indeed what I intended to convey. If Yin Song and his son find no success through formal avenues, they would surely explore illicit means. After Brother Zhongfang's impeachment memorial was submitted to the Western Garden, I surmise, no, I am almost certain, that what awaits Brother Zhongfang is inevitable imprisonment. The previous officials who dared to impeach Yin Song and his son have met the same fate, all swiftly cast into the dungeons. Moreover, Brother Zhongfang's memorial, which contains not only incriminating evidence against the two kings, but also remarks likely to displease the emperor, will undoubtedly draw the ire of the Yin faction, leaving Brother Zhongfang with little hope of avoiding incarceration. Zhu Ping'an nodded and then spoke with a tinge of bitterness. Alas, he lamented his earlier failure to persuade Brother Zhongfang. Gao Gong and Su Jie nodded in agreement, endorsing Zhu Ping'an's prediction. Should Brother Zhongfang be imprisoned, his fate would rest in the hands of the esteemed Commander Liu Bing of the Jinyue. First, the Jinyue bears the responsibility of supervising all officials, and with Commander Liu having assumed direct oversight of the Western Garden this year, any matters of apprehension would inevitably fall under his jurisdiction. Second, the capital's prison falls under the purview of the Jinyue. Third, the power of the Jinyue under Commander Liu has flourished, surpassing that of the Eastern Depot, which now bows to him. Even if the Eastern Depot were to conduct an apprehension, it would be at Commander Liu's discretion. Therefore, in a sense, the fates of His Highness Prince Yu and Brother Zhongfang rest in Commander Liu's hands. As Zhu Ping'an spoke, he glanced at Su Jie and Gao Gong, asserting that should Yin Song and his son seek to ensnare His Highness Prince Yu, they must certainly enlist the aid of Commander Liu Bing of the Jinyue. Enlightenment struck. Clarity emerged. Gao Gong's eyes widened in astonishment, as if a bolt of lightning had cleaved through the darkness of night in his mind. Although Su Jie had begun to suspect this notion upon Zhu Ping'an's subtle prompting, hearing it articulated by Zhu Ping'an himself compelled him to nod in agreement. Filled with admiration for his disciple, who had bestowed upon him a series of delightful surprises. Upon hearing this, Gao Gong felt as if enlightened, his mind suddenly cleared, and he arose from his seat, pacing back and forth in the study. Given the current circumstances, it seemed inevitable that Zhongfang would face a dire fate. The father and son duo, Yin Song and his progeny, were scheming to divert blame towards His Highness, the Prince of Yu, and they could not bypass Lord Liu Bing. At this juncture, a sudden realization struck Gao Gong, and he turned his intense gaze towards Su Jie, speaking with urgency and earnestness. Brother Su, we must act swiftly to secure Lord Liu before Yin Song and his son do. Before Su Jie could respond, Gao Gong shook his head in self-reflection, declaring, No, that won't do. How can it not do, Brother Suqing? Zhu Ping'an inquired. Ziho, Brother Su, Liu Bing shares a close bond with Yin Song's family. They are inseparably tied together. How can we possibly outmaneuver them? Yin Song and Liu Bing are in-laws. Last year, Yin Song facilitated a betrothal between his grandson, Yin Xiaoting, and Liu Bing's daughter. Moreover, to speak frankly, due to the case involving Elder Xia Yan, the two have been firmly entwined ever since, Gao Gong lamented. Zhu Ping'an smiled subtly, shaking his head. Oh, what does Ziho propose? Seeing this, Gao Gong's eyes brightened. May I inquire, Brother Suqing, with whom does Liu Bing's allegiance lie? Yin Song or His Majesty? Zhu Ping'an smiled softly, responding, without a doubt, His Majesty. When it comes to loyalty to the Emperor, none surpasses Lord Liu, Gao Gong exclaimed, and a spark of inspiration surged through his mind. Indeed, Liu Bing had been a playmate of Emperor Jiajing since childhood. Liu Bing's mother was the emperor's wet nurse, and they were raised on the same milk, a bond far surpassing that of Yin Song. Furthermore, during the 18th year of Jiajing's reign, when a fire broke out at the palace during the emperor's southern tour, all officials and guards fled. Yet Liu Bing braved the flames to rescue the emperor. Thus, in terms of connection, how could Yin Song ever compete with the emperor? Precisely, Zhu Ping'an affirmed. Thus, I believe we have a substantial chance of gaining Lord Liu's favor, if we can elucidate the stakes to him, making it clear that this indictment, should it involve the Prince of Yu and the Prince of Jing, poses a grave threat to the state, and that if Lord Liu intervenes, It entangles the matters of the emperor and the princes. I trust that Lord Lu, with his loyalty and intellect, will deliberate carefully. That makes sense, Gao Gong replied, excitement bubbling forth as he struck his palm with his fist, nodding vigorously. What Zhu Ping'an says is indeed correct. While we may not match Yinsong's relationship with Liu Bing, Yinsong cannot rival the emperor. If we approach this from the emperor's perspective and present the stakes to Liu Bing, there remains significant hope. Then, Gao Gong turned to Su Jie. Su Jie nodded, understanding Gao Gong's intent, and rose to say, time is of the essence. I shall visit Lord Lu immediately to present the matter to him. I suspect Yin Shifan will soon make his move as well. I am grateful to you, Brother Su, Gao Gong expressed, bowing deeply in appreciation. Thank you for your efforts. Master, Zhu Ping'an remarked, following suit and bowing deeply to their mentor, Su Jie. Please, both of you, rise, Su Jie urged. In this visit to Liu Bing, I sincerely hope that Liu Bing, out of consideration for my presence, may extend some care towards Zhongfang. Alas, as a teacher, I feel a deep sense of shame. Su Jie assisted Gao Gong and Zhu Ping'an to their feet, and upon recalling Yang Jixing, he let out a heavy sigh. He understood well that even if he were to intervene, it was unlikely that Liu Bing would shield Yang Jixing from adversity, yet he still yearned to make the attempt. With that, Su Jie rose and made his way to visit Liu Bing, followed closely by Zhu Ping'an and Gao Gong. Once Su Jie departed, the two felt it inappropriate to remain at Su's residence, especially since they also needed to return to the residence of Prince Yu to report on the details of Su Jie's visit. As they walked, Zhu Ping'an pondered for a moment before addressing Su Jie in a tone of inquiry. Teacher, after our visit to Lord Lu, would it not be prudent to also visit Elder Yin? Visit Yinsong? Gao Gong looked perplexed. He reflected that they had previously analyzed the futility of persuading Yinsong in the study. The Jiajing emperor harbored distrust for his own son, while Yinsong held unwavering faith in his son, Yin Shifan. If Yin Shifan sought to embroil Prince Yu in peril, how could they expect Yinsong to heed their counsel against it? Surely, he would listen to his son rather than outsiders. Given that persuading Yinsong seemed futile, why then would they pursue a visit to him, but to engage in a fruitless endeavor? Oh, Zihu, what thoughts do you harbor? Su Jie inquired as they continued walking. Teacher, Brother Suqing, my perspective is as follows. Elder Yin is now over 70, and in the twilight of his years, he has become increasingly conservative in his thinking. Desiring stability over risk, especially great risks, Zhu Ping'an softly explained. Su Jie felt a flicker of understanding. Zihu, are you suggesting? I am contemplating whether we might leverage Elder Yan's conservative disposition to dissuade him from the notion of ensnaring His Highness Prince Yu. Zhu Ping'an replied quietly. The emperor has but two sons, the Prince of Yu and the Prince of Jing. Should Elder Yan and his son truly drag Prince Yu into turmoil, might it be possible that the emperor, considering familial bonds and the stability of the realm, would ultimately direct his ire towards the court ministers rather than Prince Yu himself? Around Elder Yan's conservative and risk-averse mindset, Zhu Ping'an proposed this line of reasoning, suggesting that the emperor would not likely hold his sons accountable for the events surrounding Yang Jixing's impeachment. This situation could lead to the emperor's wrath being directed solely at the court ministers, sparing Prince Yu from blame. Thus, did Elder Yin truly need to publicly antagonize Prince Yu over this matter, risking enmity with a multitude of court officials? Was such a gamble truly necessary? Furthermore, Zhu Ping'an offered two historical examples to substantiate his hypothesis. During the spring and autumn period, when Xiangyang reformed laws, Crown Prince Qingci once transgressed a prohibition. According to Shang Jun's decrees, the prince faced the prospect of severe punishment. Yet, in the end, despite proclaiming the need for legal enforcement starting with the crown prince, Duke Xiao of Qin ultimately spared the prince from punishment, choosing instead to penalize his tutor. Another notable instance is the tale of Cao Cao's punishment of cutting hair as a substitute for execution, which serves as a quintessential example. Thus, even if the venerable Elder Yin and his son persist in interrogating the two kings, relentlessly pursuing the matter, they are unlikely to reap any rewards. Ultimately, it may merely result in accusations against the court officials, and conversely, they might unwittingly create adversaries in the two kings, alienating a future emperor. In this light, such endeavors would be counterproductive, as Zhu Ping'an succinctly summarized. After hearing this, Gao Gong nodded in agreement, remarking that persuading the elder from this perspective might bear fruit. Su Jie also nodded, casting a commendatory glance at Zhu Ping'an, acknowledging the sharpness of youth, particularly appreciating the point raised by Ziho. However, he advised that today is not opportune, as Elder Yin is currently in a fit of anger. To broach the subject now would yield poor results and could potentially exacerbate tensions. It would be wiser to wait until after tonight when Elder Yin has had a chance to calm down and rest before offering counsel. Zhu Ping'an, upon hearing this, nodded in understanding, recognizing the wisdom in his teacher's words, which he had not previously considered. Su Jie smiled gently, saying, Ziho, you have done admirably. Chapter 1. 014. Composed entry into prison. After departing from Su's residence, the three men parted ways at a crossroads. Su Jie proceeded to the residence of Liu Bing to lobby for support, while Zhu Ping'an and Gao Gong returned to the residence of Prince Yu. Sirs, the elder has just been summoned to the palace, announced Dan, who eagerly approached them with this news upon their return. Oh, so the emperor has already reviewed Zhongfang's memorial. Please elaborate, Gao Gong inquired with urgency. Indeed, it is said that upon reading Yang Jixing's memorial, the emperor was incensed and immediately dispatched an eunuch to summon Yin Song to the Western Garden. Dan replied, chuckling slightly. Perhaps the elder will soon find himself in dire straits. Our Prince Yu is truly favored by fate. A potentially fatal crisis seems to dissipate of its own accord. Given their differing allegiances, upon hearing that Yin Song had been summoned in a fit of rage by the Emperor Jiajing, Dan could not help but express a sense of schadenfreude. Initially, he had recognized the threat posed to the residence of Prince Yu by the mention of the two kings in Yang Jixing's memorial. However, setting these concerns aside, Dan believed that Yang Jixing's death impeachment was profoundly damaging to Yin Song. The shock of employing such a severe form of impeachment, combined with the serious accusations listed in the memorial, many of which were substantiated, constituted a lethal blow to Yin Song. Thus, when Dan learned of the emperor's fury upon reading the memorial and the subsequent summons of Yin Song, he instinctively concluded that the emperor's outrage stemmed from the accusations against Yin Song within the memorial. Consequently, he displayed a certain glee at the elder's predicament. Upon hearing Shidan's account, Gao Gong was somewhat taken aback. The turn of events was unexpected. He narrowed his eyes, pondered briefly, shook his head slightly, and replied to Dan, the emperor's summons may not necessarily imply an inquiry into wrongdoing. Not necessarily, though it is indeed a possibility. Dan replied with a playful tone. While it was a slim chance, Gao Gong acknowledged that such a possibility did exist, secretly hoping that Shidan's assertion would prove correct. If Yin Song were to face charges, it would undoubtedly lead to a change in the position of the Prime Minister of the Cabinet. It is all too clear that the successor would be the Deputy Prime Minister, Su Jie. Given Su Jie's amicable relations with the Prince of Yu, his ascension to Prime Minister would undoubtedly be favorable news for the prince's faction. Thus, Su Jie harbored a flicker of hope within his heart. In stark contrast, Zhu Ping'an found himself devoid of any semblance of hope. On the contrary, upon hearing the news of Yin Song being summoned to the Western Garden, a heavy weight settled upon Zhu Ping'an's heart. He understood all too well that Yin Song's summons was precisely what he had been scheming for. Initially, Yin Song had been contemplating how to slander the Jiajing emperor, and this very call to the Western Garden was akin to receiving a pillow for his slumber. Indeed, as Zhu Ping'an pondered this, within the Western Garden, Yin Song was kneeling on the ground, tears and snot flowing as he beseeched the Jiajing emperor. Your Majesty, Yang Jixing, in a fit of anger over his demotion, has penned an accusation laden with falsehoods, slandering loyal officials. My heart is torn with anguish, yet, considering his loyalty to the nation, I could overlook this transgression. However, Yang Jixing has dared to disrespect your Majesty and has audaciously conspired with the two princes to sow discord between the emperor and his sons, harboring nefarious intentions. I beseech your Majesty to discern the truth. The Jiajing emperor, already incensed by Yang Jixing's criticisms in his memorial, was further enraged by Yin Song's insinuations regarding the two princes, igniting a fury that overshadowed Yang Jixing's accusations against Yin Song. All his wrath was swiftly directed towards Yang Jixing. This Yang Jixing, in his anger over his demotion, has gathered baseless rumors and acted with impudence. Moreover, invoking the two princes as his justification, what does that signify? Command the commander of the Jinyue, Liu Bing, to immediately arrest Yang Jixing and detain him for interrogation. With veins throbbing on his forehead, the Jiajing emperor forcefully cast Yang Jixing's memorial to the ground and turned to his attendants, issuing commands. Follow the emperor's decree. The attendants knelt, receiving the command before departing. Prostrate on the ground, with tears streaming down his face, Xuanzhou caught a fleeting smile at the emperor's decree. Soon, the sound of galloping hooves from the Jianyu echoed throughout the capital, causing passers-by to scatter as though fleeing from venomous serpents. The humble gates of the Yang residence could scarcely withstand a kick. You have arrived, Yang Jiajing said with a calm smile, presenting his neck for binding. As the Jianyu officers shackled him, he turned to his wife, who cradled their 2 sons, offering her a gentle smile. Jinmei, Tyli, Jier, I must ask for your endurance. After I am gone, Jinmei, temper your fierce disposition. Do not follow me in death. Live on bravely and educate Tyli and Jier, nurturing them into adulthood. And perhaps, find a good man and remarry. In this life, I could not bestow happiness upon you. In the next, I shall seek to atone. What are you saying? Zhang Shi wept bitterly, clutching their children. Tyli, Jier. As Yang Jiajing cast his gaze upon his 2 sons, the tenderness he had previously displayed towards his wife dissipated, replaced by a stern demeanor. You too must remember this. Should I be absent, your mother is the most upright and impartial person. You must show her filial piety and adhere to her wishes. You shall not claim that your mother favors one son over the other, nor one daughter-in-law over another. To provoke her to anger would be an act of great unfiliality. Not only will heaven punish you, but I shall also orchestrate your fate from the depths of the underworld. Father, father, we will remember, cried Yang Yingwei and Yang Yingji in unison, tears streaming down their faces. Yang Jiajing's expression softened slightly, and just as he was about to speak further, the genie Wei, having completed their binding of him, roughly tugged at his shackles, pulling him towards the exit. Yang Jiajing stumbled as his head was yanked forward. Enough of your prattling. Move. The genie Wei barked, dragging him out. I can walk on my own, Yang Jiajing replied, regaining his footing and laughing heartily, striding forward in his chains alongside the guards. Beloved husband. Father. Release my father. Behind him, Zhang Shi, Yang Yingwei, and Yang Yingji followed closely, their cries heart-wrenchingly sorrowful. Yingwei Yingji. You are both young and susceptible to the wiles of deceitful individuals who may entice you with promises of feasts, gambling, or cherished gifts, or seduce you with beauty. Should you fall into their traps, you would suffer greatly, losing not only your family fortune but also your integrity. If such people attempt to deceive you, remember my words. Their kindness is often a guise for ill intent. Keep your distance from them, and instead, seek companionship with those who are honest, diligent, and eager to learn. Engage with them sincerely, and you will naturally cultivate goodness within yourselves and avoid the path of depravity. You must remember that the heart governs the person, akin to the roots of a tree or the stem of a fruit. One's heart must never be corrupted. If it harbors righteousness and fairness, your actions will invariably align with virtue, marking you as a gentleman. Conversely, if it succumbs to selfish desires, even the noblest intentions will falter, leading to a facade of respectability that belies a sordid interior. You too must strive to be upright and sincere, wholeheartedly devoted to your country. Do not emulate my folly, nor allow my loyalty to bring you misfortune, leading you to abandon your aspirations for goodness and inviting scorn upon your lineage. As Yang Jiajing strode confidently towards the prison, his chains clinking rhythmically against the ground, he imparted his wisdom to his sons with resounding clarity. Passers-by, upon witnessing the scene and hearing of Yang Jiajing's indictment of Xuanzhou, were moved to tears, following him in a sorrowful procession, until they reached the town's garrison. The crowd, weeping, filled the streets, countless in number. Chapter 1015. Peaceful instruction. Alas! How pitiable! How infuriating! How tragic! How lamentable! My heart swells with indignation, almost to the point of bursting. Xuanzhou stormed into the Duke of Yu's study, brandishing a newspaper and flopping into a chair with a heavy sigh. At that moment, the Duke of Yu was absent, attending to matters in the rear courtyard. Members of the Duke's small cabinet, including Gong, Qingci, and Zhu Ping'an, were present in the study. To focus their efforts on addressing this crisis, they had resolved to work from the Duke's study starting today. What troubles you, Xingfu? Has there been a resolution regarding Yang Zhongfang's indictment of Xuanzhou? Qingci hurriedly leaned forward from his seat and inquired, but upon seeing Xuanzhou's furious expression, a sense of foreboding settled in his heart. Xuanzhou nodded, handing the official report to Qingci, and sighed. This report has not yet been officially published. I obtained it through His Highness's connections from the Western Garden. Alas, I heard from the eunuchs that Yin Song was summoned by the emperor to the Western Garden, whereupon he immediately knelt and slandered Yang Jixing, accusing him of colluding with the two princes to sow discord between the emperor and his son, harboring sinister intentions. The emperor, upon hearing this, was filled with wrath, issuing decrees precisely as recorded in the report. Yang Jixing, angered by his demotion, has indulged in baseless rumors, shamelessly defiling the court. Furthermore, he used the two princes as a pretext. What does that signify? He ordered the Jinyui to arrest and interrogate him in the Jinfu department. It is said that before Yang Jixing was imprisoned in the Jinfu department, a eunuch from the Western Garden was dispatched to oversee the punishment, and Yin Maoqing was present to supervise. They struck Yang Jixing with 40 strokes of the rod, leaving him grievously injured and his flesh torn. Hao Gong, upon hearing this, could not suppress a long sigh. Zhu Ping'an closed his eyes, lost in thought for a long while, and the image of Yang Jixing being punished brought tears to the corners of his eyes. A single punishment cannot break, nor bend, the backbone of the Ming dynasty, but it certainly inflicts pain upon the hearts of the people. How could it have come to this? It was truly unexpected. Qingci, after reading the report, sighed wearily. The report merely recorded Yang Jixing's impeachment of Yin Song and the emperor's decree that Yang Jixing, angered by his demotion, had indulged in baseless rumors, shamelessly defiling the court. The specific events leading up to this, such as Yin Song's slander, were not documented. However, with Yin Shidan's supplementary information, Qingci felt even more deeply moved upon rereading the report, sighing repeatedly. Indeed, it was astonishing that the emperor would issue such a decree. Yin Shidan also could not help but shake his head and sigh. At this moment, Prince Yu was absent from the study, and the study within the prince's residence was utterly secretive, free from the worry of eavesdropping. They could express their innermost thoughts without reservation, speaking candidly. Oh, Yang Zhongfang's motive for impeaching Yin Song has been characterized as being due to anger from his demotion, indulging in baseless rumors, shamelessly defiling the court. This is illogical. Yang Zhongfang's demotion was an old matter from the previous year, and he was demoted for impeaching the Grand General Qiu Wan. Now, Yang Zhongfang has returned to the central authority, having been promoted 4 times within a year, far surpassing all his peers. He currently holds the esteemed position of the Undersecretary of the Ministry of War, a coveted post that many would vie for. How could he, now enjoying success, possibly harbor lingering resentment over a demotion from 2 years ago, to the point of indulging in baseless rumors and shamelessly defiling the court? This is utterly contrary to reason. Qingci sighed, pointing at the emperor's decree, lamenting repeatedly. It is not merely illogical, it is downright forced. Yin Shidan's words were sharper. Yang Jixing's inquiry regarding the two princes in his memorial was merely to substantiate his claims, seeking the emperor's inquiry as corroboration. Yet, unexpectedly, he was imprisoned and tortured for this one statement. Illogical? As long as one is adept at discerning the emperor's intentions and misleading him, what does logic matter? Gao Gong chuckled coldly, his words sharper than those of Yin Shidan. The emperor, believing in the fanciful tales of the Taoist, proclaimed that the two dragons should not meet, forbidding any interaction between the two princes, let alone establishing a successor. Yet, as long as the court remains without a crown prince, its foundation remains unstable. The officials have already voiced their opinions, inundating the court with petitions, not to mention the undercurrents of dissent brewing beneath the surface. The two princes have become a taboo for the emperor, and those with ulterior motives might conflate Yang Jixing's petitions with the two princes, undoubtedly misleading the emperor in his fury. I had intended to direct my heart towards the bright moon, but alas, the moon shines upon the gutter. How unjustly Yang Shixiang has been treated. Upon witnessing the rising anger of the assembly, Zhu Ping'an could no longer suppress his true feelings and sighed deeply. Unjustly? Yang Jixing is indeed wronged, yet not entirely so, Yin Shidan remarked, shaking his head with a hint of melancholy. Zhengfu, why do you say such things? Zhu Ping'an felt a surge of dissatisfaction within him. After all, Yang Jixing, loyal to the nation, had fallen victim to such an absurd calamity. How could that not be perceived as unjust? Zihu, while Yang Jixing's loyalty to the nation and the emperor is commendable, his misfortune is indeed a form of injustice. However, if one lacks the skill, how can one claim to be wronged? Yin Shidan continued, I must confess, when I first encountered Yang Jixing's petition, I overlooked the inconsequential mention of the two princes. It was only through the reminders from Qing and Yifu that I recognized this hidden peril. Now, I am astonished that Yang Jixing would falter on such a trivial statement. It speaks to a lack of experience and skill. This incident should serve as a lesson for you, me, and us all. Dan looked at Zhu Ping'an, a wry smile gracing his lips as he spoke slowly, lacking skill and experience. Indeed, that is the root of the problem. But weakness is the original sin. From the perspective of evolution, is this not the case? Modern China, despite its inherent wisdom, is still subjected to the ravages of foreign powers. Weakness is indeed the original sin. Being backward invites oppression. In that moment, the seed of Zhu Ping'an's yearning for power was stimulated by Shidan's words. Pulsating like a heart in turmoil, resonating like a thunderclap, this desire for power, nourished sufficiently, transformed from a withered state into a robust form. Soon, a sturdy root pierced through the seed coat, plunging into his very essence, while the shoot, as if reaching for the heavens, thrived vigorously. In an instant, it enveloped his heart, extending vivaciously through his veins. One must possess power. Without it, one cannot tread even a step forward. The heart may be riddled with countless grievances. Yet without power in hand, one can only rot between mere boards. Even if one wishes to serve this dynasty and its people, without power, one can only watch as the populace suffers. Indeed, when one aspires to accomplish something for the realm, one may find oneself trampled underfoot, like mere weeds. Yang Xixiang serves as a cautionary tale. Zhu Ping'an took a deep breath, bowing deeply to Dan, and earnestly declared, "Zhengfu, your insights are profoundly enlightening. I am grateful for your teachings." Dan was momentarily taken aback, unaware of the gravity of Zhu Ping'an's formal gratitude, oblivious to the implications of his earlier remarks. On the mobile reading website of Zhebi Chinese Network, the narrative unfolds in Chapter 1116, titled Visiting Yang Jixing. In the afternoon, after receiving the latest news regarding Yang Jixing's impeachment case, the crisis at the Prince Yu's residence became exceedingly urgent. Yan Song had maliciously slandered Yang Jixing before the emperor, alleging that Yang had secretly colluded with the second prince to sow discord between the emperor and his son, harboring insidious intentions. The phrase secretly colluding with the second prince became pivotal. Yan Song's words had already implicated the Prince Yu's residence. Upon returning to his study from the inner courtyard, the Prince Yu was drenched in cold sweat upon hearing this news, consumed by fear and anxiety. It was utterly unfathomable how he had been drawn into this matter without any prior connection, lamenting Yang Jixing's naivety and cursing Yan Song, deeming him deserving of death for his treachery. The Prince Yu, like an ant on a hot pan, paced back and forth in his study, sighing heavily and cursing Yan Song's malevolence. Chen Yiqin, Gao Gong, Dan, and Zhu Ping'an stood by, occasionally offering words of comfort, suggesting that there might still be a turn of events. Gradually calming down, the anxious Prince Yu, under their persuasion, decided to send Gao Gong and Zhu Ping'an to visit Su Jie once more, to inquire about the results of Su Jie's discussion with the commander of the Jinyue, Lu Bing, and to seek further strategies. Thus, Zhu Ping'an and Gao Gong made their way to Su's residence. Upon their arrival, Su Jie had just returned from Lu Bing. After learning of their purpose, he recounted the details of his visit. Su Jie revealed that when he met with Lu Bing, the latter had not yet received the imperial edict to apprehend Yang Jixing. Su Jie, without any preamble, directly expressed his concerns to Lu Bing, urging him to handle the matter with caution, as it should not involve too many parties. Otherwise, if mishandled, it could potentially implicate the princes, leading to a situation that would only serve to exacerbate the turmoil, with no benefit to the emperor or the stability of the Ming dynasty. What was Lu Bing's response? Gao Gong inquired with keen interest. Su Jie replied, Lu Bing did not agree. What? He did not agree? Gao Gong was taken aback. Feeling as though he had received a staggering blow, his head buzzed, and the world around him seemed to spin. This news struck the Prince Yu's residence like a devastating blow. Gao Gong had previously felt somewhat reassured by Zhu Ping'an's analysis, believing that given Lu Bing's loyalty to Emperor Jiajing and the Ming dynasty, he would side with the Prince Yu's residence and not assist Yan Song in his treachery. Now, the unexpected revelation that Lu Bing had not acquiesced to Su Jie was indeed disheartening. Gao Gong felt utterly defeated. In contrast to Gao Gong's despair, Zhu Ping'an observed Su Jie closely after hearing his words, catching a glimpse of a subtle smile at the corner of Su Jie's mouth. This prompted Zhu Ping'an to smirk inwardly, thinking, my teacher, though aged, retains a youthful spirit, enjoying the suspense even in dire times. Indeed, the next moment would confirm Zhu Ping'an's intuition. Although Lu Bing did not explicitly agree, I discerned a hint of hesitation in his expression. After I spoke, he fell into a prolonged silence and then cast a glance in my direction. From the look in his eyes, I understood that he had acquiesced. Su Jie offered a subtle smile, shifting the conversation as he continued. Indeed, a little jest brings much joy. Su, you truly understand without needing words. Lu Bing's position dictated that he could neither express nor declare his stance. Upon hearing this, Gao Gong's expression transformed instantaneously from disappointment to elation. He looked up at Su Jie with a radiant smile, shaking his head gently as he began to speak. Su Jie nodded in agreement, affirming Gao Gong's sentiments. Zhu Ping'an had long anticipated this outcome, yet his mind was preoccupied with another matter. Master, did Lord Lu agree to watch over Brother Yang? Zhu Ping'an inquired with genuine concern. Upon hearing this question, Su Jie's demeanor darkened, and he sighed, shaking his head. Lu Bing had stated that if the emperor issued a decree to apprehend Yang Jixing, he would be powerless to intervene. The matter was beyond his control. Despite having expected this news, Zhu Ping'an could not suppress a deep sigh. However, I have asked Lu Bing to be vigilant and ensure that no one harms Zhong Fang while he is imprisoned. Su Jie added. Upon hearing this, Zhu Ping'an felt a sense of relief and looked up at Su Jie, half sincerely appreciative and half flattering his teacher. He remarked, how fortunate it is for a disciple to have a master like you. Once a teacher, forever a father. When Zhong Fang is in peril, how could I stand idly by? Su Jie sighed in response. As they departed from Su's residence, the sun was setting beautifully, though it was near dusk. The sun withdrew its blinding brilliance, adopting a dim and somber hue, squinting through murky eyes as it cast a gloomy gaze upon the earth. On the horizon, Zhu Ping'an and Gao Gong bid farewell. Gao Gong returned to the Prince Yu's residence to report, while Zhu Ping'an made his way to a nearby apothecary named Qing Nong de Ji Tang, spending 2 taels of silver to procure some high-quality ointment for injuries. Intending to visit Yang Jixing in prison. Being a fellow disciple of Yang Jixing, he had ample reason to visit without excessive caution. On his way to the prison, Zhu Ping'an recalled the historical account of Brother Yang using necrotic flesh to heal wounds, and thus stopped at a tavern to purchase a porcelain bottle of high-proof alcohol, thinking that Brother Yang could use the liquor to disinfect and prevent infection. As Zhu Ping'an paid for the alcohol and was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a snake gallbladder, the size of a chicken egg, steeping in a jar of medicinal liquor. He paused in his tracks, then recalled a historical tale. Brother Yang had been subjected to over 100 strokes, leaving him nearly unrecognizable. A colleague, unable to bear the sight, had procured a snake gallbladder for Brother Yang, advising him that consuming it would alleviate his pain. Brother Yang had declined the offer with a fearless smile, stating, I, Yang Jixing, possess my own courage. I need no such remedy. One wonders, could that colleague have been me? Zhu Ping'an paused momentarily, then shook his head. No. The historical records indicated that the esteemed colleague bore the surname Wang. Instead of purchasing snake gall, Zhu Ping'an summoned the shopkeeper and acquired a bottle of snake gall medicinal wine. It was not due to a concern over expenditure, nor a fear of altering history or mimicking it, having been rebuffed by Brother Yang. Rather, it was the realization that consuming snake gall raw was indeed unwise. The portrayals in martial arts tales were misleading. Firstly, snake gall possesses significant toxicity, and ingesting it raw could lead to poisoning, resulting in renal failure and hepatic damage. Secondly, snake gall is often host to parasites, and raw consumption may precipitate parasitic infections. Given Brother Yang's weakened state from corporal punishment and imprisonment, presenting him with raw snake gall would not serve to aid him but would, in fact, jeopardize his health. Infusing snake gall in wine, however, was an ideal method. It tempered the medicinal properties, ensuring efficacy without the peril of rejection from Brother Yang. Chapter 1117. I, Yang Jixing, have my own courage. The Jinyui's interrogation chamber is situated within the subordinate North Town Pacification Office. The North Town Pacification Office is directly commanded by the Jinyui's chief commander, Lu Bing, symbolizing the apex of Jinyui authority. In the Ming dynasty, the true measure of power among the Jinyui was not gauged by the rank of the official, but rather by who governed the North Town Pacification Office. The one in control of this office was the actual master of the Jinyue. When Zhu Ping'an arrived at the North Town Pacification Office's interrogation chamber, the majority of the sun had already dipped below the horizon. Even though Zhu Ping'an presented his 5th rank badge, the duty officer at the interrogation chamber persistently obstructed his entry upon learning that Zhu Ping'an wished to visit Yang Jixing. It was only after Zhu Ping'an slipped a small ingot of approximately 5 taels of silver that the officer reluctantly permitted him entry, albeit granting him merely the span of a single incense stick for his visit. This marked Zhu Ping'an's inaugural entrance into the Jinyue's interrogation chamber. Upon entering, his initial sensations were darkness, followed by an unsettling chill, and then an overwhelming sense of dread. In comparison to the Shuntian Prefecture's prison that he had previously visited, the North Town Pacification Office's interrogation chamber could be likened to a hellish abyss. Constructed predominantly underground, or rather as a semi-subterranean structure, only the main entrance is above ground. With the remainder of the edifice shrouded in darkness, devoid of sunlight, darkness reigns supreme within. As Zhu Ping'an stepped into the Jinyue's interrogation chamber amidst the dimming twilight, he struggled to adjust to the pervasive gloom. Upon crossing the threshold, he was immediately enveloped in pitch darkness, squinting his eyes to acclimatize to the oppressive dimness. Then, a chilling draft seeped from the depths, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Upon entering the main door of the interrogation chamber, a lengthy staircase leading downward awaited. Stretching deep into the earth, guided by the prison officer, Zhu Ping'an descended the staircase, counting a total of 68 steps. Upon reaching the bottom, he truly entered the North Town Pacification Office's interrogation chamber. Peering through the eerie passage, he beheld a vast and intricate subterranean realm, twisting and turning like a honeycomb, with an array of torture chambers and cells scattered throughout. The interrogation chamber bore no windows, no trace of natural light. Illumination was solely provided by the flickering flames of candles and oil lamps. The walls, constructed from robust bluestone bricks, were thick and adorned with damp moss. As I ventured deeper along the corridor, the air was punctuated by chilling cries and the unsettling sounds produced by instruments of torture. Each wail resonated with a terror more profound than the most haunting soundtrack of a horror film, piercing to the very marrow of one's bones. I confess. Lord Zhao, please, do not rush to confess. Allow me to showcase this delightful array of instruments before you yield, I taunted. This is a labor of love, after all. Now, let us try this little technique of slow slicing. What is it, you may wonder? It differs from the traditional method, focusing instead on localized areas. For instance, your finger, Lord Zhao. Care to guess how many cuts I can make on it? Just between us. My master once achieved a record of 158 cuts on a single finger. What do you think my count might be? I confess. Please, stop. Oh dear. Lord Zhao, you seem to be growing impatient. Did we not agree to take our time? Anyone who enters our Northern Justice Department's prison inevitably confesses. There's no rush. Now, guess how many cuts I could make. As I passed a torture chamber, the aforementioned dialogue mingled with the harrowing screams, unsettling me to my core. Through the slightly ajar door, I glimpsed a disheveled prisoner, barely resembling a human, at the mercy of an elegant jailer executing the punishment. Zhang Tu, for heaven's sake, close the door properly. The jailer leading me grumbled to the one inside, who seemed to be quite familiar with him, before firmly shutting the door, sealing off the ghastly sounds within. Zhang Tu, is that a nickname or a true name? I pondered idly. Lord Zhu, this way please, the guiding jailer said with a practiced ease. After navigating a couple of turns and observing the diverse conditions of numerous cells, he halted and pointed down a narrow passageway. Lord Zhu, proceed along this path. The cell on your right is Yang Jixing's. You have but a stick of incense's worth of time. No more, no less. Otherwise, it may become problematic for me. Thank you, Headley, I acknowledged, slipping a piece of silver into the jailer's hand. I understood well the adage. The king may be merciful, yet the ghosts are tenacious. By appeasing these jailers, future visits to the prison to see Brother Yang would be more manageable, and it would spare him some of the torment he might otherwise endure. Lord Zhu, you are too kind. I shall call for you when the time is right, the jailer said, deftly stowing the silver away in his sleeve, a smile blooming on his face as he felt its weight. I offered a polite nod and turned towards the passage. Are there others inside? As I ventured further in, I could hear the voices of Brother Yang conversing with another person. Brother Yang, your body has sustained severe injuries. Tomorrow's court session may subject you to further corporal punishment. I fear your constitution may not withstand it. Here is this snake gall. You should consume it before the session. It may alleviate your suffering during the punishment, a voice from within the room conveyed. Haha, I sincerely appreciate your kindness, Brother Wang. However, I shall keep the wine. But there is no need for the snake gall. I, Yang Jixing, lack nothing in courage. I possess my own gall, and have no need for that of a snake. Yang Jixing's hearty voice resonated in response. This is indeed a pivotal moment in history. Brother Wang, I possess my own gall, Yang Jixing declared. Zhu Ping'an listened to the exchange, knowing he was once again witnessing history unfold. Brother Yang, the Wang surname gentleman began to speak again, but was abruptly silenced by the sound of approaching footsteps. Yang Jixing's voice also ceased. Brother Yang, it is I, Zhu Ping'an, Zhu Ping'an explained as he continued walking, first bowing respectfully to Yang Jixing in the cell, then offering a salute to the Wang surname gentleman beside him. Ziho, what brings you here? Yang Jixing inquired. Surprised and touched, yet his heart was soon filled with concern that Zhu Ping'an might become entangled in his predicament. Thus, he resolutely shook his head, insisting, "This is a place of conflict. You should return at once and refrain from coming here in the future. I am well, there is food and drink here, and I am surviving just fine." Chapter 10:18. A marriage witnessed in captivity. Haha, my brother possesses gall. Does Ping'an lack it? Zhu Ping'an, upon hearing Yang Jixing's words, could not help but chuckle and retort playfully, signaling his stance. Zhu Ping'an understood that Yang Jixing's insistence on sending him away stemmed from a desire to protect him from being implicated. To attack my own shield with my own spear. Yang Jixing thought as he smiled wryly, realizing Zhu Ping'an's steadfastness, and thus ceased his insistence on Zhu Ping'an's departure. You are the top scholar, Zhu Ping'an? Upon meeting today, it is evident that heroes emerge in youth. The top scholar is both accomplished and unafraid of authority. Truly, seeing is believing. A man introduced himself. I am Wang Lin, a longtime friend of Brother Yang, and now a colleague in the Ministry of War. Wang Lin, who had originally come to visit Yang Jixing in prison, approached Zhu Ping'an after observing the interaction between him and Yang Jixing, offering his compliments. Wang Lin, I have had the honor of meeting you, my lord, Zhu Ping'an responded, his ears buzzing at the name, and he bowed again, this time with a formality that surpassed a typical greeting. Wang Lin's name was well known in modern times, not merely for his historical achievements, though he indeed accomplished much, but particularly for his role in the Yang Jixing case. Wang Lin not only defended Yang Jixing's position while he was imprisoned, but also, undeterred by the circumstances, promised his own daughter in marriage to Yang Jixing's second son, Yang Yingji. As Zhu Ping'an recalled this in modernity, he could not help but express admiration for Wang Lin. I never expected. It turns out that Wang Lin is indeed the historical figure who presented the gallbladder of a python to Yang Jixing, thereby inspiring the famed saying, "With courage from the gall of the pepper mountain, why would one need the python?" This act indirectly enhances Yang Jixing's grand persona. Wang Lin truly deserves this gesture of respect. The solemn bow from Zhu Ping'an took Wang Lin by surprise. Had they not just exchanged greetings? Perhaps it was due to his visit to Yang Jixing that Zhu Ping'an, as Yang Jixing's junior, felt compelled to express his gratitude. Yet, having known Yang Jixing for many years, much longer than Zhu Ping'an, Wang Lin pondered that it was he who should express gratitude to Zhu Ping'an for daring to visit Yang Jixing at such a time. After acknowledging Wang Lin, Zhu Ping'an approached Yang Jixing, peering through the bars to observe him in the dismal conditions of his confinement. At this moment, Yang Jixing's complexion was somewhat pale, yet his spirit appeared undaunted. However, his physical condition was far from optimistic. His prison garb was tattered, particularly at the back where it had been torn by the disciplinary staff, with patches of dried blood staining the fabric. The prison environment was deplorable, exuding an acrid odor, damp and grimy, with moss covering the inner walls. There were no beds or bedding, merely a heap of straw in the corner. The overall sanitation was atrocious, with remnants of food and excrement scattered about, and even a few pools of foul-smelling, murky water. This prison was clearly not right. Realizing this, Zhu Ping'an's expression shifted. Was this not a civil prison? His senior should possess a title and position, and logically, he should not be confined here, but rather in a state prison. In ancient feudal society, the strict hierarchy was reflected even in incarceration. Prisons were categorized into state and civil types, with state prisons being significantly more sanitary and equipped with basic bedding. Yet, it was evident that Yang Jixing was not in a state prison, Indeed, this was one of the worst civil prisons. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an voice this concern, Wang Lin's face flushed with anger as he exclaimed, "Zhu, you are unaware of the full story. Brother Yang's original prison was not this one, but rather a state prison outside. However, not long ago, a wicked warden named Lu Jian, under the guise of renovations, transferred Brother Yang to this civil prison. I argued against this injustice, but to no avail. That vile warden is clearly acting on orders." Understanding the situation, Zhu Ping'an felt a surge of indignation. The mountain may not be lofty, but its fame rests upon the presence of an immortal. The water may not be deep, but it is spirited by the dragon. This humble abode. Yet my integrity remains unblemished. The moss stains the steps green, the grass serves as my bedding. Here, laughter and conversation flourish, Zihu, free from corrupt souls. One can recite the Analects and reflect on spring and autumn, connecting with the ancients. There are no distractions of music to offend the ears, nor the labor of paperwork to exhaust the body. Nanyang's Zhuge Liang's cottage, and the Ziyun pavilion of West Shu. Confucius asked, "What is there to be ashamed of?" Yang Jixing, undeterred by the squalor of his prison, smiled and adapted the words of the ode to a humble abode to comfort Zhu Ping'an and Wang Lin. Truly, Yang Jixing is commendable. Zhu Ping'an was profoundly moved by Yang Jixing's resilient spirit. "Brother, these are the medicinal herbs and wine for your injuries." After exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Ping'an took out the medicinal ointment and high-proof liquor he had purchased, handing them to Yang Jixing. "Thank you, Zithu. I, Yang Jixing, possess courage, yet lack medicine," he remarked with a self-deprecating smile, accepting the items and placing them aside. "Oh, by the way, I advise you to store the ointment and liquor with care. They may use the pretext of renovating the prison to change your cell, and perhaps tomorrow they will inspect and confiscate your supplies. It may become increasingly difficult to send you medicine in the future." Upon realizing this, Zhu Ping'an quickly cautioned Yang Jixing to hide the items securely. Zithu's words ring true. These petty individuals would go to great lengths to curry favor with their superiors. "Yang, it would be wise to store the medicine carefully in several discreet locations," Wang Lin added, following Zhu Ping'an's advice. Yang Jixing nodded in agreement, dividing the medicine into 3 portions and concealing them in hidden places. "Lord Wang, your visiting hours are approaching," a prison guard called out from the corridor. "Yes, I am aware," Wang Lin replied coldly. "As long as Lord Wang does not make things difficult for us," the guard retreated, somewhat disgruntled. "Thank you, Brother Wang. It is getting late after your visit." "Zithu and Brother Wang, you should return," Yang Jixing suggested. "I have one more matter to discuss with you." "Yang," Wang Lin responded, then turned to Zhu Ping'an with a respectful gesture, noting that it was fortuitous for Zithu to be present as a witness. "I have a daughter, of a similar age to your son, and I believe she is well educated and sensible. I wish for them to wed in the future, and I wonder what your thoughts are on this." At that moment, Zhu Ping'an felt a profound sense of history unfolding before him. Though a tough man, Yang Jixing's eyes glistened with emotion at Wang Lin's proposal. Despite his imprisonment and uncertain fate, Wang Lin's willingness to betroth his daughter to Yang's son deeply moved him. Wang Lin's daughter was renowned in the capital for her wisdom and grace, and suitors had already begun to swarm the Wang residence. Though touched, Yang Jixing resolutely shook his head. "Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Wang, but I am a man destined for death. How could my son be worthy of your esteemed daughter? Why must you adhere to such constraints, Yang? As long as you do not oppose, we shall consider this engagement settled. Zithu, you must witness this." Thus, the arrangement was made. "In that case, I shall take my leave," Wang Lin concluded, turning to depart without granting Yang Jixing a chance to decline. "Brother Wang," Yang Jixing called after him, his eyes brimming with tears. History is never short of valiant souls. And Zhu Ping'an, watching Wang Lin's retreating figure, was deeply moved. Chapter 1019. Someone is about to face misfortune as Zhu Ping'an bid farewell to Yang Jixing at the northern town prefecture. Luo Longwen and Ouyang Zishir were indulging in libations at the Luo residence. Despite Luo Longwen's modest official rank, his abode was nothing short of opulent and magnificent. Even higher-ranking officials found their residences lacking in comparison. Luo Longwen's considerable wealth stemmed from 2 sources: his role as the foremost sycophant of Yin Shifan, leveraging the power of the Yin faction to amass substantial riches, and his esteemed position as a master ink maker. Recognized as one of the elite few in the ink production industry, he was particularly renowned for crafting a luxurious ink known as Juicy Xuanxiang. made from the soot of tung oil, celebrated for its remarkable qualities, hard as stone, patterned like rhinoceros hide, and as dark as lacquer, fetching prices that rivaled gold, making it unattainable for the common man. Thus, it was no surprise that Luo Longwen could afford such extravagant construction. Even though the Luo residents exceeded regulations, no one dared to file complaints due to Luo Longwen's ties with Yan Shifan. Ordinarily, when hosting close friends like Ouyang Zishu, Luo Longwen would do so in the main hall or study of his estate. However, on this day, they found themselves in a secluded guest room, far removed from the main activities of the house. The reason for this unusual choice was that Yan Shifan was currently in his study, engaged in scholarly pursuits with Luo Longwen's concubine and a well-known scholar from the Yan faction, discussing the principles of yin and yang from the Huangdi Neijing. To avoid disturbing Yan Shifan's intellectual endeavors, Luo Longwen voluntarily led Ouyang Zishu to the most remote corner of his residence for their drinking session. Congratulations, Brother Luo. The self-portrait you presented to Uncle was very well received. Brother Donglu mentioned that during this year's capital examination, your official position might be elevated. And Uncle has given his consent, Ouyang Zishu proclaimed, his face flushed with drink as he raised his cup in toast to Luo Longwen. The self-portrait in question was an authentic work by the Tang dynasty calligrapher Huaisu, which Luo Longwen had procured from Wen Zhengming for 1,000 taels of silver and a jar of juicy Xuanxiang ink. Is that truly the case? Luo Longwen exclaimed with delight, lifting his cup in excitement. Then I shall owe it all to your good fortune, Zishu. Once this matter is settled at the capital, I will certainly treat you to a lavish feast. Oh, Brother Luo, you are too kind, Ouyang Zishu replied with a smile, though inwardly he scoffed at the notion. He wasn't particularly interested in a mere meal. What truly captivated him was the renowned scholar in women's attire residing in Luo Longwen's household. Although Ouyang Zishu had always identified as a man of conventional inclinations and had dismissed the notion of same-sex attraction, encountering this illustrious scholar sparked an unexpected allure within him, igniting thoughts that became increasingly difficult to suppress. Haha, it is only proper to reciprocate kindness. Since you have shared good news with me, I shall also reveal a piece of delightful news, Luo Longwen said, filling Ouyang Zishu's cup with wine, his demeanor radiant with joy. Good news? Is it possible that Brother Luo is willing to part with his cherished possession? Ouyang Zishu has always harbored feelings for that dapper scholar residing in Brother Luo's courtyard. Upon hearing Luo Wenlong mention he had good news, Ouyang's heart surged with joy, and in his excitement, he nearly let slip his innermost thoughts. However, at that crucial moment, he recalled the legendary tales of Luo Wenlong's formidable reputation that echoed throughout the capital, causing him to tighten his lips and restrain his tongue. Parting with something? Oh, haha, what could Zishu possibly desire from my estate? Please, do not hesitate, it would be my honor. Luo Wenlong, observing his younger brother Ouyang Zishu's hesitation and bashfulness, chuckled generously, entirely unaware that Ouyang did not intend to take anything from his residence, but rather sought to gift him a vibrant and environmentally friendly hat. What I desire. Ouyang Zishu paused, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Is that scholar from your rear courtyard? Yet, a tightening sensation within him cautioned that such words must never escape his lips. Haha, Zishu, what is our relationship? Do not be shy. As long as it is something I possess that catches your fancy, merely speak the word. Luo Wenlong heartily patted Ouyang Zishu on the shoulder, exuding an air of magnanimity. Ouyang Zishu is a distant cousin of Yan Shifan, his father being the brother-in-law of Yan Song. Furthermore, with Yan Song intent on marrying his daughter to Ouyang Zishu. Despite some recent complications and Miss Yan's initial objections, the traditional customs of arranged marriages still hold sway. Thus, Luo Wenlong is keen on fostering a favorable bond with Ouyang Zishu. Ah, what I admire is the exquisite 9 treasures Xuanxiang from your study. Ouyang Zishu added with a smile, continuing, that treasured ink. However, the truth of his thoughts was that he truly coveted the scholar engaged in a discussion on the inner canon with his cousin in the eastern loft. Oh, Zishu, I thought it was something of great significance. It turns out to be that exceptional 9 treasures Xuanxiang. Luo Wenlong exclaimed. While this ink may be of great value to others, I, Luo Wenlong, am a purveyor of ink. As for the finest 9 treasures Xuanxiang, you may have as much as you desire. When you leave, take some with you, and in due time, I shall prepare another batch for you, selecting the finest quality, 10 or 8 jars, whatever you wish. With a grand gesture, Luo Wenlong displayed his generosity. Thank you, Brother Luo. Ouyang Zisher expressed his gratitude. Zisher, there is no need for such formality between us. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot. I have good news to share with you. After toasting together, Luo Wenlong recalled their earlier conversation and continued. What good news? Ouyang Zisher inquired eagerly. Haha, Zhu Ping'an is in for a world of trouble, Luo Wenlong declared. Raising his cup, his eyes narrowing into a mischievous slant as he smiled conspiratorially. Really? Ouyang Zisher's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had just heard the most delightful tidings in the world. Haha, this news is just for you. Do not share it with others. Let us keep it between us, for when his misfortune unfolds, people will claim that the nobleman and Brother Donglu are petty and vengeful, spreading malicious rumors, Luo Wenlong said, playfully nudging Ouyang Zisher and winking, his face alight with a sense of schadenfreude. Rest assured, Brother Luo, whatever you share with me shall remain confidential, Ouyang Zisher urged. You are aware of Yang Jixing's impeachment of the Prime Minister, are you not? Luo Longwen inquired. Of course, I am aware, Ouyang Zisher nodded, then suddenly enlightened. He looked up at Luo Longwen, overwhelmed with joy and excitement, and asked, could it be that Zhu Ping'an also signed his name? With Yang Jixing imprisoned, does that not mean Zhu Ping'an is also destined for the same fate? Luo Longwen slowly shook his head. He did not sign. Upon hearing this, the fiery excitement in Ouyang Zisher's eyes extinguished, leaving him as wilted as a frost-bitten eggplant. Discontentedly, he muttered, he did not sign. What are you saying? Although Zhu Ping'an did not sign, he reviewed Yang Jixing's draft and even offered him 2 suggestions. Fortunately, Yang Jixing did not heed his advice. Otherwise, the Prime Minister would have been in grave trouble for such audacity. Don't you think Zhu Ping'an is in for a calamity? Luo Longwen said with a sinister smile, narrowing his eyes. Chapter 1020. Springtime appreciation of Grasser knew that Yang Jixing was impeaching my uncle-in-law, yet he still dared to provide suggestions to him. Zhu Ping'an is courting death. Ha ha ha. This truly is a case of divine retribution. One can defy fate. But self-inflicted misfortune is inescapable. He deserves it for stealing my top scholar title and enticing my cousin. I can't wait to see how Zhu Ping'an meets his end. Ouyang Zisher, upon hearing this, gulped down his drink, feeling a significant weight lift from his heart, and found great satisfaction. Indeed, the world praises Zhu Ping'an's intelligence. But I find him to be as foolish as his surname suggests, even more so than a pig, for he is utterly oblivious to the times. He remarked with a chuckle. Luo Longwen filled Ouyang Zisher's cup again and nodded vigorously in agreement. He is indeed a pig. Recalling past grievances, Ouyang Zisher could not help but curse in resentment. Brother Zisher, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Luo Longwen raised his glass towards Ouyang Zisher, speaking with profound significance. Indeed, Brother Luo speaks the truth, Ouyang Zisher responded, understanding the underlying intent. I shall remind my uncle and cousin, Zhu Ping'an intends to bring ruin upon my uncle, and we must not let him escape this time. Yes, he must not be spared, Luo Longwen affirmed. Zhu Ping'an is a favored disciple of Su Jie, who is currently the deputy minister of the cabinet. When the prime minister retires in the future, Su Jie will ascend to the position of chief minister. If Su Jie takes power and Zhu Ping'an assists him, what good days will we have left? One must remember that raising a tiger fosters endless peril. Luo Longwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, raising a tiger fosters endless peril. I shall surely convey this to my uncle and cousin, Ouyang Zisher exclaimed, slapping the table in excitement. Resolved to remind his uncle, Yin Song, of this grave warning. Ah, Zisher, you flatter me. Luo Longwen humbly shook his head. You are too modest, Brother Luo. Ouyang Zisher smiled. The two shared a knowing glance, raised their glasses, clinked them together, and drank heartily. As the revelry continued, Luo Longwen solemnly remarked, this time, Zhu Ping'an is undoubtedly doomed. It remains to be seen how he will meet his demise. Indeed, you speak the truth, Ouyang Zisher replied. Ouyang Zisher set down his wine cup, as Zhu Ping'an advised Yang Jixing on the matter of amending the memorial, emphasizing that it must remain confidential. Otherwise, people would accuse the son-in-law and cousin of being petty and seeking revenge. Luo Longwen nodded, assuring him that aside from the two of them, no more than a handful were privy to this matter, and it would not be leaked. Brother Luo, how can we ensure Zhu Ping'an meets his demise without incurring external criticism towards my uncle and cousin? Ouyang Zisher inquired. Ah, Is there not a ready-made solution? Luo Longwen replied with a knowing smile. What do you mean? Ouyang Zisher pondered. Simply frame Zhu Ping'an as Yang Jixing's accomplice. That would seal his fate. Luo Longwen remarked ominously. Accomplice? But Zhu Ping'an did not sign the memorial. Ouyang Zisher protested. Furthermore, are we not forbidden from disclosing that Zhu Ping'an advised Yang Jixing on the memorial? An accomplice need not have signed the memorial. If Yang Jixing claims Zhu Ping'an is his accomplice, then he becomes one. Luo Longwen replied with a sinister grin, adding that once within the North Town Prefecture's prison, Yang Jixing would say whatever was demanded of him, for no one could withstand the prison's methods. Moreover, just because we cannot disclose Zhu Ping'an's advice to Yang Jixing does not preclude us from claiming he is an accomplice. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Zisher suddenly grasped the concept, then posed another question. What if Yang Jixing denies it? That is of no consequence, Luo Longwen said, a devious smile curling on his lips. Is there not the capital investigation? We have authority over that. As long as the esteemed official consents, Zhu Ping'an will not escape. But a capital investigation can only result in demotion or punishment. It cannot lead to Zhu Ping'an's demise, Ouyang Zisher argued, puzzled. Oh, do you recall the small county I mentioned earlier? Luo Longwen asked with a smile. What small county? Ouyang Zisher replied, looking bewildered. Luo Longwen, unfazed by Ouyang Zisher's forgetfulness, reminded him with a chuckle. I previously spoke of a small county on the southeastern coast, notorious within the Ministry of Personnel for its poverty and treachery. The saying goes, poor mountains and evil waters breed cunning folk. The local populace is both impoverished and malevolent. Officials have frequently met with violent ends. Additionally, due to its proximity to the sea, it has been plagued by pirates, and there was even an incident where they breached the county office. Coupled with the nearby southern tribes, rebellions have been relentless. Over the past 5 years, 6 county magistrates have perished. One was killed by disgruntled locals. Another burned alive by pirates. One fell to a tribal uprising. Another was murdered by bandits during spring. One was assassinated for offending local powers. And one's death remains a mystery. However, this data must now be revised, for there has been another short-lived magistrate. Earlier this month, I learned from the ministry that a new magistrate was appointed last month, yet after less than a month in office, he has also passed away, with the cause of death still unknown. Thus, this small county has now seen the demise of 7 magistrates in 5 years, and now the position is vacant once more. Cough, cough. Now I remember, Ouyang Zisher said. Ouyang Zisher suddenly remembered, gritting his teeth in anger and nodding in affirmation. That day was the very day he caught Zhu Ping'an in an illicit affair with his cousin. Zisher, tell me, what do you think will happen if Zhu Ping'an is demoted to this small county as the magistrate? Luo Longwen remarked with a sinister smile. 7 magistrates have perished in 5 years. If he goes, this record will surely become 8. Ouyang Zisher smiled broadly, revealing a set of pristine white teeth. Let me tell you, Zisher, do not underestimate this small county. Its depths are unfathomable, Luo Longwen said, narrowing his eyes. Once Zhu Ping'an assumes office, within half a year, the grass on his grave will grow a foot high. Excellent, Ouyang Zisher exclaimed, excitedly slapping the table and swearing through clenched teeth. Then I shall propose to my uncle to relegate Zhu Ping'an to this forsaken place. At that time, I will stroll upon his grave, enjoying the spring blooms. The mere thought of Zhu Ping'an having stolen his top honors and his cousin, while causing him such humiliation in front of others, filled Ouyang Zisher with a fervent desire for revenge, wishing to see Zhu Ping'an torn to shreds to assuage his wrath. Splendid. At that time, I shall accompany Zisher in savoring the spring blossoms, Luo Longwen applauded. They exchanged knowing smiles, raising their cups in silent celebration, their intentions unspoken. Chapter 10:21. Your son misses you in the stillness of the night. Silence enveloped the air. A sudden sneeze echoed in the study of Jingxiang Garden, where Zhu Ping'an was diligently writing. The tickle in his nose prompted a reflexive response. Strange, is someone speaking of me? He murmured to himself after sneezing twice. Brother Zhu, you should drink the ginseng soup and retire early. Li Shu gently entered, holding a fragrant bowl of ginseng soup, playfully chiding him with concern. Silly girl, didn't you go to bed? Why are you up again? Zhu Ping'an replied, his heart warming at her reproach, lifting his gaze to smile at her. Your son misses you. Li Shu set down the soup, her delicate fingers gliding across Zhu Ping'an's shoulder. With enchanting eyes, she leaned closer, her alluring face brushing against his ear, her soft voice a sultry whisper. At that moment, Li Shu wore nothing but a gossamer rose-red silk nightgown, devoid of even a corset. Her long, delicate neck revealed skin as smooth as white jade, half concealed on Zhu Ping'an's shoulder. Instantly, the room was infused with spring's warmth. Zhu Ping'an felt a sudden thirst. Lifting the bowl to drink a hearty sip. "Cough, we have no son," he replied, realizing their childless state. "Knowing we have no son, you should hurry to bed," Li Shu retorted, her cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare before turning to leave, her graceful figure swaying enticingly. As she stepped out of the study, Li Shu playfully retraced her steps, revealing her long, slender leg, tilting her head back to flash a mischievous little grin, her small canine teeth peeking out, teasingly commanding, "Finish every drop of the soup." "Understood," Zhu Ping'an chuckled, lifting the bowl to drain its contents, praising it. "Delicious, a taste of heaven." Li Shu, satisfied, pouted adorably, withdrawing her leg and tossing her head in delight as she left. Such is the challenge of enduring the favors of a beautiful woman. After finishing the ginseng soup, Zhu Ping'an tidied up the items on the table, extinguished the candle in the study, and made his way to the bedroom. The night had grown deep, and all of creation had succumbed to slumber. As dawn broke, it awakened the world. As was his custom, Zhu Ping'an, accompanied by Lu Dedao, proceeded to the residence of Prince Yu. The case of Yang Jixing was still brewing. Yesterday, Yin Song had brought up allegations of Yang Jixing's secret collusion with the two princes before the emperor, which had already spread throughout the Prince Yu's residence, instilling fear among its inhabitants, creating an atmosphere of trepidation and suspicion. As the hour approached, a group of inner court officials arrived from the Western Garden to convey the Emperor Jiajing's decree to the Prince Yu's residence. At noon, a public trial regarding the accusations against Yang Jixing would take place at the Ministry of Justice, requiring participation from officials of the three judicial bodies, the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court, and the Censorate, along with the imperial guards and relevant local magistrates. Simultaneously, the Prince Yu's and Prince Jing's residences were instructed to send representatives to observe the proceedings. In light of the need to maintain a low profile and consider his status, Prince Yu opted not to attend the trial himself, instead sending Qingci, Gong, Dan, and Zhu Ping'an to attend together. Before noon, Zhu Ping'an and his companions arrived early at the Ministry of Justice. Due to the emperor's order for a public trial, citizens of the capital gathered outside the court to witness the proceedings in full. Upon their arrival, Zhu Ping'an's group encountered a throng of people, tightly packed in layers, eager to witness the unfolding events. The impeachment of the current chief minister, Yin Song, by Yang Jixing had become the most talked-about subject in the capital. To speak candidly, Yin Song's reputation among the common folk was rather dismal. Accusations of selling official positions, harming loyal subjects, and manipulating the emperor to avoid court assemblies had led many to categorize him as a treacherous minister, viewing him as a calamity for the state, one who had aged yet remained a threat. Upon hearing of Yang Jixing's impeachment against Yin Song, numerous citizens internally cheered for Yang, regarding him as a paragon of righteousness, unafraid of power, and a hero advocating for the people. However, upon learning of Yang Jixing's subsequent arrest, many felt sympathy for him, lamenting his plight. Thus, when news of the public trial regarding Yang Jixing spread, many citizens spontaneously made their way to the court, with some traveling great distances from outside the capital, eager to see the man who dared to impeach Yin Song and to witness how the trial would unfold. Of course, a considerable number of onlookers were simply there for the spectacle. The crowd outside the Ministry of Justice was immense, a throng of humanity. Had it not been for the officials of the ministry guiding Zhu Ping'an and his group through a designated entrance, they would have found it nearly impossible to enter. As attendees of the trial, Zhu Ping'an and his companions were assigned seats on the right side of the lower section of the court. Officials from the Prince Jing's residence also arrived, seated on the left side, facing the representatives of the Prince Yu's residence across the aisle. The officials from the Prince Jing's residence, upon seeing their counterparts from the Prince Yu's residence, exchanged no pleasantries, only issuing derisive laughter. Are they lacking in intelligence? Zhu Ping'an mused inwardly. Indeed, how foolish. Ha ha ha. The term ziho is used splendidly. Some individuals may be physically disabled, while the others opposite exhibit a mental deficiency. Dan had never heard of the term naucan, brain dead. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's remark, he was momentarily taken aback. Then, on reflection, he could not help but burst into hearty laughter, praising Zhu Ping'an for his precise choice of words. Gong, upon hearing this, also could not suppress a slight smile. Let us not complicate matters. Qingci, known for his conservative and prudent nature, softly reminded Zhu Ping'an and instructing, signaling them to endure and avoid any conflict with the people from the Prince of Jing's residence, so as not to introduce any elements of insecurity into this court examination. Brother Fu, we understand, instructing and Zhu Ping'an nodded in agreement, choosing to disregard the provocations from the Prince of Jing's officials. Look, he is coming. Lord Yang has arrived. After about 10 minutes, Zhu Ping'an heard the excited murmurs of the crowd outside. Turning to observe, he saw the throng of people stirring, their heads bobbing like waves in the sea. Yang Jiajing has come. Zhu Ping'an could not help but rise and gaze toward the entrance of the government office. In his line of sight appeared the figure of Yang Jiajing, escorted by a battalion of imperial guards toward the Ministry of Justice. Yang Jiajing, having endured great torment in prison, now appeared disheveled, his face unkempt, hair in disarray, strands of it blowing in the wind like dry grass. His prison attire was tattered, stained with blood, and around his neck hung a heavy wooden collar. His hands and neck were shackled, while chains clinked around his ankles with each step he took. Yet, despite this, Yang Jiajing's spirit radiated brilliance. He held his head high and strode forward, emanating an aura of dignity. It was as if he were not a prisoner, but a valiant soldier heading to battle. Lord Yang, a hero indeed. How can he be shackled before the court examination? The voices of the crowd rose in a cacophony, many calling out to clear a path for Lord Yang. The crowd, moved by their own sentiments, spontaneously parted to allow Yang Jiajing passage. The wind carries the scent of the shackles throughout the city, as clusters vie to witness the gentleman, who would not acclaim him as a hero, lamenting the sight of a princess injustice. His wisdom, as profound as the heavens and earth, reflects the fairness of the Han and Tang dynasties. His character remains steadfast in the face of death. This body is not meant to conform. I, Yang Jiajing, express my gratitude to all the elders and fellow countrymen. As he walked through the path the crowd had formed, Yang Jiajing recited a poem, thanking the people as he went. Chapter 1022. The court examination. The wind carries the scent of the shackles throughout the city, as clusters vie to witness the gentleman. Yang Jiajing, bearing the scars of suffering, encumbered by heavy shackles and dragging chains, strode forward while loudly reciting the poem of the court examination, heading toward a court destined to be unjust. This scene vividly illustrated his unwavering righteousness and willingness to sacrifice for justice. The eyes of the onlookers glistened with emotion. Yang Jiajing's fearless advance, burdened by shackles, etched itself deeply in their minds, shining brightly. Lord Yang is wronged. Lord Yang is a hero. Why should he wear shackles and chains? Why not place these shackles upon that treacherous old minister? Heaven shows no mercy. Good souls are met with misfortune, while the wicked enjoy undeserved fortune. Such is the injustice of it all. Lord Yang, we stand with you. The gathered crowd, filled with righteous indignation, sighed deeply and voiced their grievances. With the multitude present, chaos ensued, and the law's indifference to the many emboldened them to express their true feelings without fear of retribution. Hearing the commotion outside, Vice Minister Yen Maoqing summoned a penal official closer and reprimanded him in hushed tones. The official, deferential, bowed and retreated, calling upon several constables with an irritable command to maintain order and suppress the external dissent. Silence. This is a solemn court proceeding. No noise is permitted. The constables obeyed and confronted the onlookers, issuing stern warnings. Initially, this had some effect, as the crowd was wary of the officers, but tranquility was short-lived. Once a few individuals took the lead, disorder erupted anew, with the murmurs of discontent growing louder. The officers' further reprimands fell upon deaf ears. Incompetence. The penal official scolded the constables tasked with maintaining order. Yang Jiajing had colluded with the two princes and deceitfully conveyed royal edicts, actions tantamount to treason. Such a criminal deserves the harshest shackles. Yen Maoqing bellowed toward the crowd, prompting the constables to repeat his words loudly. Before the trial, guilt is already presumed. You are truly audacious. A farce, a travesty, is a verdict reached without due process. This mockery of justice renders the court a mere joke. Yen Maoqing's explanations reached the ears of the onlookers, but instead of quelling the uproar, they only fueled it further. Enough. It is better to let them speak than to stifle them. Guarding against the people's voices is more challenging than controlling the rivers. We must focus on the matter at hand. The court's proceedings are of utmost importance. These commoners can only boast with their words. Their opinions hold no weight. Seated within the Ministry of Justice, Yin Shifan observed the scene, shaking his head and curling his lip in disdain. At that moment, Yin Song, Zhao Wenhua, and others were also present, silently watching the unfolding trial. As Yang Jixing entered the court, the proceedings commenced. The trial was presided over by the Ministry of Justice, with the Minister He Ao as the chief judge, flanked by Deputy Minister Wang Shui and Officer Shi Chaobin at the central bench. To their side sat officials from the Supreme Court, the Censorate, and the Imperial Guards. Below them, in the audience, were Zhu Ping'an and others, chained and shackled. Yang Jixing stood at the base of the dais. Who dares to approach? Minister He Ao rapped the gavel, feigning ignorance. I am the condemned criminal Yang Jixing. Yang replied boldly. Excellent. The crowd outside erupted into applause and cheers at Yang Jixing's declaration. Minister He Ao frowned at the uproar. Deputy Minister Wang Shui, a staunch supporter of Yen, glared with fierce eyes at Yang Jixing, coldly admonishing him. Impudent criminal Yang Jixing, how dare you stand here without kneeling in court? Do you dare to show contempt for this tribunal? Under the insinuation of the Deputy Minister of Justice, Wang Shui, the attendants flanking the courtroom promptly struck their wooden staffs against the ground, producing a resounding clamor to exert pressure on Yang Jixing, who stood before them. Wang Shui, a well-known member of the strict faction, was notorious for his unscrupulous behavior, a fact that was no secret. Naturally, Yang Jixing held him in contempt. He raised his head and cast a disdainful glance at Wang, spitting in derision. I, Yang Jixing, am here to impeach the treacherous minister who brings calamity to the nation. What crime is that? Moreover, I am a second-degree scholar appointed by His Majesty. What right do you, a treacherous lackey, have to demand my submission? Upon hearing this, Wang Shui's face darkened with rage. Enraged and humiliated, he slammed the table, grasped a stick, and threatened to hurl it at Yang Jixing. You insolent subject, refusing to kneel during your trial and insulting the presiding official. This is contempt of court. Do you believe that my authority is ineffective? Come forth and strike him. Such a trial is an abuse of power. This is an imperial court, not a provincial magistrate's office. Zhu Ping'an could no longer restrain himself and stood up. Zio, remain calm. We are merely observers. Yin Shirdan quickly restrained Zhu Ping'an and shook his head. Recognizing the wisdom in Yin's words, Zhu Ping'an settled down. He was merely a bystander, without the authority to speak in court. Even if he raised his voice, it would bear no consequence and would likely result in his expulsion by Wang Shui and his cohorts on the grounds of disrupting the court. Patience is a virtue in grand schemes. Thus, Zhu Ping'an forced a laugh, saying, I've been seated for too long. My rear is sore. I shall stand and stretch. After a brief moment of movement, he resumed his seat. Fortunately, Wang Shui's stick was intercepted by the official, Shi Chaobin, who gently shook his head and spoke softly. Lord Wang, Yang Jixing holds a title and is indeed permitted to stand. As for insulting the presiding official, given that he is the primary offender, a warning suffices. Should he offend again, then further action may be warranted. Wang Shui, visibly impatient, considered the scene and realized that an immediate assault would be somewhat undignified, thus conceding to Shi Chaobin's reasoning. Yang Jixing, I shall inquire of you. You accused and defamed Lord Yin Song by petition. Who instigated you? The Minister of Justice. He Ao had already received instructions from Yin Song prior to the court session and thus followed suit with the inquiry. First, my petition to impeach the villain Yin Song is no mere slander. The crimes he has committed are numerous and verifiable, supported by undeniable evidence that can be easily uncovered. Second, my actions are driven by a desire to serve the people, to purge treachery from our great Ming. This arises from my own fervent convictions, and I require no instigation. Yang Jixing retorted, his voice resounding with righteous indignation. Not instigated? Very well. Then allow me to ask, why did you mention the two princes in your petition? Why implicate their highnesses? He Ao was well prepared for Yang's response and posed his next inquiry. Upon hearing this, Yang Jixing recalled Zhu Ping'an's warning from the previous morning. Why did I mention the two princes? Yang Jixing laughed heartily, his gaze sweeping across the presiding judges and the assembly. Perhaps, Lord, he should reflect upon his own inquiries. Today's court session, esteemed officials present, how many among you are allies of the treacherous Yin Zheng? It is unnecessary for me to point each one out individually. is it not? Can you adjudicate impartially? Humph. Much like the gathering here, the majority of court officials are indeed staunch supporters of Yanzheng. Only the two young princes, who are unafraid of Yin Song, dare to speak the truth before His Majesty. My inquiries regarding the two princes are merely to encourage His Majesty to ascertain the veracity of the matter through the insights of the esteemed Prince Yu and Prince Jing. Chapter 1023, Confrontation. Yang Jishing's successive defenses were unexpectedly astute, leaving He Ao quite astonished. Initially, He Ao believed that Yang Jishing's straightforward and indignant character would reveal his vulnerabilities. Yet, to his surprise, Yang Jishing remained undeterred. However, He Ao, a seasoned fox in the political arena, thought to himself, if one tactic fails, then surely a second will suffice, and if that too falters, a third shall be employed. Yang Jishing, have you considered that by making such assertions, you are accusing your superiors under the pretense of the prince's authority? This constitutes a grave offense, an act of fabricating the prince's mandate. You must deliberate carefully. He Ao shook his head, sighed, and regarded Yang Jishing with a look of pity, his words laced with veiled threats. To fabricate a crime, one need not seek justification. Minister He, do you aspire to imitate Qin Hui? Yang Jishing met He Ao's gaze defiantly. I am neither Qin Hui, nor are you Yu Wumo. You have not communicated with the two princes, yet you claim they will vouch for you. Is this not a clear fabrication of the prince's decree? He Ao scoffed, shaking his head dismissively. I have already stated that the two young princes, unafraid of Yin Song, dare to speak the truth before His Majesty. This is precisely why I inquired about them in my memorial. There was no clandestine communication with the princes, nor any fabrication of their mandate. In response to He Ao's slander, veins bulged on Yang Jishing's neck as he inhaled deeply and retorted through gritted teeth. Yang Jishing, to fabricate the prince's decree is a capital offense. Considering your decade-long struggle in the imperial examinations, I shall grant you an opportunity. If you reveal the instigator or your accomplices, I may intercede on your behalf before His Majesty. He Ao leaned forward from the judgment seat, his gaze piercing into Yang Jishing, his tone softening slightly, enticing Yang Jishing to divulge. To fabricate a crime, one need not seek justification. Minister He, spare your breath. The impeachment of the treacherous Yin Zheng is solely my endeavor, with no instigator or accomplice. To speak frankly, in my youth, you were a role model for my studies in fire prevention. You were renowned for your counsel against Emperor Wuzong's southern expedition, enduring punishment for your renowned reputation. In the early years of the Jiajing era, you opposed the imperial decree and suffered greatly. How is it that in your old age, you have regressed rather than progressed? Li Emperor is old, yet he can still eat. Chow Chow, the old steed, aspires to 1,000 miles. Huang Zhong at 70, still stands firm at Dingjun Mountain. Yet you, no, it is you who have become unworthy of your former stature, aging into a sycophant of the treacherous, complicit in their misdeeds. A tree may lose its bark, but a person must uphold their dignity. What of those devoid of both? Minister He, during the festive seasons, do you still have the audacity to pay homage to your esteemed ancestors? Do you not feel a twinge of shame? In response to He Ao's enticements and threats, Yang Jishing let out a cold laugh, dismissing him with scorn, mocking his increasing cowardice with age. In his youth, he had boldly advised two emperors without fear of death. Yet now, in his elder years, he had become a mere hound for Yin Song. Upon his words, a wave of laughter erupted from the onlookers gathered outside the courthouse. With his true nature exposed before the public, He Ao's aging face was filled with embarrassment as he struggled to find a place to conceal it. Yang Jishing, you insult the presiding judge. You show contempt for this court. If you are not punished, what becomes of the laws of our dynasty? Wang Xue, sitting nearby, slammed his hand on the table, his face darkened with anger as he directed his ire at Yang Jishing. With that, Wang Xue produced a black decree from the sign tube, to He Ao's delight. Previously, the physician Shi Chaobin had intervened on Wang Xue's behalf. But now he turned to him. Lord Shi, out of respect for you, I refrained from punishing him before. You had previously stated that should he offend again, it would be no delay in meting out punishment. Now, you see, this is already the second time Yang Jishing has insulted a judge. Remember, the law is impartial, and decrees must be upheld. Noting Shi Chaobin's gaze, Wang Xue smirked darkly and continued in a low tone. Shi Chaobin's lips moved slightly, yet he remained silent. Satisfied, Wang Xue tossed the decree forcefully toward Yang Jixing and commanded the court's enforcers with fierce intent. Yang Jixing has insulted the judge, showing contempt for this court. He is obstinate and must be dealt with harshly. As you command. The 4 intimidating enforcers responded, brandishing their clubs as they surged toward Yang Jixing, pinning him to the ground without a word. Though Yang Jixing found himself in a vulnerable position, his face bore a mocking smile as he disdainfully locked eyes with Wang Xue, and he AO, laughing heartily 3 times. What a farce. I, Yang Jixing, speak the truth. Yet I am labeled an insulter? How absurd. You choose to be a hound, yet cannot bear to hear the truth. Strike him fiercely. Wang Xue, filled with rage and humiliation, commanded. Yang Jixing, undaunted, met the threat with a calm demeanor. The enforcers, following orders, swung their clubs with force toward Yang Jixing's rear. The sound of impact echoed through the court. Cold sweat beaded on Yang Jixing's forehead as he gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the presiding judge's seat, proclaiming, "You, who claim to be judges, are in truth mere hounds for the wicked, aiding in their tyranny. Retribution shall come. Look up to the heavens. Who escapes their judgment? Strike him harder." Wang Xue's fury intensified. The enforcers redoubled their efforts, mercilessly delivering blow after blow, pouring all their strength into the punishment. Yang Jixing's forehead dripped with sweat, and despite the pain, he bit his lip until it bled, crimson flowing from the corner of his mouth. Yet, he remained silent, refusing to utter a single cry of pain. Observing Yang Jixing's suffering in the courtroom, Zhu Ping'an clenched his fists tightly, his chest heaving violently. He took dozens of deep breaths before he could quell the raging fire of injustice within him. After the punishment with the cane, he AO once again interrogated Yang Jixing, adopting a demeanor of profound sympathy. "Yang Jixing, you are someone I have watched grow step by step. Witnessing your suffering is a burden on my heart. I shall grant you another opportunity. Confess the truth. Who has incited you to accuse and slander the officials? Why have you implicated the 2 princes?" At this moment, Yang Jixing, severely beaten and bloodied, raised his head. Shaking it slightly to clear the disheveled hair obstructing his vision, he spat blood and retorted, "Is it possible that you, Minister have become so accustomed to being a lapdog that you can no longer comprehend human speech? If that is the case, allow me to reiterate, no one has incited me. I mention the 2 princes only because they fear not the tyrant and can speak the truth. I hope His Majesty can discern the reality from them, recognizing the despicable nature of the tyrant who brings calamity to the nation." He AO's complexion darkened. "You are obstinate and unyielding." He shook his head. "Then you are merely fabricating the prince's decree. To accuse without justification is a crime without end." Yang Jixing scoffed. "Your obstinacy matters not. We shall turn the page on this for now. I await your confession." He AO snorted and continued, "Yang Jixing, aside from slandering the officials, your memorial also claims that His Majesty appoints only those close to him, is blind to the truth, neglects governance, and harbors favoritism. What do you have to say about this treachery against your sovereign?" Yang Jixing looked up. "I do not reproach His Majesty, but merely remind him not to indulge the tyrant any longer. I am fulfilling my duty as a loyal minister, repaying the grace of the emperor." "Nonsense," he AO retorted. "Your memorial is here, with irrefutable evidence. How can you dare to quibble?" He AO coldly laughed, tossing a copy of Yang Jixing's memorial before him, where all the instances of Yang's accusations against Emperor Jiajing were meticulously highlighted. "Is this not a statement from your memorial, Yang Jixing?" He AO recited one of the lines from Yang's memorial, his tone severe. "I wrote that to remind you." Yang Jixing defended. "I ask you a question, and you shall answer. Simply say yes or no." He AO interrupted Yang's defense, sternly demanding an answer. "Yes." Yang Jixing met He AO's gaze directly, his neck veins bulging. Regarding His Majesty's sagacity, though the treachery is known, he has continually tolerated the blatant evil of the tyrant. "Is this not a statement from your memorial?" He AO recited another line, pressing Yang Jixing once more. "You are taking my words out of context." Yang Jixing exclaimed in anger. "I ask you yes or no." He AO interrupted again, his tone harsh. "It is what I said." Yang Jixing's neck veins grew even more pronounced. "Yet do you not know that the existence of the tyrant is as detrimental as weeds among crops, a tiger within the city? While he remains in power, he brings harm each day. Why does His Majesty not sever ties with this treacherous minister, sparing countless lives from suffering?" He AO continued his inquiry. "Is this not a statement from your memorial?" He Ao meticulously pointed out every excerpt from Yang Jixing's memorial that could be criticized, insisting that Yang Jixing respond with a simple yes or no. Whenever Yang attempted to elaborate, He Ao would interrupt him, forcing him to concede yes, for the points highlighted were indeed those he had articulated in his memorial. Upon witnessing this, Zhu Ping'an comprehended He Ao's intentions, clenching his fists in frustration. Letting out a powerless sigh, He Ao's actions were merely fabricating evidence for a predetermined conviction. Everyone present was not naive. They could discern the truth, and many others likely saw it too. Yet, this was an inherently unjust and inequitable court session. The officials presiding over the examination were predominantly from the Yin faction, and they would render judgments based on the evidence presented, ignoring whether such evidence was fabricated. Zhu Ping'an, merely a bystander, felt helpless and powerless, ultimately resigned to a sigh. He could only watch this court session unfold, drifting further away from the Yin faction, never to return, until the case reached its conclusion. Once the court session concluded, a verdict had to be reached, and written materials prepared for submission to the Western Garden, to be presented for the Emperor Jiajing's review. My lords, the case has reached its conclusion. Let us confer and determine the verdict. He Ao, as the presiding official, surveyed the room and addressed the judges of the main and secondary benches. Indeed, what minister he states is accurate. The officials from the 3 judicial departments nodded in agreement, rising one after another to present their verdicts. What is there to discuss? Yang Jixing falsely transmitted the prince's edict, deceiving both the sovereign and the court. The evidence is irrefutable. He should be sentenced for both the crime of false transmission of the prince's edict and for deceiving the sovereign, with both crimes warranting the death penalty by hanging. As an example to the world, Wang Shuai, the deputy minister of justice and a loyal member of the Yin faction, was the first to speak up, eagerly condemning Yang Jixing to 2 capital offenses. Although this court session failed to extract confessions from Yang Jixing's accomplices or to implicate Prince Yu, there was no rush. As long as Yang Jixing's guilt was established, they could interrogate his associates later. Furthermore, the directive from young Master Yin was clear, to ensure Yang Jixing was charged with the crime of falsely transmitting the prince's edict. Thus, Wang Shuai was keen to voice his opinion. I concur with Lord Wang. Yang Jixing, without the consent of the 2 princes, spoke of or inquired about them in his memorial. Is this not a false transmission of the prince's edict? Moreover, Yang Jixing repeatedly criticized the emperor in his memorial. Is this not deceiving the sovereign? Therefore, I echo Lord Wang's sentiments. Yang Jixing's memorial constitutes both the crime of deceiving the sovereign and the false transmission of the prince's edict. And according to our great Ming laws, these crimes deserve the death penalty. After Wang Shuai spoke, another official participating in the court session echoed his sentiments. I believe Yang Jixing is also guilty of defaming his superiors. This should be punished alongside the crimes of deceiving the sovereign and falsely transmitting the prince's edict. Subsequently, another official furthered the accusations, adding the charge of defaming superiors to Yang Jixing's list of offenses. Indeed, what Lord Zhang says is quite right. I had overlooked this crime, Wang Shuai replied, nodding vigorously, his face beaming as he looked at the official who had spoken. Subsequently, several officials expressed their opinions, and their conclusions were remarkably similar. However, dissenting voices still emerged. Although the influence of the Yin faction was substantial, not every official involved in the court examination belonged to it. Firstly, the Yin faction's power could not possibly extend to every single official, otherwise, they would have been eradicated by the Jiajing emperor long ago, a ruler notoriously stingy with power. His tolerance of Yin song was confined to a limited scope. Secondly, to avoid suspicion, the officials participating in the court examination could not all be from the Yin faction. In my view, Yang Jixing's alleged crime of misrepresenting the prince's decree is backed by solid evidence. However, as for deceiving the sovereign, I do not believe Yang Jixing has sunk that low. One official hesitated momentarily before speaking. As soon as he opened his mouth, Wang Shuai shot him an irate glare. How can you say that? Yang Jixing himself has admitted to writing it. Lord Lu, you have ears. Did you not hear that? Wang Shuai's gaze turned icy as he fixed it upon the official, baring his teeth. Lord Lu, I have heard that you have frequently engaged in poetic exchanges with Yang Jixing. Humph, you wouldn't happen to be in league with him, would you? How dare you? Lord Wang, slander me. The official, under Wang Shuai's scrutiny, quickly straightened his neck in defiance. If Wang Shuai were to tarnish his reputation, he would find it impossible to clear his name. Wang Xue scoffed, saying, "If it were not for your earlier claim that Yang Jixing had committed the crime of misrepresenting the prince's decree, and if we weren't eager to secure a death sentence for him without complications, I would surely have branded you as one of Yang Jixing's accomplices." Just then, another official interjected to mediate, and Wang Xue cast one last glare at the accused before shifting his focus. One by one, the other officials began to express their opinions, mostly echoing one another, either citing 2 or 3 charges, yet all included the crime of misrepresenting the prince's decree. In response, Hieo turned his gaze towards the last remaining official who had yet to express his stance, the Minister of Justice Shi Chaobin, and inquired slowly. The eyes of the assembly shifted to Shi Chaobin, especially Wang Xue, whose gaze bore a threatening intensity. Shi Chaobin was not a member of the Yan faction. However, Wang Xue felt no concern about unexpected developments from him, as Shi Chaobin had already shown his willingness to compromise during the torture of Yang Jixing in the court examination. In the glaring presence of all, Shi Chaobin adjusted his attire, stepping forward with solemnity and gravity to occupy a central position among the crowd. He raised his head and met the gaze of the Minister of Justice, Hieo, for a brief moment. "Minister, to this day, I still remember the admonitions you imparted to us junior officials upon my entrance to the Ministry of Justice. Outside, the seasons bring gentle breezes and nourishing rains, while within, the law stands as a blazing sun and harsh frost. This was my first lesson in the Ministry of Justice, and indeed the most significant lesson of my life." Shi Chaobin spoke, looking earnestly at Minister Hieo. Hieo interrupted Shi Chaobin, his expression subtly shifting before quickly returning to normal. "What are you rambling about? When we ask about the court examination, speak of that. Why divert to such distant matters? We are in haste to report back to His Majesty." Wang Xue, feeling uneasy, could not help but interject, fearing that Shi Chaobin might concoct some unexpected twist. After being interrupted by Wang Xue, Shi Chaobin turned to cast a disdainful glance at him and remarked, "Very well, let us proceed with the morning inquiry. Through interrogations and the examination of documents and evidence, I believe that Yang Jixing is guilty." Upon hearing Shi Chaobin declare Yang Jixing guilty, Wang Xue breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, "This incorrigible Shi Chaobin seems to have some sense after all." I was almost startled into believing he was going to stir up trouble. However, in the next moment, Wang Xue was left bewildered, for Shi Chaobin continued, stating that whether Yang Jixing was guilty or innocent depended on verifying the authenticity of his memorial. "What do you mean?" Wang Xue asked, his confusion quickly morphing into anger. "What I mean is that Yang Jixing's guilt hinges on whether his memorial is true. If it is genuine, he is innocent. If it is false, he has committed the crime of slandering a superior," Shi Chaobin replied calmly. "Have you perhaps come here intoxicated today, Sir Shi?" Wang Xue seethed, glaring at Shi Chaobin with an icy smile. "I have not touched a drop of alcohol," Shi Chaobin replied coolly. "Not a drop? Huh. Yet here you are, spouting nonsense. Is there even a need to verify Yang Jixing's memorial? It is a collection of absurdities, a complete inversion of truth. His Majesty has already issued a decree. Yang Jixing has been demoted out of grievance, and you must have seen the slanderous claims he made. Do you mean to question His Majesty's words, Sir Shi?" Wang Xue's voice dripped with anger and menace as he fixed his gaze on Shi Chaobin. "On the contrary, I act in accordance with His Majesty's will. The decree for today's morning inquiry was issued precisely to uncover the truth of the case. What I speak is not the ramblings of a drunkard, but the veracity that has come to light during our investigation. I would not dare to conceal anything from His Majesty. Today's inquiry stems from Yang Jixing's memorial, and any judgment regarding him must undeniably involve verifying the content of that memorial. Only then can we justly determine his guilt or innocence." Shi Chaobin stood resolute, meeting Wang Xue's glare without a trace of fear at his wrath or threats. "The content of Yang Jixing's memorial has already been decreed by His Majesty. There is no need for you to concern yourself with it, Sir Wang." Wang Xue exclaimed in fury. "Without testimony, physical evidence, or witnesses, how can there be a decree?" Shi Chaobin shook his head, responding indifferently. I shall not argue with you any further. Yang Jixing's memorial is nothing but a collection of slanderous fabrications. This matter has already been settled." Wang Xue's eyes blazed with fury, his resentment towards the meddling Shi Chaobin intensifying. Yet, in the interest of resolving the case swiftly, he took a deep breath and chose not to continue the argument. Shi Chaobin, unperturbed by Wang Xue's demeanor, remained unconvinced. Observing Shi Chaobin's indifference, Wang Xue's anger surged once more, and he took another deep breath to suppress his rising fury, deciding to set aside their debate for the moment. The crime of misrepresenting a prince's edict is an undeniable fact. Not at all. Based on the proceedings of this morning's inquiry, in conjunction with the evidence and facts of the case, Yang Jixing has not committed this crime, Shi Chaobin calmly stated, delivering a conclusion that sent Wang Xue into a fit of rage. Are you out of your mind? Are you determined to oppose me? Wang Xue glared at Shi Chaobin, his heart ablaze with 1,000 fires of fury, feeling as if he might combust from the heat of his anger. There is no crime of misrepresentation of the edict? Ha ha ha. Master Shi, are your eyes blinded? Did you not see the phrase or question the two kings in Yang Jixing's memorial? Is this not a misrepresentation of the prince's decree? Wang Xue was incensed. Indeed, it is precisely because I have seen it that I make this statement. In the memorial, Yang Jixing merely posed the question without any misrepresentation of the decree, replied Shi Chaobin, casting a fleeting glance at Wang Xue. If it is not a misrepresentation, then he has violated the ancestral laws of the Ming dynasty and conspired privately with the two kings. Wang Xue retorted angrily. Is it an exclusive dichotomy? Why can it not be something else? Judgments must be based on facts, evidence, and law. Without proof, I must respectfully disagree. Shi Chaobin shook his head, responding in a didactic tone. Wang Xue's fury knew no bounds. He felt as though he might be consumed by his rage, yet, recalling the instructions from Yin Song and Yin Shifan, he summoned all his strength to suppress his indignation. He took a step closer to Shi Chaobin, leaning in to whisper half in persuasion, half in threat, Yang Jixing must perish. This is the directive from above. As for who that may be, Master Shi should be aware. Your future, whether it soars to the heavens or plummets to the depths, rests upon the choice you make today. Wang Xue did not hesitate to reveal his connections with Yin Song and Yin Shifan in an attempt to intimidate Shi Chaobin into submission. However, he was met with disappointment. Shi Chaobin rose in indignation, his voice carrying far. Our Ming has laws. How can we pervert justice? Wang Xue stood frozen in place, feeling as if he might explode, his humiliation and anger stripping away all pretense. We, the officials, are but the emperor's loyal servants. As such, we must heed his commands. The emperor has stated that Yang Jixing has gathered slanderous words and has audaciously defiled the memorial. This is the emperor's decree. I am old and know only to follow the emperor's will. After voicing his indignation, Wang Xue disregarded Shi Chaobin, rolled up his sleeves, and picked up a brush. Addressing the assembly, since everyone shares a consensus regarding the memorial, I, though unworthy, will volunteer to draft a reply to the emperor regarding this case. No objections, I trust? None at all. Certainly no objections. We have long heard of Master Wang's exquisite writing. Today is indeed a fine opportunity to witness it. Everyone recognized Wang Xue as the spokesperson for the Yin faction and thus voiced their agreement with enthusiasm. Before Hieo could speak, Shi Chaobin stepped forward. Gazing earnestly at Hieo, esteemed minister, outside the door, the spring breeze and gentle rain prevail. Within this chamber, the law blazes like the sun and frost. Have you forgotten the teachings of that day? Hieo hesitated slightly. Wang Xue immediately turned his gaze toward Hieo. Hieo, avoiding Shi Chaobin's eyes, nodded toward Wang Xue. Xue, I trust your calligraphy. Chapter 1026, Zhu Ping'an's suggestion. With the consensus of the assembly, Wang Xue eagerly leaned over his desk and began to compose the conclusion of the memorial. As the principal author, the content of the conclusion was predictable. The final verdict was that the officials participating in the memorial unanimously believed that Yang Jixing was guilty of misrepresenting the prince's decree, slandering superiors, and deceiving the emperor, with irrefutable evidence, and thus should be sentenced to death by hanging. Once finished, Wang Xue hastily dried the ink and invited the participating officials to come forward and sign their names. One by one, everyone stepped forward to affix their signatures. The Minister of Justice, Hieo, was the second to last to sign, and before affixing his name, he meticulously reviewed the closing statement drafted by Wang Xue, his expression revealing a hint of hesitation. If the esteemed minister appreciates my handwriting, once this matter is concluded, I shall diligently transcribe a copy of your poetry anthology to present to you, Wang Xue jested, urging Hieo to sign swiftly so as not to keep the higher authorities waiting. The higher authorities he referred to were none other than Emperor Jiajing or Yin Song. a fact not lost on Hieo. Very well, it is a promise, Hieo replied with a smile, taking up the brush to sign the document. Thus, only Shi Chaobin remained without a signature. Minister Shi, you are the last one needed. Please proceed, Wang Shui said. Placing the closing statement before Shi Chaobin and thrusting the brush into his hand, insisting that he sign. After perusing the statement, Shi Chaobin looked mockingly at Wang Shui and tossed the brush onto the table, resolutely shaking his head. I cannot concur with such a closing statement. Wang Shui, unable to contain his rage, argued. The conclusion of the court session is contingent upon unanimous agreement among the officials. Today, we are all in accord, and as the presiding officer, Minister, he shares our consensus. Therefore, you, Shi Chaobin, must sign. Why must you be so obstinate, Lord Wang? Minister Shi has not outright refused to sign, have you? Minister Shi, the majority must prevail. You should sign, they urged. One person's short-sightedness can hinder the collective wisdom. Why must you diverge from the consensus, Minister Shi? The Emperor awaits. If you refuse to sign, the blame will fall upon us all. Why risk such consequences? The surrounding officials chimed in, ostensibly to persuade Shi Chaobin. Yet they stood united with Wang Shui, pressuring him to sign. Under such social pressure, it seemed that refusing to sign would invoke the wrath of the collective. Minister Shi, why jeopardize camaraderie over a condemned prisoner? Please proceed, Wang Shui observed with satisfaction, once more thrusting the brush into Shi Chaobin's hands. Shi Chaobin accepted the brush, but, to Wang Shui's dismay, tossed it onto the table again. I, Shi Chaobin, act not for others but for the sake of justice. With that, he turned and strode out of the court. Sure. Wang Shui was seething with rage. Without a signature, the case could not be concluded. Shi Chaobin remained unperturbed, making his exit. Quickly, go inform the Grand Elder. Wang Shui commanded a subordinate, insisting he report the sudden turn of events to Yin Song and his son. Then, raising his voice, Wang Shui called to the officials present in the court. Stop him. Do not let him leave the court. Zhu Ping'an had been closely monitoring the situation below and had heard Wang Shui's closing statement, feeling a deep sense of urgency. Wang Shui was being exceedingly devious. To audaciously manipulate the closing statement, it was forcibly asserted that the presiding officials unanimously believed Yang Jixing guilty of slandering the prince, of falsely accusing his superiors, and of betraying the emperor. They even claimed that the evidence was irrefutable, warranting a sentence of death by hanging. To present such a closing statement to the Jiajing emperor is exceedingly provocative. One can only imagine the potential consequences of inciting his wrath. Historically, the Jiajing emperor was known for his merciless dealings with ministers and censors. At the moment when Zhu Ping'an was engulfed in anxiety, he witnessed a remarkable scene involving Shi Chaobin, who, unafraid of offending the Yin faction, refused to sign and departed. This sight sparked an idea in Zhu Ping'an's mind. As several observing officials moved to intercept Shi Chaobin, Zhu Ping'an joined them, calling out, Lord Shi, please wait. Sign your name before you leave. His actions mirrored those of the others attempting to stop Shi. However, amidst the commotion, Zhu Ping'an leaned closer to Shi Chaobin and whispered, Lord Shi, I am a disciple of Yang Jixing. I implore you to heed my words. I understand your refusal to sign stems from a pursuit of justice, fearing that righteous individuals may suffer from unjust actions. Yet, should you decline to sign, others might do so in your stead. Why not append your opinions alongside your signature for the emperor's consideration? This way, both justice and your integrity may be preserved. Zhu Ping'an's suggestion drew inspiration from contemporary court deliberation systems, where if opinions diverge, the majority rules, while minority opinions are recorded. He felt a pang of guilt, aware that his advice might provoke Shi Chaobin's ire from the Yin faction, leading to retaliation. However, given that Shi Chaobin had already offended them by refusing to sign, Zhu Ping'an reasoned that it would be wiser to choose a more meaningful form of defiance. The suggestion enlightened Shi Chaobin, who looked up at Zhu Ping'an, subtly nodding before quickly averting his gaze. Zhu Ping'an tactfully withdrew to the background. Wang Shui and other officials approached, vehemently criticizing Shi Chaobin, invoking rules, positions, the figure of Yin Song, and the emperor to pressure him. Members of the Yin faction in the audience also attempted to persuade him. Ultimately, Shi Chaobin was convinced to return. Time is of the essence, Lord Shi. It would be prudent to sign promptly. Should we miss the opportunity to present this to the emperor, we shall all face consequences, Wang Shui urged. suppressing his frustration as he once more offered Shi Chaobin the brush. The other officials continued their entreaties. Very well, I shall sign. This time, Shi Chaobin accepted the brush, glancing at Wang Shui and nodding. Seeing this, Wang Shui smiled with satisfaction, exclaiming, "If only you had done so sooner, Lord Shi. Please proceed." Shi Chaobin, remaining silent, dipped the brush in ink and inscribed his name on the closing statement with a flourish. At the outset, Wang Shui wore a smile on his face, inwardly mocking Shi Chaobin, likening him to a courtesan from the teaching bureau who at first feigned virtue as if she had erected a ceremonial arch, only to ultimately yield and expose herself. However, soon, the smile on Wang Shui's face froze, just signing his name. It seemed that Shi Chaobin had written more than just 3 characters. Why was he still writing? Good heavens! Could he possibly be concocting some mischief? A sense of foreboding enveloped Wang Shui, but it was too late. Shi Chaobin had already finished. Rushing over, Wang Shui could only glimpse what Shi Chaobin had inscribed in the verdict. Though Yang Jixing's words were erroneous, his heart bore no ill intent, and he is not guilty of spreading false orders or similar offenses. Yet, out of pity for his folly and ignorance, he is to be exiled to a distant post, in order to preserve the virtue of benevolence. Shi Chaobin, Chapter 1027, demoted by 3 ranks. Upon reading Shi Chaobin's remarks in the verdict, Wang Shui's face darkened, contorting into a mask of rage. His teeth ground together audibly, veins bulging from his clenched fists, and his eyes blazed with uncontrollable fury. Shi Chaobin, you deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Wang Shui glared at Shi Chaobin for a full 3 seconds, gritting his teeth as he extended a trembling hand, forcefully tapping Shi Chaobin 3 times. Then, seething with indignation, he seized the verdict and stormed toward the court hall. Moments later, Zhu Ping'an faintly heard a chorus of furious reprimands emanating from within the hall, alongside Wang Shui's panicked explanations, after which the sounds faded away. Approximately the time it takes to brew a cup of tea later, Wang Shui emerged from the hall, retreating. Upon returning to the court, he approached Shi Chaobin directly, producing a freshly printed document from his pocket and flinging it at Shi Chaobin as if feeding it to a dog. With a cold sneer, he remarked with a sense of vindication, "Master Shi, are you not always speaking of law and regulations? Congratulations, you have a stage to showcase your talents." Taizhou's deputy magistrate. Taizhou's deputy magistrate. This is a demotion of 3 ranks in one breath. A swift degradation. Offending the Yin faction has immediate repercussions. Truly, they are not to be trifled with. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. The malice of the Yin faction knows no bounds. "Master Shi, I apologize." Zhu Ping'an harbored a deep resentment toward the Yin faction and felt guilt toward Shi Chaobin. Although Zhu Ping'an realized that even without his counsel, Shi Chaobin would have faced this calamity. "Ha ha ha, splendid. With your kind present, in such a den of petty intrigues and collusion, where law and order are trampled, I, Shi Chaobin, can no longer remain. Taizhou, with its rich scholarly traditions, stands distinguished in Huainan. My heart yearns for it, and I shan't linger even a moment longer. Farewell." Shi Chaobin laughed heartily, clasping his hands behind his back, and strode out of the court with a carefree demeanor. "Heh, it is merely a demotion to Taizhou's deputy magistrate." He chuckled, waving his sleeves as he departed with a jovial gait. The assembled crowd watching the court proceedings instinctively parted to grant passage to this steadfast champion of justice, casting him reverent glances. Observing Shi Chaobin's carefree exit, Zhu Ping'an felt a slight alleviation of his guilt. Stubborn as a dead duck. I bet he regrets it deeply now. Wang Shui spat contemptuously at Shi Chaobin's retreating figure, bitterly cursing under his breath. The verdict could not be altered. Time was of the essence. And in the glaring eyes of the public, a new closing statement could not be drafted. Thus, Wang Shui reluctantly submitted the closing statement annotated by Shi Chaobin to the Western Courtyard. However, prior to its submission, Wang Shui sought the approval of the presiding official, Hao, Minister of Justice, to add a note in his capacity as the presiding judge. The content, naturally, pertained to the crimes attributed to Yang Jixing, including the dissemination of erroneous orders, with irrefutable evidence to support such claims. Under normal circumstances, Hao might have hesitated, but having witnessed the precedent of Shi Chaobin being demoted 3 ranks, he did not refuse Wang Shui's request. Once Hao appended his remarks to the closing statement, it was swiftly dispatched to the Western Courtyard for the Emperor Jiajing's perusal. while awaiting the emperor's decree. The contents of the closing statement had already spread to every corner of the court. Upon hearing the court's determination that Yang Jixing had committed crimes such as disseminating false orders, deceiving the sovereign, and defaming superiors, the onlookers were immediately filled with righteous indignation. What grounds did they have to condemn Lord Yang for disseminating erroneous orders? What orders had he misrepresented? This was an unjust verdict against an innocent man. Why was there no investigation into the content of Lord Yang's impeachment? Why was only Lord Yang scrutinized, while the accused, Yin Song, was not held accountable? He was the one who should be examined. This was manifestly unfair. How could they let the heinous Yin Song go unexamined while wrongly accusing a good man? What kind of world was this? Yan's faction, steeped in corruption, concealed their misdeeds from the emperor while committing atrocities unchallenged. Why had the heavens not unleashed divine retribution upon this band of villains? The throng of onlookers, emboldened by their numbers, voiced their grievances in unison, creating a tsunami of righteous anger that engulfed the entire court. Wang Shui could no longer remain seated, repeatedly commanding the officials of the Ministry of Justice to restore order and quell the crowd. Yet, the masses outside were too numerous. Even a single official could not stir a ripple, let alone bring about calm. The more the officials attempted to suppress them, the greater the public's outrage surged. The voice of the people is a formidable force. The wave of righteous indignation reached the inner hall, where Yin Song and others could hear it clearly. What do these foolish commoners understand? What is Wang Shui doing about it? Yin Maoqing furrowed his brow and rose to leave. Qingci, sit down. It is more perilous to silence the people's voices than to guard against floods. When the flood breaks, it causes great harm. The people are no different. It is better to ease than to block. Once the emperor's decree is issued, the commoners will naturally discern the true nature of Yang Jixing, Yin Song remarked. Shaking his head slowly, he added, it is difficult. Even if the imperial decree is issued, these foolish commoners will likely claim that the Grand Elder has deceived the emperor. An elderly official then spoke. This is Wang Kai, the minister of the Imperial Academy. He should not be here, as he is merely an observer and should be seated outside. However, due to his advanced age and frailty, he requested to enter the inner hall. As a senior official, no one dared to stop him at the entrance. What wisdom do you possess, old Master Wang? Yin Song inquired, sensing a deeper meaning in Wang Kai's words. Grand Elder, heed the voices of the people. Their words carry weight, Wang Kai responded. In my humble opinion, esteemed elder, why not show leniency and spare Yang Jixing? It would be a grave misfortune for you to tarnish your reputation for the sake of such an inconsequential figure. With trembling hands, Wang Kai rose and suggested to Yin Song. After considering Wang Kai's counsel and listening to the indignant voices of the crowd outside, Yin Song gently closed his eyes in contemplation, then sighed. Wang's words held merit. Although Yang Jixing had unjustly accused me, I could not overlook his loyalty to the emperor and the Ming dynasty. I am inclined to plead his case before His Majesty, hoping that he might show mercy in light of Yang's misguided loyalty. Father, there are family rules and national laws. Without regulations, chaos ensues. As the Grand Secretary of our esteemed Ming, how could you allow personal desires to interfere with state law? Such thoughts must not enter your mind. Otherwise, you would become the very tyrant Yang Jixing accuses you of being. Noticing a shift in Yin Song's demeanor, Yin Shifan shook his head and fervently opposed. Should Yang Jixing continue to live, father shall know no peace. Upon hearing this admonition, Yin Song abruptly regained clarity, casting a lingering glance at Wang Kai, and ceased to entertain the notion of sparing Yang Jixing. Chapter 1028. The cunning Yin Shifan. After heeding Yin Shifan's counsel, Yin Song's resolve to eliminate Yang Jixing solidified. Yet, Yin Shifan unexpectedly shifted his tone, surprisingly advocating for Yang Jixing. However, my son recognizes your kind heart, and for the sake of our Ming dynasty's enduring legacy, it is prudent to nurture talented individuals. Although you cannot interfere with the law, considering Yang Jixing's loyalty to the Ming, it would be wise to overlook his slander against you, letting bygones be bygones. As for the crime of misrepresenting the prince's decree and deceiving the sovereign, that falls under the jurisdiction of national law, beyond your influence. Yin Shifan's words left Yin Song momentarily bewildered, yet this astute political fox quickly grasped his son's intent, inwardly applauding his wisdom. My son, Donglu, truly embodies the brilliance of our Yin family. With a son like this, what more could I desire? Yin Song felt immense pride for Yin Shifan. presenting himself as a benevolent elder, akin to a kind old fox who, despite being misunderstood and hurt by his juniors, still chooses to forgive them. A trace of melancholic tears lingered in the corners of his eyes. Ah, my son Dong Lu understands me well. I cannot bear to witness the downfall of talented youth, especially those devoted to our Ming. Although Yang Jixing has misinterpreted my intentions and unjustly accused me, I choose to rise above and not hold a grudge against him. Acknowledging his misguided loyalty, Yang Jixing, despite his ingratitude, returned kindness with resentment. Yet a father should respond to resentment with integrity and kindness. I firmly believe that after this incident, my reputation for benevolence will resonate throughout every corner of the Ming. Yan Shifan stepped forward, fervently extolling his father, illuminating him in a radiant glow of praise. The old man does not seek to have his name celebrated. He merely hopes that they do not misunderstand him. Yan Song shook his head, a look of profound emotion upon his face. The father and son's performance left the people in the room utterly bewildered, questioning the sudden turn of events. Everyone wore a look of confusion. However, Yan Maoqing quickly regained his composure. Initially perplexed, he could not fathom how the East Building, once resolute in its intent to eliminate Yang Jixing, had so suddenly reversed its stance. Had not the esteemed Yan just reaffirmed his determination to eradicate Yang? What had transpired? Yet, after a few moments, Yan Maoqing understood. Yan Shifan had not changed his mind, nor had Yan Song wavered. The objective of eliminating Yang Jixing remained steadfast. 3 capital offenses meant Yang Jixing's death. 2 capital offenses also equated to his demise. To rid themselves of Yang Jixing, a single capital offense sufficed. As long as there existed one capital charge, Yang Jixing could not escape execution. The intent of the East Building and the esteemed elder was merely to pardon Yang Jixing for the accusation against the elder, while the other 2 capital offenses remained firmly affixed to Yang Jixing. Thus, he was still fated to die. Furthermore, pardoning Yang Jixing for the false accusation served a dual purpose. Firstly, it showcased the elder's magnanimity and virtue in repaying grievance with kindness, alleviating the public's outrage. Secondly, it cleverly redirected attention away from the elder, shifting focus onto the 2 princes, thereby exonerating him. Brilliant. Truly ingenious. Upon grasping this, Yan Maoqing could not help but be in awe of Yan Shifan. The elderly Wang Kai, belatedly realizing the implications, felt a sudden gloom envelop him, lamenting inwardly at the cunning nature of Yan. Consequently, though the case stemmed from Yang Jixing's impeachment of Yan Song, the final charges bore no relation to him, as Yan had successfully absolved himself of all blame. Such cunning. Observing the expressions of the Yan faction in the room, Wang Kai felt a pang of discomfort. Wishing to find solace, he excused himself under the pretext of ill health and departed. Gradually, others began to comprehend the situation, and admiration for Yan Shifan surged, with praises of Yan Song's benevolence and virtue echoing throughout the chamber. In this atmosphere of commendation, Yan Song composed a memorial, clearly articulating his pardon for Yang Jixing's false accusations while emphasizing his unequivocal adherence to principles. Though he felt sympathy for Yang Jixing, he maintained that family and state laws must prevail. He would not allow personal feelings to interfere with public duty, nor would he contravene the laws of the Ming dynasty. He intended to overlook Yang Jixing's offense of slandering him, but the charges of misleading the emperor and defying the laws of the realm fell under the jurisdiction of Ming law, which he would not meddle with. After completing the memorial, Yan Shifan polished it slightly before finalizing the document, dispatching it with haste to the Western Garden. Once Wang Kai had departed, only the Yan faction remained in the room. Yan Shifan advised his father, "Father, since this case originated from Yang Jixing's impeachment of you, if we are to conclude this matter thoroughly, the issues raised in the memorial must be investigated, thus a defense is required." "My son speaks with reason," replied Yan Song. Yan Song nodded, fully aware of the situation. Yang Jixing had shown disrespect towards the emperor in his memorial, mentioning the 2 princes, which had incensed the emperor to the point of disregarding Yan Song himself. However, once the emperor's anger subsided, this would undoubtedly remain a hidden risk. Therefore, it was prudent to eliminate this potential threat in advance. Yet, it would be unwise for us to offer our own defense, Yan Shifan said slowly. "What do you mean?" Yan Song inquired. "It would be better for the relevant authorities to ascertain the truth," Yan Shifan replied with a slight smile, his words laden with meaning. "For instance, Yang Jixing accused my father of allowing his grandson to take credit in Liang Wang, and he mentioned that the draft of the military selection from the Ministry of War, document number 19, can be verified. Thus, the Ministry of War could investigate the truth and present a report to the court, restoring my father's honor. Yin Song murmured, stroking his beard and nodding in agreement. The notion of having the relevant departments investigate was, in fact, simply a guise for Yin Shibian to draft a defense letter himself. Once Yin Song had reviewed and approved it, he dispatched the letter to the concerned offices, such as the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Justice, instructing them to rewrite it in their own names and submit it to the court. Yin Shibian, truly a clever and resourceful individual, completed the defense letter in no time. Yin Song was thoroughly satisfied upon reviewing it, making no alterations whatsoever. He promptly sent it to the relevant offices, urging them to replicate it for submission to the court without delay. With such meticulous planning, we can only await good news, Yin Shibian remarked, sipping his tea with a smile. Indeed, with Master Yin orchestrating from behind the scenes, success is assured, others chimed in, filling the room with laughter and celebration, anticipating the smooth resolution of the Yang Jixing case. As the court awaited the emperor's decree, the crowd gathered outside the government office fervently prayed for a miracle. Kneeling in earnest devotion, they yearned for justice to triumph over evil, for heroes to break free from their shackles, and to ultimately achieve victory. Observing the hopeful faces of the supplicants, Zhu Ping'an could not help but close his eyes, unable to bear the sight of their fervent prayers to the heavens, knowing that reality would likely bring them disappointment. Such miracles, like sparing lives, were often the stuff of theatrical literature, scarcely found in reality. Zhu Ping'an averted his gaze from their sunlit faces, fearing the pain of their inevitable disillusionment. However, amidst the wait for the emperor's decree, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The crowd outside erupted in jubilation, each person animatedly sharing the news that a miracle was indeed in the making. Some attending officials began to whisper among themselves, sensing that a pivotal change in the case was imminent. The situation was as follows. Previously, Yin Shibian had drafted a defense letter himself, instructing the Ministry of War and other relevant offices to replicate and submit it to the court in their own names. This development had now come to light. The Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Revenue, among other official departments, complied with Yin Shifan's wishes, drafting a defense document in his name and submitting it to the court. However, Yin Shifan's scheme stumbled significantly at the Ministry of War's Military Selection Division, which played a pivotal role in his defense. This is because Yang Jixing had accused Yin Song of exploiting his power to allow his two grandsons to claim military honors falsely. Initially, Yin Xiaozhong was awarded for the alleged military achievements of his older grandson, Yin Xiaozhong, who purportedly celebrated victories in Guangxi, subsequently being promoted to the role of a military commander. Following this, another false claim was made regarding a person from Xuanzhou who supposedly severed 7 heads, for which Yin Xiaozhong feigned illness, leading Yin Song to appoint his younger grandson, Yin Hu, as a substitute. Yin Hu then falsely claimed the achievements of his elder brother, resulting in his own promotion to the rank of captain in the Imperial Guards. Yang Jixing contended that both Yin Xiaozhong and Yin Hu were mere youths with no experience in military affairs, thus incapable of having any military achievements. Furthermore, Yang Jixing noted in his memorial that the facts of his accusations were substantiated by the Military Selection Division's document number 19. Consequently, Yin Shifan devoted considerable effort in his defense to counter these claims, specifically instructing officials associated with him to approach the Military Selection Division, asserting that their investigation found Yang Jixing's accusations to be baseless and that the aforementioned document was unrelated to the matters of accusation. The officials tasked with this endeavor approached the Military Selection Division, strictly adhering to Yin Shifan's directives, and sought the sole leader present at the time, the Vice Minister Zhou Mian, leveraging Yin Shifan's influence to compel him to draft the defense document in the name of the Military Selection Division for submission to the court. However, the officials may have been ill-prepared and unaware of Zhou Mian's true character. They did not realize that Zhou Mian was not a mere sycophant of the Yin faction. Rather, he was a formidable figure, comparable in resolve to Yang Jixing. His life as principle was to die in admonition if he were to perish in peace. A man who feared neither the emperor nor the Yin faction. Prior to Yang Jixing's accusations against Yin Song, he had already endured a beating for his own defiance. Zhou Mian, on the other hand, had faced the court's punishment twice. His initial punishment stemmed from the construction of the imperial ancestral temple under Emperor Jiajing, which took place shortly after the contentious ceremonial disputes. After the temple's completion, Emperor Jiajing refrained from personally honoring his ancestors, choosing instead to engage in alchemical pursuits within the palace while delegating the sacrificial rites to officials. This act contravened ancestral traditions, prompting some officials to raise concerns. Upon hearing of this, Emperor Jiajing was incensed, issuing a decree warning all civil and military officials that any who harbored such thoughts were merely seeking to enhance their own reputations at his expense, and he would mete out severe punishment to any who dared to speak out against him. In the wake of the ceremonial disputes, officials were deterred from voicing dissent. However, Zhu Ping'an remained undaunted, boldly submitting a memorial opposing the emperor's actions, expressing his disapproval with far greater fervor than his predecessors. This infuriated Emperor Jiajing, who ordered Zhu Ping'an to receive a beating and subsequently imprisoned him. 6 years ago, during his second punishment with the king, Zhu Ping'an had only recently emerged from prison. At that time, the former crown prince had yet to commence his studies, and Zhu Ping'an believed this was unacceptable. The prince must not neglect his education. He felt it imperative to select esteemed scholars of exceptional character and learning to impart knowledge to the crown prince. Despite warnings that this was a matter of the emperor's personal concern, Zhu Ping'an, undeterred, perceived that such neglect would be detrimental to the future of the Ming dynasty and resolutely submitted a petition to the Jiajing emperor. As anticipated, the emperor was incensed. Suspecting Zhu Ping'an of ulterior motives, and in a fit of rage, ordered him to be punished with a cane once more, subsequently demoting him to a small county in Yunnan as a minor official. Even in this remote locale, Zhu Ping'an's spirit remained unyielded, his principles unwavering. He refused to succumb to any form of authority or pressure, showcasing his indomitable character to the inhabitants of the county. His remarkable achievements soon led to his recall to the capital, where he was appointed as a military official in the Ministry of War. Had the officials managing the case conducted their due diligence and reviewed Zhu Ping'an's credentials, they would have never entrusted the case to him. Yet, there were no precautions taken. There was no scrutiny of the almanac. When Zhu Ping'an found himself the sole competent official at the ministry, surrounded by minor bureaucrats lacking influence, the situation became precarious. Upon receiving the defense document drafted by Yin Shifan, Zhu Ping'an smiled when informed of the requirements. The officials handling the matter, seeing Zhu Ping'an's demeanor, also smiled, believing him to be cooperative. However, once Zhu Ping'an completed his petition, the smiles vanished. Yin Shifan had commanded that the defense be submitted. However, Zhu Ping'an, in a bold move, not only refrained from replicating Yin Shifan's defense, but also exposed the truth behind Yin Song's deceitful claims to glory. Without hesitation, he forwarded the memorial to the Western Garden. The officials, now alarmed, rushed back to report to Yin Song and his son, yet the truth could not be concealed, and the news swiftly spread. The public erupted in joy at the revelation concerning Yin Shifan's defense, expressing gratitude to the deities for responding to their prayers, eagerly anticipating a miraculous turn of events. Some court officials sensed that the case might take an unexpected turn. Zhu Ping'an, listening to the jubilant crowd, could not suppress a sigh, fully aware that the outcome would ultimately lead to their disappointment. If Yan's faction could manipulate the authorities to frame Yang Jixing, they could just as easily turn their tactics against Zhu Ping'an. As expected, events unfolded precisely as Zhu Ping'an had anticipated. The revelation by Zhu Ping'an indeed caught Yin Song and his son off guard, instilling a wave of trepidation. However, they swiftly devised a countermeasure, dispatching several officials from the inner halls of the government to rapidly convey orders to the Ministry of War and the Ministry of Personnel. Subsequently, a series of memorials from these ministries were presented to the Western Garden, all asserting that Zhu Ping'an had fabricated facts and colluded with Yang Jixing with the intent to maliciously frame the venerable Yin. Before long, an edict emanated from the Western Garden declaring that Zhu Ping'an had indeed concocted falsehoods and conspired with Yang Jixing to seek vengeance against Yin Song, ordering his arrest and imprisonment. Soon after, Zhu Ping'an was brought to the Wuyi Gate by the imperial guards, subjected to punishment, and subsequently stripped of his position. This news fell upon the onlookers like a torrential downpour, extinguishing their fervor. The public was left astonished and indignant, quietly cursing the Yin faction for its overwhelming dominance. Following this, Another decree arrived from the Western Garden regarding the fate of Yang Jixing. He was accused of fraudulently transmitting a royal command and sentenced to 100 strokes of the rod, with execution scheduled 10 days hence at Woman Gate. Upon hearing this decree, the members of the Yin faction within the government erupted in jubilation. Meanwhile, the assembled crowd, as if struck by thunder, fell into a profound silence, soon filling the air with cries of despair and anger over the injustice inflicted upon Yang Jixing and the tyrannical reach of the Yin faction, cursing them in the shadows. The observing officials, though outwardly composed, felt a pang of sympathy for Yang. Zhu Ping'an could scarcely believe his ears, his gaze fixed on the eunuch who read the decree, feeling as if struck by lightning. How could this be? Why was the edict proclaiming execution at Woman Gate in just 10 days? Historically, Emperor Jiajing had not desired to execute Yang Jixing. Wasn't he sentenced to a delayed execution instead? In the annals of history, Yang had been condemned to a delayed execution but had never faced death, remaining imprisoned for 3 years before being manipulated by Yin Song. Why? Why was the decree now demanding execution in 10 days? How could such a significant deviation from history occur? What had gone awry? Zhu Ping'an felt beads of sweat cascade down his forehead. This could not be. Yang, his senior, was utterly loyal to the emperor, sincere to the people, filial to his superiors, righteous to his friends, and affectionate to his family. Yang could not die. Emperor Jiajing must have been incited by Yin Song and others, acting out of anger and impulsiveness, resulting in the 10-day execution decree. If only the emperor could be calmed, there might still be hope for a reversal, or at least a plea for a delayed execution. How could one soothe the emperor's wrath? The only recourse was to submit a petition for mercy. Although doing so posed significant risks, potentially offending Yin Song and incurring the emperor's ire, it was the only way to save Yang Jixing. Zhu Ping'an's resolve strengthened. After the decree was issued, Wang Shui eagerly urged Minister He Ao of the Ministry of Justice to execute the order, inflicting 100 strokes upon Yang Jixing. Following that, Wang hurried to the imperial guards, secretly instructing them to hold nothing back when punishing Yang, ensuring that they struck with intent to harm, hinting that they might even execute him on the spot. The imperial guards were known for their flexibility in executing punishments, typically employing either a methodical approach or one of true severity. If the executioner's toes are pointed outward, it signifies a genuine beating. This method, while brutal and potentially crippling, still carries a considerable chance of preserving life. Conversely, if the executioner's toes are pointed inward, it indicates a malicious intent to inflict fatal harm. In essence, this approach guarantees death. Typically, a maximum of 100 strokes is prescribed, but under such circumstances, the condemned often succumbs after merely 60 or 70 strikes. Wang Shui ordered the Jinyui to administer a severe beating, intent on executing Yang Jixing on the spot. Although the imperial decree stipulated a 10-day delay before execution, achieving Yang's immediate demise would be a significant triumph. Moreover, 10 days is ample time for unforeseen events to unfold. With Wang Shui's fervent urgings, Yang Jixing was swiftly brought forth for punishment. The directive was clear, a severe beating. Wang Shui reiterated his instructions to the Jinyui officer with a sinister undertone. The officer assured him, "Rest assured, my lord, I comprehend the gravity of the task and will execute it with utmost diligence. However, I must request a straw mat, for none who have endured my earnest strikes have emerged alive." The officer nodded vigorously in agreement, whispering, "There are plenty of straw mats." Satisfied, Wang Shui straightened his posture, casting a chilling glance at Yang Jixing before bellowing, "Commence the execution." With a wave of his hand, the officer commanded 10 Jinyui flag bearers, wielding wooden rods, to approach. They divided into 2 ranks and advanced directly behind Yang Jixing, without uttering a word, forcefully pushing him to the ground, face down. The officer stepped forward, his toes pointed inward, steadying himself. Witnessing this stance, a smile bloomed on Wang Shui's face, while the observing officials sighed in resignation, realizing that Yang Jixing would likely not survive this ordeal. Zhu Ping'an sensed the underlying implications, his heart tightening with concern. The imperial decree from Emperor Jiajing had already deviated. Could this be the moment when unforeseen misfortune befalls the execution? The officer, with his toes inward, glanced over the 10 flag bearers, lingering momentarily on one group of 5. His lips parting slightly before shifting his gaze, commanding loudly, "Remove his garments." Zhu Ping'an, filled with trepidation, exhaled in relief as he deciphered the officer's silent communication. Although the officer's stance indicated a severe beating, he had discreetly signaled one group of flag bearers to administer a genuine strike, with half the flag bearers instructed to deliver a severe beating and the other half to strike earnestly. A glimmer of hope emerged for Yang Jixing. It dawned on him that his mentor, Su Jie, had visited the Jinyui commander, Lu Bing, imploring him to show leniency towards Yang Jixing. Although Lu Bing had not explicitly agreed, he had demonstrated mercy. The officer's actions were undoubtedly influenced by Lu Bing's covert arrangements. Indeed, with Su Jie advocating for Yang Jixing, it was clear that Yin Song and his son were intent on ensuring Yang's execution. Lu Bing is indeed a cunning old fox. Such arrangements allow him to inflict punishment in two ways, half through physical strikes and half through calculated humiliation, thus offending neither side. Chapter 1031. The tough man with a shout of strip. The captain of the Jinyui stepped forward, one officer restraining the prostrate Yang Jixing, while another unceremoniously lifted his clothing, exposing his thighs and buttocks. The act of stripping was intended as a means of humiliation, serving as a psychological form of punishment. When the Hanwu Emperor established the system of corporal punishment, the purpose of this particular step was to degrade the dignity and character of disobedient ministers. In ancient times, scholars revered their bodies as gifts from their parents. Thus, to be stripped bare before the crowd, exposing one's rear, would inflict an immeasurable psychological trauma, utterly shattering the dignity of the gentry. Life is but a fleeting season, arriving and departing in utter nakedness. How liberating, how exhilarating. After being stripped, Yang Jixing remained unperturbed, resolutely proclaiming how exhilarating, as he prepared to face the punishment with composure. Master Yang, you truly embody the spirit of a righteous man. Well done, Master Yang. The bystanders outside the court were deeply moved by Yang Jixing's unwavering courage, admiring him for his fearless demeanor in the face of death. Stubborn to the end. Wang Shui sneered, viewing Yang Jixing as already a dead man. Lay down the staff, commanded the captain of the Jinyui after Yang Jixing was stripped, his toes pointing inward as he raised his voice. Lay down the staff. The officers executing the punishment formed two lines on either side of Yang Jixing, joining the captain in a unified shout. Then, the foremost officer approached Yang Jixing and placed the staff against his exposed rear. Strike! The captain of the Jinyui bellowed. With a resounding cry, the officer raised the staff high before delivering a heavy blow to Yang Jixing's backside. The impact echoed like thunder, sending a shock through the crowd and causing pain that seemed to resonate to the very marrow. The force of the strike lifted Yang Jixing's body slightly. When the staff finally left his skin, a significant portion of flesh was torn away, blood splattering as a dark bruise rapidly formed. The onlookers, both officials and commoners, were left in awe and terror, with some unable to hold back tears. Nevertheless, Yang Jixing clenched his teeth, refraining from uttering a sound of pain. Unwilling to grant any satisfaction to Wang Shui and his faction, Wang Shui watched intently, and upon witnessing the effect of the strike, his face bloomed with delight. Unable to contain his exclamation, "That's how you wield the staff. Yang Jixing, you are doomed." The first officer executed 5 strikes before being replaced by a second officer, who wielded the staff with even greater vigor, delivering blows that appeared more ferocious than those of his predecessor, leaving Yang Jixing's rear a gruesome sight, blood flowing freely. However, in reality, the second captain of the Jinyui deliberately tempered his blow, easing his strength at the moment of impact. Although it appeared that he had inflicted a gruesome wound upon Yang Jixing, with blood gushing forth, it was merely a superficial injury that had dispersed the bruising, ultimately aiding in recovery. Thus, the Jinyui captain took turns administering the punishment, with one striking earnestly while the other held back. This combination of pretense and reality, coupled with the Jinyui's exquisite techniques, went unnoticed by Wang Shui and others from the Ministry of Justice. Nevertheless, the Jinyui's leniency was only partial. Of the 100 strokes, 50 were delivered with genuine intent, while the other 50 were tempered. Yet, 100 strokes are 100 strokes. During the course of his punishment, Yang Jixing lost consciousness twice, and with the final blows, blood poured from his mouth and nose. He lay on the ground, motionless, his body rising and falling like a tattered sack, silent and still. Witnessing this, Wang Shui assumed Yang Jixing had succumbed to his injuries, his lips curling into a grin that reached his ears. It is well known that the mortality rate from such punishments in the Ming dynasty was alarmingly high. Typically, a third of those subjected to 30 strokes perished, and the mortality rate soared to 90% for those receiving 100 strokes, with few surviving to tell the tale. Wang Xue's belief that Yang Jixing had indeed been struck dead was thus understandable. However, to his dismay, after the final stroke had been delivered, the seemingly lifeless Yang Jixing's fingers began to tremble. Then, to Wang Xue's astonishment, Yang Jixing gradually moved from a single finger to an entire hand, eventually pushing himself up from the ground, lifting his head to gaze at Wang Xue. Disgusted, Yang Jixing raised his head and, with all his remaining strength, attempted to curse him, but all that escaped his lips was a mere spitting of blood before he collapsed once more. How resilient this man was! How could a mere life withstand such punishment? Wang Xue's face darkened, his frustration boiling over within him. He could only curse Yang Jixing's tenacity, muttering to himself that he had narrowly escaped death this time, but in 10 days' time, he would not escape his fate. Wang Xue's heart seethed with resentment, unaware of the Jinyui's leniency. Of course, Liu Bing, a cunning old fox in the game of politics, would ensure that any leniency remained concealed. Once the punishment was concluded, the unconscious Yang Jixing was dragged by the Jinyui, half carried and half dragged towards the prison of the northern town as Jinyui, leaving behind a gruesome trail of blood. The court session came to an end. Concerned for Yang Jixing, Zhu Ping'an hurried to the northern town's prison to visit him. The mortality rate from punishments in the Ming dynasty was exceedingly high. Although the Jinyui had shown some mercy today, Zhu Ping'an, well-versed in history, worried deeply about Yang Jixing's severe injuries, the blood flowing from his mouth and nose, his breath weak, and his apparent unconsciousness as he was taken away without a sound. My esteemed lord, I sincerely apologize for the inconvenience. It is not due to my lack of respect, but rather a strict edict from above. The matter concerning Yang Jixing is of utmost importance, and no one is permitted to visit him or deliver items within. I am merely following orders, and I hope for your understanding. Upon arriving at the Bizenfuse prison, Zhu Ping'an was obstructed at the entrance by the prison officer. Even the offering of silver was futile. Zhu even raised his offer to 50 taels, then to 100, yet the officer remained resolute. Ultimately, Zhu Ping'an sought an alternative approach, resorting to a substantial bribe to the prison officer in hopes of gleaning information about Yang Jixing. Upon learning that Yang Jixing had regained consciousness, Zhu Ping'an felt a slight relief. Chapter 1032. Casual conversations in Jiangnan as the sun set crimson. Resembling a neck severed by an executioner's blade, the blood splattered across the sky. Crows flitted past the withered branches, startling a foraging old dog, which bared its fangs and retreated into the shadows with a hoarse growl. Clad in the evening glow stained with blood, Zhu Ping'an returned to the residence of the Marquis of Linhuai just before curfew. The Marquis of Linhuai's estate was ablaze with lights this evening, bustling with activity. Upon returning to the Jingxiang garden, Zhu Ping'an discovered that the Marquis had received commendations from the court and had returned from Yingtianfu, bringing numerous local specialties from the south. Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu also received their share, which included water chestnuts, crabs, and Yingtian silk. After enjoying dinner at the Jingxiang garden, Zhu Ping'an and Li Shu visited the Marquis and his wife in the eastern courtyard with gifts in hand. Fifth young lady, you are too kind. Simply coming is enough. There is no need to bring anything, the Marquis remarked. Your uncle has returned from Yingtian with many trinkets, which Rouge and Nyonyo adore. Even the sixth young lady is quite taken with them. Qiuzhu, Qiuqiu, go to the storeroom and fetch some of the delightful items your master has brought back, selecting the most intriguing and enjoyable ones. The Marquis's wife took Li Shu to the main chamber for a conversation, while Zhu Ping'an accompanied the Marquis to the study for a discussion. Upon my arrival in the capital today, I heard of Yang Jixing's impeachment of Elder Yan. It is laughable for a mere ant to shake a mighty tree. It seems Yang Jixing has lost his senses. I have also heard of the court trial today. This matter is extraordinary and will surely implicate others. Zihu, I know you have previously associated with Yang Jixing under Elder Su's tutelage, but you must be cautious now and clearly distance yourself from him to avoid unwarranted disaster. You have worked hard to reach your current position. Do not let confusion cloud your judgment. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the Marquis promptly addressed the matter at hand, advising Zhu Ping'an to maintain a distance from Yang Jixing to avoid entanglement. Indeed, the Marquis was more concerned about the potential repercussions for his own household. Hearing this, Zhu Ping'an's eyelids flickered momentarily, yet he nodded in apparent calmness, reflecting a typical dissonance between his thoughts and expressions. He preferred to avoid conflict and unnecessary words, opting instead for a facade of agreement to spare himself the trouble of lengthy discourse. Seeing Zhu Ping'an acquiesce, the Marquis was quite satisfied, stroking his beard, having anticipated a greater effort would be required. Dear nephew, having served as an official for many years, I have garnered some insights. In governance, one should bow frequently and speak little. Do not seek accolades, but rather avoid mistakes, for that is the path to a prosperous career. It is crucial to understand that excess often leads to misfortune. Too much involvement in affairs can result in numerous troubles. Once the afflictions of the heart are alleviated, the Duke of Lingbao, in his capacity as an elder, took the opportunity to share with Zhu Ping'an some gleaned wisdom regarding governance. His principal message emphasized the importance of self-preservation, seizing opportunities, and avoiding fruitless endeavors. Zhu Ping'an, while outwardly appearing to gain much from this discourse, inwardly harbored profound dissent. To govern in accordance with the Duke's counsel seemed to him a quintessential example of mere existence without purpose, devoid of any benefit to the nation or its people. Such governance, while perhaps neutral in consequence, bore the weight of guilt. It would be more honorable to engage in honest toil, akin to the character in the play The Seventh-Rank Sesame Official, than to hold an official title without serving the populace. Uncle, what is the state of affairs in the southeast? Zhu Ping'an, unable to endure the conversation any longer, deftly shifted the topic. Are you inquiring about the threat posed by the Japanese pirates in the southeast? The Duke of Lingbao replied, taking a sip of tea and exhaling thoughtfully. Despite the intermittent incursions by these marauders, I believe the threat will soon subside. Really? The threat is about to dissipate. Zhu Ping'an was at a loss for words in response to the Duke's assertion. How could he believe that the menace would soon diminish? According to the timeline, it would not be long before the pirates would launch a significant invasion of the southeast. The incursions during the Jiajing era had wreaked havoc for over a decade, far surpassing the duration of the Japanese incursions into China. There remained a lengthy period before tranquility could be restored. Noticing Zhu Ping'an's skepticism, the Duke adopted a tone of wisdom and foresight as he advised, "My dear child, you are not in the southeast, and are thus unaware of its intricacies. The root of the pirate problem lies with the infamous Wang Ji. Earlier this year, he absorbed the power of the pirate leader Qingci in Fujian and has since established his dominance in Zhoushan. Wang Ji has shown a willingness to align with the authorities, and with the relaxation of maritime trade restrictions in the southeast, many local officials have tacitly condoned private trade. The government, capitalizing on Wang Ji's inclination for reconciliation, has employed him to eliminate rival pirates such as Qingci, and he has actively cooperated, successfully quelling several factions of marauders, resulting in a significant reduction of the threat in Jiangnan. Given this situation, whether by reconciliation or elimination, the pirate menace in the southeast could soon be resolved. Zhu Ping'an was again left speechless at the Duke's perspective. While Wang Ji harbored great aspirations towards the court, he was merely one significant faction among many. Numerous other pirate groups did not recognize his authority, including figures such as Xiao Xian and Deng Wenjun from Fujian, and He Yaba from Guangdong. Even some of Wang Ji's own subordinates, like Su Hai, did not align with his vision and resisted his command. In truth, Wang Ji lacked the capacity to eradicate piracy or control his followers. Even if he were to be reconciled with, it would not quell the uprising. And should he be eliminated, it would likely incite further unrest. Furthermore, Wang Ji's vigorous efforts to subdue other pirates were motivated by a desire to expand his own power. He did not genuinely seek reconciliation. Rather, he aspired to achieve a tributary status for himself, aiming to establish an independent entity through the strength of the pirates, supplanting Japan's tributary position and monopolizing trade with the Ming dynasty. His later proclamations as the king of Qinghai signified his ambition to establish a nation based on pirate strength. At the side of the bed, how could one permit another to slumber? Wang Ji, with his treacherous ambitions, colluded with the pirates, his hands stained with the blood of the subjects of the Ming dynasty. How could the Ming ever hope to pacify him? How could the threat of the Japanese invaders ever be swiftly quelled? Historically, the rampant invasions by the Japanese reached their zenith, sparked by the lure and subsequent assassination of Wang Ji. Since my arrival in Yingtian and my appointment to oversee the river, I have driven away several bands of marauding pirates along the coast. At that time, there were several ships, with true Japanese men aboard, their faces tattooed, clad in tattered garments, their banners tattered and unstitched, hanging loosely, and their waists adorned with Japanese swords. For the next half hour, the Marquis of Lingbao boasted of his achievements, leaving Zhu Ping'an feeling quite embarrassed. He had merely driven away a few dilapidated wooden boats. It was not as though he had eradicated them, yet he spoke as if he had commanded 1,000,000 troops to subdue the pirates. Nevertheless, managing to expel a few bands of pirates was commendable. At least he was not idle and doing nothing. Chapter 1033. Your son misses you again upon returning from the eastern courtyard. Zhu Ping'an set aside the words of the Marquis of Lingbao and went directly to his study in the Jingxiang garden. He brightened the candlelight, spread out some rice paper, and began drafting a memorial to plead for Yang Jixing's clemency. This plea was essential. Without it, there would be no hope of swaying the mind of the Jiajing emperor. For Yang, my senior brother, was to be executed in 10 days. However, pleading for mercy is a delicate art. The Jiajing emperor, in a furious rage due to Yang's memorial, could easily turn his wrath upon the one attempting to intercede, and might even hasten Yang's journey to the executioner's block. As Zhu Ping'an laid out the rice paper, he rubbed his forehead, deep in thought. The emperor's fury was not solely directed at Yang's impeachment of Yinsong, but rather at the hurtful words within the memorial that had offended the sensitive and vengeful emperor. Thus, it was imperative that the plea be crafted carefully to avoid inflicting further injury to the emperor's pride. If the emperor felt further affronted, both the supplicant and Yang would suffer dire consequences. Now, in seeking the emperor's favor, it was crucial to ensure he was in good spirits. Only when the emperor's mood was elevated could the plea hope to be effective. Therefore, the memorial must include a scathing critique of Yang. Yet, this too was an art, requiring the criticism to be pleasing to the emperor while sparing Yang any harm. After much contemplation, Zhu Ping'an finally found clarity. Stretching his stiff limbs and moving his wrist a few times, he picked up the brush, dipped it in ink, and prepared to draft his letter. Brother Zhu, your son misses you again, came a voice from the doorway, soft and enchanting, imbued with a sweetness that resonated to the very core. Upon hearing the sound, Zhu Ping'an raised his head to behold Li Shu at the door, her exquisite face adorned with a rosy hue, and a pair of sparkling eyes that blinked playfully at him. Her gaze shimmered with youthful vitality, enhanced by the delicate silk nightgown that clung to her, failing to conceal the vivacity of her spirit. The brush in Zhu Ping'an's hand clattered to the ground, leaving an inky blot upon the pristine rice paper laid out before him. Do I have a son? He mused, recalling their conversation from the day before and the surge of hormones it had ignited within him. Merely recollecting it now sent a tidal wave of emotion crashing over him. Akin to a tsunami's fury, a swarm of proteins raced through his veins, ascending to his brain in an instant, overwhelming his thoughts. Though he could not see his own expression, he was certain that it could only be described as one of ravenous desire. He prided himself on his composure. While he might not be utterly unflappable, he considered himself adept at self-control. Yet, before the enchanting Li Shu, his resolve seemed to dissolve into nothingness. How could he still succumb to her allure at such a critical moment? Sisterly, we are facing a matter of life and death, he declared, straining against the tumult of his feelings. He was preoccupied with drafting a plea for his elder brother Yang, and wished to postpone this discussion for another day. Indeed, we are embroiled in a matter of utmost importance, Li Shu replied, her large eyes blinking innocently. Does creating life count? Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but wonder who had spread the notion that ancient women were demure. Surely, that was only the case before marriage. Nevertheless, he ultimately refrained from engaging in any life and death matters with Li Shu, not because his self-discipline had reached an unshakable zenith, but rather because she was merely teasing him. She had come to bring him a late-night snack, holding a food box in her petite hand, empathetic towards his late-night toil. Thus, she had prepared a nourishing pigeon soup to replenish his strength, aware that sleepless nights took a toll on one's health. Yet, this is a matter of life and death. I am bringing you restorative soup, and here you are, lost in wicked thoughts, she chided playfully, unveiling the aromatic soup and placing it before him along with 2 plates of delectable snacks. A glance at the tent formed by Zhu Ping'an's own physical reaction elicited a soft giggle from her. It is all your fault, Zhu Ping'an retorted, his face flushing crimson as he crossed his legs, attempting to suppress the restless stirrings within him, camouflaging his embarrassment as best he could. Brother Zhu, you are like Zhu Beiji blaming others for his own misdeeds. You have always been the naughty one, and yet you cast the blame upon me. Li Shu pouted, her cherry-like lips forming a delightful curve, her watery eyes casting a playful glance at Zhu Ping'an. In that moment, her charm was simply irresistible. The little imp cast a fleeting glance, causing Zhu Ping'an's legs to tremble uncontrollably. Cough, cough. Where was I ever mischievous in my youth? I was a good child, wasn't I? In all the 10 miles and 8 villages, none failed to sing my praises. Zhu Ping'an cleared his throat, mustering the audacity to defend his reputation. A good child, you say? Yet you taught me and Hua to sing those embarrassing nursery rhymes, Li Shu retorted, rolling her eyes playfully. The memories of her childhood danced in her mind, and she recalled how she would skip and sing those silly songs. Her delicate face flushed with a shyness akin to that of a ripe peach. Embarrassing nursery rhymes? Is there such a thing as shame in children's songs? Zhu Ping'an paused, momentarily taken aback. When did I ever teach you and Hua to sing such shameful tunes? Though we are quite familiar, it is unkind to falsely accuse others. I was, after all, the most well-behaved and adorable among the mischievous children. Most well-behaved, you say? Li Shu raised her glistening eyes, giving Zhu Ping'an another playful glare. Her lips, soft and inviting, parted to emit a melodious voice laced with the innocence of childhood as she began to sing, I long for a home, where she resides, with daytime kisses and nighttime. Upon reaching this line, Li Shu could sing no further, her charming face blushing crimson, as if it might bleed. Cough, cough. It was taught to me by someone else, Zhu Ping'an stammered, thoroughly embarrassed by Li Shu's revelation. Li Shu remained silent, her gaze fixated on Zhu Ping'an, as if to say, who do you think you are fooling? I was informed of your past. That song is known to no one but you. Eventually, Zhu Ping'an found himself bowing his head in embarrassment. Chapter 1034. A plea for mercy. Li Shu, with her delicate fingers, gracefully ground ink while ensuring Zhu Ping'an consumed his nourishing soup, allowing him to relish the exquisite experience akin to his scented evening. Only after Zhu Ping'an finished his soup did Li Shu elegantly twist her waist and depart. Zhu Ping'an watched her leave, the faint fragrance she left lingering in the air, creating an intoxicating atmosphere on that enchanting night. However, this was not the moment for indulgence. His senior brother Yang was in dire need of rescue at the gates of despair. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Zhu Ping'an redirected his focus to the plea he needed to compose. After meticulously organizing his thoughts, Zhu Ping'an dipped his brush into the ink and began drafting the petition for mercy. To His Majesty, the esteemed scholar of the royal court, I, Zhu Ping'an, humbly submit, where there exists a wise sovereign, there are also counselors willing to speak truth. Presently, we are blessed with a sagacious ruler above, while below resides the audacious and foolish counselor Yang Jixing. Yang Jixing, a man of folly, has erred grievously in his impeachment of the grand scholar Yen Song. And while his words may be misguided, his heart is sincere, dedicated solely to the prosperity of the Ming dynasty. I implore your majesty to remember his loyalty and compassion, and to mercifully reassign him to distant duties, thereby honoring the virtue of benevolence. Upon completing the draft, Zhu Ping'an paused to review it silently, carefully weighing each word. After considerable contemplation, he circled several revisions and added a few final phrases, continuing to deliberate over the content. Thus, after numerous revisions, until the distant sound of the town crier echoed in the night, signaling the peaceful arrival of the third watch, Zhu Ping'an finally crafted a petition that left him somewhat satisfied. With renewed determination, he stretched his back, invigorated himself, and transcribed the draft of the petition onto the official document. He then carefully placed the formal manuscript into the inner pocket of the official robes he would don the next day. Zhu Ping'an intended to visit the Duke of Yu's residence the following day, where he would submit the petition to the Office of Political Affairs. Once everything was meticulously prepared, he left his study and retired to his bedroom. Brother Zhu, you have finally finished your work. You mustn't stay up so late in the future. It is detrimental to your health, murmured Li Shu, her eyes still drowsy, casting a reproachful glance towards Zhu Ping'an as she pouted. Why are you still awake? You should sleep earlier and not wait for me. Zhu Ping'an observed the dark circles under her eyes and realized she had been waiting for him, filling him with a sense of tenderness. I'm not waiting for you. I just can't fall asleep, Li Shu stubbornly denied, her proud demeanor appearing quite adorable. Zhu Ping'an smiled gently, causing her cheeks to flush even more. In the stillness of the night, the bright moon cast a silvery glow, the sky cloaked in deep blue. adorned with twinkling stars that flickered like golden threads woven by the weaver girl, sending down strands of love to the earthly realm. The night was tranquil, promising sweet dreams. The next morning, after having breakfast, Zhu Ping'an, accompanied by Lu Dedeo, rode to the Duke of Yu's residence to attend to official matters. Discussions within the Duke's residence still revolved around the previous day's court session, and everyone felt a collective sigh of relief. Despite the pressure from the stringent faction, represented by officials such as Wang Shui of the Ministry of Justice, who sought to implicate the Duke's residence through interrogation of Yang Jiajing, the latter steadfastly refused to acknowledge any external influence, thwarting their conspiratorial intentions. Although it was not yet time to relax completely, the situation had undoubtedly improved compared to the day before. Zhu Ping'an had initially planned to enter the Duke's residence, attend to urgent matters, and then request a brief leave to submit the petition to the Office of Political Affairs. However, upon entering, he found himself entangled in trivial affairs, and it was not until midday that he finally managed to extricate himself. By the time he sought leave from the Duke, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Time was of the essence. Zhu Ping'an hurriedly exited the Duke's residence, making his way directly to the Office of Political Affairs. In his haste, he took a shortcut that led him through the square to the Meridian Gate, crossing over to the office. As he approached the Meridian Gate, he was taken aback by the throngs of people gathered there, accompanied by a cacophony of shouts and cries of pain. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that 3 officials were being punished with the cane. What is happening? Why are 3 officials being punished simultaneously? Zhu Ping'an was astonished, having not witnessed such a collective punishment in quite some time. He inquired further and learned that these officials had submitted petitions on behalf of Yang Jiajing that very morning. The emperor's decree was clear. Anyone who dares to advocate for Yang Jiajing in pursuit of fame or recognition will face severe repercussions. Gentlemen, take heed. Who else wishes to plead for Yang? These 3 nobles serve as exemplars, or rather, they are fortunate first offenders, merely receiving a few strokes of the cane. Should anyone repeat the offense, they would be deemed fully aware of their wrongdoing, and the consequences need not be reiterated. The esteemed gentlemen are urged to weigh their decisions carefully. During the punishment, a bespectacled eunuch approached the assembled crowd, his countenance devoid of emotion as he proclaimed the emperor's decree. Upon completing the announcement, the eunuch took the liberty to issue additional warnings to the onlookers. The moment the emperor's edict was pronounced, a palpable shudder rippled through the gathered officials. Any lingering thoughts of interceding for Yang were swiftly extinguished by the weight of the emperor's words and the eunuch's caution. The emperor's decree was not mere rhetoric. Since his ascension, similar proclamations had been made on numerous occasions, each time followed by decisive action. Any minister who dared to contravene these orders, regardless of their rank, faced severe repercussions. The penalties ranged from demotion and corporal punishment to the ultimate price of life itself. This ancient wisdom remains timeless. Thus, after hearing the emperor's proclamation and the eunuch's admonitions, the ministers made the sagacious choice to refrain from intercession. Among those who had initially intended to submit petitions for leniency, several discreetly tore their documents in half and turned back toward their residences. Only Zhu Ping'an stood apart from the crowd. As he remained in the throng, it was as if he had gone deaf, oblivious to the emperor's decree and the eunuch's warnings. Just as the eunuch had finished reading the edict and issuing his cautions, Zhu Ping'an boldly continued his advance toward the office of the Grand Council. Understanding the emperor's temperament, Zhu Ping'an realized that submitting a petition would likely earn him a few strokes of the cane. Yet, if enduring such punishment could save his elder brother Yang, it would indeed be worth the sacrifice. The value of a few strokes versus a life was, without question, evident. Moreover, with a little additional offering, he might reduce the severity of the punishment, allowing for a swift recovery within a fortnight, an advantageous exchange. Chapter 1035. The Solar Eclipse. Upon departing the Meridian Gate, Zhu Ping'an hastily made his way to the Grand Council office, only to find the scene there rather unusual. Why were there so many people gathered at the entrance? An exaggerated queue had formed. Approximately 7 or 8 officials stood waiting for the reception staff to register their petitions. Such a sight was uncommon. He had never encountered this situation before during his visits. What momentous event had transpired? The recent significant affair was the impeachment case against his elder brother Yang. Could it be that those ahead in line were, like him, unafraid of the emperor's decree and had come to plead for Yang? The thought sparked a surge of excitement within Zhu Ping'an. The strength of numbers could amplify their cause, and with so many officials advocating for Yang, the chances of saving him increased substantially. In his elation, Zhu Ping'an struck up a conversation with the officials ahead of him, but soon the smile faded from his lips. No, they came to the Tongjing office to submit a memorial, not to plead for Brother Yang, but rather due to the solar eclipse. It so happened that around the hour of C this morning, an eclipse occurred, and they were there to petition Emperor Jiajing, advocating for the observance of the rites of rescue. At this moment, Zhu Ping'an belatedly realized the commotion outside while he was working at the residence of Prince Yu. He had wondered what was amiss, only to discover that a solar eclipse had transpired. The occurrence of a solar eclipse naturally necessitates the performance of rescue rites. As loyal subjects, we must present memorials and offer counsel to fulfill our duties. Once the topic was broached, the official in front struck up a jovial conversation with Zhu Ping'an. This official had already conversed with others in line, aware that they were all there to submit memorials advocating for the observance of rescue rites, and thus he naturally regarded Zhu Ping'an as one of their number, mistakenly believing that Zhu was also there for the same purpose. Little did he know, among the crowd stood a traitor. Cough, cough, indeed, indeed. Zhu Ping'an cleared his throat, nodded, and a twitch crossed his lips. As recorded in the records of the grand historian, it is said, when the sun changes, virtues are rectified. When the moon changes, punishments are mitigated. When the stars change, harmony is established. All celestial changes are signs of the supreme moral rectification, followed by governance, rescue, and expulsion. The day of the solar eclipse symbolizes the essence of the sun, embodying the sovereign's image. Should the ruler act with either restraint or urgency, the sun will respond accordingly. Any deviation from the norm may be obscured by the moon, with shadow enveloping the light. Likewise, if the ruler strays from the mean, it is a reflection of their deeds. Thus, the sovereign ought to emulate precedent and perform the rites of rescue. The official ahead, possibly a loquacious sort, engaged Zhu Ping'an in a discourse filled with references while they waited in line. Zhu Ping'an responded with simple affirmations, yet within his mind, a tempest of thoughts brewed. A solar eclipse. To Zhu Ping'an, this was a mere natural phenomenon, devoid of any correlation to human behavior. However, he was acutely aware that for the ancients, such an event was of monumental significance. In ancient times, survival depended on the heavens. Agriculture was inextricably linked to the sun. The disappearance of the sun was a dire matter. What would become of the crops? For those who relied on the heavens, this was indeed a cataclysmic event. The common folk believed that solar and lunar eclipses occurred because a mythical creature known as the heavenly dog devoured the sun and moon. Consequently, during such eclipses, the populace would beat drums and set off firecrackers to scare away the heavenly dog, thus saving the sun and moon. But why did the heavenly dog consume the sun and moon? The ancients, who revered the heavens for the sake of the people, had their theories. They believed that the sun represented the emperor. The celestial body symbolized the sovereign, which aligns with their philosophy of the unity of heaven and man. A solar eclipse signified calamity for the emperor. The occurrences of solar and lunar eclipses, along with other celestial anomalies, were interpreted as reflections of the emperor's moral failings and governance issues. Therefore, throughout history, whenever the sun, moon, or celestial phenomena exhibited irregularities, it was customary for the emperor and governing ministers to engage in moral rectification, governance, and the performance of the rites of rescue. The rites of rescue were an ancient form of ceremonial observance that, over the course of various dynasties, evolved into a comprehensive, strict, and standardized procedure. The Astronomical Bureau predicted the timings of solar and lunar eclipses for the capital and various regions, notifying local authorities 5 months in advance. In places where the solar or lunar eclipse was observed to last for a significant duration, a ritual of rescue was to be performed. During a solar eclipse, the civil and military officials of the capital were required to gather at the Ministry of Rites to conduct this ritual, whereas during a lunar eclipse, they were to assemble at the Taichung Temple. The ritual necessitated the participation of civil and military officials, the Shuntian Prefecture, the Ministry of Rites, the Imperial Guard, and the Astronomical Bureau, encompassing a series of procedures including the cleaning of offices, setting up altars, changing into auspicious garments, beating drums, playing music, offering incense, and performing the 3 kneelings and 9 prostrations of the rescue ritual. In essence, the ritual was a customary practice. Once a solar eclipse reached a certain magnitude, it was obligatory to conduct the ritual in accordance with tradition. Thus, following the solar eclipse that occurred yesterday. These officials would petition to advocate for the performance of the rescue ritual. This act not only showcased their sense of responsibility, but also served as a testament to their achievements, providing them an opportunity to gain favor in the eyes of Emperor Jiajing. Of course, excluding those officials of utmost integrity and responsibility. Historically, many officials acted in this manner during solar eclipses, and the results were often favorable. Zhu Ping'an was well aware of their motivations. However, Zhu Ping'an held a differing perspective. He believed their intentions were overly idealistic, likely leading to outcomes contrary to their expectations, ultimately resulting in their lamentations. Zhu Ping'an possessed an intimate understanding of Emperor Jiajing, arguably one of the few in the Ming dynasty to grasp the emperor's nature thoroughly. In modern times, he had perused countless records, both official and unofficial, pertaining to Emperor Jiajing. The act of conducting a rescue ritual during a solar eclipse bore deeper implications. The underlying message suggested that the emperor faced calamity, had committed misdeeds, was unfit to govern, or had transgressed divine will, effectively equating the eclipse with imperial fault. Following the occurrence of the eclipse, part of the ritual was to be an act of self-cultivation by the emperor, wherein he would reflect upon his own conduct, falling under the category of self-reproach. Self-reproach. Would the proud Emperor Jiajing entertain such a notion? Would he be willing? Without the need for contemplation, Zhu Ping'an already knew the answer. Emperor Jiajing could scarcely tolerate even the petitions of Yang Shixiao. How could he possibly engage in self-reproach? Suddenly, as this thought crossed Zhu Ping'an's mind, he halted, a spark of realization coursing through his consciousness. Subsequently, he found himself unable to remain, disregarding the fact that he was next in line. Turning around to exit the office of the Grand Counselor. As he walked away, he crumpled the drafted petition from his sleeve into a ball. "Hey, young brother. Why are you leaving? It's almost your turn," exclaimed an official from the queue upon noticing Zhu Ping'an's departure. "I just remembered an urgent matter." Zhu Ping'an replied as he continued on his way. "Haha, you haven't forgotten your petition, have you? I recall my first petition. I too forgot to bring it along." The official laughed, expressing understanding. "You have a keen eye." Zhu Ping'an smiled back, striding away. Chapter 1036. Petition to the Western Garden. Upon returning to his office at the Prince Yu's residence, Zhu Ping'an shut the door and unceremoniously tossed the crumpled petition into the tea stove, setting it ablaze. This was not an act of abandoning his plea for Yang Jixing, but rather a strategy for crafting a more compelling petition. In the annals of the Three Kingdoms, the illustrious strategist Zhuge Liang once proclaimed, "A general who lacks knowledge of astronomy, geography, the intricacies of military formations, and the dynamics of yin and yang is but a mediocre talent." The same principle applies to the art of petitioning. It is indeed a skillful endeavor. A petitioner who is oblivious to celestial phenomena, ignorant of the geopolitical landscape, unaware of current events, and unacquainted with the prevailing circumstances is likewise a dullard. Behold the solar eclipse, such a rare and extraordinary celestial occurrence, if not harnessed within a petition, would signify a squandered opportunity of divine providence. Zhu Ping'an, neither a genius nor a fool, would not let this auspicious occasion pass him by. Thus, he cast aside the petition he had drafted the previous night and resolved to compose a new one, taking full advantage of the eclipse. What a splendid and timely event the eclipse is. With this celestial phenomenon, his chances of success were greatly enhanced. Zhu Ping'an swiftly arranged his writing materials and commenced drafting the petition anew. How to utilize the eclipse. Routine petitions for clemency? No. Zhu Ping'an would not follow the lead of the officials queuing at the Ministry of Justice today. While a routine appeal may serve as a valid angle, leveraging the eclipse to assert that it signifies the emperor's moral failings and misgovernance would merely invoke a call for rectification, demanding that both the emperor and his ministers enhance their virtues and amend their errors. This line of reasoning could extend to the case of Yang Jixing, suggesting that the death penalty imposed upon him was unjust and should be revoked. Such a strategy, invoking the eclipse to critique the court, has been a time-honored tactic among officials throughout history. However, Zhu Ping'an would not tread this path. He believed that to adopt such reasoning would not only fail to save his esteemed brother Yang, but would also serve as a harbinger of doom, hastening Yang's journey to the gallows. To argue for routine clemency would imply that the Jiajing emperor was in the wrong, echoing the very mistakes present in Yang's original petition. Moreover, to transition from a call for clemency to a critique of Yang Jixing's punishment would inadvertently validate the allegations against him. thereby implicating Yensong as guilty and deserving of execution, an assertion that would surely provoke a fierce backlash from Yan's faction. Such a petition would provoke the ire of the Jiajing emperor while simultaneously striking a nerve with Yan's party, rendering it counterproductive, if not outright lethal. Thus, this angle was untenable. Zhu Ping'an would not pursue this line of reasoning in his petition. Instead, he resolved to approach it from the perspective of exempting from routine clemency, positing that no such intervention was necessary, thereby suggesting that the governance was benevolent and that the Jiajing emperor ruled wisely. He believed that upon reading this, the emperor would undoubtedly be pleased. While it may seem somewhat sycophantic, if flattery could secure Yang's safety, what harm would there be in such an endeavor? As I recall, in another 5 years, during the 36th year of Jiajing, another solar eclipse would occur. My colleague from the Hanlin Academy, Yuan Wei, seemingly garnered favor with a similar petition for exemption from routine clemency, which delighted the emperor and likely led to his promotion. Hence, this method was assuredly effective. Moreover, the thought of Yuan Wei's petty grievances directed at him time and again prompted Zhu Ping'an to relish the idea of reaping the fruits of Yuan Wei's labor a few years earlier. Indeed, to tread the path of Yuan Wei would render him bereft of options. As for the possibility of being criticized either openly or covertly for flattering the emperor, Zhu Ping'an remained utterly indifferent. It was merely an eclipse, after all, whether one intervened or not, in the eyes of modern individuals. It would all be condemned as feudal superstition. A crow alighting on a pig is equally black. Who, then, can mock whom? Furthermore, it is worth noting that Yensong epitomizes the art of sycophancy. If one were to speak of a genuine stream of integrity, let them first address Yensong. Thus, from the perspective of writing a plea for exemption from rescue, Zhu Ping'an felt no psychological burden. He planned to compose the first part focusing on the plea for exemption, followed by a second part urging the Jiajing emperor to celebrate universally and grant amnesty to the realm. This would naturally lead to a mention of Yang Jixing, and he could amend the previously drafted memorial to fit this section. With a thought in mind, he set to work. While drafting the first section, he deftly retrieved the memorial Yuan Wei had penned 5 years hence to flatter the Jiajing emperor, distilling its essence while discarding the superfluous. It must be said that Yuan Wei was an unparalleled expert in the art of flattery. Standing upon the pedestal of Yuan Wei's sycophancy, one could indeed flatter with greater eloquence and resonance. Zhu Ping'an, a scholar in the service of the Duke of Yu, humbly presented, Your Majesty, by venerating heaven as a father, by honoring the sun as a brother, by diligently governing, and by cherishing the people, you have illuminated internal affairs, strengthened the nation, and enriched the populace, bestowing grace upon the world. Thus, the myriad shadows recede, and the myriad phenomena flourish. The sun shines brightly, dispelling the haze, and the eclipse halts for a fraction, the same as if it had not occurred at all. I am overwhelmed with joy. Zhu Ping'an's thoughts flowed like a gushing spring. His pen guided by divine inspiration, and with great swiftness, he completed the first part of the memorial. The fraction mentioned in the memorial does not refer to a modern minute. Rather, it denotes an ancient measurement of the differences in solar and lunar eclipses, a complex calculation not dissimilar in intricacy to modern equations, encompassing both fractions and seconds. The eclipse that transpired this morning, as meticulously calculated by the Imperial Astronomical Bureau, yielded a difference of 1 minute and 4 seconds. In order to achieve the requisite exemption level, Zhu Ping'an rounded this figure to 1 minute, thus attaining a state of non-eclipse and enabling the desired exemption from rescue. Upon completing the first part, Zhu Ping'an revised the content of the prior memorial, appending a transitional phrase advocating for universal celebration and amnesty. He swiftly concluded the second part. After finishing, he meticulously refined and polished the text, nodding in satisfaction. Next, he located a blank memorial on the shelf and transcribed his prepared plea onto it. Once the memorial was finalized, Zhu Ping'an cautiously tucked it into his sleeve, incinerating the draft on his desk into ashes. After arranging everything neatly, he closed the door to his chamber and hastily took a shortcut to the office of the Qingci. Upon arrival, he found a line of officials awaiting their turn to present the eclipse. It appeared that many officials were eager to report on the solar event today. Zhu Ping'an resignedly positioned himself at the end of the queue. Fortunately, the line consisted of only 5 or 6 individuals, moving briskly, and soon he found himself at the forefront. Registering and entering the Qingci, the officials today queued to submit their memorials regarding the solar eclipse. The officials responsible for receiving these memorials at the Qingci glanced over Zhu Ping'an's submission, noting that it too addressed the eclipse, and thus, without further scrutiny, they submitted it. Given the time-sensitive nature of the eclipse, the Qingci promptly forwarded such memorials to the Western Garden. Zhu Ping'an's memorial soon found its way there. Chapter 1037. A memorial that could stir waves. After submitting his memorial, Zhu Ping'an awaited news at the prince's residence. However, as he sat there, time passed without a hint of response. His memorial seemed to have sunk into oblivion, creating no ripple whatsoever. Unbeknownst to him, while he felt his submission had vanished without a trace, it was actually causing a tremendous uproar in the Western Garden. With the occurrence of the solar eclipse, Emperor Jiajing's interest was piqued. The officials at Wuyi Hall and those at the Qingci were equally attentive, expediting the processing of any memorials concerning the eclipse to ensure they reached the emperor's desk at the earliest opportunity. In fact, discussions among the officials at Wuyi Hall following the solar eclipse were quite fervent. The consensus leaned heavily towards the customary act of offering prayers for protection, with only a handful dissenting and some remaining silent. After an enthusiastic debate, the unified stance emerged to advocate for the customary protective rites in response to the eclipse. Following their discussions, officials such as Li Chunfeng promptly drafted a memorial to submit to Emperor Jiajing, advocating for the ritual, emphasizing the seriousness of the solar eclipse and the necessity for protective rites. As fate would have it, their memorial was among the first to reach the emperor's desk. Yet, upon receiving feedback from the palace attendants, the outlook was not particularly promising. Initially, the emperor had been keenly interested, flipping through the memorial, but after a cursory glance, he set it aside with a blank expression. This news left the assembly of officials disheartened. Yuan Wei, with a disdainful glance at the others, chuckled and shook his head. A bunch of fools. Do you truly believe that your memorial would earn the emperor's praise? Wake up, stop dreaming. Such was the nature of Yuan Wei, who held a sense of superiority and was akin to a titan in the literary realm. In the presence of colleagues and juniors of similar rank, he often launched scathing critiques against their literary works, unreservedly expressing his derision and sarcasm. Unsurprisingly, his behavior provoked discontent among the officials, who cast him sideways glances. Had it not been for the decorum of the Western Garden and Yuan Wei's favored status with Emperor Jiajing, their scornful words might well have drowned him. What do you mean by that? The mild-mannered Li Chunfeng could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Brother Zisher, I am merely pointing out your folly. Today's eclipse, lasting only a brief moment, is no different than a non-eclipse. There is no need for protective rites. On the contrary, this is a divine favor. Heaven has bestowed its grace upon our great Ming dynasty, ensuring a prosperous and peaceful era. Thus only a partial eclipse is observed. In light of this situation, it is fitting for His Majesty to extend his congratulations. And how could one possibly suggest the need for rituals of salvation? Yuan Wei raised his gaze towards Li Chunfeng, offering a slight smile before embarking on a discourse. Upon concluding his speech, he handed the memorial in his possession to a nearby eunuch for presentation to the Jiajing emperor. You are the one who is mistaken. An eclipse is no trivial matter, but rather a celestial phenomenon, a warning from heaven. It necessitates rituals of salvation, self-reflection, moral cultivation, and rectification of governance. Failing to do so may invite calamity upon us. A certain Lu, an impassioned court official, vehemently countered Yuan Wei, his beard quivering in agitation. Lord Lu speaks the truth. Many officials echoed his sentiments, affirming Lu's perspective. With a derisive chuckle, Yuan Wei regarded them with a sidelong glance, his eyes brimming with disdain. Let us observe your insights. One official huffed in displeasure. Swiftly, he snatched the memorial from the eunuch's hands, opening it to read aloud its contents to the assembly. I, Yuan Wei, humble scholar of the Hanlin Academy, respectfully submit. Today's eclipse, being only a partial one, is akin to no eclipse at all. This signifies heaven's favor towards our Ming dynasty, a testament to His Majesty's reverence for the divine, moral cultivation, and benevolent governance. We are profoundly moved, and thus present our congratulations. How absurd! Such sycophancy and insincerity. The assembled officials murmured their disdain, branding Yuan Wei a flatterer and a toady. Absurd? You are the ones who are ridiculous. His Majesty has devoted decades to revering heaven and cultivating virtue, which has granted us this era of peace. And for a mere partial eclipse, you suggest the need for rituals of salvation? What place does that leave our sovereign? Yuan Wei retorted with a cold smirk, reclaiming the memorial from the official's grasp and casting a challenging glance around the room, exuding confidence in his submission. Afterward, he disregarded the assembly, once more handing the memorial to the eunuch and urging him to present it to the Jiajing emperor. The eunuch, familiar with Yuan Wei's propensity for pleasing the emperor, evidenced by his previous offering of the auspicious couplet regarding the mystical turtle, hastened away to deliver the memorial. Once the eunuch departed, Yuan Wei seated himself, casting another glance at the assembly, his gaze provocative, as he awaited the outcome of his submission with unwavering confidence. The others, unwilling to concede, remained in the hall, anticipating a spectacle at Yuan Wei's expense. After a brief interval, the eunuch returned, bearing the news that all had eagerly awaited. His Majesty has attentively reviewed Lord Yuan's memorial, he announced, and then the officials clamored, eager for further details. The emperor examined it thoroughly and nodded in satisfaction. The eunuch replied after a moment of contemplation. Upon hearing this, the officials who had awaited Yuan Wei's downfall fell silent, their expressions betraying their discomfiture. Rendered speechless by the unexpected turn of events, Yuan Wei, this fellow, has once again discerned the will of the Almighty. When it comes to interpreting the divine intent, one must concede that Yuan Wei is undoubtedly a paragon among the crowd. He chuckled, surveying the assembly with the demeanor of a victor, provoking envy among the ministers present. To grasp the divine will is indeed impressive, yet it merely reveals his sycophantic nature, devoid of any integrity. What audacity! The ministers could not help but privately grumble. However, some who had yet to submit their memorials discreetly crumpled their drafts and began to rewrite them from Yuan Wei's perspective. The triumphant Yuan Wei rose, akin to a hen that has just laid an egg, proudly surveying the circle of the vanquished, preparing to exit the hall and return to his quarters to relish the sweetness of victory. Just as he turned to leave, a commotion erupted behind him. The emperor has smiled. The emperor is immensely pleased. The emperor has begun his meal. An inner servant entered the hall, bearing the latest news. At the sound of this announcement, Yuan Wei's footsteps halted abruptly, and he turned, his face alight with joy and excitement as he looked toward the newly arrived servant. His gaze so fervent that it caused the servant to instinctively tighten his legs. The news brought by the servant was indeed staggering. The emperor has smiled, and his countenance radiates delight, even before reaching the dining hall. Upon hearing this latest tidbit, Yuan Wei felt as though he had just won the top honor in the imperial examination, his spirit soaring. I told you, the emperor surely noticed my memorial. How could he simply nod? You all witnessed it. This is the true prowess of Yuan Wei. His head involuntarily tilted upward, gazing at the ceiling at a 45-degree angle. He cast a disdainful glance around at the other ministers, reveling in his superiority. As for the ministers nearby, upon hearing the latest news from the servant, they were left in stunned silence, gathering together like a flock of bewildered chickens. Though they were reluctant to accept it and felt a pang of jealousy, they could not deny that Yuan Wei's brilliance had indeed soared to great heights at that moment. Ahem, esteemed servant, did the emperor truly smile? Yuan Wei coughed lightly, striving to control the slight twitching of his excited features, and gently inquired of the servant. Indeed, the emperor smiled for the first time today. Though I was at a distance, it was clear to see, the servant replied. If even from afar the smile was so evident, it must have been a most satisfying sight for the emperor. The thought crossed the minds of all present. The emperor is exceedingly pleased? Upon hearing the servant's affirmative response, Yuan Wei could no longer restrain the upward curve of his lips. Yes, the meal has been announced. The servant nodded vigorously. At this point, Yuan Wei's smile was utterly uncontrollable, a perfect arc that made him feel as if he were about to float away. Congratulations, Lord Yuan. You are truly like a worm nestled in the emperor's belly. Congratulations, Lord Yuan. May you soar to greatness in the future. Do not forget our camaraderie in the Hall of Wuyi. Congratulations, congratulations. The situation is compelling, and the ministers, though reluctant and resentful, extend their congratulations to Yuan Wei. Haha, not at all. I merely pondered a bit more deeply, Yuan Wei replied with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. A rare moment of humility that ironically came across as even more arrogant. Do you still remember our camaraderie at the Wuyi Hall? Haha, who are you? Are we acquainted? Now you wish to curry favor with me? It is too late. Just moments ago, you were disparaging me. Yuan Wei smiled outwardly while mentally tallying scores, preparing to repay each slight once he was promoted. Observing the interaction between Yuan Wei and the ministers, the eunuch nearby wore a look of discomfort, hesitating several times to speak, yet the fervor of Yuan Wei's exchanges left him without an opportunity to interject. Eventually, someone noticed the eunuch's distressed expression and couldn't help but inquire, "Esteemed eunuch, what troubles you?" This question instantly diverted the attention of Yuan Wei and the ministers to the eunuch. His expression of discomfort did not escape their notice. "Esteemed eunuch, what is the matter with you?" the ministers asked, unable to contain their curiosity. Yuan Wei also turned his gaze, inquiring gently, "Do you have something to add?" In that moment, the eunuch became the focal point of Wuyi Hall, further deepening his discomfort. "Ahem, he stammered, glancing at Yuan Wei and the ministers. Slowly shaking his head, His Majesty did not smile and issue a decree due to Lord Yuan's memorial. What? Yuan Wei felt as though he had been struck by a sudden blow, his previously vibrant smile instantly transforming to a pallid hue. His Majesty's delight is not because of my memorial. Surely you jest. How could that be? Yuan Wei could hardly believe his ears, struggling to accept this truth. Standing frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide with shock as he searched the eunuch's face for signs of jest. But to his dismay, he found only sympathy, discomfort, and embarrassment, not a hint of jest. This was indeed the truth. His Majesty's smile, his delight, his decree to provide a feast was not in response to my memorial. Yuan Wei reluctantly accepted this reality, feeling as though he had been doused in cold water from head to toe, chilled to the core. The surrounding ministers, upon hearing the eunuch's words, were initially taken aback before breaking into smiles. Haha, it is not because of Yuan Wei, not due to Yuan Wei's memorial. His Majesty is indeed wise. His Majesty discerns right from wrong, not fooled by Yuan Wei's flattery. An eclipse necessitates customary measures. The minister's previously withered hopes began to flourish anew. If not Yuan Wei, then who among us could it be? The officials exchanged glances, sensing that the one who had brought joy to the emperor, eliciting his delight even before mealtime, was among them. Perhaps it could very well be my memorial. At that moment, the overlooked eunuch spoke up, revealing the answer. It was the memorial from Lord Zhu. Lord Zhu? Is it you? Upon hearing this, Yuan Wei and the other officials instinctively turned their gazes toward a gray-haired official in their midst. The elder official's breath quickened, disbelief washing over him. Happiness had arrived so unexpectedly. Coughing lightly, the eunuch clarified, not the elder Lord Zhu, but the younger Lord Zhu Ping'an. It seemed that, at some point, the eunuchs in the Western Garden had gradually begun to refer to Zhu Ping'an simply as young Lord Zhu. Whenever the name was mentioned, the eunuchs knew it pertained to him. Within the inner circle of the Western Garden, young Lord Zhu had almost become synonymous with Zhu Ping'an. Zhu Ping'an. Again, it was Zhu Ping'an. Upon hearing his name, Yuan Wei felt veins throb upon his forehead, and a pang of frustration gripped his heart. Zhu Ping'an, you harbinger of misfortune. Whenever your name is mentioned, disaster surely follows. You steal my thunder. You seize my opportunities, Zhu Ping'an. I shall not rest until I see you vanquished. Yuan Wei's chest felt as though it might burst from the fury and resentment boiling within him. What? Zhu Ping'an. The other officials, too, were not faring much better than Yuan Wei. They felt as though a sudden challenger had emerged. Just when they had nurtured a glimmer of hope, it was snuffed out once more. What could Zhu Ping'an have penned in his memorial that had captured the emperor's favor, surpassing Lord Yuan? The officials gathered their scattered emotions and began to press the eunuch for details. Their curiosity piqued by what Zhu Ping'an had written that had so thoroughly impressed the emperor. Feel free to inquire, but why must you drag me into this? Do you wish to humiliate me further, bringing me out to be chastised? Yuan Wei's expression shifted between shades of green and red as he clenched his fists upon hearing his name mentioned by the officials. However, Yuan Wei refrained from lashing out, as he felt embarrassed and reluctant to speak. Moreover, he was incredibly curious about Zhu Ping'an's memorial. A stubborn determination brewed within him. He refused to believe that Zhu Ping'an's memorial could surpass his own. The eunuch at the center of attention seemed to have anticipated this reaction. Calmly, he produced a crumpled piece of paper from his sleeve, unfolding it as he addressed the officials. Due to the urgency of the matter, I could only transcribe the first half of young Lord Zhu's memorial before my shift change. Clearing his throat, the eunuch prepared to read it aloud. Suddenly, a hand reached out, snatching the paper away. It was the same official who had previously interrupted Yuan Wei. The diligent official was a person of great impatience. his curiosity akin to that of a cat, unable to withstand even a moment's delay. He could hardly wait for the eunuch to clear his throat and read out the announcement, so he snatched the paper eagerly, yearning to glimpse its contents. Once in possession of the document, he bent his head down with uncontainable eagerness to behold the words. Upon reading, he was instantly electrified, a sensation akin to goosebumps enveloping him. It is better to share joy than to relish it alone, he thought, rather than allowing Lord Zhao to bask in solitary admiration. He felt compelled to read it aloud for all to hear. The excitement radiating from him provoked the curiosity of the other officials nearby, who, unable to restrain themselves, seized the paper from the first official's hands. This official was resolute. Without clearing his throat, he began to recite the contents of the paper. The Minister of Education, Zhu Ping'an, respectfully reports, Your Majesty serves the heavens as a father, the sun as a brother, diligently governs, and lovingly shepherds the people. The internal administration is enlightened. The nation is strong, and the populace prosperous, bestowing grace upon the world. Thus, the myriad shadows retreat, and all things shine brilliantly. The sun is crystal clear. The atmosphere radiant. One's sustenance is limited, yet it is the same as not consuming at all. I am overwhelmed with joy. Upon hearing the second official's recitation, the other officials in the Wuyi Hall felt the same electrifying excitement as the first, their skin prickling with goosebumps, their throats tightening. As for Yuan Wei, upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's dispatch, he stood utterly dumbfounded, as if turned to stone, his mouth agape in astonishment. Zhu Ping'an was both infuriating and admirable. Curiously, despite harboring 1,000 grievances against him, Yuan Wei could not help but acknowledge the brilliance of Zhu Ping'an's writing. It resonated deeply within him, articulating sentiments he had struggled to express himself. During his own attempts to draft a report, he had felt an elusive inspiration guiding him, yet the words always eluded him. Now, upon reading Zhu Ping'an's dispatch, he realized it encapsulated precisely what he had yearned to convey. The very essence of his unexpressed thoughts had been so masterfully articulated by Zhu Ping'an. Did this not imply that Zhu Ping'an surpassed him in skill? This realization was intolerable for the fiercely competitive Yuan Wei, leaving him feeling as though he had been humiliated 100 times over. While Yuan Wei grappled with this bitter truth, the other officials in Wuyi Hall accepted it with relative ease. Your Majesty serves the heavens as a father. The sun as a brother, diligently governs, and lovingly shepherds the people. Thus, the myriad shadows retreat, and all things shine brilliantly. They marveled at Zhu Ping'an's flattery, which was nothing short of sublime. Comparatively, Yuan Wei's previous dispatch, which he had deemed insightful and flattering, now paled in significance beside Zhu Ping'an's masterful composition. Yuan Wei's flattery was overly simplistic and mundane, whereas Zhu Ping'an's was truly exceptional. This exemplifies the difference between quantitative and qualitative changes, rendering any comparison futile. Consequently, while the emperor merely nodded at Yuan Wei's memorial, he was genuinely delighted upon reviewing Zhu Ping'an's. Although the courtiers accepted this reality, they could not help but feel a sense of disappointment and cynicism. What kind of world is this where sycophancy can earn royal favor, even leading to promotions and wealth? Wait, Zhu Ping'an's memorial brought such joy to the emperor. What reward did he receive? Did he receive a promotion or financial gain? Oh, right. Since Zhu Ping'an's memorial pleased the emperor so greatly, what exactly was his reward? The intrigued courtiers inquired. Yuan Wei also perked up, eager to discover what accolade this scoundrel Zhu Ping'an had usurped from him, intending to settle the score tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold in due time. Upon hearing the courtiers' questions, the inner servant displayed a rather constipated expression. What could this mean? Was the emperor's reward unexpected or extraordinary, perhaps a 3-level promotion? Did he really advance 3 ranks? Some courtiers gasped in astonishment. The inner servant shook his head. Was it a 2-level promotion? The courtiers asked. Again, the inner servant shook his head. Could it be just a single level? This seemed impossible. The courtiers questioned further, but upon finishing, they negated their own inquiries. Realizing that if it were merely a single promotion, the inner servant would not have exhibited such a peculiar expression. Before the inner servant could respond, the courtiers, in a flurry of speculation, wondered if it was a reward of 100 taels of gold. The inner servant decisively shook his head. 1,000 taels of gold? The courtiers gasped. This was becoming increasingly absurd, and the inner servant again shook his head firmly. Could it be a marriage proposal? Was the emperor intending to make him a son-in-law? With the emperor having a marriageable princess, The courtiers' imaginations ran wild, and they incredulously asked, their eyes turning envious. Do you wish to become a son-in-law? How old are you? Stop dreaming. Moreover, Lord Zhu is already married. Do you want the princess to be a concubine to Lord Zhu? This was utterly ridiculous. The inner servant could no longer tolerate the absurdity and shook his head vehemently, cutting off the courtiers' conjectures. Before they could speak again, he directly announced the emperor's reward. The emperor has granted Lord Zhu 20 strokes of the cane. What? 20 strokes of the cane? The courtiers were left bewildered, mouths agape, exchanging glances like a group of bewildered children. This twist was too sudden for them to comprehend. The emperor, in a state of delight, had bestowed 20 strokes of the cane? This was a perverse form of affection. Please remember the original domain of this book. The mobile reading website, Chapter 1040, double standards. If the emperor was so pleased, why then did he punish Zhu Ping'an with 20 strokes? It made no sense. The courtiers were in disbelief, unable to trust their ears. Among a group of bewildered officials, there stood one who shone like a flower amidst a flock of crows. Captivating the gaze of all, Yuan Wei. Although Yuan Wei was perplexed as to why the emperor, in a moment of great delight, would bestow upon Zhu Ping'an 20 strokes of the cane, such details were trivial. The mere fact that Zhu Ping'an was to be punished was sufficient. This was indeed a testament to Yuan Wei's effort to restrain his emotions. Were it not for the public scrutiny, his elation would have transcended mere smiles. Applause and cheers would scarcely encapsulate his exuberance. The emperor is wise. The emperor strikes brilliantly. If those 20 strokes could rid us of the scourge that is Zhu Ping'an, it would truly be a service to the people. In that moment, Yuan Wei's heart soared with joy. One of the officials, bewildered, posed a question that echoed the thoughts of many. Are you jesting with us? The emperor was pleased with Zhu Ping'an's memorial, so why grant him 20 strokes? An inner servant clarified, the emperor's delight stemmed from the first half of Zhu Ping'an's memorial, the portion just read. The 20 strokes were awarded for the latter half. But what of the latter half? Murmurs of confusion rippled through the crowd. Has he faltered in his writing? Or perhaps offended the emperor? The officials were thrown into disarray. Could it be that Zhu Ping'an's latter half was poorly composed? Surely, even if it were, the emperor would not resort to such punishment. Did he pen something disrespectful? It seemed unlikely, as his earlier flattery had reached its zenith. He could not have erred in offending the emperor. Thus, the mystery deepened. Yuan Wei smirked, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Without the skill, one should not attempt to undertake such tasks. He lacks the talent, yet seeks to stand out. And now he has fallen. His demeanor radiated the confidence of a victor, unreservedly ridiculing Zhu Ping'an's inadequate literary prowess, which had led him to this misfortune. I told you. In matters of writing, how could Zhu Ping'an ever rival Yuan Wei? This punishment serves as undeniable proof. Yet, an inner servant interjected. It was not that Zhu Ping'an faltered or disrespected the emperor. Rather what? The officials pressed eagerly. Rather, Zhu Ping'an, in the latter half, pleaded for Yang Jixing. He argued that one who refrains from eating is akin to one who does not, and when the nation rejoices, a general amnesty should be granted. Seizing the opportunity, he advocated for Yang Jixing. The emperor had issued a decree forbidding such pleas on Yang Jixing's behalf, with strict punishment for violators. Aware of this, Zhu Ping'an still chose to petition for him, and the emperor, true to his word, enacted the punishment of 20 strokes. The inner servant elucidated, leaving the officials aghast. So it was for Zhu Ping'an's plea on behalf of Yang Jixing. The crowd suddenly came to a realization. Just as His Majesty issued the decree forbidding any pleas for Yang Jixing, with severe consequences for violators, Zhu Ping'an audaciously defied this command by advocating for Yang in his memorial. It is no wonder that His Majesty chose to punish Zhu Ping'an with 20 strokes of the cane. Upon understanding the background, many officials could not help but regard Zhu Ping'an with newfound respect. In truth, they were privy to more details regarding Yang Jixing's case than others and had a deeper understanding of him, fostering a sense of sympathy towards Yang. However, due to Yin Song's influence, they dared not express their sentiments. After the emperor's decree prohibiting any pleas on Yang's behalf, their reluctance only intensified. Despite their inability to advocate for Yang, their admiration for him and those who dared to speak up remained unwavering. Earlier that morning, 3 officials had made pleas for Yang Jixing, earning their silent support and admiration. They wished for more courageous officials to join their ranks, believing that such acts could save Yang. Unfortunately, The emperor's decree against pleas for Yang Jixing rendered the situation bleak. Under Yensong's sway, few dared to submit memorials on Yang's behalf. Following the emperor's punishment of the 3 officials who had spoken out, the court fell into a hushed silence, with no further pleas daring to emerge. Yet unexpectedly, a new memorial advocating for Yang Jixing appeared. Zhu Ping'an, fully aware of the emperor's decree, still fearlessly submitted his appeal on Yang's behalf. Such courage, such spirit, and such integrity were truly remarkable. One can imagine that Zhu Ping'an's references to the eclipse as a reason for clemency and his extravagant flattery were sacrifices of his own principles, bearing humiliation for the greater good. In that moment, Zhu Ping'an was not alone. He embodied the spirits of historical figures like Gojian, Han Xian, and Bao Zheng. Instantaneously, Zhu Ping'an's image shone brightly in the hearts of the officials, radiating with brilliance. It must be said that Zhu Ping'an possessed remarkable fortitude. Who would have thought he harbored such ironclad resolve, bearing humiliation and aspiring towards the light? Whenever Zhu Ping'an's name was mentioned, admiration gleamed in the eyes of the officials, illuminating their faces with a dazzling glow that even made Yuan Wei's eyes ache. Are you all mad? Yuan Wei fumed. You are hypocrites. I merely remarked that this is a sign of divine favor towards our Ming dynasty, and you all heap praise upon me like sycophants. Yet Zhu Ping'an, in his memorial, flatters his majesty to the heavens, and you revere him? Do you believe he is courageous and steadfast? Ironclad resolve indeed. Are you blind or deaf? Can't you see him groveling for favor? Your double standards are utterly excessive. In that moment, Yuan Wei radiated an overwhelming aura of resentment, seething with rage, his eyes blazing with fury. Furthermore, he was deeply dissatisfied with the punishment meted out to Zhu Ping'an for advocating for Yang Jixing. The emperor did decree that violators would face severe punishment. Prior to the issuance of this decree, 3 officials interceded on behalf of Yang Jixing. Yet they were merely first-time offenders, and the emperor commanded 30 strokes of the cane upon them. With such a prohibition against intercession already declared, how can one claim that violators would be strictly punished? Zhu Ping'an, fully aware of the decree, committed his transgression nonetheless. Not only did he contravene the emperor's edict, but he also pleaded for the traitor Yang, which constitutes an even graver offense. He should be punished for both crimes, subjected to the utmost severity. Yet, how is it that Zhu Ping'an received only 20 strokes? This hardly qualifies as strict punishment, but rather a mitigated sentence. Has even the emperor succumbed to double standards? Zhu Ping'an felt an unsettling aura in the capital beneath the feet of the emperor. Just moments ago, he was lamenting the futility of his petition, and suddenly, a eunuch from the Western Garden appeared before him, led by none other than his old acquaintance, Feng Bao. Ah, Master Zhu, we meet again. Feng Bao greeted him with a smile and a respectful bow. It had been a few days since they last saw each other, and Feng Bao appeared more radiant than ever. Zhu Ping'an returned the gesture, his peripheral vision catching sight of the bright yellow imperial edict held by 2 young eunuchs behind Feng Bao. His heart raced with anticipation and anxiety. Although Zhu Ping'an was somewhat confident in his petition, the unpredictability of the Jiajing emperor left him apprehensive. The fate of brother Yang weighed heavily on his mind, rendering it impossible to remain calm. Ah, it is all thanks to Master Zhu's brilliant stratagem that I have enjoyed a few days of comfort in the palace, Feng Bao remarked, subtly expressing gratitude for Zhu Ping'an's guidance on the system of selecting consorts. Since its implementation, Feng Bao's life had improved remarkably. Your Excellency is too kind. I merely offered an immature idea, and the results are solely your own merit, Zhu Ping'an modestly replied, shaking his head in humility. Regardless of your thoughts, Master Zhu, I shall forever remember this, even unto death, Feng Bao stated earnestly, each word resonating with sincerity. Zhu Ping'an felt a twinge of embarrassment at Feng Bao's seriousness. At that time, I merely approached it with an investment mindset. Master, it is nearly noon. A young eunuch behind Feng Bao quietly reminded him. Oh, I almost forgot the matter at hand. I presume Master Zhu has guessed my purpose for visiting? I bring both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? Feng Bao, now focused, transitioned to the official business. Upon hearing Feng Bao mention good news, Zhu Ping'an felt a wave of relief wash over him, considering the circumstances of his petition. The good news was most likely related to brother Yang's fate. Perhaps Yang's life had been spared. Zhu Ping'an's heart surged with excitement. While he dismissed concerns about the bad news, how much worse could it possibly be? Of course, I would like to hear the good news first. Zhu Ping'an replied without hesitation. The good news is that after His Majesty reviewed your memorial, Lord Zhu, he instructed the cabinet to draft an edict granting a general amnesty. The imperial decree is to be issued today, except for those guilty of heinous crimes and officials guilty of corruption and injustice. All others will be pardoned according to the severity of their offenses. Those who deserve a lesser punishment may be spared from execution. Yang Jixing, whom you interceded for in your memorial, is included among those granted clemency. Feng Bao smiled faintly, conveying this uplifting news to Zhu Ping'an. Yang Xixiang's life is preserved. The chance to see Yang Jixing in history again is indeed fortunate. Although Zhu Ping'an had his suspicions, hearing Feng Bao's conclusion filled him with uncontainable joy and excitement. Exclaiming repeatedly, His Majesty is wise. His Majesty is wise. Ahem, Lord Zhu, having delivered the good news, it is now time for the bad news. You must brace yourself psychologically, Feng Bao said, clearing his throat after Zhu Ping'an's exuberance subsided. Please proceed, Master Feng. Zhu Ping'an nodded. Having prepared himself mentally during the drafting of the memorial, the decree arrived, and Zhu Ping'an accepted it. Feng Bao turned and retrieved the edict from the tray held by the young eunuch behind him, adopting an exceedingly solemn demeanor. I, Zhu Ping'an, humbly accept the decree. Zhu Ping'an followed the protocol, kneeling and bowing deeply to receive the edict, for he had no choice but to adhere to the customs of a feudal society. By the mandate of heaven, the emperor proclaims, Zhu Ping'an, as a scholarly prince of the Yuan residence, neglects his duty to enlighten as a prince and sets a poor example, disregarding the imperial edict and knowingly committing an offense, shall receive 20 strokes of the cane as a warning to others. Thus decreed. Feng Bao read the edict with measured inflection. Zhu Ping'an listened intently, but was taken aback upon hearing the punishment. 20 strokes. Was it merely 20 strokes? I recall that the 3 officials who interceded for Yang Xixiang received 30 strokes. Did they not? Did the imperial edict not state that violators would be severely punished? How could my plea, made after the edict was issued, result in a lesser punishment than 30 strokes? Was the reading complete? Just 20 strokes, with no demotion? Zhu Ping'an, bewildered, raised his gaze toward Feng Bao, his face a mask of confusion. The decree has been fully proclaimed. Lord Zhu, please acknowledge it. Feng Bao closed the edict, looking down to remind Zhu Ping'an. Oh, I, Zhu Ping'an, humbly accept the decree. Long live the emperor. After Feng Bao's prompt, Zhu Ping'an finally realized the proclamation had indeed concluded, hastily bowing to accept it. Master Zhu, I truly am at a loss for words regarding your situation. Feng Bao, having completed the official business, spoke more casually. The emperor had issued a decree forbidding intercession for Yang Jixing, yet you still knowingly defied it. Had you not pleaded for Yang Jixing in your memorial, you would have flourished by now. You cannot imagine how pleased His Majesty was upon first reading your memorial, his countenance radiant with joy. However, upon reaching the latter part where you advocated for Yang Jixing, he nearly threw the memorial to the ground in anger. Yet, despite this, His Majesty only decreed 20 strokes for you, Lord Zhu. Although His Majesty did not explicitly state it, it is evident to those observing that he holds a deep appreciation for talent. Ping'an has indeed disappointed His Majesty's graciousness. However, Yang Jixing is my senior brother. And during my journey to the capital for the imperial examination, Yang Jixing extended kindness towards me. Now that he finds himself in distress, how could I possibly remain indifferent? Zhu Ping'an shook his head. Gratitude and the desire to repay kindness. Upon hearing Zhu Ping'an's words, Feng Bao's gaze towards him was imbued with an added respect. Rest assured, young Master Zhu, I have already made arrangements. This time, the disciplinary caning will be administered gently. Nevertheless, it is still a disciplinary caning. Even if it is light, 20 strokes will still be quite sufficient for young Master Zhu to endure. You must be prepared. Feng Bao leaned closer and whispered into Zhu Ping'an's ear. The term to strike is an internal reference, a command that implies a lighter form of disciplinary action. In essence, it conveys the notion of merely a symbolic gesture, not to be taken seriously, as the strokes will be administered with care. However, as Feng Bao rightly pointed out, a disciplinary caning is still a disciplinary caning. Even this gentler approach can be quite arduous. Thank you, Master Feng. Zhu Ping'an expressed his heartfelt gratitude. There is no need for such formality, young Master Zhu, Feng Bao replied, patting Zhu Ping'an on the shoulder. A silent understanding passing between them. Chapter 1042, The Spectacle of Disciplinary Caning. The sky was clear and the air pristine, a stark contrast to the present-day concerns of pollution. Zhu Ping'an, along with Feng Bao and the entourage of palace guards, leisurely made their way to the Meridian Gate to face the disciplinary caning. However, the atmosphere resembled more of a spring outing than a punitive procession. Zhu Ping'an bore no shackles or restraints, and the palace guards treated him with utmost courtesy, devoid of any semblance of being escorted for punishment. As they approached the Meridian Gate, Zhu Ping'an paused, feigning a demeanor of submission and smiling at Feng Bao. As one being led to face disciplinary caning, one cannot simply stroll to the gate. The crowd at the Meridian Gate is vast, and should a malicious observer take note and report it, it would create complications for Feng Bao, given that Feng Bao had already shown him favor by allowing him to ride in a sedan chair. Zhu Ping'an felt he should not cause any embarrassment for Feng Bao. Let us proceed a bit further, Feng Bao suggested. Perhaps not. The crowd is quite dense at the Meridian Gate, and we are already very close, Zhu Ping'an replied, shaking his head. Very well then, young Master Zhu. Please forgive my imposition, Feng Bao said, raising his hands in a gesture of apology, recognizing their proximity to the gate. Ha, you are too kind, Master Feng. You have already shown me ample favor throughout this journey, Zhu Ping'an responded with a smile and a respectful gesture. Please instruct them to be gentle. Feng Bao cautioned the palace guards and guards behind them. Subsequently, 2 palace attendants approached to remove Zhu Ping'an's official robe, leaving him clad only in a white silk garment. The guards then skillfully bound Zhu Ping'an's hands behind his back. According to the laws of the Ming dynasty, any official who incurred the emperor's wrath and faced disciplinary caning would be stripped of their official attire and have their hands bound for the journey to the Meridian Gate. In proximity to the Meridian Gate, scarcely 100 meters away, after having his hands bound, Zhu Ping'an and his companions swiftly arrived at the gate. The area was bustling with a multitude of onlookers, including several officials already present to witness the unfolding spectacle. Upon his arrival, Zhu Ping'an immediately spotted Yuan Wei, who was jostling at the forefront. Surely, this fellow had come merely to revel in the commotion. The expression of schadenfreude on Yuan Wei's face was unmistakable as he beheld Zhu Ping'an's predicament. Ah, and who is that beside Yuan Wei, grinning even more exuberantly? Zhu Ping'an squinted, only to realize it was Ouyang Zishu, a man remarkably well-informed. Oh, and there was also Luo Wenlong, a formidable figure. When did these 3 become such a cadre? Yet, not all present were reveling in delight. There were many gazes filled with admiration and respect. From the crowd, Zhou, Zhang Siwei, and Wang Shizhen called out anxiously, their faces etched with concern as they regarded Zhu Ping'an from a distance. Zhang Siwei clutched a bottle of medicinal wine and healing ointment, while Wang Shizhen tenderly held a porcelain vial, the contents of which remained a mystery. Do not worry. It is merely 20 strokes of the cane. Zhu Ping'an smiled reassuringly at them. You can still smile? We are nearly beside ourselves with worry. This is a viper's gallbladder I procured through connections. You must swallow it with the wine. It will alleviate the pain during the caning and also aid in the healing of your wounds, Wang Shizhen exclaimed, hastening toward Zhu Ping'an, determined to pour the contents into his mouth. What? A gallbladder? Zhu Ping'an shuddered in fright, instinctively recoiling. He had never anticipated finding himself in such a situation. Surely, the gallbladder could not be raw. Do you possess no common sense? A gallbladder should not be consumed raw. It is highly toxic, and the venom resides within it. Furthermore, it harbors numerous parasites, making it perilous to ingest uncooked. What is the matter, Zio? Wang Shizhen implored anxiously, as the genie Wei urged them to vacate the area to avoid interfering with the execution, creating a pressing urgency. Is it raw? Zhu Ping'an inquired, contemplating that if it were cooked, he might not object to its consumption. Wang Shizhen nodded. It is fresh, still warm. It was just harvested. Cough, cough. Well, Wang Shizhen, I believe I shall forego the gallbladder. Upon hearing it was fresh and raw, Zhu Ping'an resolutely declined, for while the gallbladder may be precious, life holds far greater value. Zhu Ping'an's refusal to consume the gallbladder was interpreted by the onlooking officials as an act of bravery, suggesting that he possessed sufficient courage and thus required no such remedy. Instantly, their perception of him elevated. Zhu Ping'an, a true man. He was indeed a spirited young man. Many in the crowd admired him, astonished that this seemingly delicate scholar, appearing incapable of harming even a fly, displayed such valor and fortitude. Truly, one must not judge a book by its cover. However, all of this was unbeknownst to Zhu Ping'an, who was entirely unprepared for the unfolding events. Zihu, at this juncture, why must you feign strength? Wang Shizhen, both exasperated and helpless, was soon escorted away by the genie Wei, maintaining order, leaving Zhu Ping'an behind. I assure you, I am not pretending to be strong. Zhu Ping'an replied, equally perplexed. Amidst the throng, a familiar, delicate call resonated. Zhu Ping'an raised his gaze to see Li Shu, the maid Baozi, and the spirited Qiner, donned in male attire, hastening toward him, accompanied by Lu Dadao, Lu Mu, and Lu Dachui. Among them was Wang Shaoer, the very individual who had rescued him from peril. However, they were halted by the genie Wei, who were maintaining order 5 meters away. Indeed, their masquerade was evident at first glance. It made one wonder how such scenarios were portrayed in dramas. What brings you all here? Zhu Ping'an inquired. Observing the delicate features and rosy lips of Li Shu and her companions, a smile of helplessness creeping onto his face. Deep down, Zhu Ping'an was reluctant for Li Shu and the others to witness his impending punishment, fearing it would distress them. You ruffians, why do you obstruct us? Can't you see my lady? He is my young master, come to see Lord Zhu. Our young master is the little lord of the Linghuai Marquisate. You ought to step aside at once. The maid Baozi, in her male disguise, puffed her cheeks and glared at the obstructing genie Wei, resembling an irate hamster. As she mentioned her lady, Qiner beside her pinched her, prompting Baozi to realize their situation and swiftly adjust her words to refer to the young master instead. By imperial decree, I apologize. The genie Wei, having discerned their disguise, maintained a respectful distance while barring their passage. You possess quite the audacity. We have paid our dues. Baozi, indignant, nearly blurted out the matter of their payment. Foolish girl, such matters should not be spoken of publicly. Li Shu chided Baozi with a glance, then shot a fierce look at the obstructing genie Wei. From her sleeve, she produced a jade box. Opening it to extract a piece of ginseng and discreetly handing it to Wang Shaoer with a whispered instruction. Wang Shaoer received the ginseng and nodded. Then called out to Zhu Ping'an, young master, open your mouth. Huh. Zhu Ping'an was taken aback. Why must I open my mouth? Seizing the moment while Zhu Ping'an was bewildered, Wang Shaoer deftly flicked the ginseng into Zhu Ping'an's mouth with precision, as if he were feeding himself. The moment the ginseng hit his palate, Zhu Ping'an instantly recognized it. Ah, ginseng, indeed a welcome offering. Remember this book's original domain. Chapter 1043. Ouyang Zishi's underhanded maneuver. The woman, the main gate of the Forbidden City, is situated along the north-south axis, basking in sunlight at the center. Aptly named for its midday position, the city walls to the east, west, and north converge, encircling a square plaza, resembling 3 mighty dragons entwined, exuding grandeur and majesty. Here in the square before the woman, Zhu Ping'an's inaugural journey of punishment was about to commence. Just before the proceedings began, Ouyang Zishi took action. Cough, cough, esteemed Baihu. A trivial token, a small gift of respect. In an inconspicuous corner of the plaza, Ouyang Zishi, concealed behind Luo Longwan and others, summoned Zhang Baihu, the chief executioner among the genie Wei, and pressed a 100-tael silver note into his palm. Zhang Baihu gazed at Ouyang Zishi in a state of astonishment. Although Ouyang Zishi was unfamiliar with him, Zhang Baihu was well acquainted with both Ouyang Zishi and Luo Longwan. Aware that they were affiliated with the Yan family, and that there existed a palpable animosity between them and Zhu Ping'an. It was precisely this knowledge that rendered Zhang Baihu speechless when Ouyang Zishi proffered him silver. It was commonplace for family and friends of those facing execution to bribe the genie Wei for leniency. Yet it was utterly abnormal for Ouyang Zishi to be offering silver on behalf of Zhu Ping'an just prior to his punishment. Yang Jixing had lodged a formal accusation against Yan Song, and Zhu Ping'an had interceded on Yang Jixing's behalf. Given this context, one would expect the Yan family to revel in Zhu Ping'an's misfortune, so why would Ouyang Zishi seek to bribe Zhang Baihu to advocate for Zhu Ping'an? Was there a hidden agenda? Was Zhu Ping'an's plea for Yang Jixing driven by the will of the venerable Yan? Yet, this logic eluded him. Zhang Baihu was as perplexed as a monk who could not fathom the situation. Zhu Ping'an's audacity to defy the emperor's decree was indeed a grave misstep. Zhang Baihu thought to himself that when the punishment was meted out, it would be in the best interest of both himself and his subordinates to strike with considerable force. If Zhu Ping'an were to meet his demise at the hands of the staff, Ouyang Zishi promised a generous reward. After Ouyang Zishi pressed the silver into Zhang Baihu's hand, he tersely commanded, his teeth clenched, Now it becomes clear. Zhang Baihu finally comprehended Ouyang Zishi's intentions. He was being solicited to act with malice, aiming to ensure Zhu Ping'an's death during the punishment. Having served in this capacity for over a decade, Zhang Baihu had witnessed countless bribes for leniency. Yet this was the first instance of being asked to employ such sinister means. However, a mere 100 taels of silver was hardly sufficient. After all, Zhu Ping'an's household had bestowed a staggering 1,000 taels upon him just half an hour prior without a flicker of hesitation. Moreover, the current favorite of the court, eunuch Feng, had explicitly instructed that this execution was to be executed without exception. Regardless of any bribes received, the punishment must be carried out with apparent severity, yet in reality, it should be tempered. Furthermore, his superior, Zhang Qianhu, had relayed orders from the high-ranking commander Lu, mandating that he exercise caution this time. The term caution was not lost on him. Additionally, Su Jie, the esteemed elder who had been diligently serving in the palace, seemed to have no pressing matters today and had casually wandered into the Genie Wei office. He had inquired about a case that had been unresolved for years, which sent a chill down Zhang Baihu's spine, as he had previously handled that very case and had pocketed a handsome sum in illicit fees. Just when he thought his fate was sealed, Elder Su abruptly ceased his inquiries, casually mentioned a student named Zhu Ping'an, and left without a second thought. Su Gulao found himself bewildered for quite some time, only coming to understand the intentions behind Su Gulao's actions when he received the order to administer 20 strokes to Zhu Ping'an. Furthermore, there was one final point to consider. Zhang Baihu had been able to hold this lucrative position of administering strokes for over a decade, not merely due to luck or connections, but because of his exceptional skill in reading the room. He was fully aware of the implications from above. This time, the emperor's intention was merely to impose a minor punishment on Zhu Ping'an, with no desire for a severe reprimand or even the man's life. Why? Because he was responsible for the 30 strokes given to the 3 officials earlier that morning in the square. He remembered it distinctly. Those 3 were among the first to plead for Yang Jixing, and the emperor had commanded 30 strokes as punishment. Afterward, the emperor issued a decree forbidding any further pleas for Yang Jixing, warning of severe consequences for any violators. Yet, Zhu Ping'an knowingly defied this edict and pleaded for Yang Jixing, resulting in the emperor only ordering 20 strokes for him. Was this a severe punishment? It was, in fact, a leniency. How could Zhang Baihu, with his astute perception, not grasp the underlying message? Even if eunuch Feng, Commander Lu, and Su Gulao did not explicitly signal their intentions, he certainly would not take any drastic actions against Zhu Ping'an. Moreover, Ouyang Zishi's mere offering of 100 taels of silver paled in comparison to the 1,000 taels Zhu Ping'an had at his disposal. Ouyang Zishi, what are you attempting to do? This would only serve to embarrass me, Zhang. Rest assured, I will handle the strokes as they should be executed. Zhang assured with a smile, displaying a demeanor of familiar cordiality. After all, Ouyang Zishi was backed by the formidable Yan Song. Accepting the silver without achieving the desired outcome would complicate matters. Conversely, not accepting the silver simplified everything. Furthermore, with over a decade of practice perfecting his stroke technique, Zhang Baihu was confident that the execution would be both thunderous and immaculate, leaving Ouyang Zishi and the others none the wiser. As for why Zhu Ping'an was not executed, it could simply be attributed to his fortuitous survival and robust constitution. In the 100+ years since the founding of the Ming dynasty, the number of officials executed by the rod was minuscule, and given that this was only 20 strokes, it was entirely reasonable that it would not result in death. Ouyang Zishi, upon witnessing Zhang Baihu's sycophantic demeanor and listening to his words, was quite pleased and tucked the silver note back into his sleeve. He had been reluctant to part with that 100 taels, enough for several indulgent nights out, but he had been compelled to spend it to undermine Zhu Ping'an. Now, without the need to spend money and still achieving his desire, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Time was of the essence, so Zhang Baihu should hasten to carry out the strokes. Ouyang Zishi nodded approvingly, urging Zhang Baihu to proceed swiftly. Zhang Baihu took his leave. Watching Zhang Baihu's retreating figure, Ouyang Zishi could hardly contain his smile as he imagined Zhu Ping'an soon being reduced to a pitiful state, revealing a grin that nearly exposed his molars. Chapter 1044. The first intimate encounter with the judicial rod in the Forbidden City. At the Meridian Gate, the hour of noon had arrived. As the sun cast its shadow upon the sundial, Zhang Baihu called out loudly, signaling the impending execution of the judicial rod. Ouyang Zishi, Luo Longwan. and Yuan Wei held their breaths in anticipation, their eyes fixed on Zhu Ping'an, eager not to miss a moment of his impending punishment. By the grace of heaven, the emperor decreed, Zhu Ping'an, the scholarly prince of the Duke of Yu's residence, as a prince and scholar, neglects his duty to enlighten others, disregards the imperial edict, and knowingly commits an offense worthy of 20 strikes of the judicial rod, to serve as a warning to others. Thus decreed. As soon as Zhang Baihu's voice fell, Feng Bao unfurled the imperial edict for public proclamation, a customary procedure for the execution of the judicial rod. Foolish monarch. Li Shu's face flushed with anger upon hearing the decree, her exquisite features contorted in indignation as she glared with her deep, dark eyes, lips pursed defiantly, resembling a furious tigress ready to pounce. She murmured vehemently against the Jiajing emperor. Beside her, Qingci flinched at her lady's outburst, darting her gaze around anxiously as if fearing someone might overhear. Indeed, he is foolish. Qingci's companion, the little maid Ware, nodded in agreement, her small head bobbing in support. Upon hearing Ware's interjection, Qingci sensed impending trouble. Sure enough, the naive girl was about to echo her lady's sentiments, her voice alarmingly loud. Thankfully, Qingci reacted swiftly, pinching Ware's arm just in time to stifle the word foolish before it escaped her lips. Ware, taken aback by Qingci's glare, realized her misstep and instinctively recoiled, patting her trembling hands like a startled rabbit. Meanwhile, as Feng Bao concluded the reading of the decree, Zhang Baihu signaled, and 4 guards from the Jinui, wielding dark wooden rods, swiftly subdued Zhu Ping'an, pinning him to the ground with practiced ease. Before Zhu Ping'an could comprehend the situation, he found himself prostrate on the ground. Be gentle. Li Shu's teeth ground audibly as fury radiated from her tear-filled eyes, embodying a small lion incensed. Ware, witnessing Zhu Ping'an's fall, let out a sharp gasp, drawing the attention of the crowd. Qingci crossed her arms, watching with a heart full of concern. Excellent. Ouyang Zisher and Luo Longwen in the crowd could not restrain their approval as they saw Zhu Ping'an subdued. Yuan Wei, filled with excitement, rubbed his hands together in anticipation. At that moment, Zhu Ping'an began his first intimate encounter with the judicial rod, an experience far more profound than when he had observed his seniors endure the same fate. As he finally grasped his predicament, a guard approached with a burlap sack, draping it over Zhu Ping'an's shoulders and securing it with a rope. Ahem, good sir. What purpose does this burlap sack serve? Zhu Ping'an could not recall whether Brother Yang had been bound with the cloth bag when he was punished with the wooden staff. The memory eluded him. He found himself perplexed as to why a cloth bag was necessary for such a punishment, as it was not a matter of being struck with a blunt object. His curiosity compelled him to inquire, as if he were not the one facing punishment, but rather engaging in an intellectual discourse. Truly, a sight to behold in a lifetime. The genie Wei, who was in the process of binding the cloth bag, was momentarily taken aback. It was his first encounter with an official receiving such punishment, and here was someone curious about it. Not only he, but the crowd surrounding them also stood in astonishment, for this scene was indeed a rarity to witness. Little maid Baozi, with her mouth agape in shock, began to nod her head like a chick pecking at grains, perplexed by the purpose of the cloth bag. She had been preoccupied with worry for Zhu Ping'an, thus failing to notice this detail. Now, upon Zhu Ping'an's inquiry, she too became aware. Ah, Zhu Ping'an must be stalling out of fear, Ouyang Zisher chuckled. Luo Longwen joined in the laughter, surmising that the one surnamed Zhu must be frightened to the point of losing control. The laughter of Ouyang Zisher, Yuan Wei, and others erupted in response to Luo Longwen's analogy. What are you asking that for? It's better to conserve your energy, remarked the genie Wei, shaking his head as he regained his composure. Knowledge, knowledge. If one does not understand, one must ask. Zhu Ping'an offered a slight smile, habitually quoting the wisdom of future scholars. Though he had uttered this phrase before, it was the first time the assembly had heard it. The simplicity of the words belied their profound wisdom. Upon reflection, they contained boundless philosophical depth, encapsulating the essence of knowledge in a single statement. To still pursue knowledge in such a predicament, he truly embodied the spirit of a top scholar. Many in attendance felt a newfound respect for Zhu Ping'an upon hearing his words. Feng Bao, inspired by Zhu Ping'an's declaration, experienced an epiphany. Resolving to commit to learning more diligently within the palace and to bravely seek counsel when faced with uncertainty. Truly, little Zhu was a source of enlightenment for him once again. This is to prevent you from feeling pain as you are punished, allowing for movement. explained the genie Wei, seemingly touched by Zhu Ping'an's thirst for knowledge as he continued to tie the cloth. Ah, I see. Zhu Ping'an nodded, relieved to have clarified his doubts. In the next moment, he felt his feet firmly bound by two genie Wei. It was evident that this was to prevent him from struggling and interfering with the execution of the punishment. Subsequently, he watched as the two genie Wei pulled his arms apart, securing him, while one held his feet firmly in place. The moment of reckoning seemed imminent. Zhu Ping'an pondered. However, the next moment brought forth a mortifying experience. He distinctly felt his trousers being pulled down, all the way to the top of his thighs. The cool breeze caressing his skin. He nearly forgot this step altogether. Zhu Ping'an felt the gaze of the onlookers, particularly that of Li Shu, Hua Er, and Qin Er, causing his aged face to flush with embarrassment. Despite hailing from the modern era, he acutely sensed the humiliation that the court staff endured under the rod. Reflecting on this, he realized that for someone in ancient times, where physical appearance was a matter of familial pride, such disgrace must be felt 100-fold more intensely. "The young lord's backside is so fair," exclaimed the maid Baozi, her voice laced with disbelief. "Is this truly the time for such thoughts? The young lord is about to be punished." The maid, caught in a moment of anxiety, instinctively murmured, then blushed deeply, covering her eyes with her hands as she began her introspection. Chapter 1045. Has the script been mistakenly selected? "Sir, all is prepared. We may proceed with the execution," announced Zhang Baihu of the Jinui as he stepped forward and offered a respectful salute to Feng Bao. Feng Bao nodded in acknowledgement. "Lay down the rod," Zhang Baihu commanded, turning towards the two rows of Jinui officers who were to carry out the punishment. "Lay down the rod." The officers echoed in unison, their voices resonating with such force that Zhu Ping'an felt a ringing in his ears. Then, a burly officer stepped forth, brandishing the rod, and approached Zhu Ping'an, placing the instrument against his rear. A chill coursed through Zhu Ping'an as he felt the cold metal touch his skin, unable to suppress a slight grimace. Cough, cough. The officer, who was preparing to strike, was momentarily distracted by Zhu Ping'an's remark. "Can you not be serious? We are about to administer punishment. Strike." Feng Bao, as the official in charge of the execution, called out amidst the crowd's anticipation. Li Shu's dark, ink-like eyes filled with tears at the sound of the command, and a single tear escaped, tracing down her cheek. Baozi, upon hearing the order, instinctively closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Zhu Ping'an's impending punishment. Her chubby hands clasped together in prayer, moving rhythmically as she murmured, "I beseech you, Guanyin Bodhisattva, I implore you. Buddha, I beg you, Jade Emperor, please protect my young lord. I promise I shall never eat meat again." In stark contrast to their worry and fear, Ouyang Zisher and Luo Longwen reveled in the spectacle. "Did you see? That little eunuch's boots are pointed inward. Huh, Zhu Ping'an is surely doomed." Ouyang Zisher exclaimed excitedly to Luo Longwen and Yuan Wei. "Indeed, money can make even ghosts push the millstone. Ouyang, I told you I was right." The expense was not in vain. The inward-pointing boots signify his doom. For someone as frail as Zhu Ping'an, 20 strokes of the rod could very well be fatal. Luo Longwen replied, grinning as he basked in the validation of his words. "Good, let him die?" Ouyang Zisher, recalling Zhu Ping'an's prior triumph over him and the ambiguous interactions he had with his cousin, Miss Yan Er, cursed vehemently, his face contorted with emotion. Following Feng Bao's command, the executing officers again shouted in unison, "Strike." The thunderous sound was truly terrifying, causing Baozi to tremble uncontrollably. Had it not been for Qin Er supporting her, she might have collapsed to the ground in fear. However, the person at the center of it all, Zhu Ping'an, remained remarkably composed. 20 strokes of the cane, and moreover, Feng Bao had already disclosed in advance that these strokes were merely the lightest of reprimands. "I just overheard," the maid Baozi, who almost let slip a mistake. Though she quickly silenced herself, Zhu Ping'an, well acquainted with her, immediately grasped the implication. It must have been Li Shu who paid for this arrangement. With such dual assurances, this time, the punishment would undoubtedly be lenient. Reflecting on Brother Yang, who endured 100 strokes, half of which were genuine, while the other half were merely for show, it was evident that even the lightest of strokes inflicted upon him were more painful than any he would have dealt to himself. Yang bore the onslaught without uttering a single cry of pain, successfully enduring 100 strokes. Here I am, facing a mere 20 strokes, which are sure to be significantly softened. I can grit my teeth and get through this swiftly. Furthermore, while the cane represents a form of humiliation. Does it not also embody a certain honor? In the Ming dynasty, receiving strokes from the cane was akin to being awarded a medal. It instantly elevated one's reputation, as those bold enough to confront such punishment would earn lasting renown, etched into the annals of history, respected by all, and walking with an air of superiority compared to other officials. When it comes to qualifications, revealing one's experience of receiving strokes would immediately overpower opponents. Though it may inflict pain upon my posterior, it would serve to amplify my fame. Let us proceed. Zhu Ping'an mentally prepared himself for the impending punishment. The burly lieutenant responsible for administering the first stroke, upon hearing Feng Bao's command, lifted the cane high above Zhu Ping'an's rear. The sinewy muscles of his body glistening in the sunlight, radiating explosive strength. The iron casing of the cane, along with the menacing barbs visible on its surface, emitted a chilling gleam under the sun. As the cane reached its apex, there was a brief pause, a moment for the lieutenant to gather his strength. With a powerful shout, he swung the cane down with ferocity. The air was cleaved with a sound reminiscent of a wailing specter. The maid Baozi, startled, collapsed against Qingci. Ouyang Zishe, witnessing the scene, felt a rush of excitement, his toes curling in anticipation, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes, just like that. Here it comes." As the cane howled through the air, Zhu Ping'an took a deep breath, steeling himself for the impending strike. With half-hearted intention and half-hearted execution. If Brother Yang could endure without a single cry, then surely I can withstand this lenient punishment. Perhaps I might even carve my name into history as a figure of resilience. The thought invigorated me. Zhu Ping'an's resolve solidified, and a subtle smile crept upon his lips. The moment the cane descended with a resounding crack, it struck his posterior with a force that reverberated throughout the arena, echoing like thunder, yet far more crisp and resonant. The impact was astonishing. This strike visibly dented Zhu Ping'an's flesh, blood instantly erupting forth, the scene profoundly intense and shocking. Pain, an excruciating agony, surged through him like a cataclysmic tide, obliterating his nervous system and piercing through his consciousness, almost synchronously with the cane's descent. Amidst the chaos, Zhu Ping'an could no longer contain himself and let out a piercing wail, his voice resonating with a force that seemed to rival the sound of a cane striking flesh. Had he mistakenly picked up the wrong script? Following his anguished cry, his face flushed crimson, a true slap to the face. He had aimed to emulate Brother Yang, who remained silent until the end of the caning, yet he could barely withstand a single strike himself. Clearly, being a tough man was not something just anyone could achieve. As Zhu Ping'an cried out in despair, tears cascaded down Li Shui's eyes like a torrential flood. "Bravo! Well done!" Ouyang Zishe exclaimed, witnessing the effects of the caning and the pitiful shriek that escaped Zhu Ping'an's lips. His laughter was akin to that of a child weighing 130 pounds savoring a piece of candy, his radiant smile conveying an indescribable satisfaction, his excitement causing him to dance with glee. What a thrill! It feels as if life has reached its zenith. What a stunning spectacle! If only the perfect background music played at this moment, it would suit the occasion splendidly. Luo Longwen, too, was caught up in the exhilaration, applauding enthusiastically. Observing Zhu Ping'an's dire state, Yuan Wei couldn't help but let a smirk creep onto his lips. When the cane struck his backside, Zhu Ping'an believed he had reached the pinnacle of pain. However, as the cane was lifted, he realized his error. The cane bore barbs that tore at him. And the moment it was removed, he felt as though his very flesh was being wrenched from his body, a torment greater than the initial strike. Thus his cry, which had begun to taper off, transformed into a more fervent howl. Witnessing Zhu Ping'an's battered state, Ouyang Zishe could not have been more pleased with the outcome of the caning. "Bravo, Brother Luo. I believe we should reward this officer handsomely for his efforts. Look at him, drenched in sweat from exertion, he's working himself too hard." With a beaming smile, Ouyang Zishe turned to propose this to Luo Longwen. "Haha, you speak wisely, Ouyang." Luo Longwen nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, outside the scene, Li Shui had dissolved into tears, her dark, ink-like eyes glistening with fury as she glared at the officer administering the caning. Turning to Wang Xiao, she revealed her sharp little tiger teeth and whispered fiercely, "Remember that fat fool's face. Within 3 days. No, today, you must teach him a lesson that he will not forget. Repay Zhu Gige's suffering in kind. I do not care what method you use. If you fail, do not return to the Li residence." Wang Xiao hesitated, words caught in his throat. "What? You can't do it?" Li Shui glared at him, her brow furrowing, the air thick with tension. No, I can do it, Wang Xiao replied. Cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Then what were you going to say? Li Shui asked impatiently. The young lady remarked that the captain was indeed a master. In the fleeting moment when the staff descended, he had already mitigated 8 parts of the force. Moreover, his strikes employed a deft technique, appearing to inflict grievous wounds on the surface while sparing the sinews and bones. He even deliberately induced bruising, facilitating a swifter recovery. Additionally, when he wielded the staff, he exhibited remarkable skill, ensuring that the barbs would not inflict excessive harm upon the young master. Wang Xiao whispered in explanation, revealing himself to be a practitioner, an adept capable of perceiving subtleties unnoticed by the average observer. You are aware that Brother Zhu has been left battered and bruised. I care not for your mitigated force or refined technique. He should not lay a hand on Brother Zhu. He has never endured such pain before. Li Shuru, resembling an irate little lion, bared her sharp canines, her tear-filled eyes glaring fiercely at Wang Xiao. Yes, Mississippi Wang Xiao, drenched in cold sweat from her fiery gaze, dared not utter another word and lowered his head in acquiescence. Not just that rotund fool. Remember everyone who strikes Brother Zhu. And let them join that fat fool in companionship, Li Shuru added, her anger still simmering. Understood, Miss, Wang Xiao replied, his voice trembling slightly. Afterward, grant them triple the medical expenses, Li Shuru's voice echoed from above his head. Yes, Mississippi Wang Xiao's response was somewhat more resolute. The staff's rhythm continued unabated. In Ouyang Zishi's eyes, the burly captain seemed to harbor a personal vendetta against Zhu Ping'an, delivering swift, precise, and merciless blows, not allowing Zhu Ping'an a moment to breathe. With each strike, Zhu Ping'an's anguished cries grew louder, akin to a pig being slaughtered, and Ouyang Zishi felt an inexplicable sweetness in his heart, especially as he observed the captain, dripping with sweat after delivering 5 strikes, as if he had just emerged from water, his strength seemingly depleted, his gait unsteady. What dedication and effort! To the point of exhaustion, Ouyang Zishi was immensely satisfied with the captain, contemplating a generous reward for him in the future. Indeed, the captain was utterly spent. He had practiced with the staff longer than Zhang Baihu, ranking among the finest within the Jinyue. Coming from a lineage of staff practitioners, he had honed his skills to an extraordinary level. If one were to cover a stone with rice paper, he could strike with such precision that the paper would remain intact while the stone shattered into fragments. Alternatively, he could stack several sheets of rice paper. With a single strike, it would appear ferocious, yet he could be precise enough to tear only the nth sheet, leaving the rest unscathed. Due to repeated directives from the palace's Feng Gong, he was instructed to strike lightly while maintaining a high stance. Zhang Baihu had also indicated that the highest authority within the Jinyue, Commandant Lu, had given similar instructions, emphasizing restraint. Moreover, the client's family was generous, offering remuneration that far exceeded his previous 5 or 6 contracts. This time, the captain exerted every ounce of his strength, delivering the most exceptional performance of his career with the staff. He aimed to project a fearsome exterior while delivering strikes that were light yet conducive to rapid healing, exhausting every fragment of his spirit in the process. The robust and burly officer, after delivering 5 strikes of the disciplinary staff, was followed in accordance with tradition by another officer. This second officer, though not as physically imposing as the first, possessed a face that radiated menace, adorned with a wild beard and scarred akin to a centipede, exuding an aura of brutal ferocity. Strike! Bellowed Zhang, the captain of the Jinyue, as the second officer approached. He complied, placing the staff against Zhu Ping'an's posterior, then, with a vicious glare, spat into his palm and rubbed his hands together with a fervor that suggested an impending onslaught. What a display of savagery! Witnessing this, Ouyang Zishi was nearly beside himself with excitement. With a mere gesture from Captain Zhang, the second officer unleashed a thunderous roar, his mouth agape, revealing a set of frighteningly white teeth, as if he intended to devour Zhu Ping'an whole. The sound reverberated like the crack of thunder, sending vibrations through the ears of those outside the scene. With the staff raised high, he appeared devoid of humanity, ready to strike with unbridled wrath. The staff descended with a rush of air, and upon impact with Zhu Ping'an's body, the officer emitted another ear-splitting roar, a testament to his violent and brutal demeanor. This man was a living embodiment of chaos, his ferocity amplified by an almost cinematic sound effect, rendering the spectacle more shocking than that of the first officer. His roars overshadowed Zhu Ping'an's cries of anguish, which seemed diminished in comparison. Truly, this was a fierce warrior, devoid of compassion. Yet Ouyang Zisher found himself reveling in the spectacle, laughter escaping him uncontrollably. Chapter 1047. Some rejoice while others grieve after the second officer completed his 5 strikes. A third officer stepped in, followed by a fourth to deliver the final blows. Ouyang Zisher was thoroughly pleased with these officers. Their commitment to the task was evident, as they poured every ounce of strength into their strikes. The atmosphere of the disciplinary proceedings resembled a slaughterhouse, with a grandiose display of brutality. Each strike inflicted upon Zhu Ping'an was akin to the butchering of livestock, eliciting heart-wrenching screams from him. However, despite the relentless punishment, Zhu Ping'an, that wretched scoundrel, seemed remarkably resilient. Each strike drew forth his cries of suffering, yet he remained upright and conscious, almost thriving in his misery. It was as if his rural upbringing had imbued him with a toughness that defied death, a life so cheap that even Yama, the king of hell, would refuse to claim him. Ouyang Zisher cursed Zhu Ping'an in his heart, never doubting the severity of the strikes. In fact, he believed they were intensified due to the bribes he had offered. Each blow was delivered with ferocity, seemingly meant to extinguish Zhu Ping'an's life, and his anguished cries stirred the emotions of many onlookers. It was not that the officers lacked strength. Rather, it was Zhu Ping'an's tenacious spirit that proved infuriatingly resilient. And the number of strikes delivered was far too few. Zhu Ping'an, that obsequious sycophant, while pleading on behalf of Yang and I, did not forget to first flatter the emperor. His flattery was so effective that the emperor made an exception, ordering merely 20 strokes of the cane for Zhu. Had he been subjected to 30 strokes? Given the manner of punishment today, it is certain that Zhu would have been reduced to a lifeless wretch. Alas, the life of this lowly peasant seems remarkably resilient. Even such punishment could not extinguish his vitality. Ouyang Zisher, observing the increasingly anguished cries of Zhu Ping'an, felt a bitter resentment that clenched his teeth so tightly that it pained his very jaw, his face contorted in dismay. Indeed, it is regrettable that there were only 20 strokes. Had there been 10 more, this insufferable rascal would surely have met his end. Luo Longwen lamented, striking his chest in despair as if he had missed a fortune, exchanging glances with Ouyang Zisher, both sighing in unison. Yuan Wei shared a similar sentiment of regret. Yet watching Zhu Ping'an's pitiful state brought him a measure of satisfaction. With a resounding crack, the final stroke was delivered. Zhu Ping'an, as per his usual practice, let out a loud wail, his hair disheveled and his face smeared with grime, presenting a most woeful sight. Initially, his cries were genuine, a reflection of true pain. But as the punishment continued, the agony lessened. He maintained the pretense, ensuring that the severity of the strokes was not questioned, thereby sparing himself and the others from unnecessary trouble. This was also a means of self-preservation. The more he appeared to suffer, the more he could vent the frustrations of those dissatisfied with his intercession for Yang Jixing. Listening to Zhu Ping'an's anguished cries, Feng Bao felt an immense gratitude towards him. As a longtime servant under the Jiajing emperor, his perceptive abilities surpassed those of all present, for serving a monarch is akin to navigating a den of tigers. One must possess considerable skill. Feng Bao discerned Zhu Ping'an's heartfelt cries, recognizing that his display of pain was a deliberate effort to mask the leniency of the strokes, thus preventing further complications for himself and others. It is well known that scholars place great importance on their honor. Young Master Zhu, please take care of yourself. I must return to the emperor to report, Feng Bao said, bowing as he prepared to depart after the punishment concluded. Ah, Master Feng, do take care. Regrettably, I cannot escort you, Zhu Ping'an replied, still on the ground, trembling as he raised a hand in a feeble gesture of farewell. Do not move, young Master Zhu. Rest well, Feng Bao kindly interjected, halting Zhu's attempt to rise as he prepared to leave. Suddenly, Li Shu, Hua and Qiner rushed in, tears streaming down their faces, pushing aside Feng Bao as they squatted around Zhu Ping'an, inspecting his wounds and weeping profusely. How wonderful it is to have a home and to be cared for. Feng Bao thought enviously as he observed this scene from a distance, bowing to Zhu Ping'an before turning back with the other attendants to report to the emperor. Despite the significant leniency shown, the punishment of 30 strokes had left Zhu Ping'an's once fair skin marred and bloodied, the wounds grotesque and alarming. The surrounding cloth lay stained with blood, a testament to the severity of his ordeal. as Li Shu beheld Zhu Ping'an's mangled and bruised lower body. Her heart ached as if it were being cruelly sliced by a knife. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and her delicate fingers trembled, yearning to touch him, yet hesitating for fear of causing him more pain. She hovered just an inch away from his injury, her eyes swollen from crying. Oh, how could her beloved's backside be so grievously injured? The thought was agonizing. The maid, merely glanced at Zhu Ping'an's wounds before gasping and covering her eyes with her chubby little hands. After a considerable time, she slowly removed her hands, revealing her tear-filled rabbit-like eyes, with glistening droplets cascading down her cheeks. Qingci also couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Cough. It looks terrifying, but it doesn't hurt that much. Zhu Ping'an attempted to reassure them, though he could not deny the flush of embarrassment that crept across his face under their scrutinizing gazes. It's just a little discomfort, he added, trying to ease their worry. How can you say it doesn't hurt when your backside is nearly ruined? Li Shu pouted, her heart aching as tears plummeted onto Zhu Ping'an's injury. The saline nature of her tears stung the wound like salt, causing him to involuntarily shudder. I'm so sorry. Brother Zhu, Li Shu cried, her tears flowing more freely upon witnessing his pain. Don't worry. Tears are antiseptic and will aid in your recovery. Zhu Ping'an smiled through his discomfort, trying to comfort her. I understand disinfection, but what do you mean by antiseptic? You mischievous rogue, always trying to deceive, she retorted, her tear-streaked face betraying her concern. Bear the pain a little longer. I will summon them to carry you to a soft couch. With tears still streaming down her face, she called to Lu Dadao and the others. They had already prepared the soft couch and soon approached under her direction, carefully lifting Zhu Ping'an and placing him on it. The movement inevitably tugged at his wounds, causing him to groan softly. Be gentle, Li Shu implored, her heart aching as she shot several admonishing glances at Lu Dadao and the others. In the glaring eyes of the onlookers, Zhu Ping'an lay upon the soft couch in a most undignified position, exposing his injured backside as he was carried away from the midday square by Lu Dadao and his companions. Li Shu tenderly wiped his hands and face clean, ensuring Qingci placed several mosquito-repellent sachets on the couch to deter any insects attracted by his blood. Sir Zhu, take good care of yourself upon your return, they said, expressing admiration for the young official's unwavering loyalty and integrity, proclaiming him a model for all. After today, Sir Zhu shall undoubtedly gain renown throughout the realm. As Zhu Ping'an was carried away, numerous unfamiliar officials approached to express their condolences, their words hinting at a desire for camaraderie. Thank you, it is an honor. Zhu Ping'an could only respond while maintaining his embarrassing position on the couch, feeling as though he had returned triumphantly from a commendation ceremony after enduring the punishment. Realizing why many officials throughout history sought the same fate, he could only smile wryly at the absurdity of it all. However, might I implore you to hasten? This posture is rather embarrassing. These individuals truly lack awareness. Do they not see my son-in-law has been injured? One after another, they continue to linger. The little maid, puffs her cheeks in indignation, resembling an irate hamster. Indeed, Qingci shares the same sentiment. Fortunately, some of these officials possess a measure of discernment, though it is equally possible they are deterred by Ware's glare. In any case, it was not long before these visiting officials departed with a sense of propriety. Be cautious on the steps, you clumsy oaf. As Lu Dadao and his companions carried the soft couch out of the Meridian Gate Plaza, the little maid was exceedingly nervous, her voice filled with exaggerated concern that did not cease. Prior to Li Shu's arrival, she had already summoned a physician, the retired imperial physician, Zhang. Zhang had long-standing ties with the Linghuai Marquis' residence, and whenever there were perplexing ailments, they would consult him. At this moment, he awaited outside the Meridian Gate Plaza. The Meridian Gate serves as a venue for significant state ceremonies, imbued with distinct political significance. Following the court's punishment, medical attention cannot be administered on-site. It is deemed disrespectful to the royal family and must be sought outside the plaza. Uncle Zhang, please hurry, Li Shu implored as she assisted, or more aptly, dragged the septuagenarian physician Zhang towards Zhu Ping'an to tend to his injuries. Although over 70, Zhang's hair, brows, and beard had turned white, his spirit was vigorous, and he bore the appearance of youthful vitality, far from that of a typical septuagenarian. Fifth miss, please slow down. Allow me a moment to catch my breath. The physician struggled for air, unable to pause even for a brief respite. Li Shu feigned ignorance, her ears twitching, and continued to pull Zhang towards Zhu Ping'an's soft couch. In a flurry, she seized the medicine box from the apprentice behind her and thrust it into Zhang's hands, urging him to attend to Zhu Ping'an's wounds. You truly are taxing my old life, Zhang remarked with a wry smile as he accepted the medicine box. Li sister, your concern is somewhat disordered. If I have been offended, I hope the esteemed physician will forgive me. Zhu Ping'an reclined on the soft couch, saluting Zhang with a respectful gesture. Do not be so formal with me. This girl has grown up under my watchful eye. Even if there were an offense, I would surely grant forgiveness. Zhang chuckled, stroking his beard, his gaze at Li Shu filled with the affection of a grandparent. To him, she was like a granddaughter. And witnessing the affectionate bond between Li Shu and Zhu Ping'an brought him genuine joy. Uncle Zhang, what time is it? You still have the leisure to jest with us. Please attend to Zhu Gige's injuries swiftly. Li Shu, a blend of shyness and urgency, stamped her small foot, urging Zhang to expedite his examination. Very well, very well. Zhang chuckled as he retrieved medicinal alcohol, a bamboo knife, a pulse pillow, and a set of golden needles from the medicine box, beginning to assess Zhu Ping'an's injuries. After examining the external wounds, Zhang placed the pulse pillow beneath Zhu Ping'an's wrist and positioned his fingers on the artery to take his pulse. Uncle Zhang, is Zhu Gige's injury severe? Li Shu inquired with genuine concern. Not waiting for Zhang Tai to respond, she continued. I am well aware that you possess a treasured millennium-old mountain ginseng. At such a critical moment, you must not keep it to yourself. Upon hearing Li Shu's intention regarding his precious ginseng, Zhang Tai hastily released Zhu Ping'an's arm, lifted his gaze towards Li Shu, and adamantly shook his head, saying, No, no. If that precious ginseng were to be given to this young lad, it would be a sheer waste. What? A millennium ginseng given to my brother-in-law would be a waste? Why would that be? Unless... Little maid War, upon hearing Zhang Tai's words, was struck as if by lightning. Her peculiar thought process led her to envision the worst-case scenario. Instantly, her cherubic face turned pale, and tears, as small as peas, began to well in her eyes, swirling in their sockets, on the verge of spilling forth. However, only War possessed such a peculiar line of thought. Li Shu and Qiner did not share her whimsical reasoning. Upon hearing Zhang Tai's remarks, they collectively exhaled in relief, for if the injury did not necessitate the millennium-old ginseng, it signified that Zhu Ping'an's condition was not particularly dire. How could it be a waste? What nonsense are you spouting? My brother Zhu using your ancient ginseng is a blessing cultivated over a millennium. Li Shu pouted in discontent. How could it not be a waste? This lad will be leaping about in less than half a month. What need has he for my millennium-old ginseng? That treasure must be preserved for saving lives. Zhang Tai shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattling drum. Really? He'll be up and about in less than half a month. Just as the tears began to spill from War, she heard Zhang Tai's words, and instantly, her face transformed from sorrow to joy, with snot bubbles emerging, prompting Qiner to roll her eyes in exasperation. Upon hearing Zhang Tai declare that Zhu Ping'an would be lively in less than half a month, Li Shu finally broke into a smile. Though she still puffed her cheeks at Zhang Tai, chiding, You miser! With your bushy eyebrows and beard, why are you so stingy? It's merely a millennium-old mountain ginseng. Yet you treat it like a treasure. Just wait. I will procure a basketful of wild millennium ginseng and see if you don't covet it. Huh, a basketful. Do you think wild millennium ginseng is as common as radishes? Even a single one depends on luck. Zhang Tai chuckled, stroking his beard. Enough, Uncle Zhang. Please hasten to treat Brother Zhu's injury, Li Shu urged. Once he has recovered, I shall pilfer a jar of my father's finest wine for you. Very well. With your assurance, I guarantee that within 10 days, I shall return you a lively Brother Zhu. Zhang Tai responded with a smile. Is that true? Li Shu's eyes sparkled with excitement. Of course, the techniques employed in this court's punishment may appear severe, with flesh and blood scattered, but in reality, only the surface is affected. Internally, there is no harm, no injury to the muscles or bones, and certainly no internal damage. With my intervention, 10 days will suffice. Zhang Tai explained, chuckling as he stroked his beard. Chapter 1049. My days of recuperation in the Marquis's residence. The summer sun has never known gentleness. Its fiery temperament scorches the earth like a blazing orb, causing flowers and trees to droop their heads in submission. The birds have sought refuge in unseen corners, escaping the sweltering heat, and even the once spirited dog, who chased butterflies and cats with boundless energy, now lies listless, indifferent to the beloved bone cast at its feet. merely casting a glance before resuming its languor in the corner, tongue lolling out. At last, a gentle breeze stirs, though it carries with it the warmth of the summer. In stark contrast to the oppressive heat outside, the interior of the chamber remains refreshingly cool, imbued with the essence of spring, as if existing in an entirely different season. The room is adorned with potted plants, where vibrant greens and reds harmoniously intertwine. In one corner stand 3 9K bronze ice basins, each over a meter tall, reminiscent of ancient cauldrons, filled with blocks of ice from which a subtle chill emanates, ensuring the atmosphere is perpetually pleasant. The warm winds from outside, upon entering through the windows, transform into a refreshing zephyr, carrying with it a delicate floral fragrance, creating a sense of comfort. In the coziest nook of the room lies a 6-foot-wide sandalwood couch, draped with a delicate gauze mosquito net embroidered with intricate patterns of wax plum blossoms, their petals vividly depicted and their stamens exquisitely rendered. As the wind stirs, the gauze dances, resembling a dreamlike bloom of wax plums. Upon this soft couch reclines a simple-hearted youth, engrossed in a tome titled Records of Exoneration, his bottom in the air as he reads with great delight. His bare posterior, wrapped in white gauze, is imbued with herbal essence, emanating a soothing aroma. At the edge of the couch sits a cherubic maid named Huar, with a round face and a delightful demeanor, perched on her peach-shaped backside atop her tender feet. In her chubby hands, she wields a fan embroidered with images of noble ladies, fanning the youth leisurely while occasionally blushing as she attends to his exposed rear, ensuring it remains cool and free from discomfort. "Young master, does it still hurt?" she inquires with concern, recalling how frightened she had been the previous day. This delightful maid, a little handmaiden from the Marquis of Linhuai's household, is none other than Huar, while the boy with the exposed backside is, of course, Zhu Ping'an. Having spent a day in such a state, Zhu Ping'an has grown accustomed to the embarrassment, no longer blushing at the situation. "It's fine now. I no longer feel any pain," Zhu Ping'an replies, returning his gaze from the book to wave his hand dismissively, turning to smile at Huar. Upon hearing that Zhu Ping'an is no longer in discomfort, Hua's eyes light up with joy, narrowing into crescent moons as if she has just received the most delightful news. "Young master, do you know? The young lady of the Marquis's residence returned yesterday. It seems she discovered that the eldest uncle has been keeping a concubine outside, and she went to confront him, but he tried to stop her, leaving her in tears all day. Also, Master Zhou was taken to the gambling house by his dubious friends and lost all his money. I heard they even stripped him of his clothes." The lady of Linhuai was so infuriated that she nearly broke her feather duster, and the old matron was moved to tears, having not eaten dinner. The young maid, Baozi, sat on the soft couch, fanning herself while delightfully gossiping with Zhu Ping'an about various affairs within the estate. Zhu Ping'an, engrossed in his book, offered occasional murmurs of agreement, which further fueled Baozi's enthusiastic chit-chat. Brother-in-law, Nyo has come to see you." A small, sweet voice called from outside, followed by a little girl named Nyo scampering in with her short legs, her rosy cheeks alight with excitement. "Nyo, wait for me," exclaimed the mischievous boy, Ruei Gu, trailing closely behind her like a shadow, his little feet pattering along. Slow down, Zhu Ping'an chuckled as he watched the two little ones approach. "Brother-in-law, are you feeling better?" Nyo asked, lifting her cherubic face and blinking her large, watery eyes. "Uncle, are you better now?" Ruei Gu chimed in, raising his little head with equal concern. "Thank you for visiting, Nyo. I am much improved. In a few days, I shall take you both out for some fun." Zhu Ping'an replied, putting down his book to ruffle Nyo's soft hair and pinch Ruei Ji's chubby cheek, smiling warmly. Wonderful. Nyo can go shopping with brother-in-law." Nyo clapped her hands in delight. "That's a lie. Brother-in-law's bottom is all bruised. Last time, Brother Zhou's bottom was bruised by father, and he lay in bed for 2 months," Ruei Gu declared, shaking his head vigorously, his little eyes fixed on Zhu Ping'an's bandaged rear. "Brother-in-law is healthy, so he recovers quickly," Zhu Ping'an responded with a bemused smile, pondering the absurdity of the comparison. "Indeed, brother-in-law is the strongest. Brother Zhou cannot catch up to him when riding. Brother-in-law certainly recovers faster," Nyo asserted confidently, turning to lecture Ruei Gu. "Brother Zhou cannot catch up to brother-in-law when riding?" Ruei Gu tilted his head in confusion. "Brother-in-law is a top scholar, is Brother Zhou?" Nyo questioned, hands on her hips, directing her inquiry at Ruei Gu. "No, Rue Ge shook his head, his confidence waning. Brother-in-law is a high official, is Brother Zhou? Niu pressed further, her stance unwavering. Brother Zhou has not passed the exam, has not become an official, and father often scolds him for being useless, Rue Ge admitted, his resolve diminishing further. Brother-in-law received a beating from the emperor. What about Brother Zhou? Niu proudly pointed to Zhu Ping'an's injured backside. Brother Zhou was beaten with a feather duster by mother. Rue Ge's head drooped, his spirit all but extinguished. So, who do you think is more impressive? Brother-in-law or Brother Zhou? Niu asked with pride. Brother-in-law is more impressive, Rue Ge conceded, nodding in agreement. Of course. Little girl Niu nodded in satisfaction. However, the improvement came too swiftly. The mischievous boy Rouge extended his chubby hand to scratch the back of his head. Of course, brother-in-law is impressive. He always recovers quickly, Niu proclaimed with unwavering confidence. Rouge, somewhat skeptical, tilted his head and looked at Zhu Ping'an, inquiring, really? Absolutely, Zhu Ping'an replied with a warm smile and a nod. Now, Sister Hua, it's my turn to fan my brother-in-law, Niu declared, as Auntie remarked that Niu was the best at fanning. The little girl climbed onto the soft couch, her delicate form rolling over to sit beside the chubby maid, Huar. Embracing Huar's arm, she blinked her large, watery eyes and softly stated, Sister Hua, I can do it well. Niu, with her adorable demeanor and a voice reminiscent of a child, sported 2 charming dimples on her cheeks. Are you capable, young lady? Huar was almost instantly captivated, yet upon observing Niu's petite arms and legs, she hesitated to entrust the task of fanning to her. Niu is the best, Niu proclaimed with the earnestness of an adult, patting her little chest. Well then, young lady, let us see what you can do, Huar conceded after a moment's hesitation. Succumbing to the charm of the little girl, she handed the fan to Niu, thinking she could reclaim it if necessary. Rest assured, I am excellent at fanning. Niu beamed as she took the fan, her dimples deepening in joy, and began fanning Zhu Ping'an earnestly. Brother-in-law, does it feel nice? She asked, tilting her head in curiosity. Very pleasant, Niu, you are truly remarkable, Zhu Ping'an praised generously. Niu, akin to a child who had just tasted honey, was so elated she nearly bounced off the soft couch. I want to try too. I can fan as well. The mischievous boy, inspired by Niu's accolades, kicked off his shoes and crawled onto the bed. Slow down, Rouge, the chubby maid anxiously warned, fearing the boy might inadvertently jostle Zhu Ping'an's injured back. Sister Niu, if you tire, let me take over, Rouge offered, settling beside Niu and speaking in a soft, ingratiating tone. Then you must learn properly. Fanning requires finesse. Not too much strength, nor too little, Niu advised like a miniature teacher. Yes, I'm quite clever. I'll learn it instantly, Rouge asserted, nodding vigorously, unabashedly boasting. Learn it instantly? You truly have a way with words, Zhu Ping'an chuckled, a smile playing on his lips. Observing that Niu was fanning quite well, Huar felt reassured and entrusted the task to the 2 children. She then descended from the bed to fetch 2 plates of fruit, placing one on the small table beside the couch for the children and bringing the other to Zhu Ping'an. Sitting on a cushion at the foot of the bed, she pinched a piece of watermelon rind with a toothpick and offered it to him. Huar, I can manage it myself. Zhu Ping'an was unaccustomed to the lavish lifestyle of a young nobleman, where everything was handed to him on a silver platter. Although he had sustained an injury to his backside, it was not as if his hands were broken. He could still fend for himself. The young master had been hurt, and the young lady instructed Huar to take good care of him. As he read, all she needed to do was feed him. Huar, with her small head shaking resolutely, insisted on feeding Zhu Ping'an fruits. She could not remain idle, since the task of fanning had been claimed by the 2 younger ones. This responsibility was one she could not relinquish. Zhu Ping'an smiled slightly, as his reading remained undisturbed. Determined, Huar lifted a piece of watermelon pulp to his lips, her small chubby hands unwavering in their mission, as if to declare that she would hold it there until the end of time, if necessary. All right then, Zhu Ping'an conceded with a hint of helplessness, nodding at Huar's persistence. Ha, the young master is eating. The little maid, Huar, beamed with joy at his agreement, her face lighting up like a blooming flower, her round visage transforming into a delightful dumpling as she wiggled the watermelon pulp near his mouth. Zhu Ping'an replied, opening his mouth to receive the fruit she offered. The crispness of the watermelon and its sweet, fragrant juice spread across his palate, an exquisite delight. On a sweltering summer day, a bite of chilled watermelon was indeed one of life's greatest pleasures, and Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but reflect on this. Is it delicious, young master? Huar, resembling an eager child awaiting praise, looked up at him with her cherubic face full of anticipation. Sweet and delicious, very good. Zhu Ping'an satisfied her curiosity. Huar smiled contentedly, her large eyes squinting with delight, invigorated by his approval. Lowering her head, she grasped a toothpick, pondering whether to serve watermelon, peaches, or perhaps lychees. Zhu Ping'an, reclining on his pillow, had a perfect view of her head. Huar, with her hair styled in dual spirals and adorned with a red satin ribbon, appeared lively and charming, unlike the stiff and towering hairstyles often depicted in dramas. On this summer day, she wore a loose-fitting, simple outfit of light green embroidered homewear, the sleeveless top and the matching skirt being favored by women, particularly young ladies, for their practicality and ease. Huar, with her head bowed, had the red satin ribbon cascading down her delicate neck, and from his proximity, Zhu Ping'an could not only see the gentle curve of her collarbones, but also the soft downy hair on the nape of her neck. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the fine fuzz, making it glimmer enchantingly. Young master, eat lychee. With her head lowered, the little girl finally made up her mind. She peeled a lychee and raised her head, blinking her eyes in anticipation. Her plump, delicate little hand, like a treasure being presented, extended the equally tender and round lychee towards Zhu Ping'an's lips. As she lifted her head and reached out, the action tugged at the loose collar of her outfit. In the sunlight, a dazzling whiteness invaded Zhu Ping'an's vision. A small white rabbit, soft and round, with 2 ears perked up, bounced and hopped adorably. Zhu Ping'an couldn't help but feel a tickle in his nose as a catchy melody from a modern TikTok song inexplicably echoed in his mind, lingering long after. Why aren't you eating the lychee, sir? The little girl inquired, tilting her face up and holding the fruit, her expression filled with curiosity. Coughing slightly, Zhu Ping'an stammered. Yes, the little fat rabbit, not the lychee. Startled by her voice, his face flushed instantly, a layer of fine sweat forming on his forehead. He coughed discreetly to mask his embarrassment, almost letting slip an inappropriate remark. Do not look, he chanted silently, fervently redirecting his gaze from where it should not linger. Would you like to eat rabbit for lunch, sir? The young lady has already begun preparing venison for the pot. Perhaps we can save the rabbit for dinner? The little girl earnestly suggested, misunderstanding Zhu Ping'an's thoughts. Yes, dinner it is, he nodded repeatedly. Chapter 1051, My Days of Recovery in the Rear Court, Part 3, Be careful with your movements. Do not make a clatter that might disturb the young master during his convalescence. Chiner stood at the door, watching as the maids brought in the copper pot, stove, ladles, and long chopsticks necessary for cooking the meat. It's all right. I'm not asleep, so it doesn't matter. Zhu Ping'an waved his hand dismissively, intrigued by their bustling activity. He had already learned from the little girl that lunch would consist of venison, and now it was confirmed. Once the maids set up the copper cooking utensils, they brought in bowls of sesame sauce and refreshing side dishes, naturally including the centerpiece of today's lunch, venison. Plates of fresh, rich red venison, almost devoid of excess fat, were presented, cut to an ideal thickness, with intricate marbling. If cut too thickly, the meat would lose its juiciness and tenderness. Too thin, and it would fall apart in the pot. Each slice of venison was a unique masterpiece, the red meat with its marbled pattern resembling vibrant plum juice diffusing in water, ultimately solidifying into an abstract ink painting. Tender and juicy, devoid of any gamey taste, these plates of fresh venison awakened Zhu Ping'an's palate long before they hit the pot. Indeed, venison has been revered throughout history as the finest of meats, unmatched in flavor, delicate in texture, and aromatic without being greasy, though it also commands a premium price. Regardless of whether in ancient or modern times, venison has always been regarded as a delicacy. Due to its agile nature, timid demeanor, low reproductive rate, high rearing costs, and susceptibility to genetic degeneration from inbreeding, deer cannot be domesticated like pigs. Thus, their rarity adds to their value, making venison a prized delicacy. However, this luxury is relative. While it may be considered exquisite to the common folk, it holds less significance for the affluent elite. Upon hearing from physician Gong that venison would aid Zhu Ping'an's recovery, Li Shu arranged for a yellow-bottomed red deer to be procured from the north overnight, delivering it to the kitchen of the Marquis of Linhuai for processing. Given the limited number of patrons at the Jingxiang garden and Li Shu's preference for fresh ingredients, only the most tender and exquisite cuts of venison, along with some deer belly, tendons, liver, and stomach, were kept. The remaining meat was deemed superfluous and distributed among the various kitchens of the Marquis's estate, cleverly labeled as additional rations for the elderly matron, thus serving a dual purpose of practicality and goodwill. As the maids arranged the hot pot ingredients, Li Shu made her entrance. Fresh from a bath, her delicate visage was flushed from the steam, resembling the tender petals of a flower. Her long hair, still damp, was whimsically adorned with butterfly tassels and a hairpin shaped like a butterfly carved from luminous pearls, glimmering in the sunlight. A single strand of hair fell gracefully over her collarbone, accentuating her elegant contours, while her shoulders appeared delicately sculpted, her hands as fair as freshly fallen snow. She wore a flowing white gauze robe interwoven with golden threads and crimson plum blossoms, moving with a grace akin to a willow swaying in the breeze. With her beauty undiminished, the mesmerizing Li Shu captivated Zhu Ping'an, who could hardly tear his gaze away from her as she approached. "Have you lost your wits?" she teased, playfully waving her slender fingers before his eyes, her smile enchanting and her eyes sparkling. "Oh, it's all your fault, Xiao. You've completely bewitched the poor boy," chimed in Qiner with a giggle. The other maids could not contain their laughter, joining in the merriment. "Are you all feeling a bit too cheeky? How dare you jest with your mistress?" Li Shu playfully chided Qiner and the others, prompting them to feign fear while still chuckling. The room soon filled with the sound of youthful laughter, the atmosphere infused with a delightful sense of camaraderie, as if one had stepped into a realm of feminine charm. In the north, there is a beauty unparalleled and solitary. A single glance can topple a city, a second can bring a nation to its knees. Unbeknownst to them, the allure of such beauty is rare and irreplaceable. As the saying goes, a woman adorns herself for the one she cherishes. Since Xiao has gone to such lengths to prepare herself with such exquisite care, I cannot neglect her kindness and must indeed take the time to appreciate her efforts. Having come from the modern world, Zhu Ping'an had long since cultivated a thick skin. Unfazed by the teasing of the maids, he maintained his steady gaze on Li Shu, reciting a poem in her praise. He then turned to Qiner and the others, chuckling nonchalantly as he explained, embodying the very essence of shamelessness. "It's not your beauty that deserves the chastisement for being so thoroughly adorned. It's my own thick skin that should be reprimanded." Li Shu rolled her eyes at Zhu Ping'an, playfully pouting and feigning annoyance. Qiner and Huader stifled their laughter, their delicate shoulders trembling with the effort, as they struggled to contain their mirth. After a bout of playful antics, the pot of venison began to bubble and simmer. The broth, crafted from deer bone marrow, was enriched with red dates, goji berries, angelica, and various medicinal herbs. As the milky broth rolled and churned, the rich aroma of the deer meat melded with the nourishing herbs, intensifying the fragrance. "Is it time to add the meat?" A nearby mischievous child had already begun to drool, wiping his mouth vigorously before casting an eager glance at Li Shu. The little girl, Nyo, was no less impatient, her eyes wide as she gazed expectantly at Li Shu while sucking on her finger. Two little gluttons, Li Shu couldn't help but chuckle, catching sight of Zhu Ping'an, and amended her words, "3 little gluttons. Into the pot it goes." Amidst the cheers of the exuberant child, the fresh venison was lowered into the bubbling broth. The meat, fresh and succulent, danced within the pot without a trace of scum, releasing an enticing aroma. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it's ready to eat. After counting to 5, the child could no longer contain his excitement, urging the maids to fish out the meat for him. When a piece of venison was finally retrieved, he lunged forward like a sprightly puppy, heedless of the heat, snatching the meat and stuffing it into his mouth. The heat made him grimace, yet his face was alight with joy and satisfaction. "Brother-in-law, eat." After receiving her share of the well-cooked venison, Nyo proudly presented it to Zhu Ping'an. "Nyo, you eat. Brother-in-law has some," Zhu Ping'an replied, still savoring the venison, his words slightly muffled. Seeing Zhu Ping'an enjoying his meal, Nyo abandoned her insistence. Resembling a little kitten as she focused on her own food, her cheeks adorably puffed. "Truly the finest of meats," Zhu Ping'an remarked after savoring a bite of the venison. While the cooked venison appeared similar to pork, its taste was worlds apart. The venison was firm and chewy, neither greasy nor gamey, tender yet crisp, with a hint of sweetness, an exquisite delight. "Enjoy it as much as you like." Li Shu, as Zhu Ping'an's caretaker, felt a sense of accomplishment seeing him relish the meal. Though she herself had little interest in venison, preferring vegetables, she occasionally indulged in a bite, while primarily focusing on feeding Zhu Ping'an. The mischievous child had oil glistening at the corners of his mouth, his cheeks round and full, until he could eat no more. Reluctantly chewing on a piece of deer tendon, resembling a satisfied little piglet, contentedly humming as he lay back. Nyo Nyo, too, had eaten her fill, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Zhu Ping'an, of course, exerted all his strength, battling until the very end. Once everyone had satisfied their hunger, he continued to devour the remnants of a platter, determined to finish the last morsels. Venison is truly delicious, he sighed languidly, reclining on the bed. Sipping a warm cup of tea, feeling thoroughly content as he let out a satisfied burp. However, there was a slight downside. The venison was overly nourishing. After finishing his meal, Zhu Ping'an felt a warm sensation enveloping his entire being. The sweat on his forehead, once wiped away, began to trickle down anew. A fervent heat surged through his body, igniting an impulse akin to a desire to frolic wildly in the snow, especially as Li Shu nestled closely beside him, intensifying this urge. Alas, despite his fervent wishes, his body reminded him of its limitations, as a subtle pain in his rear cautioned him to refrain from such reckless actions. Nonetheless, 10 days would pass swiftly. With perseverance, the dragon would surely reveal its tail in due time. In the 1052nd chapter of my days recuperating in the Marquis' residence, a thunderous drumbeat resonated from outside the Linghuai Marquis' estate, reminiscent of spring thunder erupting with a resounding crash. Akin to a celestial being striking a drum as substantial as a mountain with a colossal mallet. The windows trembled in response to the reverberations. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! A distant chorus of jubilant voices echoed in the air. What could be happening outside? Zhu Ping'an set aside his art of war and curiously gazed out the window. Master, master, the Emperor is granting a grand amnesty, chirped the maid Baozi, scurrying in with her skirts lifted, her voice a flurry of excitement. I hear the Emperor himself has arrived, and all the prisoners in the capital have been released. The streets are bustling with crowds. Indeed, a grand amnesty had been declared. Although Zhu Ping'an had anticipated this decree from the Jiajing Emperor, the moment had finally arrived. With the amnesty, his dear brother Yang's life was spared. Elation surged within him, and he instinctively attempted to rise, only to be reminded of his injuries as he inadvertently pressed on the wound on his backside, drawing a sharp intake of breath. Yet, despite the excruciating pain, a radiant smile adorned his face. The relief of knowing that Yang was safe made Zhu Ping'an feel that the punishment he had endured was worth it. Master, take care. Baozi, seeing Zhu Ping'an struggle to stand, rushed over to support him with concern. Are you changing clothes, master? She inquired shyly, her voice barely above a whisper. Her cheeks flushed like a boiled crab, revealing its true hue. Huh. Zhu Ping'an was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the implication of Baozi's words. Changing clothes? Is that what you intend to do? She repeated in a timid tone, her face reddening further, her head nearly buried in her ample bosom. Changing clothes? In ancient times, this term encompassed more than just donning new garments. It also served as a euphemism for attending to one's bodily needs. Did she think he was in need of a restroom? Truth be told, after consuming copious amounts of tea and fruit, her suggestion had indeed sparked a pressing urge within him. However, considering his own physical limitations, if he needed to relieve himself, he would indeed require assistance. Otherwise, he could hardly get out of bed, and even if he did manage to do so, he would struggle to stand. This thought caused even the thick-skinned Zhu Ping'an to feel a flush of embarrassment. The issue was that in the rear courtyard of the Linghuai Marquis' residence, apart from the male master, no other male servants were permitted to enter, making it impossible to rely on Lu Dedeo and his companions. Only women were present. If assistance was necessary, it would have to come from the maids or the elderly women in the household. When considering who to request for help, Zhu Ping'an was certain he would not choose an elderly woman. Naturally, he would also refrain from asking Hua. Such a situation, while seemingly advantageous for him, would, in reality, compromise the dignity of the young woman involved. In this feudal society, the propriety and reputation of women were of utmost importance. If he were to have Hua assist him, any gossip could tarnish her reputation, potentially affecting her future prospects for marriage. Thus, it was best to avoid involving her altogether. Ahem, where's Li? Zhu Ping'an coughed lightly, feeling somewhat awkward, and after much contemplation, he decided to trouble Li Shu instead. Of course, it would not be too much of a burden. He merely needed her to support him slightly, as he could manage the rest on his own. After all, it was only his thighs that were injured from the punishment, and his arms were still functional. Meanwhile, the eldest young lady's husband had been hiding a concubine outside, which had infuriated the eldest young lady upon her return. In her anger, she shattered a precious piece of blue and white porcelain, and had even contemplated ending her own life. The mistress had summoned the young lady to console her. The maid Baozi, known as Hua raised her rosy face and replied softly. Zhu Ping'an could not shake the feeling that there was an unusual glimmer of anticipation in Hua's blushing cheeks. It was illogical. It must be a figment of his imagination. He closed his eyes and shook his head lightly. Young master, what is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Hua, seeing Zhu Ping'an sway slightly, assumed he was overwhelmed and hastily offered, allow me to help you get out of bed and change. Unwell? How could that be? Zhu Ping'an's face turned crimson. Young master, if you are truly unwell, that would be problematic. I heard from Lu Mama that if a man is unwell, it can affect. Hua's voice trailed off, her cheeks growing even redder. Zhu Ping'an paused for a moment, realizing what she was alluding to. What kind of nonsense are you little maidens always prying into? Ahem, it's nothing at all. I am not unwell. I just became a bit excited upon hearing about the Emperor's amnesty. Zhu Ping'an coughed lightly and explained softly, taking a deep breath to suppress the urge. Li Shu had been gone for a while now. He figured she would return soon, and he could hold out a little longer. Oh, upon hearing this, Hua expressed a hint of disappointment on her rosy face. Just then, a young maid entered carrying a basin of fruit. Upon seeing the young maid enter, the diligent maidservant Hua, known as Baozi, seemed to have an epiphany. She took the fruit platter from the young girl and instructed her. You should head to the pharmacy and keep an eye on the young master's medicinal soup. I can manage here just fine. As a first-rate maid in the household and a rumored favored servant, she held a position of considerable authority. Thus, the young girl dared not disobey and obediently departed for the pharmacy. Once the young girl had left, Hua nodded in satisfaction. It was already afternoon, and the young master would surely be changing his clothes soon. If he were to do so, it would be most appropriate for her to attend to him, as she was the designated maid chosen by the young lady. Moreover, before the young lady went to visit the eldest miss, she had entrusted Hua with the responsibility of caring for the young master. Many maids in the household looked at the young master with gluttonous eyes, wishing they could devour him. Countless of them harbored ulterior motives, but as the young master maintained his virtue, their schemes had not come to fruition. If any of them were to assist him in changing, there was no telling what inappropriate thoughts might arise. The last time, a maid beside the sixth young lady had attempted to take advantage of the young master while he was intoxicated, which greatly angered the young lady. I must keep a close watch for the young lady and not give them any opportunities. Chapter 1053. Conspiracy resurfaces. Dear master, enjoy some fruit. This watermelon is exceptionally sweet. Master, please have some tea. Hua, the diligent maidservant, flitted about like a busy little bee, bringing fruit platters and brewing tea, her attentive presence filling the room. Oh, why are they all items that replenish moisture? Zhu Ping'an took a sip from the teacup but set it down quickly, feeling an even stronger urge to relieve himself. Meanwhile, in a private room on the second floor of the Wangyue building in the capital, Ouyang Zisher and Luo Longwen were engaged in a drink by the window. The table was laden with sumptuous delicacies. Everything from the sky, the ground, the water, to the sea had found its way onto their table, and they had already consumed half a jar of fine Donyang wine. Outside the window, the grand amnesty had concluded, and Emperor Jiajing had long since returned to the palace. The crowd that had gathered to witness the spectacle had dispersed, leaving only a few released prisoners and their families bowing in gratitude towards the West Garden, oblivious. These foolish commoners, Ouyang Zisher, hearing their chatter from the window, could not help but slam his wine cup down onto the table in frustration. They are but mere weeds. Why should Ouyang allow himself to be vexed by them? Luo Longwen poured more wine for Ouyang Zisher. No, listen to what they are saying. Ouyang Zisher gestured towards the window, urging Luo Longwen to lean in and listen carefully. After a moment, Luo Longwen's expression darkened. Brother Luo, did you hear that? Their gratitude towards His Majesty is to be expected. Ouyang Zisher clasped his hands in a salute towards the West Garden, then pointed emphatically towards the direction of the Duke of Linhuai's residence, shaking his head in anger and uttering curses. But why are they thanking that surname Zhu? Are they out of their minds? What? Does the amnesty come from Zhu Ping'an's merit? Nonsense. Who does Zhu Ping'an think he is? He is nothing. He is not the only one who advised the emperor for the amnesty. My uncle also advised his majesty for the grand pardon. The common folk, in their ignorance, merely heard that Zhu Ping'an was punished with a beating for his petition and mistakenly assumed it was a sacrifice made in pursuit of a royal pardon for the realm. How foolish. Such naivete is astonishing. Zhu Ping'an's counsel to the sovereign for a general amnesty was solely to rescue the traitor Yang Jixing. His punishment arose from defying the emperor's edict while pleading for the rebel. Such a crowd of simpletons. It is no exaggeration to say that the name Zhu Ping'an has become a curse for Ouyang Zishe. Upon hearing it, his good spirits are utterly shattered. If he were to encounter any praise for Zhu Ping'an or hear of favorable news regarding him, Ouyang would be seized by a fit of hysteria. A bunch of simpletons. Luo Longwen spat forcefully out the window, sharing in Ouyang's indignation. How is it that Zhu Ping'an, having committed a grave error and received a beating, is lauded by these ignorant masses? Is it not infuriating? Ouyang Zishe raised his cup and drank deeply in frustration, his face contorted with anger and envy. Indeed, it is exasperating. Luo Longwen nodded, then patted Ouyang Zishe on the shoulder. However, there is no need for you to be so agitated. I assure you that Zhu Ping'an's misfortune is imminent. Will Zhu Ping'an truly face calamity? Ouyang Zishe shook his head, letting out a heavy sigh. Brother Luo, spare me the false comfort. Though I despise this scoundrel Zhu Ping'an, I am not blinded by my wrath. His recent petition, while pleading for the traitor Yang Jixing, did earn him a few lashes, yet the first half of his appeal resonated with the emperor's heart. He extolled the virtues of the emperor's governance, suggesting that the celestial bodies yield to his will, thus bringing forth a radiant harmony. Such flattery must have delighted the emperor, leading to a mere 20 lashes for his disobedience. With this petition in hand, Zhu Ping'an is more likely to rise in favor than to suffer misfortune. Ouyang, do you not believe me? Luo Longwen tapped the table. Though I wish to believe, I cannot. Ouyang Zishe replied with a bitter smile and a shake of his head. Ah, Ouyang, you are still young. Luo Longwen chuckled darkly, like a serpent poised to strike. Brother Luo, were it not for this petition, I might concede. However, Zhu Ping'an is too cunning and shameless, lacking the integrity of a scholar. His sycophantic appeal has won the emperor's favor, and thus, this petition serves as his talisman. Ouyang Zishe pounded the table in frustration. Indeed, Ouyang, you remain youthful in your outlook, Luo Longwen remarked, sipping his tea. What do you mean by that, Brother Luo? Ouyang Zishe furrowed his brow, turning his gaze toward Luo Longwen. Ouyang, if you allow me to continue, you will understand, Luo Longwen smiled. Just as a knock echoed from the door. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Were we not told to remain undisturbed? Luo Longwen's explanation was interrupted as he looked up, displeased, toward the entrance. Lord Luo, it is I, Lu Yinji from the Ministry of Personnel, replied the man outside. Lu Yinji? What brings him here? Ouyang Zishe looked towards Luo Longwen in confusion. Do you recall the small southeastern county with a history of 7 county magistrates perishing over 5 years? If my intuition serves me right, it must be connected to this matter. Luo Longwen elucidated to Ouyang Zishe, then rose to approach the door, opening it with a smile. Ah, it is Lord Lu. Please, come in and let us share a drink. You are too courteous, Lord Luo. Ah, young Master Ouyang is also present. Lu Yinji remarked as he entered, noticing Ouyang Zishe seated by the window and promptly paying his respects. Lord Luo, the position of magistrate in Jingnan County that you asked me to keep an eye on may soon slip away. After exchanging pleasantries, Lu Yinji clarified the purpose of his visit. Indeed, as Luo Longwen had surmised, he had come regarding the magistrate position in the small southeastern county of Jingnan. Initially, he intended to visit Luo's residence, but the steward there directed him to this tavern. What news do you bear? Inquired Luo Longwen. Today, the deputy magistrate of Jingnan County has come to the capital, leveraging connections and persuading Zhang Longzhong's aides to advocate for the magistrate position. I have heard that Zhang Longzhong has already relented, hence my haste to inform you, Lord Luo, Lu Yinji explained. After some time spent at the tavern, Lu Yinji descended from the Wanyue building. Taking a large step down the final stair, a banknote worth 100 taels slipped from his sleeve. Lu Yinji lunged forward like a ravenous dog, snatching the banknote before it could touch the ground, nearly colliding with a nearby pillar. Heh, little rascal. You thought you could escape my grasp? Dream on. After securing the banknote, He stood up with a chuckle, lightly flicked it, and tucked it back into his sleeve. What are you staring at? This is my banknote. A destitute wretch like you will never earn such a sum. Once Lu Yinji had stowed the banknote, he noticed the tavern attendant gaping at him in astonishment, prompting him to kick the attendant and utter a scornful remark. My apologies, my lord, my apologies. The attendant, having received a kick, repeatedly bowed in apology. Good dogs do not obstruct the path. Lu Yinji chastised the attendant once more, then strode out of the Wangyue building with an air of nonchalance. After Lu Yinji's departure, within the private chamber on the second floor of the Wangyue building, Ouyang Zisher furrowed his brow in perplexity, looking at Luo Longwen. Brother Luo, at this juncture, why insist on retaining the position of magistrate in Jingnan County? This magistrate is a carefully selected gift for Zhu Ping'an. How could I allow it to be snatched away by another? Luo Longwen replied with a sinister smile. Brother Luo, do you truly possess such confidence that Zhu Ping'an will face calamity? Ouyang Zisher questioned Luo Longwen, returning to the topic at hand just before Lu Yinji's arrival. However, before Luo Longwen could respond, Ouyang Zisher interjected, visibly pained. Yet, I have another query. Since you have already moved against my cousin in Donglu, why bestow Lu Yinji with 100 taels? Does he dare to disregard my cousin's standing in Donglu? Ouyang Zisher felt a pang of regret over the 100 taels of silver notes. Although the notes were issued by Luo Longwen, he still felt a sting in his heart. It seems you are still quite young, Ouyang, Luo Longwen remarked with a chuckle. Ouyang Zisher responded, puzzled. Ouyang, let me ask you, in our era, what are the avenues available for one to attain an official position? Luo Longwen inquired, gazing at Ouyang Zisher. Through the imperial examination, Ouyang Zisher promptly replied. And what else? Luo Longwen continued to probe. After a moment of contemplation, Ouyang Zisher answered, there is also hereditary succession, and so on. What are you driving at, Brother Luo? Ouyang, do not be so hasty. In our time, there are essentially 4 pathways to officialdom. The first is through the imperial examination, the second, hereditary succession, the third, military merit, and the fourth, the purchasing of positions. Do not be surprised. The buying and selling of offices is hardly a secret. It has become an unspoken rule of sorts. We shall discuss Brother Donglu later. As the saying goes, without rules, one cannot achieve anything. The trade of offices hinges on the exchange of money and power. This is a rule we cannot afford to break. While invoking Brother Donglu might help Lu Yinji retain the office of the magistrate of Jingnan County, it is likely to be met with outward compliance but inward resistance, leading to potential complications in the future. The king of hell is easy to meet, but the little devils are troublesome. Sometimes, these little devils hold great significance. By invoking Brother Donglu and supplementing it with money, we can ensure their genuine allegiance, leaving nothing to chance. Luo Longwen explained slowly, sipping his tea. In truth, there were deeper layers that Luo Longwen did not disclose to Ouyang Zisher. He was all too familiar with the intricacies of purchasing official positions, as one of the behind-the-scenes magnates of this industry was Yan Shifan, and as a sycophant of Yan, Luo Longwen was well-versed in these matters. As a beneficiary of the established rules of this industry, he was keen to uphold them rather than dismantle them. Yet, Ouyang Zisher still felt a twinge of regret over the 100 taels. Luo Longwen smiled silently. What did 100 taels amount to? Ouyang was still rather naive. A far cry from Brother Donglu. By the way, I almost forgot. Brother Luo, what gives you such confidence that Zhu Ping'an will face calamity? Ouyang Zisher pressed on. His curiosity piqued. This was the most pressing question on his mind. How could Luo Longwen be so assured that Zhu Ping'an would suffer greatly? Willing to part with 100 taels to secure Zhu Ping'an's position as the magistrate of Jingnan County? Though Ouyang Zisher wished for Zhu Ping'an to encounter misfortune, he had to concede that the content of Zhu Ping'an's memorial, which had greatly pleased Emperor Jiajing, rendered Zhu almost invulnerable, a talisman against calamity. Thus, he could not fathom how Luo Longwen harbored such confidence regarding Zhu Ping'an's downfall. Ouyang, do you believe that Zhu Ping'an's memorial grants him protection? Luo Longwen lifted a wine jug and filled Ouyang Zisher's cup, then raised his own glass with a smile as he asked, is it not so? This is precisely the cunning and craftiness of that little rogue, Zhu Ping'an. If he merely sought mercy for the rebel Yang Jixing in his memorial, then Zhu Ping'an would soon find himself in dire straits. However, he cunningly exploited the occasion of the solar eclipse to submit a memorial, flattering the emperor and eliciting his delight. In light of his plea for Yang, the emperor showed leniency, leaving us powerless against him. To demote him to the county magistrate of Jingnan would be tantamount to opposing the emperor and undermining his authority. Even with the impending court examination in the capital, we must tread carefully, mindful of the emperor's sentiments, and cannot recklessly suppress Zhu Ping'an. Yet, as I understand, Zhu Ping'an currently holds the 5th rank, while the Jingnan magistrate is of the 7th rank. Unless he commits a grave error, how could he be demoted from a 5th rank official to a 7th rank minor official? Ouyang Zisher expressed his doubts, believing that with that memorial, Zhu Ping'an had virtually secured his position. Ouyang, rather than consider that memorial as Zhu Ping'an's talisman, it would be more accurate to say it is the emperor's favor that shields him. Luo Longwen smiled slightly. That was precisely my point. Ouyang Zisher nodded, acknowledging that with the emperor's favor, this wretched little thief would be too busy rising in status to face calamity. Although, I dream of the contrary. But what if the emperor's favor were to wane? Luo Longwen's smile turned sinister, revealing a typical cunning countenance. Initially swayed, Ouyang Zisher soon shook his head, disheartened, saying, whether the emperor's favor exists or not is beyond our control. Ouyang Zisher understood that the key to Zhu Ping'an's standing lay with 2 individuals, the emperor and Zhu Ping'an himself. The emperor is beyond anyone's influence, and Zhu Ping'an would not heed our counsel, potentially dooming himself by losing the emperor's favor. While we may lack influence, there exists one who does. Luo Longwen's grin grew more sinister. Who? Ouyang Zisher became animated, analyzing. His cousin from the East Building? No. His uncle? That wouldn't work either. Although his uncle, as the chief minister, enjoys the emperor's favor, he lacks the necessary power. Who could it be? Who possesses such influence? Ouyang Zisher was keenly aware that his uncle Yen Song could not sway the emperor's favor. At a family banquet, under the influence of drink, Yen Song had once admonished overbearing relatives, declaring, "Who do you think I am? A puppet that commands the heavens? I shall tell you who I am. I am but an old dog at the emperor's feet, merely assisting him in herding his flock. Through diligence and obedience, I have become the lead hound. Yet, with a single word from the emperor, my head would roll. You all should remain prudent and not overestimate your own importance." He can say that. Luo Longwen leaned closer to Ouyang Zisher's ear, softly whispering the name of a certain individual. Him? Ouyang Zisher scoffed slightly upon hearing it. Indeed, it is he. With just one memorial from him, Luo Longwen nodded, then leaned in closer to Ouyang Zisher, revealing the secret in hushed tones. His sinister smile spreading across his face, resembling a malevolent spirit emerging from the underworld. He indeed has the capability, only he can. Upon hearing Luo Longwen's whispered words, Ouyang Zisher was momentarily taken aback. However, the look of disdain on his face swiftly vanished. He then furrowed his brow in contemplation, and in an instant his eyes widened, and his mouth fell agape, as if enlightened by a profound revelation. He became animated, gesticulating fervently, and erupted into uninhibited laughter.